Gurgle gurgle gurgle. The muffled sound of bubbles rolled in my ears, carrying the peculiar viscosity of liquid. Am I still alive? My eyes were tightly shut, but my nerves were stretched taut like a drawn bowstring, straining to capture everything around me. Beneath me was a warm liquid carrying a faint unfamiliar smell like a mix of disinfectant and some plant. My body felt light like a weightless plankton suspended in water. But that's not right. How could a person breathe underwater? This was common sense, even a 5-year-old would know, yet the steady rise and fall of my chest, the moist air entering my nose, and the cool sensation passing through my throat all clearly told me I was indeed breathing in this strange liquid. This sensation of being completely enveloped by liquid was not unfamiliar. A sudden vivid memory of my only childhood trip to the sea surfaced. The feeling of waves lapping over my ankles, that soft cool embrace, was strikingly similar, yet now it carried a more viscous sense of restraint. I tried to move my fingertips. At the slightest motion I instantly felt several thin transparent tubes attached to my body. They floated slowly with the liquid's gentle sway. The tube walls were cool, occasionally brushing against my arm and collarbone. This cool sensation, accompanied by a faint stinging pain like icy needles, made the previously illusory fact of being alive feel starkly real. But then a surge of confusion and panic followed. My heart had already stopped beating. The piercing screech of the flatlined machines on that cold hospital bed still echoed in my ears. How could a resurrection happen? A near-zero probability event. How could it ever happen to someone like me who had been unlucky since birth? When another won promotions on drinks always happened to others. Catching the bus always left me one step behind. Even walking could make me trip. Good fortune was never something meant for me. As my thoughts churned into a tangled mess, a cheerful, slightly boisterous male voice suddenly pierced through the liquid, carrying unmistakable excitement and Karen. Look. Look, look. This child's finger, it seemed to move. Are they talking about me? My heart tightened. I subconsciously held my breath, not daring to move even a fingertip. Suigetsu, calm down. Another female voice came, full of helplessness, even a hint of exasperation. It's just a minor muscle reflex. Don't get so flustered. What if you scare her? Come on. This is a life we've been hoping for. Suigetsu's voice was still full of enthusiasm, even louder. Lord Orochimaru personally confirmed it. This research was a huge success. He continued, all this child's physiological indicators are incredibly healthy. She could wake up any day now. That's why they asked us to watch over her. I wasn't wrong, she really did move. His words struck like a thunderbolt, instantly cutting through my confusion. If there was no one else in this strange place but me, then this child was definitely me. A heart that had stopped. Combined with all those isekai novels I used to read late at night. The answer seemed obvious. I had transmigrated. But the term experiment subject sent me into an icy abyss, my blood seeming to freeze. In so many anime and novels I'd seen, a subject's childhood was always synonymous with misery, not being treated as a person, being treated like a lab rat, either refined into a mindless medicine puppet or a weapon forced to kill. If I were lucky, perhaps a main character would come and rescue me. If I were unlucky, I'd become a stepping stone for a hero saving the beauty, or a monster then easily killed off, leaving no name behind. If it's going to be that bad, I'd rather have just died and been reincarnated properly. I sighed pessimistically in my mind, and even my breathing became heavier. There's a more pressing question. Should I open my eyes? Those two sound like researchers. For now they haven't mentioned doing anything to me. But the unknown is the scariest thing. I gritted my teeth. Death sooner or later is still death. At least I should see where I am. Even if I'm going to be unlucky, I want to know at whose hands. Opening my eyes in a liquid is certainly going to be uncomfortable, probably stinging and painful. But at this moment I have no other choice. Just as I gathered my courage ready to force my heavy eyelids open, their conversation came again. This time the content made me freeze, my breath catching for half a beat. Karen Suigetsu's voice was tinged with mischief. Do you think Kakashi will be happy when he receives this gift? He continued, no one would accept it, right? Lord Orochimaru really is something, sending a daughter. Cultivated from his genes. What a move. I can't imagine if he finds out, he might give us a Chidori on the spot. Karen's tone was full of uncertainty, even a trace of fear. Suigetsu tried to reassure himself he wouldn't, he's the Sixth Hokage. And we're also from Konoha now. If things go south, Lord Orochimaru can handle it. Worst case, we just run. Suigetsu continued. Besides, she's his own daughter. He added, his tone turning envious. I hope so. Suigetsu's voice suddenly shot up in pitch. Wait. Karen. Look. She's awake. His voice was filled with disbelief and excitement, almost a shriek. He frantically shook Karen, who was next to him, recording data, pointing stubbornly at the tank where I was, his eyes bulging. Karen was startled, dropping her pen. She was about to scold him, but then she saw the pair of wide, round, black grape-like eyes inside the tank and froze. At that moment I blinked my still moist eyes, observing them with curiosity and caution, my small body floating gently in the liquid. "Stop yelling. You're so loud. Open the tank." Karen snapped back to reality, slapping Suigetsu hard on the back of his head, her tone both urgent and angry, but her hand was already reaching for the control panel. Ow. Still so hot-tempered. No wonder Sasuke. Suigetsu grumbled, rubbing his head, then shut up when he saw Karen's glare, but quickly stepped forward to operate the machine, draining the pale green liquid from the tank. Karen quickly fetched a soft pre-prepared blanket. Once the liquid was gone, she carefully lifted me from the tank, her movements as gentle as if handling a fragile treasure, expertly wrapping my small body in the blanket. The two of them gathered around me, examining me closely. I didn't cry or fuss, just looked back and forth between them, my little mind whirring through the information I'd just heard. Kakashi. The Sixth Hokage. Did I transmigrate into the Naruto world? She's really quiet, Suigetsu observed, scratching his head. Newborns are supposed to cry, right? Why isn't she making a sound? Karen shot back, isn't it better if she's quiet? Though I gotta say, she's really cute. Skin so fair, eyes so big and bright. Who does she look like more, her father or her mother? Suigetsu mused. Karen shrugged, who knows? That Kakashi guy always wears a mask. Barely anyone's seen his full face. I asked Naruto once, even he hasn't seen Kakashi-sensei's whole face, let alone know what he really looks like. Karen gently touched my cheek, murmuring in agreement. Held in her arms, I never stopped observing. Suigetsu was not particularly handsome, with messy white hair, lazy purple eyes, shark-like teeth, a scroll and water jug at his waist. He carried a carefree air. Karen had striking long red hair, making her pale skin seem even whiter. She wore glasses, a purple crop top, black shorts and long stockings. She looked capable and smart, with a hint of hidden gentleness. I also took a curious glance around the lab. Silver shelves held jars of various colored liquids, red, green, blue potions shimmered in test tubes. The air smelled faintly of disinfectant. Surprisingly neat and clean. They were speaking a strange language, fast and furious. Good thing I'd watched a lot of sub-Japanese anime, so I could pick out names like Kakashi and words like gift and daughter. The rest was a blur. Just then a cold serpentine voice slithered from the depths of the lab, cutting through the hum of machines. Oh my, it seems our little Hatake lady has finally woken up. Truly a cause for celebration. A figure walks slowly forward, its gender indistinguishable. Ink-black long hair cascades like a waterfall, contrasting with pale, almost translucent skin. Narrow golden pupils are sharp and elongated, with deep purple eyeshadow extending from the corners to the nose. Jade green magatama earrings sway with each movement, exuding an indescribable sinister aura that sends chills down the spine. Since childhood I have been terrified of cold-blooded creatures like snakes. When I watched Naruto back then, Orochimaru left a deep impression on me. The reason is not only his constant association with snakes, but also his almost obsessive fanaticism. Whether as a child or an adult, I have always held reverence for life. The scene of him using the impure world reincarnation still shocks my worldview whenever I think of it. The anguished screams of those Hokage forcibly resurrected still echo in my ears. Just recalling it makes my skin crawl. Seeing him approach, I instinctively shrink into Karen's arms, my small hands clutching her clothes. At this moment only Karen, a fellow woman, can give me a sliver of security. Hee, it seems I am still not liked by children. Orochimaru gives a light laugh, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible regret, neither happy nor angry. My grip on Karen's clothes does not loosen. Karen is at a loss, only occasionally showing an awkward smile to ease the tension. Fortunately, Orochimaru doesn't pay much attention to my reaction. After all, he is well aware of his own unpopularity. He casually waves a hand, his gaze sweeping over me, then turns to Suigetsu and Karen and asks, have you checked the child's physical condition? She has just been exposed to the outside air and may experience symptoms of discomfort. Hearing this, Suigetsu and Karen snap out of their daze, carefully place me on the nearby experimental table and begin a thorough examination. Fortunately, all test results show that I am very healthy. Orochimaru nods in satisfaction upon learning the results, his gaze turning fervent as if admiring a flawless work of art. He speaks with barely contained excitement. I didn't expect the fusion of genes to be so perfect. I truly look forward to your future growth. My Japanese is barely understandable, and long sentences like this leave me completely confused. But just being stared at by him sends a shiver down my spine, vaguely sensing that he has ulterior motives towards me. To escape this unsettling, awkward atmosphere, I use the only skill I can currently master, wa. A clear yet weak cry breaks out intermittently from my mouth. Perhaps because I just left the nutrient tank and haven't eaten anything, even crying lacks strength to sound thin and small. Paired with my delicate and cute little face, anyone would feel pity. Seeing this, Karen's maternal instinct instantly kicks in. She quickly picks me up and holds me gently, her expression unbelievably tender. Suigetsu, watching from the side, can't help but remark, this is the first time I've seen this hot-tempered woman show such a gentle side. Orochimaru reminds from the side, the child must be hungry. She hasn't eaten anything since birth. Saying this, he pulls a small bag of goat milk from his wide sleeve and hands it to Karen. Karen carefully tears open the package, brings the opening to my mouth and feeds me little by little. Watching me gradually stop crying, a small milk stain on my face, her face is full of joyful smiles. Lord Orochimaru, Suigetsu speaks cautiously, slowing his tone, when should we take the child to see the Sixth Hokage? This matter probably can't be hidden for long. This matter can't be concealed for long. Orochimaru ponders for a moment, then replies slowly, the Sixth Hokage is currently overwhelmed with official duties, barely able to take care of himself. Even if we hand the child over to him, he may not have the energy to properly care for her. How about we raise her first? Karen slowly lifts her head, her eyes full of unreserved love as she looks at me. To be honest, I have no objection to Karen taking care of me. But honestly, I really don't like the laboratory environment. The cold instruments and the smell of disinfectant always remind me of the days in the hospital before I died, making me feel very uncomfortable. Oh, what about giving her to Naruto? Suigetsu's eyes suddenly light up, suggesting that Guy just got married and Hinata can take care of the child. Shall have both fatherly and motherly love. When Kakashi is free, it will be convenient for him to visit the child. This suggestion is indeed thoughtful, almost impossible to refuse. Orochimaru nods in satisfaction, obviously thinking it's a good idea. Karen can't think of any reason to object. Naruto and Hinata are both kind-hearted, full of love. Even if Naruto is sometimes unreliable, gentle and attentive, Hinata is there so she can be completely at ease. Karen lets out a soft sigh, reaches out and gently strokes my little head, her tone tinged with reluctance. It seems you and I have no fate together. From the conversation, I roughly understand that I am about to be sent to Naruto and Hinata. I extend my tiny hand and gently press it against Karen's cheek, a silent comfort. Feeling the warmth of the palm, Karen's eyes instantly redden. She lowers her head and gently presses a kiss on my forehead. Early the next morning, just as the sky lightens, Orochimaru, Suigetsu, Karen and I, held carefully in Karen's arms, set off together towards the direction of Konoha. So this is Konoha. Gazing at the village, both familiar and foreign, I sighed inwardly with heartfelt emotion. Even across dimensions, the will of fire, a memory etched into my past life, still took root deeply in this land, permeating every heart. Where leaves dance, fire burns. Those words carried the youth of so many, and everyone who had watched Naruto remembered them vividly. Now standing here in person, the passion and emotion from my previous life surged within me, and for the first time I felt a flicker of anticipation for this sudden reincarnation. My gaze swept across the village, towering buildings of modern design rose high, advertisements scrolling on external screens, pedestrians strolling the streets with peaceful smiles, a harmonious scene of tranquility. Indeed, this was the era of Boruto. Unfortunately, in my past life I had never watched Boruto in full, had only caught snippets online, knowing none of the main plot. Yet one thing was fortunate: Konoha in this period was relatively peaceful. At least I could grow up safely here without facing life and death battles on the battlefield at elementary school age as in Naruto Shippuden. I was no protagonist like Naruto or Sasuke, just an ordinary child raised in an era of peace. From childhood to adulthood, life had been comfortable and calm. Occasional quarrels were mere verbal sparring, and physical fights were rare, since they would bring the police and the first to strike would surely suffer. Everyone adhered to the unspoken rule of gentlemen use words, not fists. How could that compare to the ninjas here, who once conflict erupted immediately resorted to fists and blades? It's really been a while since I've been back to Konoha. Shueisha rubbed his hands together, grinning with anticipation. No matter what we're about to do, I've got to grab some grilled meat first and then slurp down a bowl of authentic ramen. Don't forget the purpose of our visit. Orochimaru spoke calmly, instantly reining in Shuya's wandering thoughts. There will be plenty of time to eat those things later. Karen held me in her arms, not joining their chatter. Her gaze occasionally fell upon me, carrying a gentle and delicate concern hidden deep in her eyes. Just then a cheerful voice rang out, familiar and warm. Oh. If it isn't Orochimaru, Karen and Shueisha. Never expected to run into you all at this time. I turned curiously to look. It was Tenten. She wore a white Chinese-style martial arts top with three-quarter sleeves, red trousers, black slippers and a massive scroll tied at her waist, radiating an air of brisk competence. I recalled that in Boruto, Tenten had inherited her family's ninja tool shop, becoming its proprietor. Seeing her, I couldn't help but think of Niji. Two such outstanding individuals never ended up together. What a pity. Yo Tenten. Long time no see, you're still glowing. Shueiyue immediately switched to an overly familiar tone, greeting her warmly. Of course, how else could I properly host my customers? Tenten laughed heartily, her tone filled with natural confidence. After the Fourth Great Ninja War, thanks to Naruto's efforts, the villages had finally set aside their past grudges, ushering in true peace. Though in times of peace the usefulness of ninja tools had waned and business at her shop must have declined, Tenten's enthusiasm remained undiminished. True to Master Guy's teachings, she was always so spirited. Tenten was also a character I adored in my past life. Her Chinese-style elements felt familiar and her personality was straightforward and warm. Back when I watched the series, I was especially envious of Niji, hoping and praying they would end up together, but that scene near the end of Shippuden became an eternal regret. Sensing an extra gaze on her, Tenten quickly fixed her eyes on me. Wow! This child is absolutely adorable. As she looked at me, Tenten's eyes sparkled, her voice brimming with delight. Whose baby is this? I had never seen my own appearance, but hearing Karen and Tenten's consecutive compliments secretly pleased me. After all, who doesn't enjoy praise for their looks? Shueiyue opened his mouth momentarily, unsure how to explain. She's a child from the orphanage. Orochimaru interjected smoothly, taking over the conversation without missing a beat. Shueiyue and Karen paused briefly, then immediately caught on. This matter was indeed not to be disclosed. Orochimaru's explanation was perfect. I see. Such a poor child. Tenten didn't question further. Children who had lost parents after the war were not uncommon. Such things had become all too frequent in the ninja world. After a brief exchange with Tenten, we bid her farewell and continued on our way. Before long, Naruto's house came into view. Meanwhile, the Hokage's office was enveloped in silence. The interior was simple and unadorned, with several desks piled high with messy stacks of documents, a testament to their owner's busyness. On the walls hung several solemn portraits, the Hokages from the first to the sixth, arranged in order, silently narrating the history of Konoha. And our sixth Hokage, Kakashi, was now facing a mountain of paperwork on his desk, his brow slightly furrowed and his face full of exhaustion. He couldn't help but close his eyes tightly, his long eyelashes casting faint shadows beneath them. The prolonged intense concentration had long left him drained. Only the warm cup of tea at his fingertips granted him a moment's respite amidst his hectic schedule. A crisp knock broke the silence. Come in. Kakashi responded instinctively without lifting his head. Forgive the intrusion, Lord Hokage. A masked ANBU pushed the door open, his tone respectful yet tinged with hesitation. There is something I believe I should report to you. What happened? Kakashi rubbed his brow, forcing himself to muster his energy despite his fatigue, and fixed a sharp gaze on the ANBU. It's about Lord Orochimaru. He appeared in Konoha this morning together with Suigetsu and Karen. Kakashi pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Orochimaru is now an ally of Konoha. I have not restricted his freedom of movement. Although the two had once been enemies, the current Orochimaru no longer harbored any intention of opposing Konoha and instead willingly devoted himself to research beneficial to the village. Though still requiring particular caution, there was no need for excessive vigilance. It's not that. The ANBU paused, his tone growing more perplexed. Well. It may sound incredible, but Lord Orochimaru is accompanied by a small infant. This matter is truly odd, so I came to report it specially. A small infant. Kakashi's eyes shot open, filled with astonishment. Knowing Orochimaru's character all too well, he simply could not associate that research-obsessed enigmatic individual with a soft little baby. Moreover, for him to stride so openly into Konoha, he must have known the ANBU would report his presence. Was he intentionally trying to make Kakashi aware of the infant's existence? Kakashi was now equally perplexed, his brow furrowing even deeper. He pressed on, where are they now? Lord Hokage, some residents have reported that they are heading toward Naruto's home, apparently wanting to discuss something important with him. You really know how to give me trouble, Orochimaru. Kakashi sighed helplessly and waved his hand. I see. Continue the covert surveillance. I'll go find them after my shift. He just hoped Orochimaru wouldn't cause any more trouble, as he was already suffocating under the weight of official duties. After the ANBU took his leave, Kakashi turned to the window, stood up and stretched widely, his bones emitting faint cracks. Strangely, some of the fatigue seemed to have dissipated and his mood wasn't so terrible. It truly paid to balance work with rest. Ah, I forgot to ask what the child looks like. He slapped his forehead, then smiled in relief. Oh well, I'll find out when I visit Naruto tonight. At Naruto's home. Knock knock, Naruto, are you in? Suigetsu called out as he knocked, his tone carrying familiarity. Not long after, the door opened and standing there was Hinata. What a stunning beauty! I inwardly exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, the real Hinata was even more breathtaking than in the anime. Her iconic white eyes and soft blue hair cascaded over her shoulders, still long and untrimmed. She wore a light-colored long-sleeve shirt with an apron tied around her waist, obviously in the middle of cooking. Gone was the youthful shyness of her girlhood, and now she exuded the gentle charm and striking beauty of a mature woman. Ah no. So it's Lord Orochimaru, Suigetsu and Karen. Hinata gave a slight bow, her tone respectful. May I ask what business you have with Naruto? Even facing the controversial Orochimaru, she maintained proper courtesy, a result of both Hyuga clan training and respect for one of the Sannin. Even facing the controversial Orochimaru, she maintained proper courtesy, a result of both Hyuga clan training and respect for one of the Sannin. Hinata, I thought I heard someone calling me. Naruto's slightly hoarse voice came from inside, and then he walked out, yawning, his face drowsy with faint dark circles under his eyes as if he had just gotten out of bed. It's Orochimaru. Seeing the visitor, Naruto paused for a moment, then scratched his head and mustered his energy to greet him. Naruto, it seems you studied late into the night again. You've worked hard. Orochimaru's tone carried a hint of subtle approval. It was well known that Naruto was about to succeed as the Seventh Hokage. As the hero who saved the ninja world, his achievements and sense of duty were universally recognized. You bet. Naruto stretched and vented, Kakashi-sensei keeps calling me to help with official work lately. It's so exhausting. I never knew being Hokage was this tough. After complaining, he changed the subject and looked at Orochimaru. So you came all of a sudden. You must have something important to ask of me, right? You've indeed grown. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, his tone affirmative. As you said, I do have a major matter to entrust to you. So saying, he carefully took me from Karen's arms and turned to hand me to Naruto. Naruto and Hinata exchanged glances, took me with puzzled expressions, and looked down to examine me closely. Huh? Is this a baby? Naruto's pupils contracted, his face a picture of surprise. He quickly looked up at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, what's going on? I want you to temporarily raise this child until you officially become Hokage. Orochimaru spoke slowly, his tone calm yet carrying an irrefutable seriousness. Naruto's eyes widened in shock and a cry of disbelief escaped his lips. You can't be serious, Orochimaru. Naruto's pupils shrank as he tightened his arms around me, shouting almost hysterically, his face full of utter incredulity. Calm down, Naruto. Orochimaru spoke deliberately, his demeanor peaceful in stark contrast to Naruto's agitation. This child is deeply connected to you. This matter truly requires no one else. As his words fell, the atmosphere at the door suddenly became peculiar. Hinata, who had been smiling gently, had her expression instantly turn grim. The air pressure around her plummeted and her pure white eyes flickered with a faint blue light. She had directly activated her Byakugan, her sharp gaze darting between Naruto and me in silent scrutiny. A chill ran down Naruto's spine as he immediately sensed Hinata's change. He waved his other hand frantically to explain, his voice urgent and flustered. Hinata. Don't misunderstand. This child has nothing to do with me. He's not mine, absolutely not. I swear. He was stammering in panic, terrified his wife would misinterpret. I didn't say this was Naruto's child. Orochimaru interjected at the right moment, diffusing the tension with a single sentence. The corner of his mouth curled into an ambiguous smile as he suggested leisurely, perhaps you should take a closer look at who this child resembles. I didn't say this was Naruto's child. Orochimaru interjected at the right moment, diffusing the tension with a single sentence. The corner of his mouth curled into an ambiguous smile as he suggested leisurely, perhaps you should take a closer look at who this child resembles. Those words reminded Naruto and Hinata. They immediately stopped their dispute and fixed their gazes intently on me, examining me carefully. I felt a little uncomfortable under their scrutiny, unconsciously clenching my small fists, blinking my big eyes and looking back at them with innocent curiosity. Silver hair. Naruto muttered to himself, racking his brain for someone matching that trait. I can only think of two people. One is the second Hokage, but he's long passed on, still in the Pure Land. I've never heard of him marrying or having kids, so it can't be him. The other is Kakashi-sensei. He slapped his thigh as if struck by a revelation, but then shook his head in confusion. But Kakashi-sensei isn't married either. Wait. Could it be that this is Kakashi-sensei's illegitimate child? The last sentence was almost a whispered exclamation, his face bearing the shock of a shattered worldview. Ha ha ha, Orochimaru chuckled lowly, his tone tinged with amusement. You're half right. This is indeed Kakashi's child, but she's not illegitimate. What? Really? Naruto was utterly dumbfounded, his mouth hanging open wide enough to hold an egg, his arms holding me stiff. Kakashi-sensei. That guy who always wears a mask, seems a bit introverted and slightly pervy, actually has such an adorable baby. After uttering those words, his expression remained as if the sky had fallen, his gaze vacant. Clearly Orochimaru's revelation had dealt a massive psychological blow, shaking even his worldview. Well. Anyway, everyone please come inside first. Hinata was the first to recover, deactivating her Byakugan and regaining her warm smile, breaking the deadlock at the door. I made a lot of lunch. If you don't mind, please stay and eat with us. Her tone remained gentle with no trace of the earlier tension. Will happily accept your hospitality and intrude for a while. Orochimaru nodded in agreement, then glanced casually at the distant street and added, by the way, the child's biological father should be arriving soon. Will happily accept your hospitality and intrude for a while. Orochimaru nodded in agreement, then glanced casually at the distant street and added, by the way, the child's biological father should be arriving soon. I was held carefully in Naruto's arms, his limbs stiff as two straight wooden rods, his fingertips radiating a helpless tension. After all, it was his first time holding such a tiny child. Even Naruto, who was usually thick-skinned and fearless, held his breath, afraid that a single careless move might hurt me. His body was slightly hunched, his posture clumsy yet earnest. To help him relax, I gently twisted my little body, pressing closer into his embrace, nuzzling my small head against his chest. But more importantly, I was particularly fond of the scent on Naruto's jacket. It smelled of being thoroughly sun-dried, carrying a dry warmth and a faint fragrance of grass and wood, clean and healing. I had always been obsessed with this kind of scent. As a child, whenever I napped under freshly sun-dried blankets, I would sleep especially soundly, my dreams warm and cozy. Naruto, look at this child, she seems especially attached to you. Not shy at all. Suigetsu leaned against the doorframe, watching me obediently lying in Naruto's arms, unable to suppress a low chuckle, his tone full of teasing. Really? Ha ha ha. Naruto looked down at my defenseless soft little form leaning against him. His tense shoulders finally relaxed and the corner of his mouth lifted into his signature bright smile. He tentatively raised a hand and gently patted my back, his movements as light as if afraid to startle a butterfly, the rhythm slow and absent-minded as if unconsciously coaxing me to sleep. A baby's day is mostly taken up by sleep. Having been traveling with Orochimaru and the others since early morning, my tiny body had already reached its drowsy limit. I yielded to the warmth radiating from his palm. My eyelids grew heavy, my little head nodding bit by bit. Before long I curled up in his arms and slowly drifted into a dream, my breathing becoming long and gentle. This little ingrate. She was clinging to me just now, and now she's cozying up to Naruto, Karen said, standing by watching my sleeping profile. She couldn't help but tease, though her voice was brimming with tenderness. But I was already fast asleep. If I were awake, I would have secretly argued back, not true. Karen's embrace is super warm too, and I like it a lot. Naruto felt my little body go completely limp in his arms. Carefully he bent down, supporting my bottom with one hand while gently cradling the back of my head with the other, his movements clumsy yet extraordinarily cautious. Hinata, who was nearby, had already thoughtfully fetched a soft beige blanket and spread it lightly over the sofa. Naruto laid me down gently. Contrasted against the wide warm blanket, my tiny form curled up in the middle like a carefully cherished kitten, making me look even smaller and cuter, evoking tender affection. Naruto crouched by the sofa, watching my peaceful sleeping face. His eyes brimmed with gentle warmth. Unable to resist, he extended his index finger and lightly stroked my little head. A newborn's hair was as soft as fine silk, with a faint sheen, its touch so pleasant that one could not stop caressing it. The more he touched, the cuter he found it. He couldn't help but gently tap my little cheek with his fingertip. The soft pillowy sensation was utterly addictive. Perhaps tickled by his touch, I stirred unconsciously in my sleep. But my tiny body couldn't control itself well yet. I struggled to lift my small hand, failing to touch my own face, but instead grabbing Naruto's finger that hung in the air. His fingers were broad and worn with thin calluses. My tiny fist could just wrap around one, as if grasping a small patch of warm sunlight. Sensing the warmth in my palm, a heavier wave of drowsiness surged over me. I clutched his finger and fell back into a deep sleep. Everyone in the living room watched this scene, their breaths softening unconsciously, their faces full of gentle smiles. Hinata watched me gripping Naruto's finger tightly, her gaze so soft it could melt. She couldn't help but want to gently pry my little hand away, afraid I would tire myself from clutching too hard. But Naruto shook his head slightly and made a shush gesture at her, lowering his voice gently. It's fine. Let her hold it. Naruto, Hinata, have you made your decision? Orochimaru leaned against the wall, his voice extremely low, afraid to disturb my sleep. I'm not forcing you, but after much thought, you two are indeed the best option I can think of. Naruto looked up at me, sleeping soundly, then turned to Hinata beside him. Hinata said nothing, only giving him a gentle smile, her eyes full of trust, clearly leaving the final decision to him. Naruto's thoughts drifted away. To be honest, he had zero experience in taking care of a child and didn't even know how to become a qualified father. He had grown up alone without a father's guidance or a mother's company. It was only much later that he gained comrades and family. He never wanted any child to experience that feeling of loneliness and helplessness again. Naruto, what's wrong? Kurama's voice sounded in his mind tinged with concern. Your mood is off. It's nothing, Kurama. I was just thinking about some old things. Naruto soothed him inwardly. Just follow your true feelings. Kurama's voice grew gentle. This child is very well behaved. It's hard to dislike her at a glance. Instead of leaving her to Kakashi, who can't even take care of himself, why don't you and Hinata first experience being parents? That way when you have your own children later you'll have more experience. After so many years together, Kurama's understanding of Naruto might have surpassed even Sasuke's and Hinata's. You're right, Kurama. Naruto's hesitation gradually dissipated. Compared to others, he and Hinata could indeed give this child complete fatherly and motherly love. In this era of peace he absolutely could not let his former self reappear. He would give her complete love. Besides, this child was so adorable and well-behaved, quiet and sensible, she would surely be easy to care for. With his and Hinata's devoted care he could definitely help her grow up healthy and happy, becoming a kind and warm person. I accept Orochimaru. Naruto raised his head, his eyes determined. But we must tell Kakashi-sensei. That's the bottom line. Of course. Orochimaru nodded slightly, a knowing smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Clearly this result had been within his expectations. Just then a familiar gentle voice came from outside the door, accompanied by a soft knock. Knock knock. Naruto, are you home? 30 minutes earlier, inside the Hokage's office. I just can't let it go. Kakashi leaned back in his office chair, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against the desk, a slight frown creasing his brow. Even the documents before him lost their appeal. Ever since the Umbu reported that Orochimaru had entered Konoha with an infant in his arms, he could no longer immerse himself in work. His mind was tangled like a ball of messy thread, repeatedly circling the same question: who is that child? Why did Orochimaru place such importance on a baby deliberately striding into Konoha, as if flaunting it, making it clear he wanted Kakashi to know of her existence? Could it be that this child had some connection to him? The more he thought, the more uneasy he became, and the rhythm of his tapping gradually grew erratic. Glancing inadvertently at the clock on the wall, he noticed the hour hand had stealthily crept toward noon, the hands of the dial seemingly reminding him of something. It's already this hour. Kakashi raised a hand to touch his empty stomach. Busy with official matters since morning, he had even forgotten breakfast, and now it was growling with hunger. He decided to close the file, making a resolution in his heart: instead of dwelling in vain here, he might as well go directly to Naruto's place to check. First, as a teacher, it was within his duty to visit a student's home and see how things were. Second, he could investigate the child's background and dispel his doubts. And third, he might as well scrounge a lunch to make up for missing breakfast. Having made up his mind, Kakashi stood up and looked down at his own somewhat wrinkled Hokage robe. The consecutive days of overtime had left creases on the garment, giving it a slightly casual appearance. I can't be too slovenly when visiting a student, he muttered under his breath. Though usually easygoing, he occasionally had to mind his appearance. Fortunately, he had long been accustomed to working overtime in his office, always keeping a clean set of casual clothes in the cabinet, a light gray shortsleeve paired with dark trousers, simple and refreshing. He quickly changed, briefly tidied his hair in front of the mirror, and touched the mask on his face to confirm everything was in order before pushing open the door and stepping out of the Hokage's office. Ah! After 2 days without fresh air, the street breeze truly feels much cleaner. As he stepped out of the building, a gentle wind carrying the smoky scent of Konoha streets greeted him, sweeping away some of the fatigue from work. Kakashi couldn't help but take a deep breath, his mood light. Good afternoon, Lord Sixth. The villagers he encountered along the way stopped to greet him with smiles, their tone full of respect and familiarity. Kakashi responded to each with a smile and a light wave of his hand. Even though his face was hidden behind a mask, his curved eyes conveyed his warmth and goodwill, gentle and serene. Just as he was about to leave the street, a young crisp voice suddenly called out to him, Lord Sixth. Kakashi turned toward the voice and saw a small figure running toward him, panting heavily. The child's short legs moved rapidly and fine beads of sweat dotted his forehead, clearly from a long stretch. He immediately stopped and waited patiently. When the boy reached him, Kakashi slowly crouched down to the child's eye level, gently reached out a hand to stroke his head, and said softly, What's the matter, little one? Having his idol touch his head, the child instantly beamed with joy, his cheeks round and his eyes curving into crescent moons. Even his breathing quickened. He steadied his breath, clenched his small hands into fists, and looked up at Kakashi with an earnest expression, his eyes brimming with admiration. Lord Sixth, I will definitely become a ninja as great as you one day. A ninja like me, huh? Kakashi was taken aback, a warmth rising in his heart tinged with a hint of self-mockery. He always felt he hadn't done anything particularly extraordinary, yet he never expected to become a role model for a child. At times like this he couldn't dampen the child's enthusiasm. He put on a renewed smile, his gaze firm as he encouraged, That's a great ambition. Keep it up, I look forward to that day. The child became even more excited at receiving encouragement from his idol. Yes. The boy nodded vigorously as if he had received the most precious gift in the world, then bounced off, glancing back to shout, "Thank you, Lord Sixth." Kakashi watched the child's cheerful retreating figure and gave a helpless smile, the knot in his heart loosening somewhat. Remembering he still had business to attend to, he collected his thoughts, briefly bid farewell to the passing villagers and quickened his pace toward Naruto's home. The streets of Konoha were not far, and with his brisk stride he soon reached his destination. Knock knock knock. Kakashi stood in front of Naruto's door, rapping lightly with his fingers and calling out in a gentle tone, "Naruto, are you home?" Inside, Hinata was chatting with the others. Hearing the knock, she immediately rose, quietly left the living room and went to the entrance to open the door. Seeing Kakashi standing outside, her face showed no surprise at all. Instead, she revealed a knowing smile as if she had long anticipated his arrival. "That guy Orochimaru sure calculates everything thoroughly." In the living room, Naruto heard Kakashi's voice and shook his head helplessly, letting out a soft sigh, his tone laced with a mix of amusement and resignation. "Oh. It seems I've come just in time. Have you been waiting long for me?" Kakashi squinted his eyes at Hinata, who had opened the door, and asked with a smile. "Where's Naruto?" "Teacher Kakashi, please come in." Hinata stepped aside to make way, deliberately lowering her voice to whisper mysteriously, "By the way, keep quiet, there's a surprise sleeping in the room." Kakashi had already guessed the situation but still pretended to know nothing, nodding in cooperation and stepping into the house on tiptoe. Passing through the entrance to the living room, he saw the scene on the sofa at a glance. A delicate jade-like infant curled up in Naruto's arms, her tiny hand clutching Naruto's index finger tightly, sleeping soundly and peacefully, her long eyelashes like two little fans occasionally fluttering lightly, utterly adorable. Naruto saw him come in but only gave a simple nod to greet him, gesturing for him to sit, careful not to disturb the little one wrapped in the blanket. Kakashi took a seat, but his gaze was involuntarily drawn to the baby, his eyes carrying a mix of curiosity and distraction, the questions in his mind beginning to churn again. Just then Orochimaru, who had been silently observing, spoke slowly, his voice low but carrying an unshakable certainty that shattered the quiet of the room. "Kakashi, this child is your daughter." The moment the words fell, the air in the reception hall seemed to freeze, instantly plunging into an eerie silence. Kakashi's mind felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, buzzing into complete blankness, with only the sound of his own rapid breathing echoing in his ears. He stood frozen in place, his eyes, usually carrying a lazy smile, now locked onto Orochimaru. His pupils contracted slightly, surging with disbelief and shock as if trying to see through the man before him. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, the span of a few breaths felt as long as a century. After a moment, Kakashi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turbulent waves in his heart. His gaze darkened as he sharply swept his eyes across Orochimaru's calm, unmoved face. His voice carried an almost imperceptible tremor, yet he still struggled to maintain composure. "Orochimaru, this joke is not funny at all." He had lived for so many years never imagining he would hear such an absurd statement. Even though his heart was already tangled with countless questions, he could only assume it was a malicious mockery first. "Unfortunately, Kakashi, I have no leisure to joke with you." Orochimaru tilted his head slightly, a faint enigmatic smile curling at the corner of his lips. His expression remained eerily calm, his tone carrying no trace of jest, only an unshakable certainty. "I am well aware that you have never had an improper relationship with any woman." Orochimaru paused, his gaze sweeping over the sleeping infant on the sofa before turning back to Kakashi. He said word by word, "But this child indeed carries your bloodline. That is beyond doubt. I extracted a portion of your genes and through my research brought this child into this world." Orochimaru stated this lightly, as if recounting the most ordinary experimental result, completely ignoring Kakashi's worsening expression. Kakashi's gaze sharply turned to the little one on the sofa. She was still clutching Naruto's fingers, sleeping soundly, her small face glowing with a healthy blush, her long eyelashes gently resting like butterfly wings, looking obedient and adorable. He himself had never imagined that those absurd speculations earlier would actually become reality. "My child." If everything Orochimaru said was true, what in the world was going on? Countless question marks swirled in his mind, making it almost hard to breathe. "I admit I know nothing about your so-called science." Kakashi's voice carried suppressed anger. He clenched his fists suddenly, his knuckles turning white from the force. "But at least I know that a child cannot be conjured out of thin air by a single person. Since you claim to be the father of this child, who is her mother?" This was the answer he most wanted to know at that moment, and the last thread holding his sanity together. "About that question I am sorry, but I cannot tell you for now." Orochimaru spread his hands, his tone light and deliberately mysterious. "However, based on my research data, this child's appearance and temperament will likely lean more toward her mother's side after she grows up. When she grows up, perhaps you will guess the answer yourself." When he heard this, Kakashi could no longer contain his fury. "You..." Hearing this, Kakashi could no longer suppress the rage in his heart. The fire in his chest instantly surged, nearly breaking through the bounds of reason. He abruptly stood up, his aura dropping sharply, his eyes filled with restrained fury, his voice even carrying a gritting intensity. Alright, don't be so agitated. Orochimaru seemed amused by his reaction, slowly raising a hand and pretended to relent. I can give you a hint: the mother of this child is not just one. The rest I cannot say more. The moment the words fell, before Kakashi could press further, Orochimaru shot a glance at Suigetsu and Karen beside him. The three formed hand seals in perfect unison, and in the next instant they transformed into three afterimages, vanishing from the spot using the pre-prepared body flicker technique, leaving only a light but somewhat entrusting message lingering in the air: take good care of her. The vast reception hall was instantly left with only Kakashi, Naruto and Hinata, along with the little infant still sound asleep, oblivious to everything. As if losing all support, Kakashi's legs gave way and he collapsed heavily onto the cold floor. He stared hollowly at the little one on the sofa, his face etched with bewilderment, exhaustion and helplessness, as if all his strength had been drained in an instant. He had been a ninja for so many years, experienced countless life and death moments, but never had he felt so pathetic and at a loss as at this moment. Witnessing this, Naruto's heart tightened. He quickly stepped forward and crouched down, gently placing his hand on Kakashi's shoulder, his tone urgent and worried as he tried to comfort him. Kakashi-sensei. Please don't be like this. This child is innocent. He could understand Kakashi's shock and anger, but the child herself was not at fault. Silence spread through the air for a long time, so long that Naruto almost thought Kakashi would not respond. Finally Kakashi slowly raised his head. The chaos in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a heavy calmness. He said in a hoarse voice, "Let go of me, Naruto." His voice was hoarse but firm. Naruto hesitated, then slowly released his hand. I have not become that cold-blooded yet. Kakashi took a deep breath, slowly stood up and turned his gaze to the little infant sleeping soundly. His eyes gradually filled with complex emotions, helplessness, confusion, but more than that, a hint of bond born from bloodline. I know such a simple truth, of course. He paused as if making some significant decision, his tone becoming especially solemn. No matter how this child came to be, no matter what she becomes in the future, she is my child. I will assume the responsibilities of a father. I will assume the duties of a father. Having said that, he turned to look at Naruto, his eyes carrying both a plea and trust. Before I resign as Hokage and finish handling my official business, Naruto, please take care of this child temporarily along with Hinata. Rest assured, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto immediately nodded vigorously, a bright smile spreading across his face, his tone incredibly sincere. This is nothing at all. Hinata and I both adore this child very much. We will take good care of her. You just focus on your official duties. Hinata beside him also nodded gently, her eyes full of kindness and acceptance. Slept so comfortably. I slowly awakened amidst a gentle warmth, my tiny mouth unconsciously forming an O as I let out a big yawn with a few tiny teardrops glistening at the corners of my eyes. My mind was still groggy from just waking up, and I only felt that my palms seemed to be clutching something warm, soft, yet with a hint of coarse texture. I struggled to open my drowsy eyes, and as my vision gradually cleared, I realized that my little hand was tightly gripping Naruto's finger. His knuckles were broad and his fingers bore the thin calluses from years of training, yet I held them firmly. Realizing that I hadn't let go even while sleeping, my cheeks flushed crimson like a layer of light rouge. I quickly released my grip, my little fist waving nervously in front of me, my gaze drifting to the side like a little adult caught doing something wrong. Oh. Our little one is awake. Naruto was the first to notice my movement. He looked down at my flushed face and couldn't help but laugh, revealing his signature white teeth, his eyes brimming with tender amusement. His smile was like the afternoon sunlight, warm and dazzling. Watching him, I couldn't help but part my tiny lips, showing my toothless gums, and let out a soft giggle. Look. How adorable she is when she smiles. Naruto carefully picked me up, cradling me in the crook of his arm, and turned to Hinata, his voice full of joy and anticipation. Hinata, I hope our future child can be this cute too. Hearing this, Hinata's cheeks instantly flushed, a deep crimson spreading from her ears to her neck. She shyly lowered her gaze, her fingers lightly twisting the hem of her apron, and even her voice softened. Naruto. Why are you suddenly saying this? Seeing Hinata's embarrassed look, Naruto himself felt a little sheepish, scratched the back of his head and chuckled, the tips of his ears turning red. Curled up in Naruto's arms watching this young couple flirt, I couldn't help but mutter to myself, is it really okay to show off your affection in front of a newly awakened baby like me? But then again, I found myself quite happy to watch. After all, Naruto and Hinata had endured so many hardships, from a shy crush to fighting side by side, finally coming together. How precious that bond was. Yet thinking of myself, a trace of disappointment surfaced in my heart. In my past life I hadn't even had a girlfriend before I passed away regretfully. This sweet scene of love before me was indeed a bit of a sweet shock. Oh right. Naruto suddenly clapped his hands as if remembering something important, his tone tinged with a hint of remorse. Has this child ever had a bath since she was born? She must be uncomfortable. Hinata nodded in agreement, her eyes full of thoughtfulness. Yes, and she's still wearing the little clothes from the lab. There are no suitable changes either. She paused, then her eyes lit up. Oh. Teacher Kurenai has a child. We can borrow a couple of fitting little clothes from her. That should do for now. That'd be great. Naruto's eyes sparkled and he nodded eagerly. Hinata, please go to Teacher Kurenai after dinner. I'll watch the little one at home. I promise I'll take good care of her. That would be wonderful. Naruto's eyes lit up and he immediately nodded in agreement. Hinata, please go to Teacher Kurenai's after we eat. I'll look after the child at home and make sure she's well taken care of. As soon as he said that, Naruto and Hinata exchanged a glance, suddenly realizing a problem. They had been so busy that they had forgotten to ask the child's name. Both of them couldn't help but laugh. Naruto scratched his head, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. Looks like we'll have to ask Kakashi sensei to give her a name next time we see him. We can't just keep calling her this child or little one. Yes, that's true. Hinata replied gently, then thought of something else, looking at Naruto with a playful glint in her eyes. But Naruto, you might have to eat leftovers tonight. There's still enough rice in the pot for 6 people. Though we don't lack food now, we certainly can't waste it. Haha. No problem. Naruto laughed heartily, his arms tightening around me. Leftovers taste great too. Haha. No problem. Naruto laughed cheerfully, holding me a little tighter. Leftovers are still delicious. As long as I'm with you and the little one, I'm happy with anything. Curled up in Naruto's warm embrace, listening to their light and sweet conversation, my little head began to feel drowsy again. Probably just after waking up, sleepiness was creeping back. My tiny eyes blinked slowly and soon I leaned against Naruto, gently closing my eyes. An hour later, Hinata, carrying a small basket, walked familiarly to the door of Kurenai Yuhi. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the stone path before the door. The air was filled with the faint fragrance of gardenias, creating a serene atmosphere. She raised her hand and lightly knocked on the door. Within a few seconds it opened. Kurenai Yuhi was dressed in a loose off-white loungewear, her long hair casually tied back, revealing her slender neck. Although it had been a year since she gave birth to Mirai, her figure hadn't fully returned to its pre-pregnancy slimness, but she had gained a gentle maternal softness. Her skin was still fair and a tender smile graced her eyes and brows. Hinata. Coming to see me at this hour, is something the matter? Kurenai stepped aside to let Hinata in, her tone as warm as if speaking to a younger sister, her gaze falling on the basket with curiosity. Teacher Kurenai, sorry to disturb you. Hinata bowed slightly and followed her inside. A warm scent of milk greeted her. On the carpet in the living room, a little one in a yellow crawler suit was lying on a soft mat, clutching a plush toy and babbling happily. It was Kurenai and Asuma's son Mirai Sarutobi. No need to be so formal. Have a seat. Kurenai smiled and pointed to the sofa, then gently patted Mirai's little head. This child slept enough this morning, so now he's full of energy in the afternoon, can't keep still for a moment. Hinata sat down on the sofa, watching Mirai's adorable behavior, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Then with a hint of shyness she spoke, Teacher Kurenai, actually I came today to borrow something. She paused and briefly explained the situation, from Orochimaru bringing the child to temporarily helping to care for her to the lack of suitable clothes, without mentioning the child's relationship with Kakashi. Oh. There's such a thing. Kurenai finished listening, her eyes filled with surprise, which then softened. That child is truly pitiable, but to have met you is fortunate. She stood up. Wait for me. I've kept all the clothes Mirai has outgrown. They're boys' clothes, but children grow quickly and you can buy new ones later. Some are still quite new, so there should be something fitting. Oh. Is that so? After listening, Kurenai's eyes were full of surprise, then softened. That child is really pitiful, but meeting you too is a stroke of luck. She stood up. Wait here. I kept all of Mirai's old clothes. They're boys' clothes, but children grow fast and you can buy more later. Some are still very new. There should be some that fit. With that she walked into the bedroom and soon came out holding a pink storage box neatly stacked with various small garments, soft onesies and thick little jackets. These are all from when Mirai was 6 months to a year old. The fabric is very soft and they've been washed clean. See if any suit you. Hinata quickly moved closer, reaching out to pick up a light blue onesie. The fabric was as delicate as a cloud, carrying a faint scent of sunlight, clearly well cared for. Thank you so much, Teacher Kurenai. These are wonderful. You've been so kind. Don't stand on ceremony with me. Kurenai waved her hand with a smile, sitting down beside Hinata. Her eyes held the gentle wisdom of a veteran. Caring for a little infant takes a lot of care, especially for a child new to the environment. It takes time to adjust. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm practically a veteran now. Thank you, Teacher Kurenai. Hinata nodded earnestly, her heart warm. Ever since marrying Naruto, Teacher Kurenai had always looked after her, patiently answering any questions about life or child-rearing. As the two were talking, Mirai, who was crawling on the carpet, suddenly came over. His little hand grasped the hem of Hinata's skirt and he tilted his head up, blinking his big round eyes at her while babbling, as if curious about who this unfamiliar aunt was. Look at this little one, he's already recognizing people. Kurenai, with a mix of exasperation and amusement, picked up Mirai and placed him on her lap. Next time bring that child over to play. Let the two little ones get to know each other. Maybe they'll become good friends. Look at him, he's already so discerning about people. Kurenai, with a helpless yet amused air, picked up Mirai and set him on her lap. Next time bring that child over to play. Let the two little ones meet. They might even become good friends. Sure, once she's settled in, I'll definitely bring her over. Hinata agreed with a smile, then selected a few of the most fitting pieces, folded them and placed them in the basket. Teacher Kurenai, I won't disturb you any longer. Mirai must be waiting for you to play with him. Sure, when she's settled, I'll definitely bring her. Hinata responded with a smile, then picked out a few of the most suitable pieces, folded them and put them in her basket. Teacher Kurenai, I won't keep you any longer. Mirai is waiting for you to play with him. Won't you stay a bit longer? Kurenai tried to persuade her. No, Naruto is looking after the child at home. I need to get back soon. Hinata stood up and thanked her again. Thank you for the clothes and for always being so kind to me. Go on now, take care. Kurenai saw Hinata to the door, watching her figure disappear around the corner before carrying Mirai back inside. She gently tapped her son's little nose. From now on we've got one more little friend. Go on, take care. Kurenai walked Hinata to the door, watched her figure vanish at the street corner, then carried Mirai back into the house, gently tapping her son's little nose. From now on we have one more little playmate. After Hinata left, only Naruto and I remained in the living room, and an indescribable stillness suddenly settled in the air. Holding me on the sofa, Naruto sat stiffly, his gaze darting around, utterly at a loss. He scratched his head and thought to himself, this atmosphere is kind of awkward. What should I say? Wait, can a tiny baby like her even understand what I'm saying? He tried to open his mouth to greet me, but the words died on his lips, and in the end he simply flashed a somewhat goofy smile. I, however, paid no attention to that awkwardness. All my focus was on the Naruto before me. Finally I had the chance to see this legendary hero of the ninja world up close. I must say Naruto's appearance and character design were truly flawless. His fluffy golden hair seemed like sunlight shattered into fragments, radiating a soft luster under the light. His azure eyes were clear and bright, as if containing an entire ocean, and the shape and corners of his eyes clearly inherited the liveliness of his mother Kushina. Most iconic were the 6 faint whisker-like marks on his cheeks, which, far from being jarring, added a unique charm that grew more captivating the longer one looked. As for character development in Shippuden, many characters had traits that annoyed or actions that were hard to understand, but Naruto was different. From beginning to end he stayed true to his heart, kind, persistent, and always gentle and passionate toward the world. Though I'd heard a theory that this was due to the influence of Asura's chakra, I always felt that what truly carried him through was the innate purity of his goodness. Think about it, as a child he was shunned and ostracized by the entire village. Anyone else would have harbored resentment and turned to darkness, but Naruto warmed Konoha little by little in his own way. That resilience was truly admirable. I stared at Naruto with wide round eyes, my little mind already calculating by generation. Naruto was my senior fellow apprentice, after all he was Kakashi Sensei's student. From now on I'd definitely cling to his coattails. Rest assured Naruto, with me in this life I'll do everything in my power to boost my strength. I won't let you and Sasuke fight those terrifying aliens alone like in your past life. In my past life I'd seen clips of Naruto and Sasuke fighting the Otsutsuki. Though I didn't know much, I understood how brutal those battles were. If only I could have learned more details, I could have started planning earlier. What a pity. Sensing my gaze fixed on him, Naruto grew even more uneasy, feeling he should find something to do for himself and the little one. Frowning, he racked his brain for baby care skills, only to realize that aside from training with others and eating ramen he had no experience with children. Just as he was at his wit's end, his eyes suddenly lit up. Little one, let me take you to meet someone amazing. Naruto laughed and patted my tiny bottom, then closed his eyes and concentrated. The next moment the scene before me twisted. The familiar living room faded, replaced by a warm orangered space. This must be Naruto's inner world. Before I could react, a colossal figure appeared before me. It was an orange fox with 9 thick tails towering like a small mountain covered in dense soft fur. Each tail swayed gently, emitting powerful waves of chakra. Its gaze was sharp and dignified, exuding an imposing aura that commanded awe, yet the warm orange fur softened its menace, making it more approachable. Wow! This is Kurama. He's so cool. Instantly captivated by Kurama's appearance, I squirmed excitedly in Naruto's arms, stretching out my chubby little hand to wave vigorously at Kurama, letting out childish cries like, ahaya and wow. Kurama lowered his head and glanced at me, his amber-slitted eyes full of resignation. With a tone of disdain he said, Naruto, you idiot, bringing such a small child into my inner world, aren't you afraid my chakra will scare her or affect her body? I have no choice, Kurama. Naruto immediately put on a pleading smile, hands clasped together. I really have no experience taking care of kids and Hinata's out. Just watch her for a little while and they'll take her out when Hinata gets back. Please, please. Kurama rolled his eyes, but his heart had already softened. He bent down slightly, his massive body emitting gentle chakra that wrapped around me. Still in a gruff tone he said, don't worry, with my chakra protecting her nothing will happen. Great. I knew you were the best, Kurama. Hearing Kurama's sigh, Naruto knew he had agreed and his face lit up with joy as he carefully placed me on Kurama's soft back. So soft. The moment I touched Kurama's fur I couldn't help but let out a contented sigh, burying my little face in the fluffy coat. The faint scent of sunshine and grass filled my nostrils and I squinted in bliss. I reached out my tiny hand, stroking Kurama's fur again and again. It was so smooth and soft that I couldn't stop. Naruto also lay down, resting his head on one of Kurama's tails. As he gently patted my back he chatted with Kurama, about the past ninja world war, the peaceful life in Konoha now, and his nervous excitement about becoming Hokage. The two talked on and on, enjoying themselves. They truly were partners who had fought side by side for years with endless topics to discuss. A warm, cozy atmosphere filled the air. Curled up on Kurama's back listening to their conversation and feeling the soft warmth beneath me, I grew drowsy again. My little eyes blinked slowly and I drifted into a dream. I slept soundly on Kurama's soft back, my small chest rising and falling gently with each breath. Occasionally I rubbed against the fur unconsciously like a contented kitten. Seeing me like this, Naruto instinctively lowered his voice, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Kurama, isn't this child especially well behaved? Naruto turned to the side, lightly touching my tiny hand, careful not to wake me. She hasn't cried or fussed much since she woke up and she's so affectionate, not shy at all. Kurama glanced at me, his amber eyes losing some of their usual sharpness and gaining a touch of softness. He flicked his tail lightly, still with a hint of disdain but lacking the earlier harshness. At least she's easy in that regard. But this child's eyes are remarkably clear, without a speck of impurity, nothing like your reckless, headstrong self when you were young. Hey, what was wrong with me as a kid? Naruto laughed and scratched his head, reminiscing about his childhood with a hint of nostalgia. But seriously, looking at this child I think of my younger self back then. If someone had been there for me like this, maybe I wouldn't have craved recognition so desperately. He paused, his gaze on me growing more resolute. So this time I'm going to take good care of her, let her grow up in a loving environment. I won't let her taste loneliness. Kurama was silent for a moment. His massive body shifted slightly into a more comfortable position, ensuring I wouldn't slide off his back. His voice deepened, carrying a trace of seriousness hard to detect. You've matured a lot, you idiot. It's lucky for this child to have you and Hinata. But don't let your soft heart blind you. This child's identity is unusual and she may face trouble later. You need to be prepared. I know. Naruto's smile faded and his tone became solemn. Orochimaru said she's Kakashi Sensei's child and mentioned her mother's situation is complicated. I'll protect her well. When she grows up I'll slowly tell her the truth. For now the most important thing is to make her happy. He said this while gently patting my back, his movements tender enough to melt. Kurama watched him and couldn't help but snort, I never thought I'd see you so careful. When we fought side by side before you never acted so cautiously. That's different. Naruto raised an eyebrow. This is a tiny baby, fragile and easily hurt if I'm not careful. Besides, she's so adorable, who could bear to be unkind to her? He extended his finger and gently poked my cheek. The soft touch made him smile. Kurama didn't retort. Instead he silently wrapped his chakra more tightly around me, as if guarding me without a word. Watching me sleep, a strange feeling stirred in his heart. Having lived for so long he had seen countless wars and slaughters, but this was the first time had come so close to such a tiny life. That pure softness kindled a warmth in his heart long accustomed to coldness. Oh Kurama, Naruto suddenly thought of something and lowered his voice. Have you noticed anything special about this child? I feel she's different from ordinary kids, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Kurama carefully sensed the aura around me, his brow slightly furrowed. She does have a faint unusual chakra, similar to Orochimaru's but purer. And her soul aura is very stable, not like a newborn's. It's as if she has experienced something. He paused, his tone uncertain. But I can't tell for sure now. When she grows a little older it might become clearer. No matter what's special about her, she's a child who needs care. Naruto said firmly. I'll watch over her, make sure she doesn't go astray and keep anyone from hurting her. Kurama looked at Naruto, said nothing more and simply swayed his tail gently, accompanying Naruto and the sleeping me in this warm inner world, enjoying the rare tranquility. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the inner world, casting a warm glow on us like a protective layer, shutting out all unease and danger. After an indeterminate span of time, drowsiness gradually receded. When I opened my eyes again, the living room had grown lively. Hinata entered carrying numerous bags with a neatly folded garment pouch cradled in her arms, a gentle smile gracing her face. I lowered my head and shook my tiny head slightly, realizing that the simple jumpsuit from the laboratory had been replaced. In its stead was a soft yellow outfit, the fabric as light as clouds, wrapping snugly around my small frame, so comfortable I couldn't help but nuzzle against it. It fits perfectly, Naruto. Hinata set the items by the sofa, approached Naruto and gently smoothed the wrinkles on my clothes. Her voice was soft as a spring breeze. Yeah, Hinata, you've got great taste. Naruto looked down at me, beaming cheerfully, and gently tapped my little nose with his finger. Oh. The kid's awake, such a sleepyhead, spending most of the day asleep. With that, he carefully lifted me from the spiritual world of Kurama and held me securely in his arms. It's great that it fits. Hinata sighed with relief, her eyes brimming with delight. Let's hurry and bathe the child, only clean and comfortable shall be at ease. No sooner had she spoken than she turned and strode briskly toward the bathroom to prepare the water. Thank you, Hinata. Naruto gazed at her bustling silhouette, his tone laden with affection. Soon the sound of flowing water came from the bathroom. Hinata poked her head out and said with a smile, the water's ready, temperature just right. Naruto, bring the child over. Just as Naruto was about to stand, Hinata reached out to take me. But the moment her hand touched my tiny arm, I instantly puckered my lips as if scalded, and the next second I burst into a clear, piercing wail full of resistance. No way. Absolutely not going with a woman to the bathroom. I shouted indignantly, in my mind wriggling my little body like a slippery loach, clutching Naruto's collar tightly as if my life depended on it. Though I looked like an infant, my soul was a grown man in his 20s. Longing for sweet romance was one thing, but being a lecher was another story entirely. Having my body seen by the opposite sex was utterly mortifying, like the unbearable shame of being watched by my mother during bath time as a child. Now with a beautiful stranger in place of mother, the embarrassment was doubled. Naruto, save me. I cried, burying my little head into his chest, gripping his clothes for dear life. Compared to Sister Hinata, I want you to take me. Naruto and Hinata were completely flustered by my sudden violent reaction. Hinata stood frozen, her face full of confusion, probably not expecting such resistance from me. Naruto, looking helpless, held me as he tried to soothe me but didn't know where to start, patting my back gently. Alright, stop crying. Did something scare you? Looks like this kid really relies on you, Naruto. Kurama's voice echoed in Naruto's mind, dripping with unmistakable mockery. Who'd have thought you'd be so popular with baby? Don't make wisecracks, Kurama. Naruto wailed inwardly, though he kept a gentle smile on his face. What am I supposed to do in this situation? Why is she so resistant to Hinata? Despite his words, a faint glee stirred in his heart. He was actually popular with children. The feeling of being relied upon was rather nice. Take the kid yourself, Kurama said indifferently. She's still small, the concept of gender doesn't mean anything to her. What's so hard for a big man to bathe an infant? For Kurama, a tailed beast without gender, such trivial matters weren't worth fussing over. Naruto thought about it and found Kurama's words reasonable. Looking at me, still sobbing but stubbornly clutching his clothes, he had no choice but to relent. He looked up at Hinata, a little embarrassed. Hinata, maybe I should take the child for a bath. She seems really attached to me. Sigh. Hinata let out a soft sigh, her eyes holding a hint of concern. Naruto, can you manage alone? She knew all too well his previous lifestyle. Before she married him, his house had been a pigsty and he couldn't even take care of himself, let alone an infant. Don't worry, Hinata. Naruto thumped his chest, his tone resolute. I'm not the Naruto who couldn't even cook anymore. Now I'm a man who can stand on his own, Sixth Hokage. A bath? Leave it to me. Now I'm a man who can stand on his own, Sixth Hokage. A bath? Leave it to me. Seeing Naruto's confident expression, I gradually stopped crying, though my little shoulders still trembled slightly and my hands remained tightly fastened to his collar. Inwardly I gave a thumbs up. Naruto, good buddy. You're a true brother. You came through when it mattered. Now I don't have to face the embarrassment of being seen naked by the opposite sex. Hinata, seeing I had stopped wailing, had to nod. She instructed, be careful. The water temperature is set. Shampoo is on the shelf. Wash gently and don't hurt her. Got it. Don't worry. Naruto laughed in reply and carried me into the bathroom, though his heart was secretly pounding. How exactly do you bathe a baby for the first time? He wouldn't drown her, would he? Kurama, you'd better keep an eye out. Naruto carried me into the bathroom. The warm moist air greeted us carrying the faint fragrance of body wash dispelling the earlier tension. The bathroom tiles were spotless and an oval mirror hung on the wall, its surface so clear it reflected every detail. The bathroom tiles were spotless and an oval mirror hung on the wall, its surface so clear it reflected every detail. Just as Naruto set me on the small stool to fetch a towel, I was captivated by the small figure in the mirror. It was the first time I saw my current self so clearly. Curiously, I tilted my little head and stared wide-eyed at the tiny being, a head of soft silver short hair like scattered moonlight clinging to the small scalp, even more fluffy than Kakashi-sensei's hair, eyes normal black but very bright, a full forehead, slender curved eyebrows like tiny willow leaves, the outer corners of the eyes slightly upturned giving an indescribable liveliness. No wonder Karen and the others had called me cute before. Chubby cheeks with a healthy pink flush, a small nose and mouth perfectly matched. The overall appearance was like a porcelain doll, completely unlike my ordinary self in the past life. So this is how I look now. I mused inwardly, raising my tiny hand involuntarily to touch the cheek in the mirror but only met the cold glass. In my past life I never cared about appearance, but seeing this cute version of myself now I couldn't help feeling delighted. After all, who doesn't want a pleasing face? Even more surprising, this face bore traces of Kakashi-sensei's silver hair combined with an unknown softness probably inherited from the mother's side. Little one, what's so fascinating? Naruto returned with the towel and saw me staring at the mirror motionless. He chuckled and ruffled my hair. Looking at yourself, huh? I snapped back to reality, grinned at Naruto and grabbed his finger with my tiny hand as if replying to him. Amused by my antics, Naruto carefully lifted me and walked to the bathtub. Alright, let's get ready for the bath. It might be a little warm, so well, take it slow. First he dipped his hand in the warm water and gently patted my arm to help me acclimate, his movements as tender as if handling a fragile treasure. Once I was used to it, he carefully placed me in the tub, supporting my head and back to prevent me from inhaling water. The warm water enveloped my small body so comfortable that I let out a soft, ah, and my tiny feet gently kicked, sending up small splashes. Easy on the kicks, don't splash the water out. Naruto sighed with a mix of resignation and amusement. He picked up the baby body wash, squeezed a little into his palm, worked it into a fine lather and then gently applied it to my body. His movements were light, starting from my arms, moving upward little by little, avoiding my eyes and mouth. The warmth of his fingers penetrated the foam, cozy and pleasant. I obediently let him handle me, occasionally reaching out to grab the golden hair hanging in front of him, playing with delight. Naruto didn't get upset, he just gently pushed my hand away with a smile. Don't fuss, we'll play after the bath. As he washed, he hummed a tuneless nursery rhyme. Though not melodious, it was full of tenderness, warming my heart. When washing my hair, he was especially careful. With one hand he gently pressed my forehead to keep water from my eyes, and with the other he dipped his fingers in warm water and carefully rinsed my hair. He even used a towel to shield my face to protect me from the suds. Alright, all done. After about 10 minutes, Naruto lifted me out of the tub and wrapped me snugly in a soft bath towel, leaving only my little head exposed. He gently dried my hair and body, his movements quick yet tender, anxious lest I catch a chill. I nestled in the towel watching Naruto's busy figure, then couldn't help glancing at the mirror. Wrapped in the pink towel I looked even more like a little dumpling, my black pearl-like eyes sparkling even more in the steam. Having someone like Naruto care for me. Maybe being transported here isn't so bad after all. I thought silently, a smile unbidden tugging at my lips. At this moment in the Hokage's office, Kakashi had finally managed to recover from the shock of the day. He leaned back in his chair, his fingers unconsciously tracing the desk surface, his mind a blur of confusion. He couldn't even remember how he had gotten back from Naruto's house, too preoccupied to heed the growling of his stomach, his thoughts entirely consumed by that tiny delicate little figure. I have a daughter. Kakashi murmured, his voice trembling with a touch of disbelief. The moment the words left his mouth, he abruptly stood up from the chair, his eyes instantly brimming with undeniable joy, the corners of his mouth uncontrollably curving upward, causing his mask to quiver slightly. He had always believed that given his nature he would likely spend his life alone, even making plans with Guy to travel far and wide for training after retirement. He never imagined that Orochimaru would give him such a tremendous surprise. Recalling the little one he had seen at Naruto's house, the long lashes in sleep, the chubby cheeks and the silver hair identical to his own, Kakashi's expression softened immensely, his gaze filled with an indescribable warmth. It had been far too long since he had felt such pure happiness for himself. In the past he rejoiced when Sasuke returned safely, he celebrated when Naruto married and settled down, always a spectator offering blessings to those around him. But this time he could finally delight in something his own from the depths of his heart. Yet amid the joy there was a surge of remorse and self-reflection. Kakashi sat in his chair, his brows slightly furrowed. He had handled things terribly today. Shocked beyond measure, he hadn't even properly looked at his daughter, if the image of her in his mind was already blurry. He hadn't offered a single tender greeting, nor had he let her get a good look at her father. Luckily she had been asleep at the time. If his daughter had witnessed him collapsed on the floor in a dazed, disheveled state, even Kakashi, who usually cared little about appearances, couldn't bear to imagine the shame. As for the matter of the child's mother, Kakashi temporarily set aside his doubts. Orochimaru had said the answer would come when the child grew up, so there was no point fretting now. The pressing issue was another matter entirely. He had absolutely no idea how to care for an infant. He couldn't keep imposing on Naruto and Hinata forever, even though they seemed more than willing. But what if, due to his constant absence, his daughter grew up without relying on him, even refusing to acknowledge him as her father, calling Naruto Papa instead? That would be disastrous. That brat Naruto. The image of Naruto holding his daughter with such tender affection and the way she clutched Naruto's finger while sleeping made Kakashi feel the probability was alarmingly high. A pang of jealousy stirred within him, his fingertips unconsciously clenching. No, he absolutely couldn't let that happen. With that thought, Kakashi hesitated no longer and called out in a solemn tone, "Umbu." A shadow instantly materialized in the office, kneeling on one knee. "Lord Hokage. Summon Shikamaru immediately." Kakashi's voice carried an unyielding firmness. By now Shikamaru had gradually taken over various official duties, proving himself steady and reliable. Kakashi had deliberately kept him as a future asset for Naruto, and now Shikamaru could help share the load. Within minutes Shikamaru pushed open the door and entered, a hint of confusion on his face. "Kakashi-sensei, you called for me." "Shikamaru, am entrusting these tasks to you for now." Kakashi gestured toward the mountain of paperwork on the desk, his tone urgent. Before Shikamaru could respond, he had already formed hand seals and vanished in an instant, leaving only a faint "thanks for your hard work" lingering in the air. Shikamaru stared at the empty office and the backlog of work on the desk, letting out a resigned sigh. Honestly, he's left behind all this work again. But today Kakashi-sensei seemed especially restless. Meanwhile, Kakashi had rushed over to the Konoha bookstore without a moment's pause. The moment he entered, he grabbed the shopkeeper's arm, his voice eager. "Master Shopkeeper, I need every book related to childcare, feeding, soothing to sleep, early education, all of them packed up for me." The shopkeeper, startled by his sudden appearance, quickly nodded. "Yes, of course, Lord Rokudaime. Please wait a moment." With that, he turned and scrambled to gather various parenting books from the shelves, from the Encyclopedia of Infant Feeding to A New Dad's Guide and Techniques for Soothing Toddlers, piling up 2 large boxes full. Kakashi hoisted the 2 boxes of books and used the body flicker technique to return home in a flash. Once inside, he set the boxes on the floor and immediately formed 3 shadow clones, each holding several books. "Get through these quickly, all of them, and compile the key points." "Understood." The 3 clones responded in unison and immediately sat down to read. It had to be said, the shadow clone technique made studying incredibly efficient. Coupled with Kakashi's natural intelligence and sharp learning ability, the 3 clones divided the work, one focused on feeding knowledge, another on sleep-soothing techniques, and the last on recording early education essentials. Whenever they hit important points, they exchanged notes. Within a single afternoon they had gone through most of the books and compiled a densely written notebook. In the evening, Kakashi dismissed the clones, tucked the notebook into his chest, and made a detour to the famous tricolor dango shop on Konoha Street corner, buying a small box of sweet dango, Naruto and Hinata's favorite, as a gift. Then, taking a deep breath, he headed toward Naruto's house. Standing outside Naruto's door, he straightened his clothes and checked his mask, a mix of nervousness and anticipation churning within him. This time he would properly look at his daughter and be a worthy father. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking echoed, and Kakashi's voice carried a subtle tension. "Naruto, Hinata, I'm here." "Coming." Naruto's cheerful voice answered from inside, followed by the click of the lock as the door swung open. Seeing Kakashi at the door, Naruto's face immediately lit up with a grin, the fine lines at the corners of his eyes crinkling with delight. He had known Kakashi would come, given how shaken the man had looked during the day, clearly deeply invested in the child. "Kakashi-sensei. You're finally here." Naruto quickly stepped aside to make room and naturally reached out to take the tricolor dango gift box from Kakashi's hand, greeting him familiarly. "Come in, it's windy outside." Hinata was just feeding the little one, she should be almost done now. Kakashi followed Naruto inside. The small bag of clothes that Hinata had brought back earlier still sat in the entryway, and the air carried a faint scent of milk, warm and soothing. As he rounded the corner into the living room, his gaze was immediately drawn to the scene by the sofa. Hinata was sitting on a cushion holding a tiny figure in her arms, carefully feeding the baby with a blue bottle. The bottle's design looked familiar. He recalled it was the one Yuhi Kurinai had given as a gift. The little one was half reclining against Hinata, her tiny mouth wrapped around the nipple, her black eyes wide open, occasionally glancing up at Hinata with an endearing, obedient expression. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft golden glow over them, the scene so heartwarming that Kakashi instinctively softened his steps. "Kakashi-sensei, please have a seat." Hinata, hearing the approach, looked up and smiled gently, her voice soft so as not to disturb the child in her arms. Kakashi hummed in acknowledgement and sat down on the sofa, but his eyes never left his daughter. The childcare notes he had tucked in his pocket were completely forgotten, the feeding techniques and soothing methods he had memorized with the help of his clones during the afternoon had evaporated from his mind, leaving only a heart full of nervousness and awkwardness. His fingers curled slightly, he wanted to reach out and touch the child but feared his clumsy movements might startle her. So he remained frozen in place, his gaze holding an awkward tenderness. So it's Kakashi. I held the pacifier in my mouth, lifting my eyes to see the silver-haired man on the sofa. Though this was my first formal meeting with him, the familiar silver hair and the scar over his eye instantly let me recognize him as my father in this life. In the world of Naruto there were few like Kakashi, who had lost his father, his teacher and his most treasured comrades, yet always faced life with a gentle smile, protecting Konoha in his own way. That strength earned my genuine admiration. With that thought I released the pacifier, tilted my little head toward Kakashi and extended my chubby hand, waving it lightly in his direction while letting out a soft babbling sound as if greeting him. Hinata, noticing this, smiled warmly and gently supported my back, lifting me toward Kakashi. It seems the little one really likes you, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi instinctively reached out and took me into his arms with utmost care, his arms stiff as if frozen by a spell, his breathing even becoming softer. He looked down at the tiny figure in his arms, her black eyes as clear as glass marbles, her cheeks chubby and smeared with milk, a few strands of soft silver hair clinging to her forehead bearing a resemblance to his own childhood. An indescribable warmth surged through his heart, joy bursting like bubbles in his chest, causing even his fingertips to tremble slightly. After a long moment Kakashi managed to compose himself. Carefully supporting my bottom with one hand, he reached into his chest with the other and pulled out a neatly folded slip of paper. The edges of the paper were a bit creased, clearly from being repeatedly handled. He gently unfolded the paper and held it before my eyes. His voice carried a barely perceptible nervousness yet was filled with profound solemnity. Little one, this is your name, Hatake Hotaru. From now on that's what you'll be called. I stared at the three characters, Hatake Hotaru, on the paper, though I couldn't read them yet I could feel the seriousness in Kakashi's tone. Hatake Hotaru. I murmured the name in my mind, gently nuzzling my head against his chest, then reached out and grasped his finger. His fingers were longer than Naruto's, roughened by years of holding kunai, yet they felt incredibly warm. Feeling the touch on his fingertips, the stiffness on Kakashi's face gradually melted away. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, causing his mask to shift slightly. He looked down at the daughter holding his finger in his arms, his heart filled with softness. From now on he was no longer alone. He had a daughter, a precious little one named Hatake Hotaru, who belonged to him. Naruto, sitting nearby, watched their interaction and couldn't help teasing with a grin, Kakashi-sensei, you picked a really nice name. Hotaru, like a firefly, bright and adorable. Kakashi didn't refute. He gently patted my back, his eyes overflowing with affection. Yes, I hope she can always carry her light like a firefly and grow up happily. Hatake Hotaru. I silently repeated this name in my heart and my small lips couldn't help but curl into a slight smile. As a girl's name it was indeed beautiful, gentle and lively, carrying a faint glow like fireflies, just as Kakashi had said. No wonder Hinata and Naruto had praised it so warmly. Yet, my past life male mindset had not fully transformed, and being suddenly called such a cute name felt a bit awkward. But on second thought, since I would be living as a girl in this world from now on, it was best to adapt early. Fortunately, the world of Naruto was always tolerant of marriage. Late marriage or even remaining single was common, so I was not bound by the pressure of continuing the family line. If the Hatake bloodline truly needed to be carried on, I could trouble Orochimaru again. With his scientific abilities it should not be difficult. I schemed inwardly, gently resting my little head against Kakashi's chest, appearing obedient and well-behaved. Kakashi had no idea of the strange thoughts hidden in his daughter's mind. He only felt the little one in his arms staring at him with wide round eyes, her adorableness melting his heart. He gently patted my back, his fingertips feeling the softness of my hair and the warmth of my small body. A never-before-felt satisfaction filled his heart. This child was the continuation of his life, the most precious gift heaven had bestowed upon him. When I was born, my father must have felt the same way. Kakashi's thoughts drifted back to his childhood, recalling his father Tsukumo Hatake's gentle smile, and his eyes grew slightly hot. He had lost too many people he cared about, and now finally having a family of his own, this feeling was so precious that he longed to protect it with all his might. After dinner, Hinata took the dishes to the kitchen, leaving Naruto, Kakashi and me, still in Kakashi's arms, in the living room. The two sat on the sofa formally discussing the arrangements for my care. I've already made a list of daily necessities. I'll have the ANBU deliver them tomorrow, all the best brands recommended in parenting books, Kakashi said, pulling a note from his pocket covered in dense handwriting. I'll come to see her every day after work and take her home on weekends to build our bond. He had thought everything through meticulously, from the brand of milk powder and diaper size to future early education and ninjutsu training. But as he spoke, a note of regret crept into his voice. Unfortunately, I can't resign yet, so I can't be with her all the time. Burdened with the duties of the Hokage, he had to handle all affairs of Konoha, only sparing time after work to be with his daughter. This trade-off filled him with guilt. "So Naruto, you need to take over my job soon." Kakashi's tone shifted and he looked at Naruto with unwavering determination. "I'm looking forward to retiring early to focus on raising my daughter." "Huh?" Naruto's eyes went wide and he let out an incredulous wail. "Kakashi-sensei. Spare me. I barely have time to spend with Hinata just handling official duties. How can I take on the Hokage role?" He shook his head, grimacing. "And who resigns as Hokage in their 30s? You're way too impatient." Objection overruled. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, a rare triumphant smile spreading across his face as he gently patted me in his arms. "I have a daughter unlike you. Isn't early retirement to raise a child better than dealing with paperwork all day?" Seeing Kakashi's smug expression, "A daughter makes everything worthwhile," I couldn't help but giggle and softly patted his cheek with my small hand. Now I understood just how important I was in Kakashi's heart. This once lonely man now wore so many lively smiles because of my presence. Being cherished like this felt warm and reassuring. "Don't worry, Kakashi," I silently vowed, nuzzling my head against his chest. "From now on I'll be a good daughter, stay with you and never let you be lonely again." Meanwhile Naruto, who had been oppressed by Kakashi, pouted in defiance, already scheming quickly in his mind. "Humph, daughter. Hinata and I can have one too. Then I'll hold my daughter and show off in front of Kakashi-sensei." He glanced toward the kitchen, his eyes full of determination. As night deepened, Kakashi reluctantly rose to leave. He held me, unwilling to let go, repeatedly reminding Naruto, "Remember to tuck her in at night so she doesn't catch cold. If she cries, try the soothing techniques I taught you. Message me anytime if anything happens." I know. Kakashi-sensei, don't worry." Naruto waved his hand helplessly, but inwardly he found it amusing. The once calm and composed Sixth Hokage had become more nagging than a mother. Finally Kakashi lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on my forehead before reluctantly letting go and leaving Naruto's house. Naruto stood at the door, seeing him off. I leaned on his shoulder, watching Kakashi's receding figure, and sensed a hint of schadenfreude in Naruto's smile. Perhaps he was relieved that he wasn't completely trapped by Hokage duties yet. But it didn't matter. With such kind people like Naruto and Hinata taking care of me, and a father like Kakashi who cherished me even if I couldn't see him every day, I could grow up happily in Konoha. Under the attentive care of Naruto and Hinata, I truly came to experience what is meant by a divine life, utterly indulged in a life of utter ease where everything was done for me. Each day I had to do nothing but lie still. When hungry, warm milk was brought to my lips, when thirsty Hinata patiently fed me water, when bored Naruto would amuse me with endless antics, sometimes meowing like a cat, sometimes making funny faces, and occasionally lifting me high to let me feel the joy of soaring. Even if I simply lay quietly watching them bustle about, Naruto and Hinata would frequently praise me. "Hotaru is such a good girl, so quiet. Our Hotaru is truly a well-behaved child." Every time they complimented me like this, I couldn't help but blush, my tiny face burying into the soft bedding, a little embarrassed inside. After all, I was just a helpless infant who couldn't even turn over without great effort. My limbs were soft and weak, if the slightest movement made me feel like a boneless little ball, hardly anything remarkable. Yet seeing the genuine affection in their eyes, I couldn't help but grin back, my little hands waving unconsciously in response to their tenderness. During this time Kakashi never missed a visit. No matter how late or exhausted he was after work, he always came straight to Naruto's home to see me. Sometimes I could see the bloodshot veins in his eyes, evidence of the heavy burden of piled-up official duties. Yet even so, the moment he held me, he would instantly shed all fatigue and spare no effort to cheer me up, gently poking my cheek with his finger, humming a tuneless lullaby, or even clumsily imitating bird calls, a sight utterly unlike the composed and steady Sixth Hokage. Seeing him force himself to be energetic, I felt both joy and a pang of sympathy. Joyful that he treasured me, so sympathetic that he, already so tired, had to expend further effort for me. But as I was now, there was nothing I could do but respond in the most straightforward way. I would reach out my chubby little hand to grasp his finger, tightly stare at him unblinkingly, occasionally let out a soft ahaya cry, or nuzzle against him, gently bumping my small head against his chest. Whenever he saw such reactions from me, Kakashi's eyes would light up, his smile would become genuinely warm, and his weariness seemed to dissipate. At last the weekend arrived and Kakashi had a full day of rest. Early in the morning, just as dawn was breaking, he came eagerly to Naruto's house, carefully picked me up while I was still asleep, his movements so gentle as if afraid to disturb me. "Hotaru, we're going home," he whispered, pressing a light kiss on my forehead, his voice tender enough to melt. Naruto rubbed his eyes as he saw us off, still reminding him, "Kakashi-sensei, remember to feed Hotaru on time. She'll take a nap at noon, and after she wakes up, play with her for a while." "I know you're so fussy," Kakashi said with a wave, turning and walking away with me in his arms, his steps as light as a child looking forward to an outing. Before long we arrived at Kakashi's home, also my home. As the door opened, a clean, fresh scent wafted over, different from the lively, homely warmth of Naruto's place. Here it was cozier and more tranquil. The living room was tidy with a soft light gray blanket on the sofa, several parenting books lying open on the coffee table, and beside it a small crib lined with brand new pink bedding, clearly prepared especially for me. In the corner of the room was a small pot of lush green pothos, its leaves a vibrant emerald adding a touch of life. The walls were sparsely decorated with only a small landscape painting. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows on the floor, bathing the whole room in a warm glow. I opened my eyes wide with curiosity, taking in this home belonging to Kakashi and me. I could imagine he must have put a lot of thought into tidying and decorating, even preparing a crib and supplies especially for me. Such attentiveness warmed my heart. Watching Kakashi's busy figure, carefully placing me into the crib then turning to prepare warm water, a gentle smile on his face and deep care in his eyes, I silently sighed in my heart, "Thank you for everything, Dad." To give me a comfortable home and become a qualified father, he, already overwhelmed by the Hokage's workload, still found time to study parenting and meticulously arrange the room. This profound paternal love filled me with both emotion and reassurance. I stretched out my little hand, waving toward Kakashi, letting out a soft ahaya cry as if responding to his efforts. Seeing my gesture, Kakashi immediately strode over, crouched beside the crib and gently took my hand. "What is it, Hotaru? Do you like it here?" I grinned at him, my small hand gripping his finger tightly, thinking to myself, wherever Dad is, that's the best home. Kakashi carried me into his room. As the door opened, a refreshing scent similar to the living room greeted us, but with an added unique fragrance of his own, a faint smell of ink mingled with sun-dried fabric, bringing a sense of deep security. The room's decoration matched the living room style, simple yet warm. The walls were a soft cream white. By the window stood a desk with neatly stacked books, beside which was a small frame holding a photo of a younger Kakashi together with Obito, Rin and Minato, the edges slightly yellowed yet preserved with great care. On the nightstand was a warm yellow lamp, next to it his usual copy of Makeout Paradise and a newly unboxed baby toy, a rattle that made a crisp sound, clearly prepared specially for me. The most striking was the crib placed in the center of the room. Unlike the one in the living room, this crib was adorned with light gray knitted lace around its edges, lined with a thick layer of cashmere padding, soft as clouds to the touch. Kakashi carefully laid me in the crib, gently rocking the handle, the motion as tender as a spring breeze brushing across a lake. "Comfortable, Hotaru?" He crouched beside the crib, his fingertips lightly brushing my cheek, his voice as soft as if coaxing a fragile treasure. Lying in the soft crib, feeling the gentle sway, the warm yellow sunlight filtering through the curtain cracks fell upon me and drowsiness instantly washed over me. I squinted my small black eyes, my tiny hands unconsciously grasping the knitted lace at the crib's edge, and before long I fell into a deep sleep, my breathing becoming long and steady. Kakashi sat on the chair beside the crib, quietly watching me sleep, his gaze filled with boundless tenderness. Seeing me curled up into a tiny ball, my long lashes trembling slightly, he couldn't help but murmur softly, "This little one really heals me." Previously, coming home from work meant facing an empty house, passing time by reading or training, always feeling something was missing. But now with Hotaru here, even the air in the home felt alive. Just watching her sleep drove away all fatigue, filling his heart with a solid warmth. He reached out a finger, lightly touching my tiny fist, the movement so gentle as if afraid to disturb my dreams. When I woke again, the sunlight had shifted to the center of the room, clearly midday. I rubbed my sleepy eyes, just about to let out an ahaya cry when I caught the faint scent of milk. Kakashi came in carrying a pink bottle. Seeing me awake, he immediately smiled. "Hotaru's awake. The milk is just warmed, come drink it." He carefully lifted me, cradling me in the crook of his arm, and slowly brought the nipple to my lips. I sucked on the nipple, but my gaze fell on the nightstand. There lay Kakashi's lunch, a simple bowl of miso soup, some pickles, and a small bowl of rice, looking rather meager. Though he spared no effort for me, buying the best milk powder and softest bedding, he was so casual with himself, not even a proper lunch. A pang of bitterness rose in my heart, and I silently resolved, when I grow up I must learn to cook, to make Dad delicious meals to reward him so he can enjoy a hot proper meal. After finishing the milk, Kakashi held me on the sofa, gently patting my back to help me burp. He looked at the little yellow clothes I was wearing, borrowed from Mirai before. Though clean and fitting, he always felt they weren't exclusive enough. "Hotaru, how about this afternoon Dad takes you to buy new clothes?" Kakashi looked down at me, his tone full of anticipation. "It won't do to always wear Mirai's clothes. Dad will buy the prettiest little dresses for Hotaru and soft little jackets to make our Hotaru the cutest princess of Konoha." He continued, gently pinching my cheek. "Dad's income is pretty good now, buying clothes for Hotaru is no problem at all. From now on, whatever Hotaru wants, Dad will get it for you." Seeing his earnest expression, I couldn't help but grin, my little hand gripping his finger tightly. Feeling Dad's overflowing love made me happier than any beautiful clothes could. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow over us. The shadows of father and daughter stretched long across the living room, filled with an atmosphere of tender warmth. The afternoon sunlight in Konoha was just right, warm rays spilling over the stone-paved road, casting dappled shadows. Kakashi pushed a brand new stroller and I sat steadily inside, my little body wrapped in a soft blanket, only a fluffy silver head exposed. The stroller rolled slowly forward, drawing the gazes of many passers-by. After all, the Sixth Hokage pushing a stroller through the streets was a rare sight indeed. Curious eyes converged upon us, housewives holding children's hands, students with backpacks, and street vendors, their glances full of inquiry yet tinged with kindness without excessive prying. "Good afternoon, Lord Sixth. Lord Kakashi, are you off today?" Along the way people greeted Kakashi with warm and respectful tones. Kakashi pushed the stroller while returning smiles and waves with a gentleness that softened even the gaze behind his mask, a stark contrast to his usual stern demeanor during official duties. Finally someone's curiosity got the better of them. An aunt selling fruits paused her work and asked with a smile, "Lord Sixth, who is this child? He's so handsome with silver hair just like you." The question was expected. Kakashi stopped, looked down at me in the stroller, his eyes brimming with uncontainable pride, and said calmly yet solemnly, "This child is my daughter Hatake Hotaru." Daughter? A few nearby curious onlookers gasped softly in unison, then quickly lowered their voices, afraid to disturb me. Curled up in the stroller I listened to Kakashi's proud declaration but felt a small sorrow inside. Is this okay, Dad? After all, my identity is far too special, an experimental subject cultivated from genes by Orochimaru, not a natural birth. Announcing so openly that I am his daughter, what if the truth is exposed later and causes trouble for him? Just as I was secretly worrying, someone couldn't help pressing further about the child's origins. Kakashi was prepared. He nodded slightly and explained calmly, "The child's mother and I kept her existence hidden to protect her right after birth. Now that things have stabilized, I'm taking her out for a walk." Hearing this, the curiosity on the residents' faces instantly faded, replaced by a trace of sad understanding. They exchanged glances full of empathy. Someone even sighed softly and murmured, "I see. That makes sense. Well, it's good that the child is safe." I watched their reactions and understood immediately. They must have thought of the fourth Hokage and Kushina from back then. To protect Naruto and defend Konoha, that young couple sacrificed their lives, leaving Naruto to endure solitude alone. Kakashi's excuse both protected my special identity and resonated with Konoha's residents, preventing further questions. Kakashi clearly knew what they were thinking. He offered no further explanation, only nodded slightly to the crowd and pushed the stroller onward, leaving the softly murmuring residents behind. I gazed at my father's straight back, warmth filling my heart. He had built a protective wall around me in the gentlest way. "Kakashi-sensei. Over here." Just then a crisp female voice rang out, brimming with vitality. We looked toward the sound and saw a golden-haired, blue-eyed woman running toward us briskly. She wore a smart purple blouse and dark trousers, her hair slightly tousled by the wind. It was Ino. "Oh, Ino." Kakashi stopped and greeted her with a smile, his tone familiar. "So beautiful." I marveled inwardly. Ino's looks truly lived up to her reputation, delicate features, lively eyes, and a charming little dimple when she smiled, even more dazzling than in the anime. Ino reached the stroller, her gaze instantly captivated by me. Her eyes lit up as she exclaimed in delight, "Wow. Is this your daughter? She's adorable. So quiet, not fussy at all, such long eyelashes, gorgeous." The more she looked, the more she adored me. She bent down and gently poked my chubby cheek, the soft touch making her laugh out loud. Then, as if remembering something, she turned and dashed back to the nearby flower shop, her family's Yamanaka flower shop, with colorful blossoms displayed at the entrance. In a moment Ino returned holding a beautifully wrapped bouquet of soft pink roses, fresh white daisies, and a few sprigs of lavender forget-me-nots arranged with exquisite taste. "A small token," she said, handing the bouquet to Kakashi, her eyes tender as she looked at me. "I hope Hotaru grows up healthy and happy, as lovely as these flowers." With that she gently stroked my head, her fingertips carrying a faint floral scent, soft and light. "Thank you on behalf of Hotaru." Kakashi accepted the bouquet, lowered his head to inhale the fragrance, and a genuine smile spread across his face. He placed the flowers in the stroller's side pocket, and the delicate scent lingered in the air, refreshing the spirit. Beholding Ino's sincere smile, I couldn't help grinning, showing my toothless gums, and waved my little hand in her direction. Ino was even more delighted by my reaction. She chatted with Kakashi for a few more moments before bidding goodbye with a smile and returning to the flower shop. Kakashi pushed the stroller onward. Sunlight floral scent, the goodwill of passers-by, and my father's warm companionship gradually dispelled the worry in my heart. Perhaps with a father who loves me so much and a Konoha so accepting, my identity would no longer be such a heavy burden. After leaving the flower shop, Kakashi pushed the stroller along the stone-paved road deeper into Konoha's commercial district. Soon a small shop with a wooden sign reading, "Kimono Custom Children's Wear," came into view. Its wooden facade exuded an antique charm. In the window display were several tiny adorable outfits, a pink kimono embroidered with cherry blossoms and blue overalls adorned with jingling bells. My eyes lit up. This is the place, Hotaru. Kakashi bent down, lifted the stroller's sunshade and pointed at the window with a smile. Well, have some custom clothes made for you so Hotaru can wear her own little dresses. Pushing the door open, a crisp wind chime rang. An old grandmother wearing reading glasses looked up from behind the counter. Seeing Kakashi, she immediately stood up with a smile. Oh, my lord Sixth. What brings you to my little shop today? Good day, grandma. I've brought my daughter to have some clothes made. Kakashi spoke warmly without any trace of Hokage formality. He gently lifted me from the stroller and held me against his chest. Hotaru, say hello to grandma. I grinned at the old grandmother, waving my tiny hands, unconsciously letting out soft cooing sounds. The old grandmother was charmed, her eyes crinkling with laughter as she came forward and patted my little hand. What a beautiful child. Like a little fairy. Come, let's pick some fabric first. She turned and brought over a pile of colorful fabrics from the shelves, spreading them on the counter. These are the new arrivals this year, soft cashmere and breathable linen cotton blend, most comfortable for little ones. Lord Sixth, which do you prefer? Kakashi looked down at me, his eyes full of inquiry. Which color does Hotaru like? Pink. Like little cherry blossoms. I stared at the fabrics, my gaze settling on a piece of pale lavender linen cotton. Its gentle, elegant shade and tiny white lily-of-thievery embroidery were exquisite and beautiful. I reached out, my small hand gently grasped that piece of fabric and even gave a little nod, my dark eyes sparkling with joy. Oh. Hotaru likes this color. Kakashi chuckled, ruffled my hair and said to the old grandmother, then let's take this lavender linen cotton and also a piece of light gray cashmere. Make 2 little dresses, please, and could you embroider small lily-of-thievery patterns on the hem? Of course. The grandmother immediately took out paper and a pen, carefully noting down the measurements and requirements. Come pick them up in 3 days. They'll be perfectly fitted and lovely. Kakashi paid the deposit and was about to carry me out when a familiar voice came from the doorway. Excuse me, can children's clothes be altered here? Looking up, it was Yuhi Kurenai holding baby Mirai. She wore a white knit top while Mirai was dressed in a blue baby suit, staring at me with wide, curious eyes. Kurenai. Kakashi was a little surprised, then smiled. What a coincidence, you're buying clothes for Mirai too. Yes, Mirai grows fast and his old clothes are too small. I was hoping to get them altered for continued use. Kurenai walked over to us, her gaze falling on me. She couldn't help but smile. So this is little Hotaru. Even cuter than Hinata described. Those dark eyes are so bright, like little stars hidden inside. Mirai also reached out his small hand, wanting to touch my silver hair. Kurenai gently held his hand and said softly, Mirai, be gentle, don't hurt little Hotaru. I looked into Mirai's round big eyes and couldn't help reaching out my own little hand to lightly touch his, my dark eyes full of innocence. The interaction between the 2 little ones made both Kakashi and Kurenai laugh, and the atmosphere in the shop instantly became extra warm. By the way, Kakashi, Kurenai said, as if remembering something. She took a small plush toy from her bag, a little bear, and handed it to me. This is a bear toy Mirai played with when he was small, it's been washed clean. A gift for little Hotaru to play with. Little ones love these. Hugging the soft little bear plush, I shook my head happily, my dark eyes turning into crescent moons, and flashed a big smile at Kurenai. Kakashi quickly thanked her. Thank you so much, Kurenai. Hotaru will surely love it. After a few more pleasantries, Kurenai carried Mirai over to discuss alterations with the old grandmother while Kakashi carried me out of the shop. In the stroller's side pocket besides Ino's bouquet there was now a little bell given by the old grandmother. She said it could be sewn onto the dress, producing a clear jingle when walking, and that children would love it. The sunlight remained warm, a gentle breeze carried the scent of flowers across my cheek. Curled in Kakashi's arms clutching the little bear plush, my dark eyes were filled with contentment. So this is what life in Konoha could be like, so warm and beautiful, with my father's protection, the kindness of neighbors and new little friends. This existence was even happier than the one I had imagined in my past life. After returning from the shopping district, the sky gradually deepened into twilight. Kakashi gently placed me into the cradle in the room, tucked the soft little blanket around me, and fearing I might grow bored lying alone, deliberately pulled up a chair beside the cradle, picked up a picture book and began telling me a story in a low voice. His voice was tender and magnetic, as gentle as moonlight deep in the night, page after page recounting the tale of the little forest animals. I gazed up with bright black eyes, listening quietly, occasionally reaching out a tiny hand to grasp at his dangling silver hair. He would pause the story, smile and gently tap my little nose, his gaze brimming with adoration. Dinner was simple yet warm. Kakashi prepared warm milk for me while he ate a bowl of rice with side dishes. Perhaps because I had played hard outdoors in the afternoon, not long after finishing the milk I could no longer resist the thick drowsiness. My little head nodded and soon I curled up in the cradle, falling into a deep peaceful sleep with steady long breaths. When I woke again the night was already deep. Moonlight streamed through the gauze curtains, casting a hazy silver glow across the room. All was still save for the slow rhythmic ticking of the wall clock. I groggily opened my eyes, my dark bright gaze slowly focusing in the dim light, and soon spotted the figure in the corner of the room. Kakashi sat at his desk back to me holding a small photo frame. His fingertips gently traced the edges of the frame as tender as if he were touching a priceless treasure. It was the photo I had seen earlier that day placed at the corner of the desk, a group shot of a younger Kakashi with 3 others, a boy with goggles and a cheerful grin, a girl with short hair and gentle eyes, and a man wearing a jonin vest, a faint smile on his face. I knew without thinking, they were Obito Lin and Minato Sensei. Kakashi's silhouette in the moonlight appeared somewhat frail, wrapped in a faint melancholy, and even his usual gentle aura carried an extra shade of solitude. Watching him stare intently at the photo, a pang of sorrow surged in my heart. Kakashi, you must miss them so much, your teacher, your teammates. I couldn't help but stir my little body, letting out a soft sound to catch his attention. Kakashi immediately snapped out of his reverie. He turned, saw I was awake, quickly rose and strode to the cradle, bent down and gently touched my forehead, his voice laced with concern. You're awake. Are you hungry? Is something uncomfortable? I shook my head, pointed my little finger at the photo frame he had just placed on the desk, my dark eyes full of earnestness. Kakashi paused, not understanding my intention. He simply followed my finger to look at the frame, then looked back at me. Undeterred, I reached out my tiny hand again, pointing once more toward that direction, and even emphasized with a deliberate ah. Thanks to my persistent efforts, Kakashi finally seemed to guess what I wanted. With a hint of doubt, he picked up the photo frame, walked slowly to the cradle, and looked down at me. Wants to see this. At the sight of the frame in his hand, I immediately broke into a toothless grin, my dark eyes curving into crescent moons, my little hands fluttering excitedly. At this, Kakashi was fully convinced of his guess, and an inexplicable smile crept across his face. I never thought you little one would be interested in this photo. He carefully lifted me from the cradle, settled me in the crook of his arm, then brought the photo frame close to my eyes. His fingertip lightly tapped the figures in the picture as he began to speak in a low voice filled with nostalgia and tenderness. These are all the important people in Daddy's life. This is Minato Sensei, Naruto's father. He was a great Hokage who taught Daddy so much. This is Obito, Daddy's teammate, stubborn but he valued his comrades deeply. And this, her name is Lin, also Daddy's teammate, gentle and kind. His fingertip lightly traced each face in the photo, his gaze distant as if immersed in remote memories. They were all indispensable people in Daddy's life, only they're all gone. I listened quietly, my dark eyes reflecting the figures in the frame and also the longing in Kakashi's eyes. Though I couldn't comfort him with words, I could feel the yearning and loneliness deep in his heart. I reached out my chubby little hand, gently patted his cheek, then tightly grasped the finger that held the photo frame, using the purest gesture to tell him that he was no longer alone. He had me. Feeling my soothing touch, Kakashi looked down into my innocent eyes. The melancholy in his gaze gradually dissipated, replaced by a surge of warmth. He softly kissed my forehead, his voice so tender it seemed to drip with affection. Thank you, Ing. With you here, Daddy is no longer lonely. Obito Lin, Minato Sensei, you would be happy for me too, wouldn't you? Under the moonlight, father and daughter nestled together, the smiles in the photo frame intertwined with the tender moment before them, weaving a scene of tranquil healing. I curled up in Kakashi's warm embrace, listening to his steady heartbeat, and closed my eyes again, silently vowing from now on I will stay by Daddy's side and make sure he never feels lonely again. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting fragmented patterns of light on the bedding. The warm temperature enveloped the soft cashmere blanket, intensifying the urge to linger in bed. I turned slightly facing the sunlight and rubbed my small face against the fluffy pillow, filled with a sense of contentment. This might be the happiest thing since becoming a little baby. No alarm clock, no urgings, I could sleep as long as I wanted, free from the pressures of reality. In a daze, memories of my past high school life suddenly surfaced back. When I was healthy, the alarm would ring punctually before 6 in the morning, just as dawn broke, followed by the sound of the dorm manager urging us to get up. Sitting groggily at the desk, yawning at the pages filled with lessons, the feeling of being so tired I could barely open my eyes, yet still having to force myself to stay awake, was terrifying when I think back on it now. It's so much more comfortable now. I murmured to myself, just about to bury my small head back into the blankets to continue enjoying this rare laziness, when I instinctively turned over. But as soon as I opened my eyes, I froze. There was a strange figure pressed against the glass outside. The person was tightly pressed against the glass, their face almost flattened, with wide eyes staring directly at me. Most noticeable was their outrageous green bodysuit, which stood out strikingly in the morning light, incredibly eye-catching. My sleepiness vanished without a trace, and my shiny black eyes fixed intensely on that figure, my heart racing. After a few seconds I realized, who else but the man who always spoke of youth would wear such a bright green outfit. So it's Teacher Kai. You scared me to death. I quietly sighed in relief, slumping back into the cradle and patting my chest. Though this surprise attack came unexpectedly, it truly was something that Might Guy would do. As my father's old comrade, a lifelong rival and dear friend, he had saved my father in times of danger multiple times. If it weren't for Kai's companionship and encouragement back then, my father would have found it difficult to overcome the shadows of Obito and Rin's passing, and he certainly wouldn't have become the gentle yet steadfast person he is today. More importantly, teacher Kai's relentless spirit and youthful vigor had quietly inspired me in my past life. I remember when I was exhausted from training or overwhelmed by life's pressures, I would often sneakily shout youth to myself as if that could draw forth a bit of strength to move forward. "Hey Kai, don't do that so early in the morning." Just then the door was gently pushed open and Kakashi entered holding a pink bottle in one hand and a clean diaper in the other, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness but no real reproach. "Can't you knock properly? I'm not stopping you from coming in." "Ha ha ha. Kakashi, you're still the same, not understanding the passion of youth at all." Kai's voice came through the glass filled with his signature energy. In the next moment he whooshed away from the glass and suddenly appeared at the door, greeting me upside down, with his hands on the ground, legs straight up in the air, his feet still firmly bound in thick plaster, looking somewhat comical yet instantly reminding me of that kick he delivered during the Great Ninja War to protect everyone, risking his life. Clearly that kick had taken quite a toll on his body, requiring plaster support even now, but it did not diminish his fiery spirit. Sorry. Kai apologized with a smile, though his tone held no real remorse. "I just heard you had a daughter and hurried over to take a look. I didn't expect your daughter to be so adorable while sleeping delicately beautiful. I couldn't help but press my face against the glass to watch her for a bit longer, completely unable to control my youthful excitement." As he spoke he carefully pushed himself off the ground and slowly moved to the side of the cradle, his bright eyes fixed on me filled with admiration. "Wow. This must be Yukimaki Hikari, right? Just like you, she has that handsome silver hair. Those bright black eyes are truly striking, simply a symbol of—" I felt a bit shy from his direct and enthusiastic compliments, my small face slightly reddening, and I instinctively shrank deeper into the cradle, but my shiny black eyes couldn't help but survey him. Despite being in plaster, teacher Kai's gaze remained sharp and his smile radiant. That unique youthful aura could be felt from afar. Kakashi shook his head helplessly, placing the bottle on the bedside table and gently lifted me, saying, "Don't scare the child, Kai. She just woke up and isn't used to such enthusiasm." "Oh, I'm so sorry." Kai quickly toned down his excitement, but his exhilaration was still palpable. "I'm just so happy. Kakashi, you finally have your own family. This is truly the most celebratory thing in youth. In the future we can not only compare ninjutsu but also see who is better at caring for kids. This will definitely be an amazing youthful contest." Looking at teacher Kai's enthusiastic demeanor and then at Kakashi's helpless yet smiling expression, I couldn't help but smile broadly. Having such a warm and interesting group of people around makes each day in Konoha filled with surprises. Kai was still immersed in his passionate thoughts of a child-rearing competition, his eyes shining like flames. He suddenly slapped the ground, moving forward a couple of steps while upside down, his tone brimming with anticipation. "In that case, why not have a warm-up for youth right now? Kakashi, let's have a contest. Let's see who can make little Hikari laugh first, and the loser has to treat the winner to a whole bowl of Ichiraku ramen with double pork." His enthusiasm was palpable, even the beads of sweat on his forehead showed his excitement, clearly having already devised various strategies for entertaining children, just waiting for Kakashi to respond. But Kakashi simply held me, gently shaking his arm, looking down at my shiny black eyes, his tone gentle yet firm as he rejected, "No, I need to accompany my daughter. She just woke up, hasn't had her milk or diaper changed, and we can discuss competitions later." His voice held no hesitation and his arm around me tightened, filled with concern for me. Clearly my needs were far more important than any contest with Kai. Sigh. Hearing this answer, Kai felt like a deflated balloon, instantly losing his energy, and his previously straight back sagged down, even his upside down position wobbled, nearly losing balance. He drooped his head, his tone filled with disappointment. "Why like this? It's not easy to have a new competition target, but you're only thinking about your daughter. Kakashi, you're really becoming less and less youthful." Though he complained, looking at Kakashi's gentle expression while holding me, there was no trace of discontent in his eyes, just a hint of undetectable envy. He had long known that Kakashi had always yearned for a family, and now that he finally had Hikari, this precious bond was more important than any competition. Kakashi looked at his dear friend in such a dejected state, like a rabbit that hadn't gotten its carrot, shaking his head helplessly. He knew Kai all too well. This guy seemed carefree but was more sentimental than anyone. This moment of disappointment was merely due to feeling he missed out on interaction opportunities with Kakashi. At that moment a thought suddenly popped into Kakashi's mind and a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes as he took a couple of steps toward Kai, saying casually, "Kai, would you like to have a goddaughter?" "Goddaughter?" Kai suddenly perked up, his drooping ears instantly perked up and his upside-down stance steadied, his bright black eyes filled with confusion. "What do you mean?" "It means having little Hikari as your goddaughter." Kakashi looked down at me and then at Kai, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. "If that's the case, you can come see her often and have a legitimate reason to play with her, teaching her some youthful skills like how to run faster and how to laugh more energetically. When she grows up we can take her to the training ground together, you teach her physical techniques and I teach her ninjutsu. Isn't that much more interesting than a simple competition?" His words shone like a light instantly brightening Kai's mood. His eyes sparkled. He suddenly clapped his hands, nearly losing balance, and quickly steadied himself. God. This is simply an ingenious idea for youth. Kakashi, you finally said something sensible. He excitedly moved forward a bit, cautiously extending his hand to touch my small hand. Afraid of scaring me with his roughness, his finger lingered in the air for a long time before gently brushing against my fingertip. Little Hikari, would you let me be your godfather? I will teach you the most powerful physical techniques, take you to see the sunrise in Konoha, and buy you the sweetest dango, ensuring you have the most vibrant and spirited childhood. I was amused by his excited demeanor, grinning widely, and reached out my little hand to grasp his finger, my shiny black eyes turning into crescent moons. See, little Hikari agrees. Kai cheered instantly. Even his plastered foot couldn't help but wiggle, his tone full of joy. That's great. Today my guy has a daughter. This is undoubtedly the most memorable day of my youth. Kakashi watched Kai become invigorated once more, smiling helplessly, his heart filled with warmth. He knew that with such a passionate and reliable godfather like Kai, Hikari's childhood would surely be filled with joy. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling on the three of us. Kai excitedly planned how to take little Hikari to experience youth, while Kakashi occasionally chimed in to remind him not to be too reckless. I nestled in Kakashi's arms, holding on to Kai's fingers, feeling the lively and warm atmosphere, my heart brimming with happiness. Indeed, the company of family and friends is the most precious youth of all. Time slipped away swiftly. Half a year had passed quietly under the warm sunshine and cicada songs of Konoha. I was no longer the tiny infant who struggled even to roll over. Now I could crawl steadily across the floor, my little legs kicking swiftly, darting wherever I pleased, like a nimble little dumpling. As for standing, I had tried it before. Bracing against the wall, I could wobble upward, but my leg muscles lacked the strength. I could only move inch by inch, and with one misstep I'd plop onto my bottom, drawing hearty laughter from everyone. And now I was facing a grand challenge. On the living room floor lay a soft crawling mat. I pressed against the wall corner, my tiny fingers gripping the surface tightly as I struggled to straighten my body. Before me, Konohamaru held a small camcorder, its lens fixed intently on me. He had grown taller over the past half year, his bangs neatly trimmed. His once childish face now carried a youthful freshness. Dressed in Konoha's light green training uniform, sleeves rolled to his forearms, he revealed sturdy arm muscles, a testament to his diligent practice of ninjutsu. With a serious expression he cheered me on, his voice clear and energetic. Keep going, Ing-chan. Hold on a little longer, you'll stand steady soon. Don't give up, Dadabayo. As he spoke he waved his fist like Naruto-senpai, the light-colored woven bracelet on his wrist swaying, earnest yet tinged with youthful charm. This effort, this is youth. Kayata-san exclaimed, hands on his hips, tilting his head back with a resounding shout that nearly rattled the windows. Ing-chan, bring out that fiery spirit. Think of the morning sun. Think of the thrill of running. You can do it. Kayata-san is proud of you. He spoke with such fervor that even his plaster-bound leg trembled slightly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for the challenge of youth. The white stripes on his green jumpsuit shone brightly under the sunlight. Kaka-Zyota-san crouched not far away, his gaze gentle and encouraging. He spoke softly, careful not to startle me. Quiet down, Kai. Don't scare Ing. Then he turned to me, a tender smile curving his lips, and tapped the floor lightly with his finger. Keep going, my daughter. No rush, take it slow. Papa is right here with you. Why are there so many people? I wailed inwardly, my little face flushed bright red, the tips of my ears tinged with pink. Though I had lived in Konoha for half a year and grown used to everyone's warmth, an adult soul still resided inside me, and I absolutely could not bear being surrounded and observed while practicing standing. In my past life I had been an ordinary person with little presence, always shrinking into corners. I had never experienced such center of attention moments. I stole a glance. Konohamaru was recording earnestly, occasionally zooming in to capture my determined expressions. Kayata-san's passionate shouts made even the sweat on his brow glisten, and Kaka-Zyota-san's gentle gaze felt like warm sunlight. My cheeks burned even more. I quickly looked down, focusing on the task at hand. I tightened my grip on the wall, my short legs struggling to support my body as I inched forward. With every step my leg muscles trembled faintly. Just then the doorbell rang with a cheerful ding-dong, breaking the lively cheering in the living room. I'll get it. Kayata-san volunteered, immediately striding toward the door with large steps, his plaster-bound leg making his movements comical like an oversized frog trying to keep balance, moving faster than any injured person should. The door swung open, revealing Naruto and Hinata standing outside. Half a year had passed and Hinata's belly was now gently rounded. She wore a loose light blue dress embroidered with tiny white hydrangeas which accentuated her fair skin. Her face radiated a gentle maternal glow and her voice seemed softer than before. Naruto, brimming with excitement, carried a cloth bag printed with the Ichiraku ramen logo, likely containing freshly bought snacks. His blonde hair was fluffier than before and he wore his orange jacket looking as energetic as ever. Understanding dawned on me. Probably half a year ago when Kakashi had proudly showed me off in front of Naruto, filling his heart with envy. He had lamented about not wanting to become Hokage so soon. But within a month news came of Hinata's pregnancy. I remembered Naruto rushing home, carefully lifting me high above his head, laughing uncontrollably and declaring loudly, "You're going to have a little sister. She'll play with you. When she's born, all four of us will go eat ramen together." By the way, during these 6 months listening to everyone speak Japanese every day, I had gone from barely understanding to comprehending most everyday conversations. Occasionally I even mimicked simple syllables like papa and kai. Every time I spoke, everyone's faces lit up with joy, and Kayata-san once got so excited that he did 3 handstand spins. "Naruto-kun, Hinata-san, come in." Kayata-san greeted warmly, stepping aside to make room, unable to resist boasting, "You've come at the perfect time. Ing-chan is challenging herself to stand. This is a crucial moment of youth." The moment Naruto entered, his eyes locked onto me, holding the wall. His eyes lit up and he hurried over, bag in hand, his voice full of relief. "Good, we made it. Ing-chan, we're here to cheer you on. I heard you're practicing standing today. Show Naruto how amazing our Ing-chan is." He reached out to support me, but Hinata gently tugged his sleeve. "Naruto, don't rush. Ing-chan is trying her best on her own." Hinata walked over slowly, crouching beside me with tenderness. She touched my little knee softly, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. "Ing-chan is so brave. Take your time, don't hurry. If you get tired, rest and try again." Her eyes brimmed with affection and she pulled out a small strawberry candy from her pocket, placing it where I could see. "If you stand steady, I'll reward you with this candy, okay?" Konohamaru quickly adjusted the camera angle, aiming at both of us, and said with a smile, "Hinata is so kind. Ing-chan, you have to work hard for the candy. I'll capture your best moments and we'll show them to your little sister later." Looking at the living room now, even more lively, everyone's faces beaming with encouragement, and the strawberry candy in Hinata's hand tempting me, my shyness gradually melted away, replaced by a surge of motivation. I took a deep breath. Though an infant's lung capacity was limited, I couldn't help puffing my cheeks as I inhaled, clenched my little fists again and strained to straighten up against the wall. My dark glossy eyes fixed on the candy in Hinata's hand. Though my short legs still trembled, I was far steadier than before. "Wow! Ing-chan is standing steady," Konohamaru shouted excitedly, the camcorder rolling without pause. "Amazing." Kayata-san clapped vigorously, nearly forgetting his plaster cast. "This is the power of youth. Ing-chan, you're the best." Kakashi-san also showed a gratified smile, stood up slowly, walked over to me and gently patted my head. "My daughter is truly remarkable." I looked at everyone's joyful faces, then at the strawberry candy so close, and couldn't help breaking into a wide grin. Being loved and anticipated by so many people was such a blissful feeling. Of course, in the end I did get to eat that sweet candy. Hee hee. In the corridor of Konoha Hospital, the air seemed to be pressed into stillness, broken only by the intermittent heart-wrenching cries from the delivery room, accompanied by the ticking of the clock, which made the time pass especially tormentingly. Naruto paced back and forth in the corridor, his hands clenched into fists, his knuckles white from the strain and his golden hair slightly disheveled from his own pulling. He kept looking up at the tightly closed door of the delivery room, his eyes filled with anxiety and worry. His usually vibrant smile completely vanished, and he muttered over and over, "Hinata, hang in there. Please be safe." On the bench nearby, Sakura, with her own fairly large belly, sat beside Hayashi Hyuga. Her forehead was also dotted with fine beads of sweat, clearly unwell due to her pregnancy, yet she still forced herself to stand up, gently patted Naruto on the back and said with a soothing voice, "It's okay, Naruto. Hinata is a very strong person. She's trying so hard, she will be fine." Even so, the cries of pain from the delivery room made her frown and her heart tightened. She could only silently pray for Hinata in her heart. Hayashi Hyuga sat on the bench with Hanabi, his back straight as a rod, trying to maintain the composed demeanor of the Hyuga clan leader, but his trembling hands betrayed his inner unease. He looked at the restless Naruto and said in a deep voice, "Naruto, trust Hinata. The children of our Hyuga clan never give up easily." But there was also a faint, almost imperceptible tremor in his voice, his gaze fixed on the delivery room door, filled with concern for his daughter. Kakashi stood aside, saying little, just quietly accompanying them, his brow furrowed with worry yet also with certainty. He had seen Hinata's tenacity on the battlefield and knew the courage she would muster to protect her family. He occasionally glanced at Naruto, signaling him to calm down, but he also understood that any comfort at this moment seemed futile. I stayed by Kakashi's side, knowing in my heart that Boruto would be born safely and both mother and child would be fine, but I still silently wished that Hinata could suffer less. The cries of pain from the delivery room rose and fell, each one striking the hearts of those waiting like a heavy hammer. Naruto stopped pacing, pressed his hands against the wall, buried his head in his arms, his shoulders trembling slightly. The invincible hero of the ninja world was now left with nothing but heartache and helplessness for his beloved. After what seemed like an eternity, just when everyone's hearts were in their throats, the delivery room door creaked open with a sound. A nurse in a white uniform stepped out, a gentle smile on her face, holding a tiny figure wrapped in a blue blanket. Her voice was clear and loud, "Congratulations everyone. Mother and child are safe. It's a healthy little boy." As the words fell, the tense atmosphere in the corridor instantly dissipated, replaced by an indescribable joy. Hayashi Hyuga suddenly stood up, his tense back finally relaxing, a trace of relief flickering in his eyes. Sakura also sighed in relief, slowly sat down while supporting her belly, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. But Naruto completely ignored the tiny new life, didn't even hear the rest of the nurse's words, and stumbled toward the delivery room. He pushed past the medical staff at the door and saw Hinata lying on the bed at once, her face pale, strands of hair damp with sweat clinging to her forehead, her eyes filled with exhaustion, but the moment she saw him she gave a weak yet gentle smile. Naruto quickly walked to the bedside and carefully took Hinata's hand. Her hand was cold and still trembling slightly. The pent-up worry, heartache and joy exploded within him. Naruto could no longer hold back, tears streamed down his cheeks, falling onto their clasped hands. He choked up, his voice hoarse beyond recognition. "Thank you, Hinata. You've worked so hard. You're incredible." He had so much to say but was at a loss for words, so he just held her hand tightly as if he could transfer his strength to her through that grip. Looking at Hinata's pale face, his heart was filled with guilt and pain, wishing he could bear all her suffering for her. Hinata gently shook her head, raised her other hand with effort, wiped the tears from Naruto's face and said softly but firmly, "Naruto. I'm fine. Look. Our baby." At that moment the nurse walked in with the swaddled infant and gently placed it beside Hinata. The tiny baby had its eyes closed with 6 whisker-like marks just like Naruto's short yellow hair, breathing evenly, its little face pink and chubby like a delicate little dumpling. Naruto finally came to his senses, looked down at the tiny life, tears still on his face, but he couldn't help smiling, his eyes filled with the tenderness and cherishment of a new father. Kakashi, Sakura and Hayashi Hyuga also came in and gathered around the bed, looking at the safe mother and child. The anxiety in the corridor had long been replaced by overwhelming joy and warmth. Sunlight streamed through the window into the ward, falling on everyone's face, warm and cozy, as if offering the gentlest blessing for the arrival of this new life. Naruto followed Hinata's gaze and looked down at the tiny figure in the swaddling. The little one had its eyes closed, long eyelashes like 2 little fans, its small mouth occasionally smacking gently, its pink cheeks glowing with a healthy flush, and even its breath carried the gentle scent of milk. His expression instantly softened, his red-rimmed eyes filled with inextinguishable love, and his voice was lighter than cotton, afraid of disturbing the new life. "Grow up well, daddy's little princess." As soon as the words fell, the air in the ward suddenly froze. The joyful atmosphere that had just filled the room turned into dead silence. Sakura, sitting on the nearby chair, couldn't control the twitching of her mouth, her hand subconsciously resting on her own belly, her eyes full of a helpless, "Are you serious?" Kakashi had just reached out to touch the baby's cheek but stopped mid-action, raised his hand to his forehead and sighed helplessly as if he had expected this all along. Naruto was baffled by the sudden silence, blinked, looked from one to another, scratched the back of his head and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Naruto, Hanabi sitting beside Hayashi Hyuga, couldn't help speaking up, barely suppressing her laughter, her tone carrying a mix of amusement and correction. "My sister gave birth to a healthy baby boy, not a little princess." "Nanny?" Naruto looked as if had been struck by lightning, his eyes instantly wide open, his expression twisted into one of sheer disbelief. He turned abruptly to look at Hayashi Hyuga, his eyes full of desperate hope, pleading, "Please tell me this isn't true." Hayashi Hyuga looked at him helpless yet amused, nodded to confirm Hanabi's words, "Yes, it's a boy, very healthy." Upon receiving the confirmation, Naruto deflated like a punctured balloon, his shoulders slumping instantly, his voice full of disappointment. "Why a boy?" He pouted, gently touched the baby's tiny hand. "Although a boy is not bad, he can practice ninjutsu with me and later we can go eat ramen together. But I still wanted a soft, fragrant girl like Hotaru, someone I could braid hair for and dress in pretty little skirts." As he muttered, he couldn't help glancing at me, held in Kakashi's arms. I was amused by his longing for a daughter but failing to get one expression, stretched out my little hand and waved in his direction, my bright black eyes full of laughter. "Don't even think about it. Hotaru is not for you." Kakashi held me gently, swaying his arms, glanced at Naruto, his tone carrying an undisguised, protective father attitude, as if guarding a treasure. "If you want a daughter, have another one yourself." Naruto was choked by Kakashi's words, about to retort when his eyes suddenly lit up as if he had a brilliant idea. A sly, mischievous smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he leaned closer to Kakashi, his tone full of calculation. "Kakashi-sensei, you can't say that. Look, my son, your grand disciple, has just been born. On such an important occasion, shouldn't you as the Grandmaster give a proper meeting gift?" Kakashi raised an eyebrow, saw through his little scheme at once and said grumpily, "I didn't bring any money and I didn't prepare any gift." He knew Naruto too well. Whenever that smile appeared, trouble was brewing. "Hey, talking about money between teacher and student is so tacky." Naruto immediately waved his hand, his smile growing even brighter. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. I don't want money or anything else. Look, Hotaru is so cute, my son is sure to be a handsome young man. How about we arrange a childhood engagement? That way Hotaru will be my daughter-in-law, you can see her often and he'll have fulfilled my dream of having a daughter, a win-win, don't you think? He spoke with great enthusiasm, as if already envisioning the beautiful future of the two children growing up, completely oblivious to the fact that Kakashi's face was gradually darkening. Not a chance. Kakashi tightened his arms around me, his eyes full of vigilance as if facing a kidnapper. My daughter is only this little and you're already after her. Naruto, can't you be serious for once? Sakura, listening nearby, finally couldn't hold back her laughter. Naruto, you're way too impatient. The child was just born and you're already talking about arranged marriages. Hayashi Hyuga also shook his head helplessly, looking at Naruto's antics, reminded of his mischievous childhood self, a smile lingering in his eyes. Hinata lay on the hospital bed watching the lively scene before her, unable to hold back a gentle smile. She gently patted the swaddling beside her son as if saying, look, everyone loves you so much. The atmosphere in the ward turned lively again. The earlier disappointment had long been replaced by this sudden hilarious interlude. I nestled in Kakashi's arms, watching Naruto still stubbornly bargaining with Kakashi, and couldn't help giggling. Surrounded by such interesting and warm people, whether the new life was a boy or a girl, this arrival would surely bring even more joy to everyone. Naruto and Hinata ultimately named their child Boruto. Upon hearing this familiar name, I quietly breathed a sigh of relief, the stone that had been lodged in my heart for so long finally settling. I had been utterly shocked when I learned earlier that Mirai Sarutobi had become a boy. Thankfully Boruto's existence hadn't triggered any butterfly effect due to my arrival. Ever since I realized Naruto had once mistaken the baby for a girl, I had harbored this worry. I still remember half a year ago when Naruto rushed excitedly to Kakashi's house, lifted me high in his arms and loudly announced that I was going to have a little sister. On the surface I merely blinked my dark shiny eyes and giggled foolishly, my tiny hands unconsciously grasping his blonde hair, but inside I was terribly nervous. After all, I was an unexpected variable who had stumbled into this world. If my birth had changed the gender of the protagonist in Boruto's story, I wouldn't have known how to face him later. Now that I've confirmed he is a healthy boy following the same trajectory as in my memory, I can finally set my mind at ease. Watching Naruto's disappointed expression at not getting a daughter, I couldn't help but silently murmur to myself, it's okay, Naruto. Himawari will come in a few years and then you'll have your sweet soft little girl. Now I still live at Naruto's house together with Hinata, Naruto and the newborn Boruto. I recall from my past life storyline that when Naruto succeeded as Hokage, Boruto was already a boy who could run and jump and even bicker with Naruto. By that calculation, my father Kakashi would have to serve as Hokage for at least 6 more years before retiring. It seemed his wish to retire early and raise kids would have to wait a little longer. Time flew and in the blink of an eye I was already 1 year old. Thanks to the mature cognition brought by my past life soul, I developed faster than other children my age. I could now walk steadily and even take a few small runs like a nimble little dumpling. My language skills were still not fully developed. I couldn't form complete sentences, but I could manage a few simple key words. Thinking back to a few months ago when I first vaguely called out, Dad, Kakashi's reaction was still vivid in my mind. He had just come home from work exhausted and sat down on the sofa holding me in his arms to rest. Seeing the bloodshot veins in his eyes, I instinctively called out. Those 2 words, still soft and babyish, reached his ears clearly. Kakashi froze instantly. His drooping eyelids flew wide open, staring at me in disbelief. After a few seconds he reacted and his eyes immediately reddened. He held me tightly in his arms, his strength so fierce it felt like he was afraid I would fly away, his voice choked with suppressed sobs. Hotaru, you called me Dad. Say it again, okay? I was a little breathless from his embrace, but I obediently called out again. Then I saw the usually calm and composed Rokudaime Hokage secretly wipe away tears, a small wet patch forming on his mask. At the time I thought his reaction was a bit exaggerated. Now looking at Boruto in his swaddling clothes, I gradually understood that feeling. Being a parent, one might be overwhelmingly moved by the smallest progress of a child, and all the hardship and fatigue would vanish in that moment. I often liked to go to Boruto's crib and quietly accompany this tiny new life. Whether it was fate or not, Boruto seemed particularly fond of me. Every time I approached his crib he would immediately open his round eyes, wave his little hands and make soft cooing sounds, extremely excited. His enthusiasm was even stronger than when Naruto played with him. I often gently held his tiny hand. It was soft and small and he would grasp my fingers and refuse to let go. The warmth transmitted through my fingertips always reminded me involuntarily of my sister in my past life. I had left too suddenly back then without even a proper farewell, and I never got to see her one last time. That was an irreparable regret in my heart. Looking at the sleeping Boruto, his little face rosy and his breathing steady and deep, a strong protective urge surged within me. I whispered softly in his ear, Sister, I am now a sister too. After saying that I looked down at Boruto, my eyes filled with determination. In my still unsteady language I said word by word, Boruto, from now on, sister, will protect you. My voice was soft and a bit slurred, but the sincerity was beyond doubt. I thought in this life I not only have a father and a godfather who love me but also a little brother to protect. This bond would make my life in this world more complete and warmer. Boruto seemed to understand my words. In his sleep he gently rubbed against my finger and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, which made me smile too. Sunlight streamed through the window into the room, falling on us warm and cozy as if witnessing this bond between siblings that transcended time. 3 months after Boruto was born, another exciting piece of news came from Konoha Hospital. Sister Sakura was about to give birth. That morning I was still in Daddy Kakashi's arms eating breakfast when brother Naruto rushed in hastily, his blonde hair a bit disheveled. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura has gone into labor. Sasuke hasn't returned yet and I'm a little panicked. He clutched his clothes unconsciously, his anxiety even greater than when Hinata had given birth. After all, he had family around when Boruto was born, but now only he and friends were waiting outside for Sakura. Daddy Kakashi immediately put down his milk glass, wiped the milk stains from the corner of my mouth, grabbed his coat and took my hand. Come on Hotaru, let's go to the hospital to keep sister Sakura company. Maybe we'll catch the birth of a little one the same age as Boruto. When we arrived at the hospital, quite a few people were already standing in the corridor. Ino and Tenten sat on the bench holding supplies they had prepared for Sakura, their brows slightly furrowed. Sister Hinata held the warmly wrapped Boruto, gently comforting the pacing Naruto. Boruto, lying in Hinata's arms, turned his little head curiously. When he saw me, he reached out his small hand wanting me to hold him. I trotted over and gently grasped his little hand. He immediately grinned, revealing 2 tiny new teeth. I watched brother Naruto's anxious back, suddenly recalling the scene when Boruto was born. Back then I had worried that this variable of mine might disrupt everything. But now, looking at the familiar bonds before me, I only felt at ease. Some ties are never changed by time or accidents, instead they become livelier with the arrival of new lives. After an unknown amount of time, the delivery room door creaked open. A nurse came out carrying a little one wrapped in a light pink blanket, her face full of smiles. Congratulations. Mother and daughter are safe. It's a healthy little princess. Great. Naruto immediately relaxed, stepping forward but not daring to touch, only peeking gently through the blanket. How is Sakura? How is she? The mother is very strong. She'll be able to see visitors after a rest. The nurse smiled and placed the baby in the crib in the rest area. Not long after, Sakura was wheeled out. Her face was a bit pale, but she still smiled and waved at us. Sorry to worry everyone. That's Sasuke. When he comes back I'm going to twist his ear. Despite her complaints, there was a hint of concern for the distant person in her eyes. Daddy Kakashi handed over the nourishing soup that Hinata had prepared and said softly, "You've worked hard, Sakura. The baby is very cute, about the same age as Boruto. They'll make good companions." I held Boruto's little hand and we both tiptoed to look into the crib. The tiny baby had her eyes closed, her long eyelashes like little fans brushed with morning dew, a delicate nose and tender pink lips. The most distinctive feature was her hair, the same jet black as Uncle Sasuke's, softly pressed against her little head, peaceful as a little angel. Boruto extended his little hand, hovering in midair, his eyes full of curiosity about the newborn baby. Hinata gently stroked his head and then looked at Sakura. "Sakura, have you thought of a name for the baby?" Sakura smiled, her eyes full of tenderness as she looked at the crib. "Yes, I have. Let's call her Sarada. I hope she will be as warm and strong as the sun." Sarada. I silently repeated the name in my mind, suddenly recalling the strong and gentle girl with glasses from my past life. No matter how time flowed, some names and some bonds would always arrive as promised, and because of me and Boruto they would gain an extra closeness from the start. Sarada seemed to hear our voices. Her little brows moved slightly and she slowly opened her eyes. They were black eyes, exactly like Sasuke's, clear as a spring stream. She first looked curiously at Boruto beside me, then turned to me, suddenly parted her small lips revealing a toothless smile, and even waved her little hand at me. Boruto immediately became excited, shaking my hand. "You like her, don't you?" I smiled and crouched down, slowly extending my finger to touch Sarada's little hand. Her hand was soft as cotton and she grabbed my finger and refused to let go, her grip much stronger than it looked. Boruto imitated me, gently touching her other hand, and Sarada also firmly grasped it. The 3 little figures gathered around the crib like 3 closely clustered flowers blooming in the warm sunlight. "Look how well Sarada and Boruto get along," Hinata said with a smile. "From now on Hotaru will be the older sister to these 2 little ones. You'll have to take them out to play together often." I nodded vigorously, looking at Sarada, who was clutching my finger, and then at Boruto, whose eyes were full of expectation. A strong sense of protectiveness surged within me. In my past life, Boruto and Sarada were comrades who grew up side by side. In this life they were friends of the same age from birth, and with me as their older sister they would surely grow up carefree under the sunlight of Konoha. The setting sun cast its light through the hospital window, spilling by the crib and stretching our shadows long. Sarada slowly fell asleep in my and Boruto's hands, a faint smile still on her little face. Brother Naruto finally relaxed and was discussing with Daddy Kakashi about teaching the two little ones ninjutsu in the future. Sister Hinata and Sister Sakura chatted softly about baby-raising anecdotes. At this moment I suddenly felt that being transported to this world was not an accident but the gentlest gift of fate. With Daddy Kakashi's love, Naruto, and Hinata's care, Boruto as my clingy little follower, and now Sarada as a peer of the same age as Boruto, this abundance of bonds was enough to fill all the regrets of my past life, making every day ahead full of warmth and hope. Time flies and 2 years quietly slip away amidst the blooming and falling cherry blossoms of Konoha. I have grown into a delicate little girl with soft silver hair that falls to my shoulders, styled into 2 small buns by Sister Hinata, making my cheeks even rounder and cuter, and my dark bright eyes resemble obsidian soaked in a clear spring, lively and clear, curving into crescent moons when I smile, revealing 2 tiny tiger teeth. My skin is a healthy pinkish white, and I wear a light purple dress specially tailored by Kakashi's father, with the hem embroidered with delicate lilies of the valley running as if countless small butterflies are fluttering behind me. In Naruto's words, I am simply the prettiest little beauty in Konoha. Now my daily life is simple and leisurely. I have breakfast with Kakashi's father in the morning, and then I run to Naruto's house to play with Boruto, who is already 2 years old and is at the mischievous age. Boruto is even more lively than he was when he was younger, always chasing after me, either dragging me to show off his new ninjutsu, which is really just a somersault, or pestering me to tell him stories, and occasionally he would compete with Sarada, who was born later to monopolize my attention, wanting me to play only with him, so childish and cute. Aside from taking care of these 2 little ones, most of my remaining time is spent wandering around Konoha village. I know every street and every large tree in the village too well, from the aroma wafting out of Ichiraku ramen to the flowers at the flower shop in the mountains to the statue in front of the Hokage building. I'm almost sick of looking at them. When I truly feel bored, I think about using my culinary skills from my past life to cook a meal for Naruto and Hinata to repay their kindness. After all, they have taken care of me for so long, and I want to do something within my means. But reality dealt me a heavy blow. At 3 years old I am simply too weak. Even with both my little chubby hands combined, I can barely grip a small frying pan, let alone stir-fry, much less chop vegetables or start a fire. After trying twice, not only did I fail to produce anything decent, I almost made the kitchen a complete mess, and in the end it was Sister Hinata who smiled and helped me clean up the aftermath. I can only reluctantly give up on this idea. Pushing myself too hard would only trouble the adults, so I might as well wait until I'm a bit older. As for refining chakra, that's something I can't even think about. I once clung to Kakashi's father's leg, whining that I wanted to learn ninjutsu, but he firmly refused. He squatted down, looked at me seriously, his tone firm yet gentle, and you are still too young and your body has not developed well. Refining chakra is not good for your health. When you turn 5 I will personally teach you, okay? Looking into his unyielding eyes, I could only obediently nod, but I couldn't help but sigh inside. Waiting for another 2 years is simply too long. So boring. I sat on a park bench, resting my chin on my hands, my little face scrunched up in frustration. The afterglow of the sunset spilled over me, casting long shadows that emphasized my solitude. There were many children about my age in the park, chasing and playing on the grass, their laughter crisp. Seeing me sitting alone, a few children hesitated to approach and timidly invited me in. Do you want to play hide and seek with us? We're playing with a ball, come join us. I mostly shook my head with a smile and softly replied, no thank you. It's not that I don't want to play, but there is an adult soul residing within me, making it impossible to be genuinely interested in these games like a real child. All this time I could only count a few true friends. Come play with us. A clear, cheerful boy's voice rang out, and I looked up to see Future, dressed in a light blue short-sleeved shirt and khaki shorts, his neat black hair styled perfectly, a small tuft of hair falling on his forehead, running towards me with a bright smile, holding a small brown ball. Future and I have always had a great relationship. Sister Hinata and Aunt Yuhi are good friends, and they often take us to each other's houses to visit, enjoying snacks, listening to stories and playing ball. As we spent time together we became familiar. He is cheerful and steady, not as mischievous as Boruto, and always considerate, making me feel at ease when I'm with him. Speaking of which, I rarely refuse Future's requests. Here I come. My eyes lit up and I instantly wiped away my frown, jumping off the bench and running towards Future. We played ball on the grass. Future is very agile and always manages to pass the ball accurately to my feet. Occasionally if I miss it he would laugh and run over to retrieve it. It's okay, take your time, let's try again. We also chased butterflies and picked wildflowers by the roadside, and he specifically chose the biggest, brightest one to hand to me. This is for you, just as beautiful as you. I smiled as I accepted it, feeling warm inside. We played until the sun set, painting the sky in warm shades of orange, and Future wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to me, I have to go home for dinner now. Let's meet here again tomorrow. My mom said she would bake cookies and we can eat together. Okay, see you tomorrow. I smiled and nodded, pinning the little wildflower in my bun, waving goodbye to him. Walking home alone, the evening breeze gently blew by, carrying a faint floral scent, making it feel extremely pleasant. At that moment, from a distance in the training ground, a figure dressed in a signature green jumpsuit waved at me, his face wearing a smile filled with youthful energy. Long time no see. It's Lee. He still maintains his youthful vigor with a blue forehead protector tied around his head, his green jumpsuit spotless and the muscle lines faintly visible beneath the fabric. Although his son Metal was born over a year ago, he hasn't given up on pursuing youth at all and continues to engage in high-intensity exercise daily, often seen sweating it out in the training ground. I stopped in my tracks, waving at him with a smile. Hello, Uncle Lee. Lee quickly jogged over, squatting down to carefully examine me, his tone filled with admiration. Ing has grown quite a bit and you are getting cuter. Would you like to see my new taijutsu moves? They are filled with youthful vitality. As he spoke, he struck a cool starting pose, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Seeing Uncle Lee's cool pose made my eyes sparkle like little stars and all my earlier boredom vanished in an instant. I have to wait until I'm 5 to refine chakra and I have no strength to cook, but now I have a taijutsu master right in front of me. I can't miss this chance. I immediately stepped forward, looking up at him, grabbing his arm and shaking it, my voice soft and deliberately petulant. Uncle Lee. I don't want to just watch, I want to learn taijutsu too. Will you teach me? Uncle Lee paused for a moment, then waved his hand, his tone filled with reluctance. That's not possible. You are only 3, your body is still too delicate. Taijutsu training is very tough and might cause injuries. Kakashi sensei definitely won't agree. Though he is passionate, he also knows that a little girl's body cannot handle intense training, especially since Kakashi sensei dotes on her and would never allow her to put herself through that at such a young age. I'm not afraid of hardship. I'm not afraid of getting hurt. I immediately puffed out my little chest, mimicking Uncle Lee's usual demeanor, clenching my little fists tightly. I can keep up with Naruto for a long time, I'm very strong. Look, I said, deliberately raising my arm to show off my almost invisible muscles, my expression serious. I can definitely endure, I won't slack off. Uncle Lee was amused by my little adult-like appearance but still shook his head. It's not just about strengthening. You're still too young, once you grow a little more I will definitely teach you. No. I insisted, simply letting go of his arm and hugging his leg, burying my little head in his pants, my voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Dad is going to wait until I'm 5 to teach me ninjutsu and now I really am so bored. Uncle Lee, please teach me, even if it's just the simplest movements. I promise to be obedient and won't be mischievous. As I spoke, I secretly looked up at his expression, my bright eyes filled with anticipation, and I even deliberately squeezed out a few drops of crocodile tears. Dealing with soft-hearted yet passionate adults acting cute and clingy is my forte. Uncle Lee looked at me, clinging to his leg and not letting go, sweat beads appearing on his forehead, his face filled with conflict. He looked down at my wet eyes, then glanced at the wooden posts in the training field, his passionate heart struggling repeatedly between to teach and not to teach. But Kakashi sensei. Dad won't find out. I quickly interjected, blinking my eyes rapidly. We'll just practice secretly for a little while, just a little. I promise I won't tell Dad and I won't get hurt, okay? As I spoke, I patted my chest with my little hand as a guarantee, my little face filled with I'm very reliable. Uncle Lee, unable to escape my persistence and unable to resist his desire to pass on youth, finally sighed in relief, his gaze rekindled with passion. All right. Since Ing is so enthusiastic about youth, I'll teach you the simplest foundational move, the horse stance. But we agreed to only practice for 5 minutes, no more, and once you feel tired you must stop immediately. Understood? Got it. Thank you, Uncle Lee. I immediately released his leg, jumping up excitedly, the little wildflower in my bun swaying along. Uncle Lee smiled and ruffled my hair, then squatted down patiently, teaching me. Come on, Ing, spread your feet shoulder width apart, bend your knees slightly, keep your back straight and place your hands on your waist just like Uncle. As he spoke, he demonstrated his movement, standard and powerful. I mimicked him, slowly spreading my little legs, bending my knees, trying to keep my back straight and gripping my hands tightly on my waist. At first it seemed quite simple, but within a minute my calves began to feel sore, my knees started to shake and my back couldn't help but slump. Ing, hang in there. Uncle Lee cheered me on from the side, his tone filled with encouragement. Youth is all about perseverance. Just hold on a bit longer, you're already doing great. Hearing his encouragement, I bit my little lip, silently repeating I can't give up, and straightened my back again. Even though my legs were getting more and more sore and my little face was turning red, seeing Uncle Lee's expectant gaze made me feel I could hold on for a little longer. After all, this was an opportunity one had worked hard to earn and I couldn't give up so easily. Just as I was about to give in, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind, laced with a hint of amused helplessness. Ing, what are you doing? I felt a jolt in my heart, stiffly turning my head to see Kakashi standing not far away with his arms crossed, a half smile on his face, clearly having watched for a while. Dad. I was so startled that I immediately straightened my body, my short legs wobbling from the sudden relaxation, nearly losing my balance. The brave little demeanor I had just moments ago vanished without a trace, leaving me feeling guilty, looking down and not daring to meet his eyes. Uncle Lee also awkwardly scratched his head and quickly explained. Kakashi-sensei let me explaining wanted to learn taijutsu and I couldn't refuse her, so I only taught her the simplest horse stance and controlled the time. Kakashi approached me squatting down gently to pinch my sore little legs, his tone filled with concern but without reprimand. Silly girl, taijutsu isn't that easy to practice. Your little body is already tired after 5 minutes, how can you expect to learn? I just feel bored and want to learn something. I muttered softly, looking up at him, my eyes full of grievance. Dad won't teach me ninjutsu and I can't cook, so I had to trouble Uncle Lee. Kakashi looked at my expression and chuckled helplessly, reaching out to ruffle my hair. Alright, don't feel wronged. Since you want to learn so badly, starting tomorrow I'll teach you basic stretching for 10 minutes each day. Once your body is accustomed to it, I'll let Uncle Lee teach you some simple taijutsu moves. How does that sound? Really? My eyes instantly lit up and all the earlier grievance vanished. Dad, you're not lying to me. I'm not lying to you. Kakashi nodded and then looked at Uncle Lee with a teasing tone. Lee, from now on I'll be counting on you, but you must not teach her any dangerous moves or I'll be asking just you. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei. Uncle Lee immediately straightened his posture, his face bright with youthful enthusiasm. I will definitely teaching the safest and most powerful taijutsu in the most youthful way. Looking at my father and Uncle Lee, I felt warmth in my heart and couldn't help but smile widely. It turns out that being persistent really pays off, and even though Dad seems strict, he has always been accommodating to my wishes. The evening breeze gently blew by, the lights in the training ground gradually brightened while Uncle Lee continued to demonstrate simple stretching movements for me, and Dad patiently guided me to adjust my posture. I followed their movements, stretching my small body bit by bit. Though I was still a bit clumsy, I felt incredibly fulfilled. It turns out that days without boredom can be so interesting. I secretly resolved to practice hard in the future, not only to master taijutsu but also to protect Boruto and Sarada, living up to the expectations of Dad and Uncle Lee. Returning to Naruto's home, I bounced over to Hinata and Naruto, recounting how Kakashi-sensei had agreed to let me learn taijutsu and that Rock Lee would teach me. Hinata gently stroked my head and said with a warm smile, "It's wonderful that Hotaru is so motivated, but you must be careful and not push yourself too hard." Naruto chimed in, thumping his chest confidently, "Don't worry, Hotaru-kun. When I have time I'll train with you. That way I can keep an eye on Lee and make sure he doesn't teach you anything too dangerous." Neither of them objected, instead their eyes sparkled with anticipation, completely unaware of the youthful blow awaiting them the next day. The next morning before dawn had fully broken, the courtyard echoed with energetic shouts. I ran to the window and saw Rock Lee already standing in the yard in his signature green jumpsuit holding a bulging bag. Gai-sensei had also come, tucking a tiny green jumpsuit under his arm and enthusiastically discussing something with Lee. "Good morning, Hotaru." Seeing me emerge, Gai-sensei immediately raised the jumpsuit, his smile brighter than the morning sun. "Look what I have here. I was planning to save it for when Melyuta grows up, but I never expected you to want to burn your youth so early. It's perfect for you to wear first." The jumpsuit was identical to the ones Guy and Lee wore, a blinding vivid green with white stripes at the collar and cuffs tailored to my exact size. It was clear it had been specially adjusted. Rock Lee quickly chimed in, his tone full of approval, "Yes, Gai-sensei. This is the symbol of youth. Wearing it you can feel the endless surge of passion, and training taijutsu becomes even more motivating." As he spoke he struck a cool taijutsu pose, the jumpsuit outlining his muscles, causing Naruto's mouth to twitch. Gai-sensei handed the jumpsuit to me, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "Hotaru, put it on. Let's begin our youthful training together. Let's embark on the cultivation of youth." I stared at the garish green jumpsuit, hesitating inside. Not that I thought it was ugly, but the color was far too eye-catching. Wearing it I would be instantly recognizable on the streets of my. Yet seeing the expectant looks on Gai-sensei and Lee's faces, I couldn't bring myself to refuse outright. Just as I reached out to take it, Naruto suddenly rushed over, grabbed Lee's arm and pleaded, "Lee, I'm begging you. Let Hotaru wear normal clothes. Look how cute she is in a little dress. Wearing this jumpsuit is just too." "Absolutely not, no matter what. Absolutely not, no matter what." Hinata stood nearby, nodding gently, her voice soft yet firm. "Gai-kun, Lee-kun, Hotaru is still too young. Such clothing is indeed unsuitable. And looser sportswear would be more convenient for training." Both of them shuddered at the thought of me wearing that green jumpsuit, shouting, "Youthful like Guy," a scene far too jarring, completely at odds with Hotaru's soft and adorable appearance. "It's perfectly normal." Lee looked at Naruto with confusion, scratching his head. "I've worn it since I was a child. This outfit has accompanied me through countless days of youthful training. How could it be abnormal?" In his eyes the green jumpsuit was synonymous with youth, the most suitable attire for taijutsu training, and he simply couldn't understand Naruto's resistance. Gai-sensei joined in, his tone unwavering. "Exactly, Naruto. This is what youth should look like. The bright color ignites fighting spirit, the tight fit allows free movement. Hotaru will look fantastic in it." He then tried to press the jumpsuit into my hands. Guy let it go. Just then Kakashi sensei strolled over holding a light blue tracksuit, a helpless smile on his face. Hotaru's aesthetic is like mine, she probably won't appreciate such a loud color. Besides, she's still young. Loose clothes are indeed better for daily training. When she grows up, if she still wants to, you can have a custom youth battle suit made for her. He handed the tracksuit to me and ruffled my hair. Here Hotaru, wear this. It's comfortable and easy to move in, no restrictions for taijutsu. I took the soft tracksuit, my eyes lighting up. The light blue fabric was smooth and breathable, adorned with tiny bellflower embroidery, exactly my style. I nodded quickly, turning to Guy sensei and Lee. Thank you for the gift, Guy sensei, but I prefer this tracksuit. Thank you for your kindness. Seeing my eager expression and the tracksuit in Kakashi's hand, Guy sensei finally relented, his face still beaming with passion. Alright. Since Hotaru likes it, well, respect her choice. But promise me when you grow up you'll wear the green jumpsuit and feel the passion of youth with us. It's a promise. I nodded, vigorously relieved inside. Thank goodness Dad saved me in time, or I'd have been training taijutsu in that green jumpsuit, and the whole of my would know the Sixth Hokage's daughter as the youthful little girl. Naruto also exhaled in relief, patting his chest. Great. Kakashi sensei always comes through. Hotaru-kun looks so much better in the blue tracksuit. Though a bit disappointed, Lee quickly adjusted his mood and gave me a thumbs up. No problem. No matter what you wear, as long as you have the passion of youth, that's what matters. Hotaru, let's start training now. I changed into the light blue tracksuit and ran to the center of the yard. Lee and Guy sensei stood by while Kakashi sensei, Hinata and Naruto sat on the porch watching. The sunlight bathed the courtyard in a warm glow. Though I didn't end up wearing the youth battle suit, my heart was still full of anticipation as I began training with everyone. This perhaps is my own unique youth. Time flew by with astonishing swiftness. It felt as if only yesterday I was persistently pestering Shaoli to teach me taijutsu, and now the long-awaited day had finally arrived, filling my heart with eager anticipation. The morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, gently bathing the headboard in its soft glow. I sprang out of bed in one fluid motion, devoid of my usual reluctance to rise. My heart pounded with an irrepressible excitement. Today Father was finally going to teach me how to refine chakra. At long last I could formally begin learning ninjutsu. The mere thought of the dazzling techniques from the Shippuden series sent waves of exhilaration through me. The blazing ferocity of the fire release great fireball technique, the majestic surge of the water release water dragon bullet technique, and the enigmatic teleportation like flying thunder god technique of Minato sensei, each one had captivated my imagination beyond measure. In the past I could only relive them within my memories, but now I finally had the opportunity to practice them myself. The mere thought filled me with excitement. Moreover, I was absolutely certain that Father had no reason to refuse me this time. Because today was my birthday, not the day I was created, but the day Father and I first met. We both felt that the moment he first held me in his arms on that sun-drenched afternoon was the true beginning of our bond, far more meaningful than any other date. More importantly, after 2 years of taijutsu training, my physique had improved tremendously. The rigorous guidance of Rock Lee and Father Guy had not been in vain, and my stamina and endurance had now reached the level of a standard genin. However, I had no intention of stopping there, as I still harbored a deep yearning for the passionate 8 gates of Father Guy and Rock Lee, hoping one day to unlock the power of that youthful vigor. There was also something that left me both a little helpless and secretly delighted. I was becoming increasingly adorable. My soft silver long hair now cascaded down to my waist, meticulously styled by Aunt Hinata into a fluffy loose mane that accentuated the roundness of my cheeks. My jet black eyes sparkled as if harboring starlight curving into crescent moons when I smiled, revealing 2 small fangs. My skin was fair and delicate, and dressed in my favorite pale lavender dress I looked every inch an irresistibly cute little girl. Sometimes standing before the mirror I would find myself lost in reverie, quietly murmuring, how could such an adorable little creature exist? After washing up I bounced cheerfully into the living room. The moment I entered, a small figure rushed toward me. Boruto threw his arms around my legs, hugging them tightly, tilting his pink chubby face upward and calling out in a tender childish voice, "Happy birthday, Wunshin." He was now 4 years old, taller than before, but still clung to me like when he was a baby, and that babyish inflection in his voice never failed to melt my heart. "Happy birthday, Ing." Naruto and Hinata also walked over, smiling, Hinata carrying a steaming bowl of longevity noodles topped with a perfectly golden fried egg, its aroma tantalizing. Naruto pulled a small wrapped gift from his pocket and handed it to me. "This is the present Hinata and I got for you. See if you like it." By the way, Hinata was pregnant again. Our little Himawari was on her way. I took the gift box, a sweet warmth spreading through my heart. In my previous life only my parents and elder sister remembered my birthday, always smiling as they offered their blessings and presents. But now in this unfamiliar world, Naruto and Hinata never failed to remember my birthday, preparing thoughtful gifts and longevity noodles. This feeling of being cherished filled me with immense happiness and it made me treasure every day I spent in Konoha even more. Thank you Boruto. Thank you Naruto-Nizen. Thank you Hinata-Nichan. I smiled as I bent down to pat Boruto's head, then turned to Naruto and Hinata, my eyes brimming with genuine joy. Having you all here is truly wonderful. Just then Kakashi Papa emerged from his room holding a delicately wrapped scroll, a gentle smile gracing his face. Happy birthday Ing. Are you ready? After breakfast we'll begin learning to refine chakra. I'm ready. I immediately straightened my small frame, nodded vigorously, my eyes sparkling as if they held the sun itself. My path of ninjutsu was finally about to officially begin on this momentous day. After finishing the longevity noodles, I could hardly contain my eagerness as I took Kakashi Papa's hand and dashed to the open space in the yard. Naruto, Hinata and Boruto followed, gathering around to watch the excitement. Boruto stood on tiptoe, his eyes full of expectation, and shouted, "Wonshin, show me some ninjutsu." Kakashi Papa took out a transparent crystal ball from his scroll pouch and then a piece of chakra induction paper printed with 5 elemental symbols. He handed them to me with a smile. The first step to refining chakra is to perceive the energy within your body. Sit down, close your eyes, relax and try to feel the faint power that accompanies the flow of your blood. That is the origin of chakra. I obediently sat on the soft grass, crossed my legs, closed my eyes and took a deep breath. The sunlight was warm on my skin, I could hear Boruto's soft muttering and the distant chirping of birds. I tried to clear my mind of all distractions and focus on the sensations within my body. At first I felt nothing, only a soft boneless languor. Take your time, there's no rush. Kakashi Papa crouched beside me, his voice tender as a spring breeze. Imagine that your breath is connected to heaven and earth. When you inhale, draw in the natural energy around you. When you exhale, guide that energy into your bloodstream, letting it flow along your meridians and gradually converge at your dantian. Following his instructions, I adjusted my breathing again and again. I couldn't tell how long it had been when suddenly I felt a faint warmth in my lower abdomen, like a small cozy heater tucked inside me. The heat was subtle yet unmistakably real, flowing with each breath, spreading along my arms to my fingertips. Papa, I can feel it. I opened my eyes abruptly, exclaiming in excitement, my dark eyes brimming with surprise. A glimmer of approval flickered in Kakashi Papa's eyes. He nodded. Good. Now try to control that energy, guide it slowly upward through your meridians and concentrate it in the palm of your right hand. Remember, be gentle, don't rush. Chakra is like water, the more impatient you are, the easier it is to lose control. I closed my eyes again, focusing all my attention. The warm energy flowed slowly inside me like an obedient serpent, climbing along the meridians bit by bit. A few times it nearly slipped out of control, dispersing throughout my limbs, forcing me to readjust my breathing and patiently guide it back. Tiny beads of sweat formed on my forehead and my palm grew slightly hot. Finally the warmth settled steadily in my right palm. Now grip this paper. Kakashi Papa handed me the chakra induction paper. I clutched it tightly and carefully channeled the chakra in my palm into it. The paper first emitted a faint glow, then 5 distinct markings appeared on its surface. The fiery red lines of fire released, the blue ripples of water released, the cyan currents of wind released, the purple lightning of lightning release, and the yellow speckles of earth release. The 5 patterns intertwined, dazzlingly brilliant. This. All 5 chakra natures. Naruto couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes wide as he stared at the paper. Just like Kakashi-sensei. Ing-chan is incredible. Hinata also revealed a look of surprise and delight. To think Ing has the talent for all 5 natures, that's truly amazing. Boruto ran over to me and tugged my hand, asking curiously, "Wonshin, what does 5 natures mean? Does that mean you can learn lots and lots of ninjutsu?" Kakashi Papa took the paper, his eyes brimming with pride, yet he deliberately put on a serious expression. Don't get cocky. 5 natures is just a talent, mastery depends on diligent effort afterward. However. He changed his tone, ruffled my hair and smiled warmly. Ing is indeed remarkable. To refine chakra so smoothly on the first try and activate all 5 natures simultaneously, you've surpassed your father's performance back then. My heart swelled with joy. I clenched my fists excitedly and asked, Papa, can I learn the great fireball technique now? And water dragon bullet? The thought of those awe-inspiring jutsu made my excitement hard to contain. Not yet, Kakashi Papa said with a gentle shake of his head. Your chakra reserves are still too small, you need to start with basic exercises. In the coming days I'll first teach you precise chakra control, tree climbing exercises, water walking techniques. Once you've mastered chakra manipulation I'll move on to actual ninjutsu. He paused and added, moreover, possessing all 5 nature transformations is rare, but it also requires targeted training. I'll design a personalized training plan for you based on your aptitudes. As for the 8 gates. He glanced at me, his tone turning serious. That is the pinnacle of taijutsu, placing immense strain on the body. You must wait until you are at least 10 years old and your physique has advanced further before you can begin the foundational techniques. Okay. I'll practice diligently. I nodded vigorously, my heart brimming with determination. Although I couldn't learn flashy ninjutsu immediately, successfully refining chakra and discovering my 5 nature talent was already the best birthday gift I could have asked for. Naruto came over and thumped his chest. "In-chan, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. I'm mainly wind release, but I know a bit about the other elements too." "Naruto, don't go misleading the child." Hinata shook her head helplessly, then turned to me. "If you get tired from training, come inside and rest. I'll prepare some snacks for you." Boruto chimed in. "Wonshin, I'll train with you. I want to learn ninjutsu too, and one day I'll protect you." I looked at everyone around me, their faces full of smiles, then at the chakra induction paper in my hand, and a warm feeling enveloped my heart. In this life I have a father who loves me, gentle Naruto, and Hinata, a clingy little brother, and the path of ninjutsu just beginning to unfold. This life is far more beautiful than anything I could have imagined in my previous existence. Just as I was lost in thought, Kakashi Papa suddenly pulled out a small velvet box from his pocket and held it out to me, his voice even softer than before. "Besides teaching you to refine chakra, your father has another official birthday gift for you." "A gift?" My eyes lit up and I eagerly reached for the velvet box. It was cool to the touch, small and exquisite. When I opened it, a soft silver glow met my eyes. Inside lay a delicate silver chain composed of tiny lilio-thievely pendants linked together. At the bottom hung an oval silver charm engraved with the character ing, and set around its rim were 5 tiny multicolored diamonds, representing fire, water, wind, lightning and earth, glimmering with a delicate warm light in the sunshine. "This is..." I gently picked up the necklace, the cool silver touching my fingertips, but a surge of warmth rose in my heart. "I had it custom made for you." Kakashi Papa knelt down, carefully took the necklace and fastened it around my neck with a tenderness as though he were handling a priceless treasure. "The lily of the valley pendants are your favorite flower. If the ing charm is your name, if the 5 diamonds represent your and your father's 5 nature chakra talent. I hope it will accompany you on your future path of ninjutsu, reminding you never to lose sight of your original intention and to protect everything you hold dear." He paused, a trace of nostalgia flickering in his eyes, then added, "Embedded inside this charm is a small defense tool. If you encounter danger, it will automatically release a weak chakra barrier, not strong enough to withstand major attacks, but it can at least buy you some time." The necklace sat perfectly around my neck, its cool touch against my skin bringing me an overwhelming sense of security. I raised my hand to gently stroke the ing on the charm, and my heart felt as sweet as if it had been dipped in honey, and my eyes involuntarily grew warm. This was probably the most special and heartfelt gift I had ever received. "Thank you, Papa. I love it so much." I threw myself into Kakashi Papa's arms, hugging his neck tightly, my voice trembling with emotion. In my past life, although I received gifts on my birthday, none had ever been filled with such profound blessings and meticulous care. Kakashi Papa gently patted my back, his voice laced with a smile. "I'm glad you like it. Wear it from now on and it will be as if your father is always by your side." "Wow. One-ichan's necklace is so beautiful." Boruto leaned in, standing on tiptoe to stare at the necklace around my neck, his eyes full of envy. "Papa, I want a necklace like this for my birthday too." Naruto laughed and ruffled Boruto's hair. "You silly boy, when you can refine chakra like In-chan, I'll have a custom one made for you too." Hinata also smiled. "The design is exquisite and it carries so much thought. Ing looks truly beautiful wearing it." I looked down at the necklace. If the diamonds on the charm swayed gently with my movements, the 5 colored lights intertwining like the 5 elemental marks on the chakra paper. I suddenly felt that this necklace was not merely a gift but a weighty promise of expectation and protection. "Papa, I will treasure it always." I raised my head and gave Kakashi Papa a radiant smile, my dark eyes steadfast. "I will train hard and live up to your expectations. I will use my own strength to protect everyone and not let you worry." Kakashi Papa looked at me, his eyes filled with deep satisfaction, and reached out to ruffle my hair. "Your father believes in you. But remember, no matter how powerful you become, don't put too much pressure on yourself. I will always be your strongest support." Naruto also chimed in, pounding his chest. "That's right. In-chan, you have me, your Naruto Naizen. If anyone ever bullies you, will be the first to stand up." Hinata smiled and nodded in agreement. The sunlight grew warmer, spilling over all of us, gilding every smile with a gentle radiance. I touched the necklace around my neck, feeling the love of everyone around me, and my heart overflowed with happiness. I clenched my fists and silently vowed once again I would practice relentlessly, grow strong enough to be a daughter that my father could be proud of, an older sister that Boruto, Sarada and the others could rely on, and a guardian of this precious happiness I had found in Konoha. In the days that followed, I devoted most of my time to the training ground. Chakra control and taijutsu are the foundation of any shinobi, and I understood clearly that only by forging a solid base could subsequent mastery of powerful jutsu be achieved with greater ease. Tree climbing had long become second nature. I could sprint up a trunk with the stability of walking on flat ground. Water walking was also improving. I could stand steadily on a small river, even manage a short jog. The taijutsu techniques taught by Father Guy and Rock Lee I practiced with earnest precision. Every punch and kick was executed with an unwavering eye for correctness. My light blue training suit soaked through with sweat, yet my body brimmed with newfound strength. But when it came to shuriken, it was as if a curse had befallen me. I possessed absolutely no talent. During every training session, though I aimed directly at the target's head, my thrown shuriken would unfailingly veer toward its lower regions without a single exception. The first time this happened, I still remember Father Kakashi's expression. The corner of his mouth beneath the mask was visibly twitching, his eyes a mix of amusement and helplessness. In the end, he could only rub his forehead and saying, "Your aiming talent is truly special." What made it more embarrassing was a cooperative throwing drill with Konohamaru. I intended to fling a shuriken at his feet as a signal, but it hurtled straight toward his nether region, startling him into a leap to dodge. He nearly landed flat on his backside. After this incident, Naruto, Father Kakashi and the others specifically pulled me aside for a heart-to-heart, earnestly advising unless absolutely necessary, try to avoid using shuriken from now on, especially when facing male opponents. Having lived a former life as a man, I instantly grasped the underlying implication and could only nod with a flushed face, yet it wasn't as if I wanted this. The shuriken simply refused to obey me. It was never intentional. At that thought, I couldn't help but let out a sigh, then turned and walked toward the living room of Naruto's house. That little one Boruto had boundless energy, every day bouncing around like a motor. Only after exhausting himself would he deign to sleep peacefully. I wondered if he had been pestering Aunt Hinata again today. Just as I reached the living room entrance, I slowed my steps. There was Sister Hinata leaning against the sofa, cradling Boruto in her arms. Both were sleeping soundly. After Sister Hinata became pregnant with Himawari, she had grown exceptionally drowsy, her complexion paler than before. I would often come over of my own accord to help care for Boruto, feeding him, playing with him, and doing whatever household chores I could to lighten her burden. How rare, this little rascal Boruto voluntarily took a nap. In the past, I had to chase him across the whole yard until he was utterly spent before he would close his eyes obediently. I recalled the last time Sarada visited, seeing Boruto cling to me and tug at my hand to prevent me from talking to her. She couldn't help but tease Boruto, "You're always monopolizing, Sister Ing, that's so childish." Boruto had always been thin-skinned since childhood. He teased by Sarada, his face immediately turned red and he almost got into an argument with her. In the end, I had to mediate. Watching Boruto sleep peacefully in Sister Hinata's arms, his small brows slightly furrowed like a little adult, my heart softened involuntarily. Being able to feel this pure dependence actually felt quite blissful. It seemed that my arrival had quietly changed many things, making this bond even tighter. Not wishing to disturb their mother-son nap, I gently stepped back, tiptoed out of Naruto's house and pushed open the yard gate. But the moment I did, I froze. A strange man stood at the entrance, blocking the way. He wore a tattered black coat, its edges and cuffs frayed and covered in dust as if he had traveled a long distance. His hair was somewhat disheveled, partially covering his forehead. His eyes were bloodshot with faint dark circles beneath, giving an impression of exhaustion and a severe lack of rest. Full of confusion, before I could speak, the man asked first. His voice was hoarse and dry, carrying a trace of barely perceptible vigilance. "Who are you? Why are you at Naruto's house? Where is Naruto?" Taken aback, I reflexively countered, "Are you looking for brother Naruto?" He ignored my question, his gaze fixed sharply on me, like a blade, as if trying to pierce right through me. At the same time, his hand had silently moved to the hilt of a sword at his waist, a blade that seemed well worn, its scabbard bearing the marks of wind and frost, yet still exuding a fierce aura. An overwhelming sense of pressure washed over me. My heart gave a jolt and I instantly realized that this man's strength was far from ordinary. At my current level, there was no way I could defeat him. Forcing myself to remain calm, I lifted my head and clearly stated my identity in a steady voice. "My name is Chimuing. I am the daughter of the Sixth Hokage, Chimu Kakashi. May I ask why you are looking for brother Naruto? Please state your purpose." Upon hearing the name Chimu Kakashi, the man's expression visibly paused, the sharpness in his eyes softened slightly as if something had occurred to him. He stared at me for a few seconds, then slowly removed his hand from the sword hilt and his tense body relaxed a little. At that moment, a gentle breeze lifted his disordered sleeve. It was then I noticed that his left sleeve was empty, the cuff neatly tied. This man had only one arm. In an instant I knew who he was. Who else could it be but Uchiha Suozhu, the one who had long wandered alone? "Sorry for startling you." Suozhu's tone gentled, a subtle note of apology in his raspy voice. "I'm looking for Naruto. There's important intelligence that I need to relay to him and Kakashi in person." "If you're looking for brother Naruto, he's at the Hokage building right now," I hurriedly said, recalling that Uncle Naruto had mentioned this morning he would be attending an important conference with the 5 Kage. "He has the Kage meeting today. He probably won't be back until this afternoon." "I see." Suozhu nodded without further words and turned to head toward the Hokage building. Looking at his weary back and recalling his long journey, I hesitated for a moment, then gathered my courage to call out to him. Zhuozhu stopped and turned a hint of curiosity in his raised eyebrow as he awaited my next words. If you don't mind, would you like to come to my house for a bit? I bit my lip, my voice soft but clear. My home is nearby. You can rest, have some water, and after Brother Naruto finishes his meeting I'll let you know. Zhuozhu turned a flicker of surprise in his dark eyes, clearly not expecting me to extend such an invitation. He was silent for a few seconds, his gaze sweeping over the silver necklace at my throat, then resting on my slightly anxious face. Finally he nodded slowly. Very well. Relieved, I quickly stepped aside to lead the way. This way please. My house isn't far, just a few minutes' walk. Passers-by occasionally cast curious looks at Zhuozhu. His travel-worn appearance and sharp aura were indeed conspicuous. But Zhuozhu paid no heed, following me with steady strides, mostly silent, occasionally glancing at our surroundings with a shinobi's vigilance. Soon we arrived at my home, a Japanese-style house with a small yard where a few clusters of lily of the valley I loved were in full bloom, their delicate fragrance wafting on the breeze. I pushed open the wooden door and called inside, "Dad, I'm back." The house was quiet with no response. It seemed father had indeed gone to the meeting too. After all, he was the Sixth Hokage. Sorry, my father isn't home right now, I said, turning to Zhuozhu with a slightly embarrassed smile. But that's fine, please come in and rest. I'll pour you some water, and once he and Brother Naruto finish their meeting I'll take you to see them. Zhuozhu offered no objection, merely nodded and stepped into the yard. His gaze briefly lingered on the lilies of the valley, then moved to the wooden porch. He stood tall, not moving about, casually maintaining an air of detachment. I hurried into the house, fetched a clean teacup from the cabinet and poured cool boiled water from the refrigerator, knowing he had probably traveled far. Cooler water would be more refreshing. When I came out with the cup, Zhuozhu was still standing there like a statue. I quickly walked over and handed it to him. Have some water. You seem to have come a long way. Zhuozhu took the cup, his fingertips brushing the coolness of the porcelain. He paused, looked down at the clear water, then up at me, his raspy voice carrying a note of warmth. Thank you. He raised his head and drank most of it, his Adam's apple bobbing, clearly parched. His empty left sleeve swayed lightly with the motion, reminding me of his years of wandering. I couldn't help but feel a pang. The aloof shinobi I had seen in my past life's anime was now standing in my yard, his guard slightly lowered. If you're tired you can sit on the porch and rest for a while. I pointed to a wooden bench nearby. The yard is very quiet and no one will disturb you. Zhuozhu didn't sit, instead he leaned against a porch pillar, his gaze fixed in the direction of the Hokage building, lost in thought. The yard was filled only with the soft rustle of lilies swaying in the breeze and the occasional distant birdsong. The atmosphere wasn't awkward, instead it carried a curious tranquility. I said nothing more, obediently sitting on a small stool on the other side, hands resting on my knees, occasionally stealing glances at him. His profile was sharp, his nose high and straight, lips pressed into a firm line, his eyes deep as if hiding endless stories. Compared to my memory he seemed much more mature. The fierceness in his brow had faded, replaced by a composed steadiness. Just then my stomach let out an untimely growl. My cheeks flushed and I quickly lowered my head. I had only eaten half a bowl of noodles this morning before training and now I was famished. Zhuozhu's gaze shifted to my reddening face, a faint, almost imperceptible glimmer of amusement flickered in his dark eyes. Without a word he reached into his travel bag and pulled out a small, simply wrapped wheat cake, holding it out to me. Here, he said, his voice still low but lacking its initial wariness. I hesitated, then quickly waved my hand. No need, I have food at home. I'll go get some. Take it, Zhuozhu insisted, a note of finality in his tone. I bought it on the road, it's untouched. Looking at the wheat cake in his hand and then at his sincere eyes, I accepted it with a thank you. The cake had a faint wheat aroma, a somewhat coarse texture, but it was quite filling. I nibbled on it, then couldn't help asking, Uncle Zhuozhu, since you're back this time will you go see Sarada? She's very cute and her eyes are as beautiful as Aunt Sakura's. At the mention of Sarada, Zhuozhu's expression softened noticeably, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly and he said softly, I will. Those two simple words held a tenderness hard to Looking at him I suddenly felt that this shinobi, often perceived as aloof and cold by outsiders, also harbored gentle ties in his heart. Just then familiar footsteps sounded from outside the yard, accompanied by Father Kakashi's voice. Are you home? My eyes lit up and I immediately stood up. Dad, you're back. Kakashi pushed open the gate and upon seeing Zhuozhu he paused, then broke into a knowing smile. Zhuozhu? So you've already met? Thank you for hosting our guest. Zhuozhu straightened up and gave a slight nod toward Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei. At that moment he also introduced himself. I am Uchiha Zhuozhu. Kakashi pushed open the door and saw Zhuozhu. The smile on his face paused for a moment, then he quickly strode into the courtyard, crouched down and pulled me into his arms. His arms carried a familiar warmth as he gently ruffled my hair, his voice brimming with unconcealed happiness. Zuozhu, this child is my daughter Chimuing. Zuozu's gaze fell upon me, his dark eyes betraying little emotion, but when he heard the name, Chimuing, he nodded slightly and said softly, I never expected that you and fellow would actually do something proper. I was secretly astonished, so Uncle Zuozhu also knew my origin. But at this moment I had no mind to ponder that my entire attention was captivated by the person before me. This was Zuozhu. One of my favorite Uchiha from my past life. His sharply chiseled face and deep dark eyes, even bearing the fatigue of travel, could not conceal his striking beauty. As expected of the inherently sharp Uchiha, his looks were simply too captivating. I was nearly spellbound. When I came to my senses, I quickly composed my gaze, lifted my little face and flashed a sweet smile. So you are brothers Zuozhu. Nice to meet you. Chimuing. Brothers Zuozhu. Zuozhu was clearly taken aback, a flicker of confusion in his dark eyes. He looked down at me, then at Kakashi beside him, and the corner of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. He was nearly 30, yet being called brother by a little girl only 1 year older than his own daughter felt rather awkward. He was silent for a few seconds, then said with a tone of helpless seriousness, just call me Uncle Zuozhu. By generation and age I am old enough to be your uncle. I immediately waved my hand and explained earnestly, it's fine. Look, you and I are of the same generation. I call Mingren brother, and you and Mingren are also of the same generation, so calling you brothers Zuozhu is not wrong at all. Hearing this, Zuozhu pressed a hand to his forehead, his eyes filled with an, I knew it, helplessness. That Mingren fellow still the same. He's about to officially become Hokage, yet he's still teaching children these improper titles, not a shred of adult dignity. His words were laced with mock complaint but little real reproach, it was more the familiarity of old friends. He stared into my expectant eyes for a few seconds, then finally relented, his tone softening. Do as you wish. Call me whatever you like. I immediately cheered, elated inside. Being able to call Zuozhu brother was something I never dared to dream of in my past life. After a few exchanges, Zuozu's expression gradually turned serious. He looked at Kakashi and asked, by the way, where's Mingren? I have important matters to discuss with him. He just finished a meeting and went home. Kakashi stood up and said in a calm tone, it's already getting dark. You've traveled far and must be tired. Going to find him now would be troublesome. Why not rest tonight and arrange to meet him tomorrow for a detailed talk? He paused, then added, besides, Xiaoying and Zuliangna are waiting for you at home. Zuliangna has been talking about you a lot lately, saying she hasn't seen her father for a long time. At the mention of his wife and daughter, Zuozu's gaze instantly softened, much of the distance and weariness in his brow dissipating. He was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly, his voice low but warm. That's fine. The lilies of the valley in the courtyard swayed gently in the evening breeze, filling the air with their fragrance. Watching the rare softness on Zuozu's face, I suddenly felt that this ninja, so aloof and cold to outsiders, also had his own tender attachments. Papa Kakashi leaned against the porch pillar, watching us with a faint smile, the atmosphere warm and peaceful. Watching Zuozhu nod in agreement to go home and spend time with Aunt Xiaoying and Zuliangna, a bold idea suddenly popped into my head. If only I could get brother Zuozhu to take me as his apprentice. He is a genius of the Uchiha, not only skilled in fire release and lightning release but also possessing the Sharingan, a super powerful Kekkai Genkai. If I could learn ninjutsu from him, my strength would surely skyrocket. Moreover, Zuliangna and I are good friends, we could train together later. Just thinking about it excites me. But I also know that brother Zuozhu is aloof by nature and not someone who easily takes disciples. I need to carefully study his habits and devise a conquest plan. I can't just blurt it out. First of all, brother Zuozhu values strength and resilience above all. He himself trained hard since childhood, so he definitely dislikes lazy people. I have been consistently practicing taijutsu and chakra control, so my foundation is fairly solid. From now on I must work even harder to let him see my perseverance. Perhaps next time he passes by the training ground and sees me practicing taijutsu under the scorching sun, he might look at me with new respect. Secondly, he dislikes clingy, talkative people. Brother Mingren is always loud and boisterous. Brother Zuozhu complains about him verbally, but deep down he considers him a close friend. However, taking a disciple is different from making friends. I need to maintain an appropriate distance, act decisively and not drag things out. For example, when encountering a problem, first try to solve it myself, only ask for help when I truly can't, so I won't annoy him. Also, what brother Zuozhu cares about most is his family and the village. Zuliangna is his soft spot. I can spend more time playing with Zuliangna, chatting with her and listening to her talk about missing her father. When I see brother Zuozhu in the future, I can occasionally mention Zuliangna's recent progress, like, Zuliangna improved a lot in shuriken practice today, or, she said she wants to practice fire release with you. This will let him know that I understand his concerns and that I'm not just a self-interested kid only thinking about learning ninjutsu. Additionally, Brother Zhuozhu prefers quiet, unobtrusive environments. My courtyard is planted with lilies of the valley, quiet and serene. In the future I can accidentally run into him more often. For instance, when he comes to visit my father, I can quietly practice chakra control in the yard without disturbing him, waiting for him to speak to me first, then naturally talk a bit about training, slowly building goodwill. Lastly, timing is crucial. I can't ask now, I have to wait until he has developed a favorable impression of me, seeing my potential and reliability. For example, next time he sees me perfectly perform the water walking technique or make significant progress in taijutsu, he'll muster the courage to bring up the apprenticeship. The success rate will certainly be higher. I reviewed the conquest plan in my mind, and the more I thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Without being able to help it, a flush of excitement spread across my little face. At that moment Zhuozhu had already bid farewell to my father and turned to leave. I quickly ran up, stood before him, lifted my little face and offered a well-behaved yet earnest smile. Brother Zhuozhu, take care on the way. If you have time later, would you like to come sit in our courtyard? It's very quiet here, perfect for resting. I can even brew your favorite tea for you. I deliberately didn't mention the apprenticeship, I only extended a friendly invitation first, the first step in the conquest, make him willing to approach on his own. Zhuozhu looked at me, a flash of surprise in his dark eyes, then nodded slightly, his voice still low but somewhat softer. Okay. That single word made my heart blossom with joy. I nodded vigorously and waved my little hand. Goodbye, Brother Zhuozhu. Please give my regards to Aunt Xiaoying and Zhuliangna. Zhuozhu didn't turn back, only raised his hand and waved, his figure quickly disappearing at the alley's end. Papa Kakashi walked over to me, ruffled my hair, his eyes carrying a knowing smile. Silly girl, what are you thinking about? You're smiling so happily. Nothing. I quickly concealed, but inside I had already started planning tomorrow's training schedule. Conquering Brother Zhuozhu starts with getting stronger. I will make him willingly accept me as his disciple and later follow him to become a ninja as formidable as he is. The evening breeze swept through the yard, the fragrance of lilies lingering at my nose. I clenched my fist, my eyes filled with determination. My disciple recruiting conquest is now officially underway. After making up my mind to become Sasuke's disciple, the first person I worried about was my father Kakashi. He was my first ninjutsu teacher, patiently teaching me chakra control and spoiling me rotten. If I didn't explain it to him first, he would surely be hurt. At dinner I deliberately filled an extra bowl of miso soup for my father, sat across from him and clutched my chopsticks. After hesitating for a long while, I finally spoke up. Father, there's something I need to tell you. Kakashi set down his chopsticks and gazed at me tenderly. What's wrong, Hotaru? Is the training too exhausting? Do you want to take a few days off? No, it's not that. I shook my head, took a deep breath and mustered my courage. Father, I want to become Sasuke's disciple and learn ninjutsu from him. The moment the words left my mouth, the smile on Kakashi's face froze. He was stunned for a few seconds, a flash of astonishment crossing his eyes, quickly replaced by unmistakable helplessness and even a trace of barely perceptible grievance, like a child whose favorite toy had been snatched away. Hotaru, isn't it good enough to learn from your father? Naruto also said he'd be happy to teach you wind release anytime. Aren't the two of us enough for you to learn from? It's not that you and Naruto aren't good teachers. I waved my hands frantically, explaining with urgent earnestness, your chakra control lessons are incredibly meticulous and Naruto always says he'll take me for combat practice. Both of you are excellent teachers. Seeing the disappointment in his eyes, my heart softened and I lowered my voice. But father, you're the Hokage. You have to handle so many affairs of the Hidden Leaf every day and protect so many people. I can't take up too much of your time just because I'm the Hokage's daughter. Compared to training with me, the people of the Leaf need you more and the village's important matters come first. Kakashi was taken aback, the helplessness gradually fading from his eyes, replaced by deep emotion. He reached out and patted my head, his voice a little hoarse. Hotaru. You're so mature. I lowered my head and added softly, there's another reason. You and Naruto spoil me too much, you never dare to go all out during training. Last time we practiced taijutsu I was full of openings, but Naruto just gently dodged, unable to bring himself to counterattack. And when you taught me shuriken jutsu you were always afraid I'd hurt myself, so you only let me practice on fixed targets, never letting me try moving target drills. I know you care about me, but I also understand the principle that adversity leads to prosperity, ease leads to ruin. I looked up, my eyes filled with determination. If you keep protecting me like this, my progress will only slow down. Right now I may seem capable of climbing trees and walking on water, but if real danger strikes I won't have the strength to protect myself, let alone anyone else. Whenever I thought of the terrifying scenes of the Otsutsuki's arrival in my past life and the despair of the shinobi who couldn't fight back, my heart clenched. When the real enemy comes, like the Otsutsuki, if I can only stand there and shout I can't do anything, then what meaning does my reincarnation into this world hold? I don't want to just be protected. I want to grow stronger to fight alongside you Naruto-ni and Sasuke-ni to hold on to this happiness and to never let anything repeat the same mistakes. Sasuke-ni is different from you. He's been through many hardships so his training will definitely be strict. He won't go easy on me just because I'm a child. Only through such training can I truly grow and gain the power to protect myself and those around me. I clenched my fists, my tone utterly serious. Father, it's not that I don't like learning from you. I just want to become stronger so I won't make you and everyone worry. It's not that I don't like learning from you. I just want to become stronger so I won't make you and everyone worry. Kakashi remained silent for a long time, his eyes complex as he looked at me. He probably never expected that my small body harbored so many concerns and such resolve. After a while he let out a soft sigh, pulled me into his arms and said in a gentle voice laced with pride, "My Hotaru has truly grown up." He released me, looked into my eyes and spoke earnestly, "Father understands. You're right. Keeping you sheltered under my wing would only hold you back. Sasuke may be cold by nature but he's undeniably strong and steady enough. Learning from him will indeed help you grow faster." "Father, you approve?" My eyes lit up with surprise. "I approve." Kakashi nodded with a smile and ruffled my hair, "But you must promise me one thing, always put safety first during training. If Sasuke is too strict or asks you to do something dangerous you must tell me immediately, okay?" "Got it. Thank you, Father." I excitedly threw myself into his arms, hugging him tightly around the neck. The heavy stone in my heart finally lifted. Kakashi gently patted my back, his voice carrying a hint of reluctance but even more relief. "My daughter will one day become a ninja who stands on her own." After dinner Kakashi cleared the dishes, walked over to me as I fiddled with my necklace in the yard and gently tapped my shoulder. "Hotaru, want to take a walk with me to the training grounds?" I was startled for a moment, then my eyes brightened. "Sure. Is this going to be your last chakra control lesson with me?" "Something like that." Kakashi nodded with a smile, turned and picked up the training mat from the corner. "Let's go to the usual place." The usual spot was a secluded little training ground outside the village surrounded by camphor trees. At night the wind rustled the leaves, creating a profound stillness. This was where my father had first taught me to refine chakra, the starting point of my tree climbing and water walking practice, a place full of memories. Kakashi spread the training mat on the ground and gestured for me to sit. "Come on, one more chakra condensation exercise. Let me see your progress." I obediently sat cross-legged, closed my eyes and took a deep breath. The chakra inside me flowed like a docile stream, slowly gathering along my meridians into my palm, its warmth clearly perceptible. Slowly I spread the chakra evenly across my entire palm, then tightened it little by little, practicing precision control repeatedly, the fundamentals my father had taught me and the exercise I practiced most often. "Not bad, much steadier than last time." Kakashi's voice reached my ears, carrying approval. "You've controlled the flow and density of chakra very well. Looks like you haven't been slacking off." I opened my eyes and smiled at him. "It's all because you're such a good teacher." "Silly girl." Kakashi crouched down, took a small scroll from his pocket and handed it to me. "This is a self-defense trick I compiled when I was young, called Chakra Shield Miniature Version. It's more flexible than the protective tool in your necklace. Keep it." I took the scroll, opened it and saw a simple diagram of chakra flow along with a few concise incantations. "Did you prepare this especially for me, Father?" Kakashi nodded, reached out and took my wrist. "Come, I'll teach you how to use it. Concentrate chakra on the surface of your body, not too much, just enough to form a thin barrier. The key is speed, condense it instantly when an attack comes." As he spoke he guided my chakra flow. The warm chakra flowed through his fingertips, bringing a familiar sense of reassurance. I followed his rhythm and slowly tried to form the barrier. At first I wasn't very skilled, the barrier appeared and disappeared. But Kakashi was patient, correcting my movements over and over. "Don't rush. Draw the chakra in a little more concentrated on vital areas like your chest and head." We practiced for what felt like a long time until I could finally condense a thin chakra shield within a second. Though its strength was low, it was enough to handle sudden light attacks. "Father, I've got it." I raised my hand excitedly and a faint blue shield flickered across my palm. Kakashi looked at me, his eyes full of pride yet tinged with reluctance. "When you train with Sasuke from now on, no one will teach you as patiently as I did. He's very strict in training, even a little harsh at times, but you must understand, he only wants you to become truly strong." "I know." I nodded, clutching the scroll tightly. "I'll listen well and train hard. And one more thing." Kakashi took out a small shuriken pouch from his pocket and handed it to me. "These are special soft shuriken, they won't hurt anyone. Keep them with, even though you're not particularly talented with shuriken, practicing more won't hurt. If you ever need to use them, they can help you defend yourself." He paused, then added, "Remember, no matter how hard the training gets, don't push yourself too far. Father will always be your strongest support. If you feel wronged or miss me, you can come home anytime. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the camphor trees, falling on my father's face. I suddenly noticed faint lines at the corners of his eyes. Lately he had been dealing with Hokage affairs while also spending time training with me. He must have been exhausted. Father, you need to take care of yourself too. I threw myself into his arms, hugging him tightly around the waist, my voice a little choked. Don't stay up all night working on documents, and don't forget to eat on time. Kakashi stiffened for a moment, then gently patted my back, his voice as tender as the moonlight. All right, father will listen to Hotaru. Only the rustling of leaves and our breathing remained in the training ground, enveloping us in a warm atmosphere. I knew that from tomorrow onward my training path would become harsher, but with my father's care and protection I would surely persevere. Finally Kakashi made me memorize the incantation for chakra shield miniature version and practice tree climbing with me a few more times. Only after confirming I had fully mastered the technique did he take me home. Lying in bed I touched the necklace around my neck and clutched my father's scroll and shuriken pouch in my hands, warmth flooding my heart. This farewell night training was not only my father's final lesson but also the love and care he had hidden deep in his heart. The early morning sunlight barely filtered through the curtain cracks, casting scattered light spots on the bedding. I was still curled up in the quilt, my head groggy with the haze of just waking up. Before my consciousness fully returned, my nose caught the familiar faint scent of tea. "Ing, are you awake?" A gentle voice sounded by the bedside. I groggily opened my eyes and saw Kakashi, father, leaning over me. At this moment he wasn't wearing his mask, a slight smile on his face, the tenderness in his eyes like an unfading warm sun. He wasn't wearing his usual forehead protector, silver strands of hair fell across his forehead, softening his normally chilly features. I rubbed my eyes, let out a small yawn, my voice still soft and sleepy. "Father. Good morning." "Morning." Kakashi smiled and nodded, reached out to tuck the corner of my quilt, a hint of barely perceptible excitement in his tone. "Today you can go find Sasuke. I sent him a message last night. He has agreed to take you as his disciple." My eyes instantly widened, the remnants of sleep vanishing, my mind as if hitting an ignition button, suddenly wide awake. Did I really just hear that? Brother Sasuke agreed so quickly. I thought I'd have to work on the strategy plan for a long time to raise his goodwill, even prepared for several rejections, yet father settled it with just one sentence. Really? Father isn't lying to me. I suddenly sat up in bed, my hair a messy tangle like a little flame, my eyes shining like hidden stars, brimming with incredulous anticipation. Of course it's true. Kakashi reached out and ruffled my messy hair, his tone carrying a hint of emotion he himself hadn't noticed. To be honest, as his teacher I didn't expect him to agree so readily. I had prepared a whole speech to persuade him to think it over, but not long after I sent the message he only replied with a single "okay," saving me plenty of breath. As he spoke, a flicker of doubt passed through his eyes. Sasuke was an aloof child, never fond of trouble, let alone taking on a 5-year-old girl as a disciple. Such swift agreement indeed exceeded his expectations. But regardless, Sasuke's willingness to teach was a good thing for Ing. I could no longer contain my excitement. I threw off the quilt and pounced into Kakashi's arms, wrapping my arms tightly around his neck, rubbing my cheek against his soft clothes, my voice sweet as honey. "I love you the most, father. Father, you're amazing." Caught off guard by my sudden embrace, Kakashi was momentarily stunned, then his smile widened and even his eyes brightened. He gently patted my back, his tone carrying a distinct, somewhat smug pride. "To make our Ing this happy, of course, father is amazing." He even deliberately puffed out his chest, looking just like a child who had received beloved praise, nowhere near the composed demeanor of the Sixth Hokage. I nuzzled against him, my heart sweet. Indeed, with father's help everything went much smoother. The disciple-taking plan that had filled me with anxiety had so easily taken its most crucial step. So where is brother Sasuke now? Can I go find him right away? I lifted my head, eyes sparkling as I looked at Kakashi, eager to start the new training. "Don't rush, eat breakfast first." Kakashi smiled and tapped my nose. "Sasuke said he'll wait for you at the old training ground outside the village. After breakfast he'll take you there. And during training be obedient and don't throw little tantrums, got it?" "Got it." I nodded vigorously, quickly crawled out of his arms and dressed myself with nimble hands. My mind was already planning how to perform well during the first training to let brother Sasuke see my sincerity and potential. Watching my bustling figure as I ran off to wash up, the smile on Kakashi's face remained gentle, though a hint of reluctance and anticipation flickered in his eyes. He murmured softly, "This girl more impatient than me. But Sasuke should teach her well." After washing up and running to the table, my favorite seaweed rice balls, miso soup and fresh strawberries were already laid out. I wolfed down my meal while glancing at the door from time to time, my heart full of longing and anticipation for the first training. The old training ground outside the village was still quiet. The branches of the camphor trees swayed gently in the morning breeze, casting mottled shadows. When I arrived at the training ground entrance panting heavily, I saw brother Sasuke already standing in the center of the field, his posture straight as a pine. He still wore his dark coat, the empty left sleeve neatly tucked into his waistband. His dark eyes gazed calmly at me, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible reproach. "You're too late, Ing." I had just finished a run and my chest was still heaving slightly. I quickly waved my hand and joked, sorry, a little detour on the road, sort of got lost on the path of life for a bit." As soon as I said this, I saw Sasuke frown, his eyes carrying a hint of resigned disdain. "Don't imitate your unserious father. On the training ground your attitude must be serious." I stuck out my tongue, quickly put away my playful expression and obediently stood before him, straightening my small frame. I couldn't leave a bad impression on brother Sasuke during the first training. Seeing me rein in my expression, Sasuke slowly spoke, his tone suddenly turning grave. "Before training begins, I'll ask you a question. What do you think a Hokage and a village are?" This sentence struck like a thunderbolt, freezing me in place. So familiar. My mind raced. Wasn't this the question brother Sasuke had asked the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, in my past life? What had Hashirama-sama answered back then? Oh dear, I had only been focused on the cool fighting scenes. I couldn't remember the specifics. My palms sweated with anxiety. My brain worked at full speed, piecing together various theories about Hokage and villages I had heard in my previous life. I organized my thoughts, lifted my head and answered seriously, protecting the village with all one's strength, that is the mission of a Hokage. As a Hokage there can be no room for retreat, because behind him are the countless lights of Konoha, all the people who need protection. And the village is the place of bonds for all comrades and family, a home to return to safely no matter how far one goes. After speaking I looked nervously at Sasuke, afraid my answer wasn't right. To my surprise, a glimmer of approval flashed in Sasuke's dark eyes. He nodded slightly, apparently satisfied with the answer. Just as he was about to say something, a clear voice came from a big tree by the training ground. "Well said. Ing-chan is absolutely right." As the voice fell, a golden figure leaped down from the branch, landing steadily on the ground. It was brother Naruto. He wore his iconic orange jacket, a bright smile on his face. He quickly walked over to us and patted my shoulder. "I didn't expect little Ing-chan to come up with such great words at such a young age. No wonder you're the disciple of Kakashi sensei and me." Sasuke glanced at him and said flatly, "What are you doing here?" "I was just worried." Naruto grinned and scratched his head. "It's Yinken's first training with you after all. I came specially to check in and cheer you on. And I wanted to hear how this problem child would teach a disciple." Sasuke ignored his teasing and turned to me, his tone turning serious again. "Since you understand that principal training won't be easy. To protect the village and family you must first possess the power to match. Now training begins. First training, chakra precision enhancement." Sasuke's voice was devoid of warmth. He pointed to a row of targets in the corner of the training ground, not ordinary fixed targets but small wooden ones hanging on strings, swaying gently in the wind, each bullseye no larger than a thumbnail. "Hit 30 bullseyes with chakra needles within 10 minutes. He pulled a small box of slender metal needles from his pocket and handed them to me. "Inject chakra, control the force and direction. No physical strength, rely solely on chakra guidance." I took the needles, feeling their cold touch against my fingertips. I had only seen chakra needles in my father's scrolls, requiring precise injection of chakra into the tip and mental control over the trajectory, several times harder than shuriken. But I dared not hesitate. I focused my mind, slowly channeling chakra into the needle, and with a slight flick of my fingers shot it toward the first bullseye. Pfft, the needle grazed the target's edge and embedded into the tree trunk behind. "Your force is too scattered. Concentrate chakra on the front third of the needle." Sasuke's voice rang out instantly, not reproachful but carrying unyielding sternness. Again. I took a deep breath, adjusted the flow of chakra, and this time deliberately focused the energy at the tip. The needle whistled through the air but again deviated, striking the edge of the target. 2 inches off. "Your intention isn't focused enough." Sasuke stepped forward, pressing a fingertip to my forehead. "Close your eyes. Feel the connection between chakra and the target. Treat that bullseye as something you must protect." I obediently closed my eyes. In my mind emerged the lights of Naruto's home, my father's smile, and the laughing faces of Sarada and Boruto. A resolute strength rose from the depths of my heart. The chakra within me grew steadier. I raised my hand again and the needle shot forth like an arrow. This time it struck the bullseye with pinpoint accuracy. "Good." Sasuke's tone softened slightly. With the first success, the subsequent attempts gradually became smoother. But as time passed, my chakra consumption mounted. My fingertips began to tingle and the later needles again went astray. Under the tree shade, Naruto grew anxious and couldn't help shouting, "Ing-chan, hang in there. Focus, think about ramen." "Shut up." Sasuke shot him a cold glance. Naruto immediately clamped his hand over his mouth though his eyes remained fixed on the targets. In the last 3 minutes I gritted my teeth carefully injecting the remaining chakra into each needle shooting one after another toward the bullseyes. Sweat dripped down my forehead soaking the stray strands of hair. My arm began to tremble but I never stopped. Time's up. Sasuke's voice rang out just as I released the final needle. I collapsed onto the ground panting heavily and looked up at the targets. 28 metal needles were stuck in the 30 bullseyes with only 2 on the edges. Barely passing. Sasuke nodded a hint of approval in his tone. Your chakra control is better than expected but your endurance is lacking. Next physical training. As he finished speaking he reached out his hand toward me. I froze for a moment before realizing he meant to pull me up. The moment I grasped his hand a surge of strength yanked me upward. Before I could steady myself I saw Sasuke's fist hurtling toward my face with a whoosh. Watch out! Naruto cried out. Instinctively I channeled chakra to protect my vitals and sidestepped using the taijutsu instincts Rock Lee had taught me. The fist brushed past my cheek the wind raising every hair on my skin. Before I could regain my balance Sasuke's leg swept toward my calf. I stumbled backward nearly falling. There's no preparation time in battle. Your enemy won't give you a chance to adjust. Sasuke's assault didn't relent, every punch and kick was merciless yet he always pulled back a fraction just before striking me. Use everything you've got. Counterattack. I gritted my teeth and stopped evading passively attempting to fight back. Though my taijutsu foundation was solid against Sasuke's speed and strength I couldn't gain the upper hand. His attacks were precise and fierce each one targeting my weaknesses. Before long I was knocked to the ground sporting several bruises. Does it hurt? Sasuke looked down at me. Not at all. I bit my lip scrambled up and brushed off the dust. I can keep going. Naruto ran over intending to rub my bruises but Sasuke stopped him. On the training ground this is nothing. To grow stronger you must get used to pain. Sasuke, you're too harsh. Naruto frowned. She's only 5 years old. The ninja world has no age divisions, only the strong and the weak. Sasuke's gaze was unwavering. If she wants to protect others she must have the resolve to endure suffering. I looked at Naruto's worried expression and shook my head. Narutoni, I am fine. Sasakini is right, I can't be afraid of pain. I straightened up, bowed to Sasuke and said, please continue to guide me Sasakini. A flicker of approval passed through Sasuke's eyes as he raised his hand into a combat stance. Again. Through the rest of the training I was knocked down again and again yet I rose each time. Sasuke's attacks grew faster, his demands higher. My bruises multiplied but the thought of retreat never crossed my mind. In my mind the answer remained clear: to protect the countless lights of Konoha I must first possess the strength to withstand the storms. Naruto's initial worry gradually turned to admiration. He no longer interrupted but silently handed me water and wiped my sweat. As the sun set the training finally ended. I lay on the ground too exhausted to even lift my arm yet I felt brimming with power. Sasuke walked over and tossed me a bottle of ointment. Apply this to the bruises. Report on time tomorrow. 1 second late double the training. Understood Sasakini. I caught the ointment offering a weary but radiant smile. Naruto came over, sat beside me and handed me a rice ball. Ing-chan, you're amazing. If I were in your shoes I'd have cried long ago from Sasuke's torment. Because I have something I want to protect. I took a bite of the rice ball feeling warmth in my heart. Sasuke watched us then turned to leave. When he reached the gate of the training ground he paused and looked back. Bring your shuriken tomorrow. I'll teach you precision throwing. My eyes lit up. Really? He didn't answer, only waved his hand as his figure gradually disappeared into the trees. Naruto chuckled and patted my shoulder. Looks like Sasuke really approves of you, Ing-chan. You'll definitely become a ninja even greater than us. I gazed in the direction Sasuke had left, gripping the ointment tightly in my hand. Today's training was harsh but I could feel my own progress. This was only the beginning. The road ahead was long. I would carry my father's expectations, Sasuke's guidance and my own resolve growing stronger step by step until I became a ninja who could truly protect everyone. When the moon rose I walked home with Naruto. Along the way I couldn't help touching the necklace around my neck. The tiny diamonds on the pendant glittered in the moonlight as if cheering me on. My path of training had just taken its first solid step and I was already prepared to face every challenge ahead. The days of training were as fulfilling as a scroll filled to the brim with visible progress each day under the rigorous guidance of my brother Sasuke. In just half a year I had already mastered most of the basic ninja techniques. The crackling lightning of the lightning-release Chidori flowing at my fingertips allowed me to clearly feel the explosive force of chakra if the fire-release Great Fireball technique unleashed a scorching flame that could char the training wooden posts. The water-release Water Dragon Bullet technique was even more refined as I had painstakingly studied the simplified hand seals of the second Hokage requiring only 6 seals to summon a rushing water dragon. After all, the reality of the battlefield is not like the practice field. If I were to perform a dozen seals like Kakashi sensei, I would be interrupted by the enemy before my hands could cramp, rendering even the most exquisite jutsu useless. In addition to these primary offensive techniques, I had already mastered tree climbing and water walking to perfection, even able to move quickly on vertical rock walls and stand steadily on rushing river waters. Though Sasuke spoke little, he could always pinpoint my shortcomings with precision, helping me refine my skills bit by bit, from the rhythm of chakra flow to the subtle gestures of hand seals. Sakura often trained with Sarada and me during her free time, bringing me many snacks. Every day was fulfilling, and my previously poor shuriken throwing had improved under her guidance. Though I still occasionally missed the target, at least I no longer aimed for the lower regions. Naruto even patted my shoulder, saying Hikariken can finally use shuriken properly. Yet happy times are always like sand slipping through one's fingers. The tighter you hold, the faster they flow away. At the end of today's training, when Sasuke retracted the lightning of Chidori, he suddenly spoke, his tone calm yet unwaveringly resolute. Hikari, I must leave. The kunai in my hand fell to the ground with a clatter, and my mind went blank in an instant. Leave? Where? My voice trembled, filled with a foreboding sense of dread. To investigate the whereabouts of the Otsutsuki. Sasuke's dark eyes gazed into the distance, deep and laden with gravity. Their threat remains ever present. We cannot just stay in Konoha. This statement struck like a thunderbolt, catching me completely off guard. Is this how it feels when the sky falls? I had finally found such a good mentor, and I had just begun to grasp ninjutsu. I hadn't even touched the threshold of the lightning release Kirin that I longed for. How could I interrupt my training at this moment? No way, absolutely not. A bold and reckless thought rapidly formed in my mind: I want to follow Sasuke. Even if I would be labeled as a rogue ninja, well, I might be in the wrong story, but it doesn't matter. I cannot miss this opportunity to become stronger. To execute this plan, I immediately began to take action. After training, I first found Naruto and Kakashi sensei. My eyes read as I pretended to be reluctant to see Sasuke go. Naruto sensei, I just can't bear to witness Sasuke's departure, so I won't go to see him off. This is a gift I prepared for my mentor. Could you help me deliver it to him? I intentionally squeezed out a few tears as I handed over a neatly wrapped small box. Inside were only ordinary wheat cakes and healing ointment, purely for disguise. Naruto and Kakashi sensei were indeed deceived by me, nodding quickly in agreement. Okay Hikari, don't cry, we will definitely help you deliver it. They didn't know that I had already set up a shadow clone in my room. With my current chakra level, the shadow clone could last at most a day without revealing its flaws, mimicking my daily routines: eating, reading, and occasionally visiting Naruto's house to see Boruto, enough to fool others. And with the pace of Sasuke and me, a day was enough to distance ourselves from Konoha, so even if they discovered the truth later, there would be no time to pursue us. Back home, while my shadow clone was imitating me reading, I quietly packed my luggage: a few sets of clothes, the protective scroll my father gave me, the ninjutsu notes that Sasuke taught me, and a small bag of compressed biscuits. Finally, on the most noticeable wooden post in the yard, I stuck a farewell letter filled with heartfelt determination: Dear Father Naruto Hinata, when you see this letter, I will have left Konoha with Sasuke. Please do not worry nor come looking for me. I know this decision is very willful, but I truly do not want to miss the opportunity to become stronger. The threat of the Otsutsuki is drawing nearer. I want to follow my mentor to undergo training to learn more powerful ninjutsu so that I can truly protect Konoha and all of you in the future. Thank you, Father, for your love and guidance all this time. Thank you, Naruto, for your care. Thank you, Hinata, for always making delicious food for me. Boruto should listen to his mother well and not be too mischievous. Sarada should practice ninjutsu diligently, and when I return we can compete together. Please forgive my sudden departure. I will take good care of myself, and when I become strong enough I will definitely come back. Do not worry. Love, Hikari. After writing the letter, I took one last look at my familiar home. The lilies of the valley in the yard were still blooming, my father's study light was still on, and the shadow clone was sitting by the window reading seriously. I bit my lip, holding back the tears in my eyes, and turned to run towards the village's exit. The night deepened and the moonlight illuminated the small path through the forest. I knew this decision was risky, but thinking of the opportunity to continue learning ninjutsu from Sasuke, bringing me one step closer to my goal, filled me with courage. Not long after leaving Konoha, I saw Sasuke leaning against a large tree waiting for me from a distance. It seemed he had anticipated my arrival and had not gone too far. Seeing me run over, he did not express surprise, merely nodding slightly. Are you ready? Yes. I nodded vigorously, gripping my luggage tightly. Sasuke sensei, I want to go with you. I want to become stronger. A complex emotion flashed through Sasuke's dark eyes before he returned to calmness. The journey will be tough and there may be dangers. I am not afraid. I stood tall, my gaze resolute. I am no longer the child who needs to be protected. I can fight on my own. Sasuke did not say anything more, turning to walk into the distance. Keep up. I immediately quickened my pace to follow him, my figure soon disappearing into the night. Konoha receded further behind me, the road ahead filled with unknowns, yet I felt no regret in my heart. This time I would rely on my own strength to pursue the path of becoming stronger. When I return next time, I will definitely become a ninja that makes my father and everyone proud. The morning after sending off Sasuke, as the sun climbed over the eaves of the Hokage building, Kakashi strolled leisurely to Naruto's house carrying the gift entrusted to him by Hikari. Naruto was squatting in the yard watching Hikari chase after Boruto and Sarada, still holding half of a rice ball he hadn't finished. Naruto, the gift Hikari asked us to deliver, I forgot to give it to Sasuke yesterday. Kakashi handed over the exquisitely wrapped box, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible doubt. This girl, she said she couldn't bear to say goodbye yesterday, yet today she hasn't mentioned it at all. Naruto took the box, shook it and heard faint sounds inside. Hikarikan is too thoughtful, even prepared a gift. But that guy Sasuke left in a hurry, he has probably already crossed the borders of the fire country. No need, let's give it to him next time, it's too late now. Kakashi leaned against the doorframe, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing his forehead protector. By the way, did you find Hikari a bit strange yesterday? Usually even if she is reluctant she wouldn't hide from us. Naruto scratched his head grinning. Hey, she's just a kid. Farewells always seem a bit sentimental. Moreover, after following Sasuke for half a year, it's normal for her to develop feelings. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint ripple of chakra suddenly arose in the center of the yard. It was the signature fluctuation of the shadow clone dispersing. A pale blue glow coalesced and dissipated on the ground, signaling the disappearance of Hikari's shadow clone. Just as the glow faded completely, a neatly folded letter drifted gently from the air, landing with a thud on the ground, the cover adorned with a small lily of the valley illustration. What is that? Naruto was the first to react, quickly walking over to pick up the letter. As he unfolded it, Hikari's tender yet neat handwriting came into view, and the relaxed expressions on both their faces instantly froze. Kakashi also hurried over, scanning the contents of the letter, his pupils narrowing slightly. Naruto's fingers tightened around the letter, knuckles turning white, and his originally bright voice became hoarse. This girl actually ran away secretly. She used the shadow clone to deceive us, hiding the letter inside the clone, which only fell out when the clone dispersed. How could she? He couldn't finish his sentence, his heart filled with anger and urgency, his eyes turning red. Boruto and Sarada sensed something was off with the adults and quickly ran over. Boruto stood on tiptoe to read the words left Konoha, with Sasuke, his little face flushing bright red as he tugged at Naruto's clothing, choked with emotion. Dad. Why did sister leave? Does she not like Boruto anymore? Sarada furrowed her brow, tightly gripping the kunai in her hand, worry filling her eyes. How could Hikarikan leave without saying goodbye? She clearly said yesterday that she wanted to practice shuriken with me. Kakashi took a deep breath, suppressing the bitterness and anxiety in his heart, crouched down to pat the heads of the two children, his voice as steady as possible. Boruto, Sarada, Hikarikan doesn't dislike you. She hid the letter in the shadow clone to avoid crying during the farewell. This was her way of saying goodbye to us. She wants to become stronger with Sasuke so she can better protect everyone in the future. Despite saying this, his hands hanging by his side unconsciously clenched into fists, fingertips turning white. Becoming stronger doesn't mean you can just run away. Naruto couldn't hold back any longer, punching the nearby tree trunk, causing leaves to rustle down. She's only 5. The outside world is full of dangers, and there are Otsutsuki out there. How could she dare to follow Sasuke alone? The shadow clone held for a whole day, and now Sasuke has already left the fire country. We won't be able to catch up. He said this as he prepared to rush out. I will find her now, even if I have to chase her to the ends of the earth. I will bring her back. Naruto, stop. Kakashi quickly grabbed him, his tone calm yet heavy. You can't catch up. If Sasuke wants to hide, even if we send people, we won't find him. And look, she calculated the time for hiding the letter in the clone perfectly. She was certain that by the time we found out it would be too late. This child, planning so meticulously, clearly has made up her mind long ago. So what if she has made up her mind? She's still a child. Naruto's eyes reddened, his tone filled with guilt. It's all my fault. I've spoiled her too much, and I couldn't bear to be harsh during training, making her think the outside world is so easy. And that guy Sasuke actually took her away. When I see him, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Naruto, calm down. Kakashi looked at him, his eyes full of complexity. Have you forgotten how Hikari looked during training? Time and again she was knocked down by Sasuke, yet she always got back up without ever crying out in pain. She said in the letter that she didn't want to be protected by everyone. We have always sheltered her, but she ultimately wants to fly on her own. She has grown up and has her own aspirations. Naruto was stunned. Hikari's stubborn figure during training flashing through his mind, being cornered by Sasuke's Chidori yet refusing to back down, practicing the water dragon bullet technique until her fingers went numb, but still persevering, and the determined gaze when she said, I want to protect the lights of every household in Konoha. It turned out that when she said she couldn't bear to say goodbye yesterday, she had long been prepared to leave without notice. The anger in his heart was gradually replaced by profound concern. He sat down despondently, burying his hands in his hair. His voice choked. But she is so small. What if she encounters danger? That guy Sasuke can't even take care of himself. How could he take care of a child? Don't worry, Sasuke will protect her. Kakashi said softly, as if comforting Naruto, also as if comforting himself. He wouldn't let her come to harm if he took her as a disciple. Moreover, Hikari's strength already surpasses that of her peers. The chakra shield I taught her and the ninjutsu that Sasuke taught her are enough for her to protect herself. She can use the shadow clone so adeptly and even hide the letter inside the clone without being detected. Her chakra control is already quite stable. Kakashi walked over to the wooden post where Hikari often stayed, picking up the letter that had fallen on the ground, his fingertips gently stroking the lily of the valley pattern on the cover. That was Hikari's favorite flower and also the design on the necklace he had given her. Kakashi's eyes were filled with reluctance but also a hint of pride. This girl, even her farewell is so special. The letter says do not worry, but how can we not worry? Naruto raised his head, looking at the letter in Kakashi's hand, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He remembered the first time Hikari called him Narutonii, her adorable appearance, how she always struggled to aim correctly when practicing shuriken, and her red eyes pretending to be strong yesterday. That little girl who looked so delicate had unknowingly grown into a small ninja with her own thoughts and the courage to take action toward her goals. So now, is there nothing we can do? Naruto asked, his tone gradually calming down. There is nothing we can do. Kakashi carefully folded the letter and placed it in his pocket. What we can do is protect Konoha and wait for her to return. As for this matter, we will say to the outside world that Hikari went out with Sasuke for training. Naruto nodded, picking up the gift box on the table and gripping it tightly. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the serious faces of the two. In the yard, Boruto was still softly murmuring, "Sister, come back soon," while Sarada silently resolved to train harder so that when Hikariken returned they could protect Konoha together. At this moment, on the border of the fire country, Sasuke's footsteps were steady and my figure closely followed behind him as I quietly said to Sasuke, "Brother Sasuke, thank you for being willing to take me with you. I haven't learned Kirin yet, so you can't slack off. Also, after the shadow clone disperses, Dad and Naruto will definitely worry. If you have the chance, could you send them a message to reassure them? I will be very obedient and will definitely not hold you back." "Got it," Sasuke replied, quickening his pace, and I could only slowly catch up. I was looking forward to this new journey. After Hotaru left, Konoha remained the same brilliantly lit village, yet something felt amiss, like a carefully arranged rice ball missing a single umeboshi or a warm bowl of miso soup lacking a sprinkle of scallions. The familiar routines had subtly changed because of the absence of one small figure. The first to notice the unease was Kakashi. Every morning upon waking he habitually glanced toward the next room, intending to call Hotaru for training, only to see the neatly made bed and a ninja scroll left open on the desk, its corner meticulously folded. He walked into the yard where the bellflowers were in full bloom. The breeze carried their fragrance as before, but no one came running to tug at his sleeve and ask, "Dad, what jutsu are we practicing today?" On the training ground, the small wooden post he had prepared for Hotaru stood alone in the corner, still bearing the faint scorch marks from her fireball practice. No one would ever grimace at it again and shout, "It'll burn you to ashes." Sometimes after finishing Hokage duties he would instinctively buy a strawberry daifuku, Hotaru's favorite, and bring it home, only to remember at the door that the little girl who used to bounce out to greet him for snacks had already set off on a distant journey with Sasuke. He would sit on the wooden porch fingering the pressed bellflower Hotaru had left behind, recalling her focused face while practicing chakra control, her persistence when begging to learn taijutsu, and the image of her reddened eyes before she secretly left, saying, "I can't bear goodbyes." A bitter smile tugged at his lips and his heart felt hollow, as if a vital piece of the puzzle was missing. Naruto was equally unaccustomed. Every day after work he would call out, "Hotaruken, want to come eat ramen?" but only heard Boruto's reply and Hinata's gentle laughter. At the dining table Hotaru's seat was always empty. Hinata would instinctively serve an extra bowl of rice, then realize her mistake and sigh softly, dividing the portion between Boruto. Boruto had grown quieter than before. He no longer pestered everyone to play all day. Occasionally he would sit on the wooden stump in the yard clutching the small kunai Hotaru had given him, murmuring, "When will big sister come back? She promised to practice ninjutsu with me." Once when Naruto took Boruto and Sarada to the training ground and watched the children practice shuriken, he blurted out, "Hotaruken, no aiming low this time." After he shouted, the training ground fell silent. Sarada hung her head without speaking. Boruto's eyes turned red and Naruto himself froze. The little girl who always made a mess of shuriken practice was no longer by his side. He stared at the distant target, remembering how he and Kakashi used to stifle their laughter when Hotaru practiced shuriken. A sudden pang of sadness filled his chest, and even the ramen afterward didn't taste as good. Hinata's unease hid in the details. She would habitually make an extra batch of strawberry daifuku and store it in the fridge, thinking Hotaru might return someday. She would wash and iron Hotaru's favorite lavender dress, folding it neatly and placing it on the top shelf of the wardrobe. Spotting weeds in the yard, she would remember how Hotaru used to help pull them out, only to mistake vegetable seedlings for weeds, and would laugh only for her eyes to glisten with tears. Even the villagers felt something was missing. The old lady at the candy shop always kept a bag of the orange candies Hotaru loved in the counter, but no one came to buy them for a long time. The guard ninja on the training ground occasionally recalled the little girl who trained hard with Sasuke getting knocked down and stubbornly getting up again. After each practice, Sarada would look toward the corner where she and Hotaru used to train together, silently thinking that when Hotaru returned she would show her how much she had improved. Sometimes Kakashi and Naruto would get together and talk about Hotaru. Naruto would always complain, "Does that guy Sasuke even take good care of Hotaru-kun? Is she getting enough to eat? Is he pushing her too hard?" Kakashi would then pull out a brief message from Sasuke, just the word, "safe," but it was enough to calm them both slightly. Seeing Naruto's anxiety, he said softly, "Don't worry. Hotaru is stronger than we think." Yet the concern in his own eyes was unmistakable. Once while processing documents, Kakashi came across a report on ninja training expeditions and suddenly remembered Hotaru's words before she left, "I don't want to be protected all the time." His heart was filled with both reluctance and pride. He took out the farewell letter Hotaru had left, reading the childish handwriting over and over as if he could see the little girl writing those words with a mix of determination and nervousness. At night the lights of Konoha were still warm. Kakashi sat in the yard looking toward the Hokage building, holding Hotaru's ninjutsu notebook with her crooked annotations. Naruto accompanied Boruto for a walk in the yard while Boruto kept muttering about his sister. Hinata sat by the window mending some of Hotaru's small clothes. They all knew that Hotaru's departure was to grow stronger to protect the village and family she loved. Life went on. Training never stopped and the protection of Konoha never slackened. But the void left by that small figure, the concern hidden in the details of daily life, constantly reminded them, a brave little ninja was growing up far away and all they could do was keep this warmth safe and wait for her return. Occasionally the wind brought news from afar, a message of Hotaru's safety. Every time they saw the words, "All is well," getting stronger, everyone would smile with relief. They had grown accustomed to life without Hotaru by their side, but never to the absence of missing her. This longing, like the scent of bellflowers in the yard, was faint yet lingered in their hearts, accompanying them as they awaited the return of that small figure. On the other side, far from the longing of Konoha, lay the training journey beyond the borders of the Land of Fire. Hotaru followed Sasuke westward. The road beneath her feet changed from familiar Konoha streets to rugged mountain paths and barren wastelands. No longer did she hear Boruto's noise or Hinata's gentle words, only the wind and the steady sound of Sasuke's footsteps. After the initial excitement faded, an unfamiliar discomfort crept in. Sasuke's training was several times more intense than in Konoha. He had her wake before dawn to practice chakra flow and not rest until late at night, leaning against a tree trunk. There was no soft bed, only a thin cloak to sleep on in the grass. No warm miso soup or strawberry daifuku, only compressed biscuits and cold spring water. When they passed a town, Sasuke would buy some flatbread and ointment, but never remembered to bring her a bag of orange candies like Kakashi did. One night they camped in a cave. Sasuke polished the Kusanagi blade while Hotaru curled up in a corner staring at the starry sky outside the cave entrance. Suddenly her eyes turned red. She remembered the yard in Konoha where every evening her dad would sit with her on the wooden porch watching the stars and telling ninja stories. She remembered Aunt Hinata bringing warm milk, stroking her head and saying, "Sleep early so you'll have energy for training tomorrow." She remembered Boruto pestering her to use her chakra to light up the yard with a small sphere of light. But now the cave was filled with cold stone and the wind blowing through the entrance made her shiver. She instinctively touched the necklace around her neck, the cool pendant pressed against her skin, but it no longer brought the same sense of security. "I kind of regret it," the thought wormed into her heart, regret for not saying goodbye properly to her dad, for not eating enough of Aunt Hinata's strawberry daifuku, for not telling Boruto, "Wait for me to come back and play with you." This small regret grew stronger whenever she hit a training bottleneck. Sasuke taught her the basics of Kirin, the extreme compression of lightning release chakra. But her chakra reserves were still insufficient and each attempt ended in failure, the lightning at her fingertips dissipating with a sharp sting. Once she accidentally hurt her wrist with uncontrolled lightning. Seeing the blood seeping from the wound, she didn't cry, but when Sasuke turned to fetch water she secretly wiped her tears away. She recalled that in Konoha, even when she couldn't master shuriken, her dad would kneel down and patiently teach her, not like Sasuke who only said, "Adjust it yourself." Even when Naruto's wind release blew her off balance, he would laugh, help her up and give her a candy to cheer her up. But now she had to grit her teeth and bandage her own wounds, figure out what went wrong on her own. No one would gently comfort her, no one would secretly sneak her snacks. Other discomforts hid in the small details of daily life. She had been used to saying, "Good morning, Dad," every day, but now she could only face the empty mountains in silence. She had been used to someone handing her a towel and water after training, but now she had to run to the river to wash her face herself. She had even been used to going to Naruto's house for dinner after practice, but now she could only chew dry flatbread and miss the taste of miso soup. Once passing through a small village, she saw a little girl holding her father's hand to buy candied hawthorns. She suddenly stopped. Sasuke looked back at her. She quickly lowered her head and hurried to catch up, but her heart ached. Her dad used to buy her a candied hawthorn stick when she performed well in training. The sweet tangy taste could make her happy all day. Sasuke, she hesitated for a long time before finally speaking, "Can we send a message to Dad? Just to say I'm fine." Sasuke paused and, polishing the kusanagi, looked up and his dark eyes held a hint of understanding. "Missing Konoha?" Hotaru nodded, her voice choked with emotion, "A little. I miss Dad Naruto and the food Hinata makes." Sasuke said nothing but took out a communication scroll from his pack and handed it to her. "Write it. I'll send it for you." Hotaru immediately took the scroll, lay down on a rock and wrote carefully, stroke by stroke, "Dad Naruto, I am fine. Sasuke teaches very seriously. I can already control my lightning release better. I miss the strawberry daifuku, the bellflowers in the yard, and the little wooden post on the training ground. When I master Kirin, I'll come back to see you." After finishing, she handed the scroll to Sasuke and the small regret in her heart seemed to ease. Sasuke glanced at the childish handwriting, a flicker of softness in his eyes, and silently activated the communication jutsu. Hotaru knew that the path she had chosen was not wrong. Every time she successfully compressed a bit of lightning release chakra, every time she cast a more precise water dragon jutsu, she felt her progress. She didn't want to remain a protected child, to be left helpless when the Otsutsuki came crying out, "I can't do anything." But occasionally in the dead of night, when training had exhausted her to the limit, those small regrets and discomforts would quietly surface. She would bury her face in her knees and whisper, "Dad, I kind of miss you," then wake up the next day, straighten her small back and continue forward with Sasuke. She understood that growth was like this, enduring the longing for the past while facing the unknown storms. Those small regrets and discomforts were not weakness, if they were the deepest ties to Konoha and her family. And that longing would become the strongest power supporting her on the path of training, step by step, to become stronger. As Sasuke said, the path of a ninja is never easy. But the people you care about become your hardest armor. Hotaru clenched her fists, looked at the road ahead, and the confusion in her eyes gradually faded, leaving only determination. She would carry this longing train hard, and when she next returned to Konoha, she would make everyone see that the little girl who had secretly run away had grown into a ninja who could stand on her own. And the small regrets and discomforts of now would eventually become the most precious memories upon her return. The path of training alongside Sasuke had no fixed destination, only the relentless march forward. We traveled in spurts, crossing desolate Gobi deserts, traversing dense forests, sleeping in pitch-black caves, and seeking shelter in remote villages. Along the way, Sasuke never held back, imparting every lightning release technique he had mastered over a lifetime, from Chidori Stream to the ultimate Kirin. Every move, every detail was explained with meticulous precision. When learning Chidori Stream, he first made me repeatedly practice enveloping my entire body in lightning release chakra. This was far more difficult than simply concentrating it in my palm. I had to evenly distribute the violent lightning energy across my skin, neither letting it burn me nor losing its destructive power. At first my chakra kept running wild, leaving fine burns on my arms from the lightning, forcing me to grit my teeth in pain. Sasuke showed no mercy. He merely tossed me a bottle of healing ointment and said coldly, "Lightning is inherently wild. If you can't control it, it will consume you." I clenched my teeth and, following his method, adjusted the flow of chakra over and over again. During the day I practiced under the scorching sun, sweat mingling with the coolness of the ointment as it slid down my skin. At night I pondered by moonlight, the flickering lightning at my fingertips brightening and dimming in the darkness. Relying on the solid foundation I had built in Konoha, combined with day after day of persistence, I gradually found the trick, imagining the chakra as a gentle stream rather than a raging flood, letting it spread slowly through my meridians to every part of my body. Finally one day I managed to wrap my body evenly in pale blue lightning. When I moved, it crackled with electricity, neither harming myself nor failing to deliver paralyzing shocks upon contact with an enemy. Not bad. Sasuke looked at the steady lightning around me, a glint of approval flashing in his dark eyes. "You're half a month ahead of my expectations." After mastering Chidori Stream came the far more challenging Kirin. This was Sasuke's signature technique, requiring first using fire release to alter the local weather, then guiding natural lightning with devastating power capable of destroying heaven and earth. Just learning the transition between fire release and lightning release consumed over a month. I had to ensure the great fireball's temperature was high enough to increase air humidity and precisely control my lightning release chakra to attract the lightning. Any slight deviation meant either failing to summon the lightning or being consumed by it. Once impatient for success, I rashly guided the lightning release before the fire release had fully altered the weather. A bolt of lightning struck the tree beside me, instantly turning the trunk to charcoal, and splinters cut my cheek. Sasuke rushed over frowning as he examined my wound. His tone was sharper than usual. A ninja's greatest enemy is haste. Kirin borrows nature's power. You must follow the rhythm of the heavens, not force it. I covered the wound on my cheek and stared at the charred tree, feeling both anxious and aggrieved, yet understanding the truth in his words. From then on I settled my mind and honed every detail step by step. First I practiced releasing and retracting the great fireball effortlessly, then repeatedly trained the precision of my lightning release chakra guidance. Finally, on a stormy night, I successfully executed Kirin. Pale violet lightning ripped through the night sky, swooping down like a majestic Kirin striking a distant boulder. With a thunderous roar the boulder shattered, dust billowing. I did it. Sasuke, I did it. I spun around excitedly, my face still wet with rain and mud but my eyes shining as if they held lightning. Sasuke stood in the rain, his black hair plastered to his cheeks. He looked at me and for once a distinct smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. His voice was filled with emotion. You really have talent. This insight and resilience. Just like Itachi. Itachi. At the mention of that name the smile on my face froze instantly. Something pricked my heart and the exhilaration vanished without a trace. Uchiha Itachi, the name had filled me with instinctive revulsion from the very first day I transmigrated into this world. When I watched Naruto in my past life I could never understand his actions. For the so-called village's peace, he did not hesitate to slaughter his innocent parents, friends and family, driving the entire Uchiha clan into the abyss of destruction. He even deliberately left his younger brother alive, forcing him to live in the shadow of hatred. To me, no matter how lofty the excuse, massacring one's own kin was an unforgivable sin. Such behavior was nothing short of abhorrent, beastly. After transmigrating I occasionally heard Dad, Kakashi, mention him, calling him a ninja burdened with too much. But that could never be justification for redeeming him. Life is equal. No one has the right to take another's life, especially those closest to them. Seeing my expression instantly turn cold, Sasuke seemed taken aback, sensing my revulsion. I took a deep breath, suppressing my disgust, and said firmly, Sasuke, I don't want to be compared to him. No matter his reason, someone who harms his own family does not deserve forgiveness. My voice was not loud, but it carried an unwavering resolve. Rain slid down my cheeks. I couldn't tell if it was rain or something else. I knew Itachi was Sasuke's deepest obsession and lifelong fixation. Saying this might pain him, but I could not betray my own heart. Sasuke remained silent for a long time. In the rain his eyes were complex, pain, nostalgia and a faint hint of understanding. After a long while he finally spoke, his voice low and soaked in rain. I understand. Everyone has their own judgment. He said no more about Itachi. Instead he turned to look at the rain in the distance. When the rain stops we move on. The valley ahead may carry traces of Otsutsuki chakra. I nodded and silently followed his steps. The lightning around me had dissipated, but the disgust in my heart lingered long after. I knew that my talent might indeed be somewhat similar to Itachi's, but I would never walk his path. I learned ninjutsu to protect, to guard those I cherish, not to kill nor to harm loved ones under the guise of some greater good. The rain gradually lessened and a faint light appeared on the horizon. Looking at Sasuke's steady back, I silently made a vow: I will become stronger, not just to surpass myself but to prove that talent can be used to protect, not destroy. This journey of training meant more than learning powerful jutsu, it was about guarding my heart. That was the true purpose of leaving Konoha. After the rain stopped, the valley was filled with damp mist. Dewdrops clung to the grass and trees, and the air held not only the smell of earth but also a faint trace of disinfectant. Sasuke led me forward, following the weak residual chakra. The deeper we went into the valley, the more withered the trees became, and the ground bore scattered blackened marks as if from a violent clash of energies. Something's wrong. Sasuke suddenly halted, his dark eyes scanning warily. There's no Otsutsuki presence here. Instead I sense remnants of Orochimaru's experiments. No sooner had he spoken than a rustling came from the bushes ahead. I instantly wrapped myself in lightning release chakra, but a startled rabbit darted out and vanished into the dense forest. Sasuke gestured for me to follow, and we continued along the scent of disinfectant. About an hour later, a stone door hidden behind a cliff face appeared before us. The door was carved with complex seal patterns, long eroded by time until they were barely legible. The edges bore traces of explosion damage. Someone had clearly forced their way in before. Sasuke examined it briefly, then gathered chakra at his fingertip and pressed it gently into the center of the seal. With a soft click, the dust-sealed stone door slowly swung open, releasing a wave of mildew and chemical reagents. It's one of Orochimaru's old secret labs. Sasuke frowned and stepped inside first. Be careful. There may be residual test subjects or traps. I followed closely, kunai gripped in my hand, alertly scanning my surroundings. The interior of the lab was dark and damp. Cracks ran along the walls and the floor was littered with broken test tubes and remnants of instruments. Shards of glass reflected the faint light seeping through the door gap. Piles of discarded experiment logs lay in the corners. The paper was yellowed and brittle, the writing barely legible, with occasional phrases like cell fusion and transplantation experiments sending chills down my spine. We walked along the corridor, passing through several dusty rooms until we reached a relatively intact chamber. The door lock had already been broken. As we pushed it open, I saw a complete cultivation tank on the lab table, though the liquid inside had long dried, leaving dark stains on the walls. On the other side of the table, a half-open alloy safe caught our attention. Sasuke opened the safe. Instead of the expected dangerous objects, it held 2 sealed crystal bottles and a yellowed scroll arranged neatly. One bottle contained a pale green liquid with tiny cellular particles suspended inside, radiating faint life energy. The other held a transparent reagent labeled with red characters, Hashirama Cell Stabilizer. Hashirama cells. Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly as he picked up the bottle. Orochimaru was obsessed with transplanting Hashirama cells. I didn't expect any stock to remain. I leaned in for a closer look. In my past life I had read about Hashirama cells, the first Hokage cells possessing immense vitality and regenerative power, a treasure coveted by countless shinobi. The scroll beside it bore gold-embossed characters, Flying Thunder God Technique, and my eyes widened in shock. The Flying Thunder God Technique. I couldn't help exclaiming. Isn't that the 4th Hokage's signature spacetime ninjutsu? How is it here? Sasuke unrolled the scroll. It contained complex chakra flow diagrams, hand seals, and brief annotations left by both the 2nd and 4th Hokage. Orochimaru probably stole it from Konoha's classified archives. He might have been researching the principles of spacetime ninjutsu. He glanced at the scroll, then at me. Interested? Of course. I nodded vigorously, eyes gleaming like stars. The Flying Thunder God is the ultimate body flicker. If I can learn it, I can use it in combat or escape. And Hashirama cells. If I can use them properly, my recovery and chakra reserves will definitely skyrocket. Sasuke looked at my excitement, a flicker of thought in his dark eyes. Then he said, Hashirama cells are inherently violent and the risk of transplantation is extremely high. Many ninja in the past died when their bodies couldn't contain them. But you have solid chakra control, and with this stabilizer you might be able to try a small-scale fusion. He paused, then handed me the scroll. The Flying Thunder God requires precise chakra control and spatial awareness. It will be challenging for you, but worth attempting. It's not safe here. Let's leave first and find a secure place to study. We packed the crystal bottles and scroll, then retraced our steps out of the eerie lab. After leaving the valley, we rented a room at a small inn in a nearby town. Sasuke examined my physical condition, confirmed that my chakra nature and constitution were suitable for attempting a Hashirama cell fusion, and then opened the crystal bottle. First inject the stabilizer, then merge the Hashirama cells into your meridians. Remember, you must wrap the cells in chakra and guide them slowly to integrate with your body. If you sense any loss of control, stop immediately. Sasuke's tone was exceptionally grave as he held a syringe ready for emergencies. I took a deep breath, followed his instructions, and injected the stabilizer into my body. A cool sensation spread through my meridians. Then I took the crystal bottle containing the Hashirama cells, poured the pale green liquid into my palm, and carefully wrapped my chakra around the tiny cells, slowly guiding them into my meridians. As soon as the Hashirama cells entered my body, they behaved like a bunch of restless wild beasts trying to break free from my chakra's hold. A dull ache spread through my meridians and cold sweat beaded on my forehead. Focus. Use your chakra to calm them. Imagine they are part of your body. Sasuke's voice sounded in my ear, giving me great encouragement. I clenched my jaw and, as he taught, repeatedly smoothed the Hashirama cells with my chakra, guiding them to flow steadily through my meridians. After what felt like an eternity, the dull ache gradually faded, replaced by an endless surge of vitality. My chakra reserves increased significantly, and the wounds from my previous training began to heal rapidly. It worked. I opened my eyes, feeling the power coursing through me, and exclaimed excitedly. Sasuke nodded approval, flashing in his eyes. The Hashirama cells have initially merged with your body, but they still need time to adjust. Remember not to overuse this power. Now you can start studying the Flying Thunder God technique. Over the next few days I immersed myself in learning the technique. The scroll not only recorded the hand seals for the Flying Thunder God, but also detailed the training insights of the 2nd and 4th Hokage. The core of the technique lies in leaving a Flying Thunder God seal at a target location, then sensing its position through chakra to achieve instantaneous movement. At first I couldn't leave a precise seal, and even when I did, I struggled to sense its location. Every teleportation attempt missed the target and I nearly crashed into a tree. Sasuke didn't give direct guidance, just watched from the side, occasionally reminding me, spatial sensing requires a calm mind. Don't rush. Build a connection between your chakra and the seal. Recalling the insight I gained while learning Kirin, I settled my mind and practiced drawing seals and sensing chakra over and over. The immense vitality and chakra reserves from the Hashirama cells gave me plenty of capital to keep trying. 3 days later I finally succeeded in leaving a Flying Thunder God seal on a wooden post in the yard, then instantly teleported to its side. Not bad. Quick progress. The key to the Flying Thunder God is the subtlety and diversity of the seal. Try drawing seals on kunai or scrolls for practical combat use. Under Sasuke's guidance I kept refining my Flying Thunder God skills. I could not only imprint seals on fixed objects but also attach them to kunai, enabling long-distance teleportation. At the same time I gradually adapted to the power of the Hashirama cells. My recovery ability became extremely strong, even deep wounds healed in a short time, and my chakra reserves reached several times that of an average ninja my age. One day I successfully used the Flying Thunder God to teleport behind Sasuke and tapped his shoulder. Sasuke, look. I can teleport accurately now. Sasuke turned around, observing the light in my eyes. A complex emotion flickered in his gaze, then he said, your growth rate exceeds my expectations. The Hashirama cells and Flying Thunder God are both top-tier powers. Remember never to misuse them. Always keep in mind the original purpose of learning ninjutsu. I know. I nodded firmly, my heart unwavering. I will use these powers to protect those I cherish. I will never lose myself for power like Orochimaru. The setting sun tinged the inn's yard in warm gold. I looked at the Flying Thunder God scroll in my hand, feeling the surging power of the Hashirama cells within me, and suddenly understood. Although our trip to the valley hadn't found any trace of the Otsutsuki, we had unexpectedly obtained such precious inheritance. Perhaps that was the meaning of training. You never know what wonders lie ahead, but as long as you stay true to your heart and keep striving, you will surely grow. Sasuke gazed at the distant sky and said calmly, rest tonight. Well, set off again tomorrow. The threat of the Otsutsuki remains and you need to become stronger. I nodded, clenching my fists. The vitality from the Hashirama cells, the speed granted by the Flying Thunder God, plus the lightning release jutsu I had already learned, my power had already undergone a qualitative leap. But I knew this was far from enough. The true challenges still lay ahead. I would carry this unexpected harvest, continue forward on the path of training, and keep growing stronger toward the goal of protection. Lately I had devoted all my training to the Fei Lation technique, Flying Thunder God technique. The motion of condensing chakra at my fingertips to paint a mark had become second nature, and for a short while I could just barely execute 3 consecutive teleports. But each time I used it my chakra felt utterly drained, as if some siphon had emptied me. Dizzy, I had to lean against a tree and gasp for breath. In moments like that I could not help envying Brother Mingren. His ocean-like reserve of chakra seemed a veritable bug in the ninja world. If it were him, 10 consecutive teleports would likely pose no problem at all. There's something I need you to do. Brother Zwashu's voice cut through my reverie. He leaned against the indoor frame, his dark eyes calm as he watched me. I straightened at once, a flash of hope lighting my gaze. Yes. Whatever it is, I'll do my best. Since I began traveling with Brother Zwashu, he rarely assigned me tasks outright, so this must be important, I thought. He paused, still speaking with the same even tone. It's not a big matter, just that we're out of money. I froze, the hope on my face collapsing into resignation. Sigh. Of course there was no grand adventure behind Brother Zwashu's important matter. It all came down to the unglamorous reality of being short on funds. So you'll have to take some jobs to earn commission, Brother Zwashu added. Seeing my glum expression, he hastened to reassure me, don't worry, I'll shadow you from afar. I won't let anything happen to you. The next morning I was forced to don a black tanuki mask, something Brother Zwashu had insisted I wear to conceal my identity and avoid unnecessary trouble. The mask covered most of my face, leaving only my mouth and chin exposed. It felt suffocating to breathe. Wearing it reluctantly, I trudged into the town's mission hall. It was my first time in such a place. The hall buzzed with voices and the walls were plastered with mission notices, everything from trivial drank tasks like weeding or catching cats to riskier rank assignments such as escorting or assassination. I skimmed the low-value postings and grumbled inwardly. Pulling weeds and catching cats would yield so little that saving enough for travel and living expenses would take ages. Better to pick a high-value commission and finish it quickly. My eyes settled on an rank escort assignment to accompany the daimyo's younger son to a neighboring village. The fee was generous, just enough to cover our expenses for the next half-month. Without hesitation I took down the mission scroll and wrote the temporary alias Brother Zwashu had given me in the registry Luying. Following the address on the scroll I arrived at the rendezvous point, a secluded entrance to a mountain forest. As I approached, a chaotic chorus of shouts and cries reached my ears. From a distance I saw a dozen mountain bandits brandishing long blades and surrounding a group of people. Several men in ninja garb lay collapsed on the ground, their bodies riven with wounds, apparently the daimyo's guardian ninja, yet for some reason they had been subdued with alarming ease. What was going on? I wondered. Even weakened guardian ninja should not have been so utterly overpowered by mere bandits, something else had to be at play. But there was no time for speculation, the situation demanded immediate action. I slipped behind the bandits. While their attention remained fixed on the captives, I condensed lightning nature chakra at my fingertips and instantaneously teleported behind the nearest assailant, an application of the Fei Lation technique in combat. Though only short-range, the maneuver was perfect for surprise strikes. The crackle of Chidori thousand birds rang in my ear as I struck the bandit's back. He grunted and crumpled to the ground. The sudden assault threw the bandits into disarray. I exploited the chaos repeatedly using short teleports, and each appearance felled another of them. The paralyzing effect of lightning release made resistance futile. In a matter of moments a dozen bandits were neutralized, either unconscious or prone and unable to move. With the threat neutralized, I made my way into the circle of captives and immediately spotted a boy cowering in a corner. He looked no more than 10, clad in an ornate brocade robe. His golden hair was disheveled and dust-streaked at the fringe, a pair of vivid green eyes moist like a fawn's shone with fear. Yet his delicate features remained striking. There was something about the contours of his brows and eyes that reminded me faintly of grandmother Gangsho. Perhaps they were of the same clan. He was truly handsome. Yet as I stared at him I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if I had seen him somewhere before, though I could not place the memory. It's okay now. I softened my voice and stepped beside him, lightly patting his shoulder. The mask hid my expression, perhaps that would lessen his fear. The boy trembled and lifted his head. His green eyes studied me warily, his voice quavered with sobs. Are you here to save me? Yes, it's over. The bandits have been dealt with, I said confidently, brushing a smear of dust from his robe. I'm the escort ninja assigned to protect you. At the word protect, some of the terror in his eyes eased. He pressed his chapped lips together and murmured, my name is Aotu. Thank you for rescuing me. I'm Luiying. I gave my alias, scanning the fallen guardian ninja around us before looking back at Aotu. How were your guardians defeated like this? These attackers didn't seem like ordinary bandits. They didn't look like ordinary bandits. Aotu lowered his head, clutching the edge of his robe. In a small strained voice he said, I don't know, they came at us suddenly. Their weapons seemed to have something wrong with them, our ninjutsu was being countered. I felt a chill. If these bandits were indeed more than they appeared. I crouched to his level and looked into Aotu's green eyes. Don't be afraid. I will protect you the whole way and see you safely to your destination. For now let's leave this place and find somewhere safe to rest. Aotu lifted his head, and seeing the small smile at the edge of my masked mouth seemed to sense my kindness. He nodded gently and gripped my sleeve. His hand was small and still trembling, but it clung to me with a quiet reliance. I rose, took Aotu's hand and glanced toward the direction where I knew brothers Wushu must be watching from the shadows. Sunlight filtered through the leaves and fell upon us. Aotu's golden hair shimmered and a thread of ease finally appeared in those green eyes. Still that gnawing sense of familiarity lingered. Where had I seen this boy named Aotu before? Perhaps this escort would prove far more complicated than I had imagined. I led him out of the forest, holding his cool small hand. His steps were unsteady, he stumbled over stray stones now and then, yet he never let go of my sleeve as if it were the only lifeline he had. Sunbeams danced over his golden crown and his green eyes no longer brimmed with terror, though a timid vigilance remained. Occasionally he would steal glances at the tanuki mask covering my face. I slowed my pace to match his short legs. Seeing mud and grass clinging to his trouser cuffs, I knelt to brush them away with feather-light fingertips, careful not to hurt him. Slow down. There's no rush. I'll wait for you. I happened to have the tangerine-flavored candy Brothers Wushu had put in my pocket, my favorite. I unwrapped a piece and offered it to him. Here, have a candy. It's sweet, it will make you less afraid. Aotu paused, surprise flickering across his green eyes. After a moment's hesitation he took the candy into his mouth. Sweetness spread across his tongue and the tight line of his lips loosened imperceptibly. In a small voice he said, thank you, sister. It's very sweet. I'm glad you like it. I have more. I smiled and ruffled his hair, the strands were soft as clouds. Whenever you feel scared or sad, have a candy. Even the hardest things become a little sweeter. I kept watch on our surroundings, wary of any remaining bandit accomplices, while the memory in my mind kept circling. Where did that strange familiarity come from? Golden hair, green eyes, and the name Aotu. The pieces felt like a jigsaw missing its final shard. The picture was nearly complete, yet one crucial fragment eluded me. Sister Luiying, where are we going? Aotu's soft voice broke the silence, still carrying the residue of his earlier sobs and sounding achingly fragile. First to the small town ahead to find an inn and rest, I said, gently brushing his stray bangs aside. My fingertips touched his slightly cool forehead. Once you feel better, we'll get you something warm to eat and then continue. Don't worry. I will protect you along the way and won't let anyone harm you. He gave a quiet his grip on my sleeve tightening and his little head inched closer so that his shoulder nearly brushed my arm as though seeking more of the safety I offered. We had not gone far when he suddenly stopped and pointed at an unremarkable blue wildflower by the path, his eyes lighting up. Sister, look, this flower is so pretty, like a star. I followed his finger and saw a cluster of blue blossoms peeking from the grass, delicate and charming. It is beautiful. I crouched and carefully plucked one, tucking it into his hair. Now Autu will be as lovely as the little flower. Autu touched the blossom at his temple, his cheeks flushing faintly. His green eyes shone with delight. The fear that had gripped him earlier seemed to ebb away. At that moment a breeze lifted his fringe and revealed the smoothness of his forehead. In that instant a fragmented memory surged in my mind. A blurry image flickered through his mind. Otto Apocalypse. I blurted out the name, my voice laced with undisguised shock. Otto abruptly halted, lifting his head, his emerald eyes full of confusion. Sister, that's not my name. My name is just Otto. Now it was my turn to be stunned. It couldn't be him. After all, he was from another world. That would be far too absurd. But how could he be here as the eldest son of a prominent family and have been kidnapped by bandits? Combined with his earlier mention of bandit weapons that can counter ninjutsu, a suspicion suddenly dawned on me. Those were no ordinary bandits. The weapons they wielded were likely the legendary scientific ninja tools capable of neutralizing ninjutsu. I suppressed the turmoil within me, striving to keep my tone calm. I once knew someone named Otto as well. Sorry, I confused you with him. The excuse was perfectly reasonable, explaining my sense of familiarity without raising much suspicion. Otto nodded with partial understanding, not pressing further, though the puzzlement in his eyes deepened. He lowered his head and murmured, such a coincidence. I understand. It's your little secret. I won't tell anyone else. I gently patted his head, my tone carrying a promise, but I'm truly glad you're willing to share it with your sister. After walking a distance, Otto's steps grew heavy. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and his breathing became labored. Noticing this, I proactively crouched down. Come, let your sister carry you. This way, well, go faster and you won't be tired. But won't you get tired too, sister? Otto hesitated, his eyes full of understanding. Your sister is a ninja, very strong. Carrying you is no burden at all. I smiled and patted my own back. Hurry up and get on, or we won't reach the town before dark. Only then did Otto carefully climb onto my back, his small hands gently wrapping around my neck, his movements so delicate as if afraid to hurt me. He was very light. I stood up and walked steadily forward, feeling his warm breath against my neck, carrying a faint scent of sugar. Sister Luiying, you're so kind, Otto whispered close to my ear. Mom used to carry me like this too, but now. His voice trailed off, thick with sadness. My heart softened. I reached back and gently patted his back, soothing him. It's all right. From now on your sister can carry you often. After we finish the mission, I'll take you to Konoha for the sweetest strawberry daifuku and the most beautiful cherry blossoms. How does that sound? Otto hesitated, his small hands gripping tighter, his voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. Mom told me to deliver a box to the elder of the neighboring village and not to let anyone know. He paused, lifted his head, his emerald eyes earnest. Sister Luiying, you're a good person, so I'm telling you. You mustn't tell anyone else. I won't say a word. This will be another little secret between us. I nodded solemnly, my eyes crinkling into a smile behind my mask. Though most of my face was concealed, I believed he could feel my goodwill. Your sister will help keep this secret safe and he'll protect you too. My suspicion was confirmed. The enemy's target was likely not Otto himself, but the box he carried. The appearance of scientific ninja tools made matters troublesome. These special weapons developed by Konoha or other major ninja villages could neutralize ninjutsu through energy interference, making them difficult for ordinary ninjas to handle. No wonder the guardian ninjas had been defeated. Just then a faint sound of something cutting through the air came from behind. Instinctively I pulled Otto behind me while gathering lightning release chakra, pale blue lightning flickering at my fingertips. A flying thunder god mark instantly appeared on the tree trunk in front of me. I teleported with Otto barely dodging a kunai imbued with eerie black energy. Who's there? I barked, scanning the surrounding woods with wary eyes. The black energy on the kunai was not chakra but an artificial interference wave, a hallmark of scientific ninja tools. This energy could erode a ninja's chakra pathways, making it difficult to form jutsu. No wonder the guardian ninjas had been so easily overwhelmed. The forest offered no reply, only the rustling of leaves in the wind. I knew they were after us, and they were definitely trained ninjas, not ordinary bandits. The ones we had dealt with earlier were mere pawns used for probing if the real danger was only just beginning. Sister Luiying. Otto hid behind me, his voice trembling with tears, his body shivering. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I gripped his hand tightly, shielding him closer while casting a sidelong glance at the dense woods not far away. Brother Sasuke, you must have already sensed the presence of scientific ninja tools, right? Slowly I drew a kunai from behind me, secretly inscribing a flying thunder god mark on it as I calculated my strategy. Scientific ninja tools counter ninjutsu, so I couldn't rely on lightning release Hiden. But the flying thunder god was a space-time ninjutsu unaffected by energy interference. That was my advantage. Otto's safety was paramount. I had to escape this danger as quickly as possible. At my current level I could still use the flying thunder god twice more in a short span. I had to seize the right moment. Come out. What kind of skill is it to skulk in the shadows? I deliberately raised my voice, trying to provoke them. Your target is the box Otto carries, come for me instead. No sooner had I spoken than 3 black figures darted out from the woods. They wore black cloaks and grotesque masks, wielding weapons identical to the earlier kunai with chips glowing darkly at their tips, the core components of scientific ninja tools. Hand over the boy and we'll spare your life, one of them said, his voice grating like sandpaper, utterly devoid of emotion. I let out a cold laugh, pushing Otto further behind a safer tree. If you want to take him, you'll have to get through me first. I carefully circulated lightning release chakra within me, refraining from launching a reckless attack and instead focusing on deploying flying thunder god marks. I quietly tossed the marked kunai toward the surrounding tree trunks, forming a simple teleportation network while keeping a close eye on the black figures' movements. Their attacks indeed relied on scientific ninja tools. Each strike released a black interference wave that disrupted the surrounding chakra. The moment the first black figure swung his blade, I activated the flying thunder god, instantly teleporting behind him. Evading the interference wave, I slashed at his wrist with my kunai. The figure reacted swiftly, sidestepping, but still got cut by the kunai. His scientific ninja tool clattered to the ground. Troublesome brat. The figure roared in fury. His 2 accomplices immediately closed in, forming a pincer attack. The black interference waves from their weapons intertwined, making the chakra around me increasingly chaotic and even my breathing difficult. I clenched my teeth and activated the flying thunder god again, teleporting to Otto's side and grabbing his hand. Hold on tight. Before he could react, I used my final teleportation, appearing on a distant hillside. 3 consecutive teleports nearly drained my chakra. Dizzy and lightheaded, I knelt on the ground, supporting myself with Otto, a bitter taste rising in my throat. The black figures quickly caught up. Seeing our pitiful state, they let out cold, sinister laughter. Run, why don't you run? Without chakra you're nothing but a waste. I stood in front of Otto, my body weak but my gaze unwavering. Just then a pale purple streak of lightning shot out from deep within the forest, moving so fast that only a blur remained. With several cries of pain, the 3 black figures collapsed instantly, their chests pierced by Chidori, their scientific ninja tools utterly destroyed. Brother Sasuke emerged from the woods, his dark eyes sweeping over the corpses, his tone flat. Users of scientific ninja tools must be backed by an organization. He walked over to me and handed me a recovery potion. Replenish your chakra. I downed the potion in one gulp and my chakra gradually began to recover. Otto, still hiding behind a tree, stared at the suddenly appeared Sasuke, a flicker of surprise in his emerald eyes. His small hand quietly moved toward a concealed pocket at his waist where something seemed to be hidden. Brother Sasuke noticed his movement and frowned slightly. What exactly is in the box at your waist? Otto shuddered, lowered his head and whispered, It's the research data Mom left behind about how to counter scientific ninja tools. Sasuke and I exchanged a glance, seeing understanding in each other's eyes. So these people were after the data on countering scientific ninja tools. No wonder they had deployed such sophisticated equipment. Sasuke looked at Otto, his tone serious. The road ahead won't be any safer. Are you sure you want to continue? Otto lifted his head, a trace of resolve flashing in his emerald eyes. I have to deliver it. It was Mom's last wish. The setting sun cast long shadows of the 3 figures. Looking at Otto beside me and then at Brother Sasuke, I understood that this escort mission was far more complicated than I had imagined. The shadow of scientific ninja tools loomed behind us, and what lay ahead might be even stronger enemies and deeper conspiracies. Let's go, Brother Sasuke said, taking the lead. We must reach the next town before dark. I took Otto's hand and followed Sasuke's steps. The evening wind rustled through the woods, bringing a chill. Otto's hand was no longer as cold as before, but he still clutched tightly to my sleeve. I knew the journey ahead would be fraught with peril, but I would use my flying thunder god and lightning release to protect this boy who bore an important secret until the mission was complete. As we arrived at the small town, dusk was approaching. Sasuke chose a hidden inn and booked 2 adjacent rooms. I settled Otto into his room, poured him a cup of warm tea and took out the last few pieces of orange candy, placing them in his palm. You rest for a while. I'll go next door and discuss the next route with Sasuke. If you need anything, just knock on the wall and call me. Otto nodded, but his small hand clutched the candy tightly, his emerald eyes fixed on me. Sister Luing, you must be careful. He hesitated for a moment and pulled out a small wooden box from a concealed pocket at his waist, saying, this is for you. The information inside might help you. I took the wooden box, feeling its coolness and sensing the texture of the paper inside. Thank you, Otto. I gently patted his head, but this is your mother's last wish, I can't just open it. Well, talk about it if we encounter danger. After saying this, I returned the wooden box to him and turned to leave the room. In the next room, Sasuke was standing by the window observing the movements in the town, his dark eyes serious. The people who were following us earlier belonged to the Puppet Shadow Organization, a ruthless underground force that specializes in trading and developing scientific ninja tools, acting without regard for consequences. Since they've set their sights on Otto, they won't give up easily. What should we do? I asked, feeling worried. After continuous battles, my chakra had not yet fully recovered and the scientific ninja tools of the Puppet Shadow Organization were particularly restraining. Well, rest tonight and set off early tomorrow, taking the back roads to the neighboring village. Sasuke handed me a bottle of chakra recovery potion. Complete the mission as soon as possible and leave this. Just as I was about to respond, I suddenly heard Otto's exclamation from the next room. My heart tightened and I immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport over. I saw the window of the room shattered and several shadowy figures in black cloaks surrounding the bed, their scientific ninja tools glowing with an eerie black light, while Otto huddled in the corner of the bed, tightly clutching the wooden box. Hand over the box. The leader of the shadows sneered, and the weapon in his hand suddenly shot out several beams of black energy aiming straight at Otto. Be careful. I instantly lunged in front of Otto, gathering the remaining chakra to form a shield. The black energy beams struck the shield, emitting a harsh sizzling sound, and the shield instantly cracked. I gritted my teeth and pushed Otto behind me, drawing a kunai to activate the Flying Thunder God. Teleporting behind the shadow with lightning chakra gathering at my fingertips, I struck fiercely at the back of the enemy's neck. Bang! With a loud noise, the shadow's body suddenly exploded, turning into a pile of mechanical parts. It was a puppet created from scientific ninja tools. More shadows surged in from the window, at least a dozen of them wielding various weapons. Some could shoot energy beams, others could release interference magnetic fields, and some held long knives embedded with chips, clearly well prepared. Sister Luing. Otto's voice was tinged with panic, but he did not retreat. He trembled as he opened the wooden box, quickly flipping through the information inside. My mother's notes say, the core chips of these scientific ninja tools are afraid of high-frequency vibrations. Lightning release can destroy them. My eyes lit up as I instantly grasped the key. The high-frequency current of lightning release can specifically destroy the chips. Otto, you are amazing. I shouted, throwing the kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal around the room. You find a place to hide and watch how I take care of them. Otto immediately nodded and crawled under the bed, but did not completely hide. Instead, he lay in the gap and continued to quickly review the information. The third one on the left. His weapon has an energy overload flaw. If he attacks 3 times, it will go out of control. Hearing this, I immediately locked onto the target, using Flying Thunder God to teleport in front of that shadow, deliberately exposing a flaw to lure him into attacking. The shadow indeed took the bait, firing energy beams 3 times in a row. After the third shot, the weapon suddenly emitted a piercing alarm sound and then exploded with a bang, sending the shadow flying from the shockwave. The one on the right. His interference magnetic field only extends 3 meters. Otto's voice kept coming like a guiding light. Following his instructions, I skillfully used the Flying Thunder God to teleport, avoiding the interference magnetic field while accurately targeting each shadow's weapon core with lightning release. Pale blue lightning danced through the room and explosions from the scientific ninja tools rang out one after another. However, the members of the Puppet Shadow Organization far exceeded my expectations. My chakra was depleting rapidly and I gradually felt overwhelmed. My arm was grazed by an energy beam, stinging painfully. Sister Luing. Seeing me injured, Otto anxiously crawled out from under the bed, pulling out a small bottle of ointment from his pocket. It was the healing ointment I had given him earlier. Quick, apply it. Just as he rushed towards me, a shadow suddenly jumped down from the ceiling, swinging a long knife straight at Otto. My pupils dilated and I attempted to use Flying Thunder God, but found that I lacked enough chakra to support the teleportation, so I could only muster the last bit of my strength to lunge forward and shield Otto beneath me. The expected pain did not come. Instead, a faint purple lightning flashed by, severing the shadow's long knife in an instant. The sound of Chidori crackled in my ears as Sasuke's figure appeared in front of us, his dark eyes cold as ice. Dare to touch my sister. You seek death. He raised his arm and several lightning shurikens shot out, accurately hitting the weapon cores of the remaining shadows. Seeing the situation turn against them, the members of the Puppet Shadow Organization attempted to retreat but were trapped by Sasuke's lightning barrier, collapsing to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. The battle finally ended and the room was in disarray. I sat on the floor holding Otto, gasping for breath, the wound on my arm still throbbing. Otto quickly opened the ointment and carefully applied it to my wound, his movements gentle as if afraid of hurting me. Sister Luing, I'm sorry I've caused you trouble. Silly child, it's not your fault. I smiled, ruffling his hair, feeling warm inside as I watched him diligently apply the ointment. Besides, if it weren't for you I wouldn't have been able to defeat them. We won together. Sasuke walked over to us, his gaze falling on the information in Otto's hand, his tone softening slightly. Your mother's research is very useful. You are also very smart to find the weaknesses of the scientific ninja tools so quickly. Otto looked up, a hint of surprise flashing in his emerald eyes, then lowered his head, his cheeks slightly flushed. I just remembered what my mother said. Sasuke did not say anything more, turning to clean up the scene. We cannot stay here for long, we need to leave now. I helped Otto to his feet and he immediately gripped my hand tightly, his small palm conveying warm strength. As we stepped out of the inn, the night was deepening and the moonlight illuminated the path ahead. Otto walked steadily, no longer stumbling as before, and occasionally when we encountered a stony path he would turn around to support me. Sister Luing, does your wound still hurt? He would occasionally ask, his gaze full of concern. It doesn't hurt with Otto's ointment, it heals quickly. I replied with a smile, yet my heart was filled with countless emotions. This seemingly fragile boy did not back down in the face of danger, instead he protected me in his own way. This bond had long transcended the relationship of escorting and being escorted. Sasuke walked ahead, his steps steady, but he deliberately slowed down to match our pace. During a break he even hunted a wild rabbit and after roasting it handed it to Otto first to replenish your strength. Otto was taken aback for a moment, took the wild rabbit and quietly said thank you. He tore off a piece of the tender meat and held it up to my mouth. Sister Luing, you eat first. I opened my mouth and bit down, the savory flavor spreading in my mouth mixed with the warmth of Otto's palm. It tasted exceptionally sweet. Sasuke watched us, a hint of barely detectable softness flashing in his dark eyes, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly in a faint arc. The next morning we finally arrived at the neighboring village. The elder had been waiting at the village entrance and upon seeing Otto arrive safely was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Otto handed the wooden box to the elder, fulfilling his mother's last wish. At parting Otto hugged me tightly, his emerald eyes filled with reluctance. Sister Luing, will I be able to see you again? Of course. I returned the embrace, handing him a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal. This is our promise. When you grow up, come to Konoha to find me and I'll take you to eat strawberry daifuku and see the cherry blossoms. By the way, I noticed you seem to be very interested in inventions. When we meet next time you must work hard to become a great inventor. I thought of this and said it casually. Otto nodded vigorously, gripping the kunai tightly. I will. Sister Luing, you take care as well. Watching Otto walk into the village with the elder I felt a wave of reluctance but was also happy for him. Sasuke walked to my side, his tone flat but carrying a hint of approval. You did well. Thank you, Sasuke. I turned to look at him, my eyes filled with gratitude. If it weren't for his covert protection and crucial assistance we would not have been able to complete the mission smoothly. Sasuke did not respond, simply turning to walk towards the distance. Let's go, we need to continue searching for the traces of Kage Otsutsuki. I nodded and quickly followed in his footsteps. The sunlight bathed us warm and bright and there seemed to be a lingering scent of lily of the valley around my neck while Otto's emerald eyes and serious expression surfaced in my mind. This escort mission, although faced with the blockade of the Puppet Shadow organization, allowed me to gain precious bonds. I realized that true strength lies not only in the proficiency of ninjutsu but also in the determination to protect others and the courage to fight side by side. Otto's appearance also added a warm and profound memory to this journey of experience. After the escort mission concluded we did not linger and continued onward into the depths of the borderlands. On the second day after leaving the village, as we passed by a town of considerable size, Sasuke suddenly halted and turned to me. Let's resupply inside. I was somewhat surprised. Previously resupply had only meant hastily purchasing compressed biscuits and healing ointment, never deliberately entering a town. Yet I obediently followed him into the town's commercial street. Shops lined both sides and vendors' cries rose and fell in waves reminiscent of the marketplace in Konoha, stirring memories of father and Naruto. Sasuke did not tarry and walked straight into a clothing store. The owner, a kindly old woman, greeted us with a smile. Young man buying clothes for the child. Sasuke nodded, his gaze sweeping over the garments on the racks before settling on a set of light blue linen battle attire and a thick cloak. These two sets, along with undergarments and toiletries suitable for her, wrap them all up. His tone was flat, yet he accurately recited my measurements. Clearly he had long noticed that my clothes were caked with dust and grass clippings, even bearing tears from battle. I stood frozen, watching Sasuke deftly pay and accept the bundle from the shopkeeper, a warmth swelling in my heart. During this time of traveling with him through wind and dew I hadn't paid attention to such details myself, but he had kept them in mind. Leaving the clothing store he then took me to a confectionery and bought a large bag of strawberry daifuku and orange candy, thrusting it into my arms. For the road. Thank you, Sasuke. Clutching the heavy bundle and sweets, my voice carried a trace of a sob. He was always like this, sparing with words but silently caring through actions. We found a clean inn to stay at, the most comfortable resting place we had in days. After washing up I changed into the new clothes. The linen fabric was soft and comfortable, far better than my previous training attire. Sasuke sat on the opposite bed watching me organize my bundle when he suddenly spoke. You've been through a lot lately. I paused in my movements and looked up at him. His dark eyes, devoid of their usual chill, held a trace of softness and a hint of barely perceptible guilt. Following me through wind, and you can't even eat a proper hot meal. Not at all. I shook my head immediately, my tone resolute. Being able to learn ninjutsu from you and become stronger, I don't feel it's hard at all. Besides, you've already taken good care of me. He was silent for a moment, his gaze drifting toward the night sky outside the window. I've never taken care of anyone before. His voice was low. When I was young there were Itachi and my parents. Later only revenge remained. As he uttered the name Itachi, his voice faltered and a complex emotion flickered in his eyes, pain, nostalgia, and a trace of relief. I knew that Itachi had always been a knot in his heart. Though I still didn't agree with Itachi's method, seeing Sasuke's lonely expression at that moment stirred a pang of sympathy in me. Sasuke, I hesitated for a moment, then said softly. You're not alone anymore. You have Naruto, Sakura, me, and everyone in Konoha. We are all your family. He turned his head and gazed at me deeply, emotion surging in his dark eyes. After a long while he finally spoke. I know, before I thought revenge was my only goal. But later Naruto kept pulling me back. Kakashi-sensei, I never gave up on me, and now. You. He paused, the faintest hint of a curve tugging at his lips. Maybe I've found something more important than revenge. The inn room was silent, broken only by the occasional chirping of insects outside the window. We sat there without further words, yet an unspoken understanding flowed in the air. I knew that Sasuke rarely opened up like this. Such exchanges were perhaps a rare moment of ease for him. Night deepened. Lying in bed I gazed at the moon outside the window, reflecting on the conversation during the day. Sasuke seemed cold on the surface, but his heart was softer than anyone's. He had endured so much pain yet still chose to protect Konoha and those around him. I wanted to comfort him but didn't know what to say. Just then a song I had heard in my past life surfaced in my mind, the ending theme of Ultraman Dyna, Only Want to Protect You. Its gentle melody and lyrics filled with a resolve to protect seemed to express what I felt at that moment. I sat up quietly and looked at Sasuke, who was resting with his eyes closed on the opposite bed, and began to sing softly. My voice was not exceptionally beautiful, but it carried my most sincere emotions as it flowed through the quiet room. As long as the blue sky exists, the wind will carry time. As long as courage exists, dreams will surely come true. As tears overflow, hey, start running. Beyond the red horizon lies tomorrow. More than anyone, more than anything, I want to protect only you. Forever, no matter where, I want to protect only you. As long as the blue sky remains, the wind will carry the hours. As long as courage remains, dreams will surely come true. With tears brimming, hey, charge ahead. More than anyone, more than anything, I only want to protect you. At any time, at any place, I only want to protect you. The song faded and the room fell still once more. I looked at Sasuke with some nervousness, wondering if he would find it strange. He slowly opened his eyes, dark irises glistening with tears, the first time I had seen him cry. He said nothing but looked at me deeply, his gaze filled with emotion and a tenderness I had never seen before. That song was beautiful. After a long pause he spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. I understand the meaning of the lyrics. Sasuke, I mustered my courage, meeting his eyes. I will always be with you to protect everything you wish to protect. Just as the song says, only want to protect you, to protect those precious to us. He nodded without saying more, but gently raised a hand and patted my head, his motion as tender as if caressing a fragile treasure. Get some rest. We have a long way to go tomorrow. I obediently lay down and closed my eyes, but my heart remained unsettled for a long time. In the darkness I could feel Sasuke's gaze resting upon me, filled with a warm sense of protection. That night there was no battle, no travel, only long-awaited peace and heart-to-heart connection. Sasuke's silent care, my song and feelings were like a strand of warm moonlight illuminating this arduous journey of training. I knew that the bond between us had transcended mere master and disciple, it was more like family. And this song had become our secret, a secret carrying protection and connection. The road ahead remained full of unknowns, but I was no longer afraid, for I knew I was not alone and neither was Sasuke. We would walk side by side, protecting each other and safeguarding those precious bonds. Brother Sasuke, are you there? I called out tentatively to the dense, nearly impenetrable forest before me. My voice echoed among the trees, but the only response was the rustling of leaves. My fingers unconsciously clutched the hem of my clothes, my heart filled with panic and confusion. I had no idea where I was. In my mind I quickly retraced the previous scene. Brother Sasuke and I had been tracking the Otsutsuki for months, finally locating our target in a desolate valley. That Otsutsuki, clad in foreign garments, exuded an icy chakra, and in his hand he held a bizarrely shaped artifact, which I later learned was a time-space tool called plow. When battle erupted I knew my strength was insufficient to confront the Otsutsuki heathen. To avoid hindering Brother Sasuke I volunteered to provide support from the rear and create diversions. Though Brother Sasuke was concerned, the urgency of the situation forced him to nod in agreement. I held my breath, ready at any moment to use the Flying Thunder God technique to deliver supplies and disrupt the enemy. But I never expected the Otsutsuki to be so cunning. Amidst the struggle with Brother Sasuke he suddenly activated the artifact plow and a blinding white light engulfed the entire valley. I felt the world spin, my body torn by a powerful force, with the howling wind and Brother Sasuke's frantic shouts ringing in my ears. Then I lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, this unfamiliar forest was all I saw. Towering ancient trees blocked the sky, leaving only scattered specks of sunlight falling through the gaps in the foliage. The air was thick with the scent of vegetation, tinged with a faint elusive smell of blood, so different from the atmosphere of modern Konoha. I tried to sense Brother Sasuke's chakra, but the surrounding chakra environment was chaotic, making it impossible to lock onto any familiar presence. Just then a thunderous roar erupted in the distance, accompanied by the shouts of shinobi and the explosive sounds of jutsu shattering the forest's silence. My heart tightened. Whatever the situation, finding the source of the sound was a good start. I subdued my chakra using the trees for cover and carefully ran toward the direction of the noise. After running for about an hour the forest gradually thinned and a vast plain opened up before me. On that very plain a brutal war was raging. Shinobi of two different sides, clad in distinct attire, clashed with weapons in hand. Blood stained the ground and the metallic smell of blood grew stronger in the air. Instinctively I hid behind a thick tree trunk, my heart pounding wildly. My gaze swept over the clan emblems on the chests of both sides. My pupils constricted and a chill ran down my spine. How can this be the Senju and the Uchiha? One side bore a fan-shaped crest, the emblem of the Uchiha clan, if the other displayed an auspicious swirl pattern, the symbol of the Senju clan. These two clans, historically irreconcilable, were now truly appearing before my eyes, locked in a life-or-death struggle. Combined with the primitive battlefield and the absence of any modern ninja equipment, a terrifying conjecture formed in my mind: could the artifact plow have sent me back to the era before the founding of Konoha? This is an age of chaos and might, no familiar faces, no safe shelter, and life-threatening danger at every turn. This is far from good news. As my mind reeled, two distinct yet equally overwhelming chakras suddenly erupted from the center of the plain, causing the entire battlefield to freeze for a moment. Would release would dragon jutsu. A resounding shout rang out. From the Senju ranks a tall shinobi with long black hair clasped his hands in a seal. The ground split open and a colossal wooden dragon burst forth, roaring toward the Uchiha formation. Its scales were clearly visible and it was enveloped in dense life energy, the signature technique of Senju Hashirama. Immediately afterward a solitary figure soared into the sky from the Uchiha side. His black cape billowed in the wind and his crimson Sharingan spun, radiating an intimidating pressure. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A low piercing voice spoke. A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, forming a sea of fire that collided with the wooden dragon. Boom! The blaze and the wooden dragon intertwined, generating a shockwave that swept across the entire plain, kicking up a cloud of dust. Hidden behind the tree I could still feel the scorching heat and the immense chakra fluctuations. My heart nearly leaped out of my chest. It's Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. These legendary shinobi were actually appearing before me in the flesh. I clamped my hand over my mouth, afraid to make a single sound. Watching the slaughter on the plain and feeling the raw, brutal atmosphere of war, my heart was filled with helplessness and fear. Brother Sasuke, where are you? Can we ever return to our original era? In this age of chaos, before even Konoha was born, how can I survive alone? The wind swept across the plain, carrying more shouts and screams. I curled up behind the tree trunk, gazing at the two towering figures in the distance, utterly lost. The shock of temporal displacement left me at a loss. I could only pray that Brother Sasuke was safe and that we would find a way back. The clamor of battle was deafening. Senju and Uchiha ninjas clashed like tidal waves, blood soaking the ground beneath their feet. I hid behind a boulder at the edge of the forest, my heart thundering, my eyes glued to the west side of the battlefield, where two figures were engaged in a breathtaking duel. One was Senju Tobarama, clad in blue attire with eyes sharp as blades. He was surrounded by faint blue water release chakra, his steps nimble as a ghost, an early form of the Flying Thunder God technique. The other was Uchiha Izuna, his black hair tousled by the wind, his crimson Threedemo Sharingan spinning rapidly as his kunai clashed with Tobarama's water release short sword, sending sparks flying. This was the pivotal duel that would decide the fate of both clans in history. In a flash the story came to mind. Izuna would eventually die at the hands of Senju Tobarama's Flying Thunder God / and his death would become the catalyst for the reconciliation between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Izuna, your time has come. Senju Tobarama's voice was ice cold. Suddenly accelerating, he left several afterimages, the teleportation technique of the Flying Thunder God. Izuna's pupils contracted, his Sharingan strained to track Tobarama's movements but still could not keep up with that blinding speed. No. He's about to use the Flying Thunder God /. My heart tightened. In the blink of an eye Tobarama vanished from his spot and reappeared behind Izuna. His water-release short sword brimming with destructive chakra and gleaming with a harsh blue light slashed fiercely toward Izuna's back, aiming for the heart, the Flying Thunder God / that could instantly cripple an opponent. Izuna sensed the lethal threat behind him and tried to turn to defend, but it was too late. Despair flickered in his Sharingan. I could no longer stand by. He was brother Sasuke's ancestor and a key figure in this history. I absolutely could not let him die here. Moreover, watching a living being perish before my eyes, I couldn't bear it. Stop. I ignited all my chakra, instantly inscribing the Flying Thunder God seal on the ground in front of Izuna. Just as Tobarama's blade was about to touch Izuna's back, I activated the technique. A flash of white light and I teleported beside Izuna, pulling him away with all my strength. Tobarama's Flying Thunder God / grazed Izuna's shoulder. The water-release chakra on the blade tore through the air, leaving a deep gash in the ground. Though Izuna avoided a fatal blow, his shoulder was burned by the water chakra. His blood instantly soaked his Uchiha garb. He staggered back a few steps, staring in astonishment at me who had suddenly appeared beside him. Senju Tobarama was also stunned. His hand holding the water short sword froze in midair, his sharp gaze fixed on me with disbelief. Who are you? How could you counter my Flying Thunder God? I stood in front of Izuna, panting heavily. That extreme teleport had drained nearly half my chakra. My name is Liuying, I said, lifting my head to meet Tobarama's icy gaze. On the battlefield, why must you deliver a killing blow to someone who has already fought long and hard? Mind your own business. Tobarama's face darkened, his killing intent intensifying. The Senju and Uchiha have been enemies for generations. Life and death struggles are our way. How dare a brat of unknown origins meddle? As he spoke, he activated the Flying Thunder God again, vanishing instantly. Clearly he intended to strike both me and Izuna. Watch out. His teleportation is fast. Izuna warned from behind, gathering chakra to cooperate in defense. I had already secretly inscribed the Flying Thunder God seal on the surrounding trees. Sensing Tobarama's chakra fluctuation the moment he appeared to my left, I teleported again, taking Izuna behind a thick ancient tree. Tobarama's water short sword struck the trunk with a loud bang, carving a deep cut into the wood. Your chakra. It's strange. Tobarama halted his attack, his gaze growing sharper, fixed on me. It's neither the in release of the Uchiha nor ordinary shinobi chakra. Instead it carries a pure life energy. And the teleportation you used is remarkably similar to my Flying Thunder God. Your chakra. It's strange. Tobarama halted his attack, his gaze growing sharper, fixed on me. It's neither the in release of the Uchiha nor ordinary shinobi chakra. Instead it carries a pure life energy. And the teleportation you used is remarkably similar to my Flying Thunder God. His eyes suddenly fell on my chest as if detecting something. His expression shifted slightly. This aura. It's surprisingly similar to Brother Hashirama's chakra. Who exactly are you? What is your connection to the Senju clan? My heart skipped a beat. It must be because of Hashirama's cells. In order to use that extreme teleport, the Hashirama cells inside me had been fully activated, faintly resonating with the Senju bloodline within Tobarama. Just then Senju Hashirama's voice rang out from afar. Tobarama. Hold for a moment. He and Uchiha Madara had temporarily halted their duel and were dashing toward us, obviously sensing the abnormality. Izuna's face grew even paler, the wound on his shoulder still bled. He leaned against the tree and whispered to me, "Thank you for saving me, but you shouldn't have gotten involved in the Senju Uchiha conflict. Leave quickly. Tobarama's true strength is far beyond this. Once Hashirama arrives, you won't be able to escape. If we go together." I shook my head, pulling a healing ointment from my pack and pressing it into his hand. Your injury is severe. At least treat it briefly. Just then Senju Tobarama moved again. He didn't use Flying Thunder God / this time, instead he gathered water release chakra into a fearsome water dragon that surged toward us. Since you refuse to leave, don't blame me for being impolite. Anxious, I tried to use Flying Thunder God again but found my chakra waning. And Izuna, having only just treated his wound, couldn't form a defensive jutsu in time. As the water dragon was about to engulf us, the Hashirama cells inside me suddenly surged violently. An unprecedented power erupted from my dantian, resonating intensely with the Senju bloodline within Tobarama. This is. My eyes widened as I stared at my hands. Countless emerald vines burst from the ground, instantly forming a solid barrier that firmly blocked the water dragon. The vines glistened with morning dew, exuding a rich life energy, the unique wood release of the Senju clan. Wood release. Tobarama's pupils shrank, for the first time shock appeared on his face. A young girl like you, how can you use the Senjus wood release? And the purity of that chakra rivals brother Hashirama's. Izuna was also stunned, his Sharingan radiated disbelief. You can actually use wood release. How is that possible? I was also dumbfounded. That was purely instinct. The Hashirama cells inside me, fully activated by the resonance with the Senju bloodline in that life or death moment, had awakened the power of wood release. This sudden power surprised and delighted me, but also made the situation even more complicated. You are definitely not simple. Tobarama's voice grew even colder, his eyes filled with suspicion and vigilance. A brat possessing Senju would release and a teleportation technique similar to Flying Thunder God suddenly appears on the battlefield to save Uchiha Izuna. What is your real purpose? He slowly raised his chakra short sword, his chakra surging again. It seems I must capture you to uncover the truth. Just at that critical moment, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara finally arrived. When Senju Hashirama saw the wood release vines around me, surprise flickered in his eyes. This child. She can actually use wood release. And her chakra resonates strongly with mine. Brother, this child is suspicious. She might be a spy from the Uchiha who stole wood release through some forbidden technique. Tobarama immediately declared, his tone brooking no doubt. She must be taken back to the clan for interrogation. Uchiha Madara walked to Izuna's side, saw the wound on his shoulder, and his face darkened. Then his gaze shifted to me, his Sharingan probing. You saved Izuna. Who are you? Why can you use wood release? I stood there surrounded by 4 legendary shinobi, on one side the suspicious and menacing Tobarama, on the other Hashirama and Madara with probing eyes, and Izuna wounded but with a complex expression. The awakened wood release had made me a target for all, and the secret of my origin from the future must never be discovered. The wind swept across the plain, bringing the bloody scent of war. I clenched my fists, feeling the surging wood release chakra and the lingering Flying Thunder God energy within me. My only thought was, brother Sasuke, where are you? What should I do now? Senju Hashirama looked at me, his tone relatively gentle but carrying authority. Child, tell me, why can you use wood release? What is your relationship with the Senju clan? I took a deep breath, knowing I had to respond. If I claimed to be an ordinary ninja, it would be impossible to explain simultaneously mastering wood release and a Flying Thunder godlike technique. If I told the truth, they might not believe me. As I hesitated, Tobarama suddenly stepped forward, his short sword pointing at me. Brother, no need to waste words with her. Capture her and everything will come to light. Just as a new conflict was about to erupt, I instinctively activated wood release. Vines coiled in front of me, forming a protective barrier. Behind me, Izuna also gathered chakra, clearly intending to shield me. The situation instantly became tense. I knew that this storm, triggered by my saving Izuna and awakening wood release, had thoroughly dragged me into the predestined war before Konoha's founding. And Tobarama's suspicion hung over me like a sword of Damocles, ready to fall at any moment. I could only silently pray, brother Sasuke, find me quickly. Only you can take me away from this time filled with danger. The sense of wood release vines and fire release chakra intermingled in the air, and the slaughter on the plains seemed to momentarily pause due to the stalemate on this side. Tobarama's short sword still pointed directly at me, the suspicion in his eyes undiminished, while Madara stood protectively beside Izuna, his dark eyes fixed on Hashirama, evidently awaiting his decision. Brother Hashirama, this child must return to the Senju clan compound with us. Tobarama broke the silence first, his tone brooking no dissent. She possesses wood release and uses a technique similar to the Flying Thunder God. Her identity is unknown, yet she intervened in a deadly battle between our clans. If she is a spy for the Uchiha, the consequences will be disastrous. Humph, ridiculous. Madara snorted coldly, his scarlet Sharingan sweeping over Tobarama. She saved Izuna, so she is the Uchiha's benefactor. Your Senju clan wishes to forcibly take away our benefactor. That is far too overbearing. He turned to me, his tone softening slightly. Luing, is it? Come with me to Uchiha. I will guarantee your safety. I will never allow the Senju to interrogate you at will. Madara, don't be unreasonable. Hashirama frowned, his voice carrying a hint of helplessness. This child's situation is special. Wood release is a hereditary jutsu of the Senju clan, and she carries a resonance of my chakra. I must ascertain her identity before I can rest easy. He looked at me, his gaze gentle yet commanding. Luing, I know you may have secrets you cannot speak of, but please trust me. The Senju compound will not harm you. We only wish to uncover the truth. On one side the suspicious Tobarama insisted on taking me back to the Senju, on the other the grateful Madara shielded me. I stood in the middle caught between a rock and a hard place, cold sweat beading on my palms. What could I say? Should I tell them that I am a ninja from several hundred years in the future fused with Hashirama's cells and having learned the Flying Thunder God? Such an earth-shattering revelation, not only would they not believe me, they would likely think me insane or even consider me a heretic who used forbidden techniques. My situation would only become more dangerous. I cannot go back to your clan compound. I stammered, my voice trembling. I am just an ordinary ninja. I learned would release and the body flicker by chance. I have no ill intentions, nor am I a spy. By chance. Tobirama sneered. Would release is the exclusive talent of my brother Hashirama. The Flying Thunder God is a technique I spent years developing. You, an unknown brat, claim to have learned them by chance. Utter nonsense. Tobirama, don't press her too hard. Hashirama raised a hand to stop him, his gaze fixed on me as if observing something intently. After a moment he suddenly spoke, a hint of puzzlement in his tone. Luing, the way your chakra flowed when you used the body flicker and your reaction when facing danger. Why do they give me a strange sense of familiarity? He turned to Tobirama beside him, his eyes gradually brightening. Don't you think her tenacity and her insight into jutsu resemble you? Especially the decisiveness when dodging the Flying Thunder God slash, it's exactly like you. Tobirama was taken aback, then frowned. Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly resemble some unknown brat? No, think carefully. Hashirama's tone grew more earnest. She uses a body flicker technique similar to the Flying Thunder God, a technique you created whose essence almost no one else can grasp. Moreover, she has awakened would release and carries a resonance of my chakra. He paused, a bold conjecture forming in his mind. Tobirama, what if she is connected to our Senju clan? Even a future clansman. A future clansman. Tobirama's pupils contracted sharply, clearly shocked by the speculation. Brother, are you overthinking this? How can time and space be crossed so easily? But there is no better explanation. Hashirama looked at me, his eyes filled with inquiry. Her Flying Thunder God, though different from yours, shares a similar core logic. This is no coincidence. Combined with the awakening of wood release and the aura of both you and me that she carries. Tobirama, have you considered that she might be your child from the future? What? The word struck like a thunderbolt, stunning everyone present. Tobirama's face flushed crimson, then turned livid, clearly infuriated by the absurd guess. Brother. You are utterly unreasonable. How could I have a child who suddenly appears? And at a time like this? Madara was also stunned, his Sharingan filled with disbelief. He looked me over then at the flustered Tobirama, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Hashirama, your imagination is quite vivid. However, if she really is Tobirama's descendant, that would be interesting. Izuna, clutching his wounded shoulder, stared at me in shock, as if mentally constructing the relationship between me and Tobirama. I was dumbfounded, my cheeks burning hot. I wailed inwardly, First Hokage, what are you thinking? To guess that I am Tobirama's child? That is too absurd. No. No. I waved my hands frantically, my voice verging on tears. Lord Hashirama, you have misunderstood. I have no relationship with Lord Tobirama, none at all. But the more I tried to explain, the more it seemed I was protesting too much. Tobirama's expression darkened further, the suspicion in his eyes deepening, as if he were seriously considering Hashirama's guess. If not, how could you simultaneously master wood release and a technique akin to the Flying Thunder God? And how could you possess my brother's chakra resonance? He stepped closer, his sharp gaze as if trying to see through me. Speak. Did you use some forbidden jutsu to travel back in time? What is your purpose? Has the future Senju clan encountered a crisis and sent you here to seek help? No. I was forced back step by step, tears welling up in my eyes. This misunderstanding was greater than the sky, yet I could not reveal the truth. I could only stammer in my defense. I truly came here by accident. I have no purpose and no one sent me. Seeing this, Madara stepped forward to shield me, glaring coldly at Tobirama. Tobirama, even if she is your descendant, you should not pressure a child like this. She saved Izuna, the Uchiha owe her a debt. Today I will never allow you to harass her. Madara, this is a Senju family matter. It has nothing to do with you. Tobirama snapped. She is the Uchiha's benefactor, so it concerns me. Madara did not yield, a glint of killing intent flashing in his Sharingan. Seeing that the conflict between Senju and Uchiha was about to erupt again because of me, Hashirama quickly stepped in to mediate. Alright, don't be impulsive. He looked at me, his tone softening. Luing, whether you are Tobirama's descendant or not, we will not harm you. How about this, we find a neutral place and you can speak slowly. There's no need to rush. As long as you tell the truth we will believe you. Madara pondered for a moment then nodded. Agreed. But it must be within my sight. I do not trust leaving her in your Senju hands. Though reluctant, Tobirama gave a cold snort of acquiescence after a look from Hashirama. Thus, under the escort of the two legendary ninjas, I followed them to an abandoned village on the edge of the plains. Izuna was arranged to have his wounds treated in a house while I was surrounded by Hashirama, Tobirama and Madara, subjected to a three-way interrogation. Now can you speak? Tobirama began, his tone still icy. Who are you really? Where are you from? Why are you here? I sat on a crude wooden stool, clutching the hem of my clothes tightly. My mind was in turmoil. Should I speak or not? Would they believe me? Would they think I was a monster? But if I didn't, the misunderstanding of being Tobirama's descendant would never be resolved and Tobirama's suspicion would only deepen. Just as I hesitated, the image of my brother Sasuke flashed through my mind. I wondered where he was now, if he was also searching for me, if he had encountered danger. A wave of sorrow surged in my heart and finally tears spilled over. I really don't know how to say this. Even if I tell you, you won't believe me. Hashirama looked at my tearful face, his eyes softening, and he gently comforted me. It's all right. Take your time. We will believe you. No matter where you come from or what difficulties you face, we will help you. Even Madara did not urge me, simply watching silently, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. I sniffled, lifting my tear-streaked face to look at the three legendary figures who had reshaped the ninja world. Finally I made my decision. Perhaps telling them part of the truth was the best choice. I am indeed not from this era. I choked out, my voice soft but clear in the ears of the three. I am from several hundred years in the future. I was accidentally sent here by the Otsutsuki artifact plow. The moment the words fell, the three legendary ninjas were simultaneously stunned, shock written on their faces. Hashirama opened his mouth as if to speak but was momentarily at a loss. Tobirama's pupils contracted sharply, clearly shaken by the truth beyond his comprehension. And Madara's Sharingan widened, his eyes full of disbelief. Silence descended upon the abandoned village, broken only by the faint echoes of war in the distance. I knew that after revealing this truth, an even more complicated situation awaited me. But I had no other choice. I silently prayed that they would believe me, that I would soon find my brother Sasuke and return together to our own era. In the clearing of the abandoned village, after my words fell, the silence engulfed everyone like a tide. Hashirama was the first to recover, his face filled with wonder. From several hundred years in the future. The Otsutsuki's artifact can actually cross time and space. This is beyond my imagination. Words are cheap. Who knows if you are fabricating lies to deceive us? Tobirama Senju quickly suppressed his shock, his eyes still as sharp as blades. If you want us to believe you, you'll have to provide proof. He stared at me, a hint of testing in his tone. You can use Flying Thunder God and would release. How about sparring with me? I want to see just how much real skill this future ninja really has. My heart tightened. Tobirama was the legendary second Hokage, his mastery of ninjutsu unfathomable, especially his Flying Thunder God and water release, which were nothing short of miraculous. How could I with my meager abilities possibly be his match? Tobirama, why are you making things difficult for a child? Hashirama Senju frowned in protest. She's just gone through a time-space jump and saved Izuna. She's exhausted both mentally and physically. There's no need for a spar. Big brother, it's not about making things difficult. Tobirama Senju shook his head, his gaze fixed firmly on me. She possesses rare ninjutsu and her identity is unknown. Only through personal testing can we determine if she truly means no harm and also clarify the origin of her abilities. He paused, his tone softening slightly. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. It'll just be a light spar. Uchiha Madara stood with his arms crossed, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. I'm curious to see just how capable this brat who can handle both Wood Release and Flying Thunder God really is. With things already at this point, I had no room to refuse. I took a deep breath, stood up and clenched my fists. Fine, I accept the spar. But I've just crossed over and used up quite a bit of chakra, so I might not be able to show my full strength. That's enough. Tobirama Senju nodded, then in a flash retreated to the other side of the clearing. You make the first move. Watching his tall and steady figure, my heart quivered, but I forced myself to calm down. Tobirama's Flying Thunder God was more refined than mine, and although Wood Release could counter his water release, I had only just awakened Wood Release and was not yet proficient in it. Perhaps I had to rely on Flying Thunder God combined with water release to handle this. I formed hand seals, chakra surging within me, and unleashed a water release toward Tobirama. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Surges of water erupted from the ground, coalescing into a massive water dragon that roared toward Tobirama Senju. This was my most practiced water release technique, though its power fell short of Tobirama's. It excelled in speed. A flicker of surprise passed through Tobirama Sanju's eyes, but he quickly formed hand seals in response. Water release, water formation wall. A solid wall of water instantly rose from the ground, halting the water dragon's charge. The water dragon slammed into the wall with a thunderous explosion, sending spray flying in all directions. Impressive water release and precise chakra control. Tobirama Sanju's voice came from behind the water wall, carrying a hint of approval. But with this level of power you still can't harm me. No sooner had he spoken than the water wall exploded. Tobirama Sanju's figure materialized right before me, a pale blue water release chakra blade in his hand. Water release, water edge slash. My heart jolted. I instantly activated Flying Thunder God, teleporting to the other side of the clearing to evade his attack. The water blade grazed past my clothes, carving a deep trench into the ground. Quick reflexes, but your application of the Flying Thunder God is still a bit rough. You need more practice. Tobirama Sanju looked at me, his expression increasingly complex. But mere evasive teleportation won't let you beat me. He launched another technique, his hand seals forming at astonishing speed. Water release, water wave. A torrent of water spewed from his mouth, rushing toward me like a flood, instantly submerging most of the clearing. Without a second thought I activated Flying Thunder God again, teleporting to the safety of a tree branch just ahead of the oncoming surge. I can't stay on the defensive forever. I gritted my teeth, formed hand seals and simultaneously drew on the power of the Hashirama cells. Would release great forest technique. Countless sturdy trees burst from the ground, twisting toward Tobirama Sanju in the midst of the flood. The trees grew at an incredible speed, piercing through the floodwaters and reaching Tobirama in an instant. Tobirama Sanju's expression shifted slightly. Clearly he hadn't expected me to use a large-scale wood release technique. He immediately abandoned his water release, flickered away to dodge the bind of the vines, and simultaneously launched a water release while charging toward me. Body flicker technique. His speed was astonishing, leaving behind a mere afterimage. My pupils contracted as I hastily activated Flying Thunder God, teleporting to another tree. But no sooner had I regained my footing than Tobirama's figure appeared behind me, the gleam of his short sword dangerously close. Not good. I instinctively spun, formed hand seals and unleashed a water release, hard water whip blade. A rotating water blade instantly formed, colliding with Tobirama's short sword with a mighty crash. The shock wave ravaged the surrounding trees, sending leaves cascading down. The impact sent me staggering back a few steps, a coppery taste rising in my throat. Tobirama Sanju also retreated half a step, his eyes wide with shock. This. The hand seal sequence for this water release and the flow of chakra. Tobirama Sanju murmured, his face betraying disbelief. How can it be so similar to the hard water whip blade I've been researching? Even a step more refined. He lifted his head sharply, his gaze now filled with probing and a hint of self-doubt. Where did you learn this water release? Who taught you? My mind stirred. Hard water whip blade was Tobirama Sanju's original jutsu. The reason I knew it was because I had studied the relevant theory at the Ninja Academy in Konoha, and after integrating Hashirama's cells my chakra control had improved enough to barely pull it off. I learned it from a book. I answered vaguely. In the future the Ninja Academy has many records and studies about the techniques of the past Hokage. Past Hokage. Hashirama Sanju's eyes lit up. Do you mean that in the future Konoha will honor Tobirama as a Hokage? Yes. I nodded. Lord Hashirama is the first Hokage and Lord Tobirama is the second Hokage. You founded Konohagakure, ended the era of war, and are legends of the ninja world. Hashirama Sanju's face beamed with relief while Tobirama Sanju's expression grew even more conflicted. He stared at me, his eyes brimming with confusion and self-doubt. From a book. But this hard water whip blade is a technique I only recently developed and haven't made public. That a future book would contain it. Does make sense. Moreover, your hand seal method and your understanding of water release bear an uncanny resemblance to mine. Suddenly Hashirama's earlier conjecture sprang to his mind, stirring a storm of turmoil within him. Could it be that this brat really is my descendant from the future? Otherwise how could she be so similar to me, even mastering a technique I only just once conceived? This notion spread like wild weeds, impossible to suppress. The look Tobirama Sanju gave me gradually shifted from suspicion to complexity, tinged with a subtle probing and gentleness he himself did not fully recognize. Uchiha Madara also noticed the change in Tobirama. He raised an eyebrow and looked at him. Tobirama Sanju, what's wrong? Don't tell me you actually believe that absurd nonsense from Hashirama, that this kid is your descendant. Tobirama Sanju did not reply. He just gazed at me deeply for a long time before finally speaking slowly. Regardless of whether you are my descendant, your talent in ninjutsu is indeed outstanding. And your affection for Konoha doesn't seem false. He paused, his tone softening considerably. I'll trust what you've said for now. But until we find a way to send you back, you must stay by our side and not leave freely. I breathed a sigh of relief. Tobirama had finally stopped doubting me. Though he still harbored some self-doubt, at least for now he wouldn't make things difficult for me. Hashirama Senju stepped forward with a smile. That's more like it. Luiying is a friend from the future. We should help her find a way back. Besides, she can tell us about the future. How interesting. Uchiha Madara nodded as well. Since Tobirama believes you, I won't press further either. But you saved Azuna's life and the Uchiha will remember that debt. If you ever need help, just say the word. Just then a powerful surge of chakra exploded in the distance, the unmistakable aura of an Otsutsuki. My expression changed. Could it be that the Otsutsuki who used the artifact, Plow, also came to this era? Not good, that's the Otsutsuki's energy. I said immediately. It's the one who sent me here. He might have followed. Hashirama, Tobirama and Madara's faces instantly hardened. Though they didn't know the full extent of the Otsutsuki's power, anyone who could wield a time-space artifact was definitely not to be underestimated. It seems our spar will have to end here for now. Tobirama Senju's gaze sharpened. No matter what that Otsutsuki is, if he dares to intrude upon our era, he will pay the price. Absolutely. Hashirama Senju nodded, his body radiating powerful would-release chakra. Luiying, do you know how strong this Otsutsuki is? What are his weaknesses? Watching the chakra fluctuations draw ever closer, I grew anxious. He's extremely powerful, skilled in various types of Rinnegan abilities, and his artifact Plow is bizarre, capable of manipulating time and space. His weaknesses? I'm not sure yet. I only know his goal seems to be collecting powerful chakra. Rinnegan abilities. Manipulating time and space. Tobirama Senju frowned. This sounds like a troublesome foe. Uchiha Madara's lips curled into a battle-ready grin. The stronger the enemy, the more interesting. I want to see just how great a foe that can transcend time really is. A new crisis loomed, a Otsutsuki from the future colliding with the legendary first and second Hokage and Uchiha Madara. In this battle across time, who would emerge victorious? And could I, amidst this crisis, find brother Sasuke and return together to our own era? I clenched my fists, my gaze filled with determination. No matter how many obstacles lay ahead, I would not give up. Because I knew I wasn't fighting alone. I had these legendary ninjas beside me and the brother I had always longed for, Sasuke. The wind swept through the abandoned village carrying the chakra signature of the Otsutsuki, an impending breathtaking clash across time and space. The Otsutsuki's chakra aura descended like a dark cloud, carrying a pressure that transcended the era. The ground of the abandoned village began to tremble slightly. A twisted spacetime rift unfolded in the center of the clearing, and after a blinding white light, an Otsutsuki shinobi walked out, slowly clad in a pale white robe and a bone mask. His body was enveloped in a cold gray-black chakra. He was the one who had thrown me into the spacetime vortex, Otsutsuki Tobi. To think that crossing time and space would allow me to encounter such premium chakra as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. And this brat who has fused with Hashirama's cells and mastered the prototype of the Flying Thunder God along with Senju Tobirama. Today I can collect 4 great gifts at once. Tobi's voice rasped through the mask. You're the Otsutsuki who sent Luiying here. Senju Hashirama's wood-style chakra surged, causing countless thick roots to rise from the ground. His gaze was resolute but battle-ready, intruding into our era and trying to plunder our chakra. How arrogant. Arrogant. Tobi scoffed, raising a hand to condense a gray-black energy blade. Before the Kekkei Mora, you so-called legends are nothing but lambs to the slaughter. Without another word he swung the energy blade, unleashing a slash that could tear the heavens and earth, rushing toward us. Senju Tobirama reacted instantly, using the Flying Thunder God to teleport beside me and push me away. Watch out. At the same time he formed hand signs, water-style water formation wall. A sturdy wall of water shot up, only to be easily torn apart by the energy blade. In the critical moment Uchiha Madara leaped into the air, his Sharingan shifting to Mangekyo, Susanoo. A pale purple Susanoo skeleton formed instantly, holding a longsword that blocked the energy blade. Amid the roaring collision a crack appeared on the Susanoo's arm. Such power. Madara's pupils contracted. The Susanoo evolved further, covering itself with muscles and armor. Hashirama, work with me. My thoughts exactly. Senju Hashirama slammed his hands to the ground, wood-style with human technique. A colossal wooden giant rose, swinging a massive fist at the Otsutsuki. The Otsutsuki flickered, dodging the wooden fist's blow while his energy blades clashed repeatedly with Susanoo's sword and the wood human's fist. The shockwave leveled the entire abandoned village to the ground. I seized the moment to gather chakra, inscribing Flying Thunder God marks on the surrounding rocks, and shouted to Tobirama, Lord Tobirama, I'll pin him down. Activating the Flying Thunder God, I instantly teleported behind the Otsutsuki lightning chakra, gathering at my fingertips, lightning-style Chidori. The Otsutsuki sensed the attack from behind and sidestepped, but the Chidori grazed his shoulder, sending ripples through his gray-black chakra barrier. Annoying little brat. He swung a palm at me and I teleported behind a distant rock just in time to avoid the strike. That body flicker. Truly the essence of the Flying Thunder God. Tobirama observed my movement, his eyes growing more approving. Then he called to me, Liuying, mark him with the Flying Thunder God. I'll take the lead in the attack. Understood. I pulled out a kunai, inscribed it with the Flying Thunder God mark and teleported in front of Tobi, planting the kunai precisely into his robe. The Otsutsuki tried to break free, but Tobirama's figure had already appeared behind him, a blinding blue light flashing. Flying Thunder God slash. The Flying Thunder God slash struck the Otsutsuki's back with devastating force. The chakra barrier shattered instantly and Tobi spat a mouthful of black blood, staggering backward. Hashirama's wood-human fist followed closely, smashing him into the ground. Madara Susanu's sword slashed downward, only to be blocked by a spacetime barrier that the Otsutsuki suddenly expanded. Damn. Outnumbered, better retreat. The Otsutsuki clearly hadn't expected such a powerful united front. A flicker of wariness appeared in his eyes behind the mask. He activated the treasure, the plow, and the spacetime rift opened again. Next time we meet, I will take all your chakra. Trying to run. Madara Susanu's sword cut through the spacetime barrier but only struck an afterimage. The Otsutsuki had already vanished into the rift. Hashirama attempted to seal the rift with wood style but was repelled by the spacetime energy, stumbling back a few steps. The crisis temporarily resolved, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment a familiar black-clad figure rushed from the forest, his crimson Sharingan filled with urgency and killing intent. It was Brother Sasuke. Brother Sasuke. I ran toward him excitedly. Sasuke immediately came over and hugged me tightly, his voice trembling slightly. Ing, are you okay? I've been looking for you for so long. I'm fine, Brother Sasuke. Thanks to Lord Hashirama and the others for helping me. I looked up at him only to find his gaze fixed firmly on Uchiha Madara with a hint of hostility in his eyes. The complex emotions of the Uchiha bloodline toward this ancestor, both awe and wariness, as well as his concern for Madara's future choices. Madara noticed Sasuke's gaze, raised an eyebrow, and his Mangekyo Sharingan spun slightly. This child is also an Uchiha. His Sharingan's ocular power is high and his aura resembles mine. Sasuke didn't respond. Instead he shielded me behind him, nodding at Hashirama and Tobirama. Thank you, seniors, for protecting Ing. His tone was detached but carried gratitude. Hashirama smiled and stepped forward. So you're the Sasuke that Liuying always talks about. You're truly an outstanding shinobi. In the previous battle it was thanks to Liuying's Flying Thunder God disruption that the Otsutsuki retreated so easily. Tobirama studied Sasuke with a probing look. Your chakra possesses not only the Uchiha's Yin release but also a special Yang release aura somewhat similar to the Hashirama cell's aura in Liuying. Just then Madara suddenly spoke. Hashirama, this battle has made me realize that relying on only one clan's power cannot counter such a cross-temporal threat. The conflict in the shinobi world has lasted too long. Perhaps we can truly join forces and establish a village where all shinobi can coexist peacefully. Hashirama was stunned, then a joyful smile broke across his face. Madara, you finally agreed. Yes, only by uniting can we protect everything we hold dear. Although Tobirama was somewhat surprised after witnessing the joint fight against the Otsutsuki, he nodded. Building a village is indeed a long-term solution, both to consolidate power and to spare future generations from war. Izuna also felt that it was time to temporarily set aside clan grudges and nodded. Sasuke watched this scene and the hostility in his eyes gradually fade. He clearly knew this history but did not interfere. This was the destiny of the Uchiha and the Senju, the beginning of Konoha's birth. In the following days Hashirama and Madara began discussing the details of founding the village while Tobirama took the initiative to find me. On an open training ground he watched me practicing the Flying Thunder God and spoke. Liuying, your Flying Thunder God has taken shape but there are still many shortcomings. Lord Tobirama, are you going to teach me? I stopped and looked at him with surprise. Tobirama nodded, his gaze stern yet carrying a hint of warmth. Your chakra control is precise and your reactions are fast, much like myself. Regardless of whether you are my future descendant, I want to impart the complete essence of this Flying Thunder God technique to you. He walked over to me and explained in detail. The core of the Flying Thunder God is not just the mark and teleportation, it lies in the instantaneous burst of chakra and the precision of spatial perception. Your previous teleportations, though fast, consumed too much chakra and the marks lasted too briefly. He demonstrated the hand signs. Watch closely. When inscribing the mark you must infuse it with your chakra so that it resonates with yours. That way even from 1,000 miles away you can sense it precisely. Also, teleporting a longer distance isn't always better if the key is timing. Striking when the enemy least expects it maximizes its power. I listened intently, committing every word to heart. Tobirama corrected my movements as he explained. His guidance was precise and meticulous, elevating my understanding of Flying Thunder God to a whole new level. Furthermore, the Flying Thunder God can be combined with other ninjutsu. Tobirama activated the technique, teleporting instantly to a faraway tree trunk while simultaneously hitting it with a water-style technique. For instance, the Flying Thunder God / combines water style with the Flying Thunder God to instantly devastate an enemy. You have Hashirama's cells. You can try combining wood style with the Flying Thunder God, it might yield surprising results. As the sun set, its afterglow spilled across the training ground. Tobirama watched me execute the techniques he had taught with increasing proficiency, and his face showed rare approval. Not bad. You've progressed quickly. Take this scroll on the Flying Thunder God, it contains all my research on the technique. If you encounter problems later, feel free to ask me anytime. Thank you, Lord Tobirama. I took the scroll, gratitude filling my heart. Tobirama looked at me with a complex tenderness. You really suit my taste, child. No matter where you come from, if you ever face difficulties, you can come to me. He paused, then added, as for whether you are related to me, perhaps it doesn't matter. What matters is that you are a shinobi worthy of inheriting the jutsu. I nodded forcefully, my eyes moist. Brother Sasuke walked over to me and addressed Tobirama sincerely. Thank you, Lord Tobirama, for teaching me the Flying Thunder. No need to thank me. Tobirama looked at Sasuke. You are also an excellent shinobi. Take good care of her. When you find a way back, be sure to tell us whether the future Konoha has become the peaceful and powerful village we envisioned. It will, Sasuke replied solemnly. In the distance, Hashirama and Madara were planning the layout of the village, their silhouettes stretched long by the setting sun. A new era was about to dawn. The embryonic form of Konoha gradually took shape on this land. And Brother Sasuke and I had gained precious bonds and formidable power in this era. Though I didn't know when we would return to our own time, I was no longer lost. Because I knew that as long as I was with Brother Sasuke and with these legendary shinobi as our support, no matter what difficulties we faced, we could overcome them. And this journey across time would become the most precious memory of our lives. As night deepened, the stars of Konoha began to twinkle in the sky. I gripped the Flying Thunder God scroll tightly, looking at Brother Sasuke beside me, my heart filled with hope. The road ahead was long, but I was ready, armed with the techniques Tobirama had taught me, and carrying this cross-temporal bond I would walk forward bravely. After the Otsutsuki fled, Uchiha Madara and Izuna took the initiative to suggest that Sasuke-kun and I stay temporarily within the Uchiha clan grounds. In these war-torn times, abandoned villages are unsafe. The clan grounds may not be luxurious, but at least they provide shelter from the wind and rain and a place for you to rest properly. Izuna's shoulder was already bandaged and his face bore a sincere smile. His eyes filled with gratitude looked at me. Besides, I have much I wish to say to you. The Uchiha compound was nestled among the valleys with scattered wooden houses surrounded by dense forest. The air was faintly tinged with the scent of smoke from daily life. Contrary to the solemn and oppressive atmosphere one might imagine, the clan members, though curious about us two outsiders, showed no hostility. Occasionally they even offered fruit and warmth. Madara and Izuna settled us in a spacious wooden house. The interior was simple but clean, with fresh bedding and toiletries prepared especially for us. Thank you. Sasuke-kun gave a slight nod, his tone still retaining a hint of aloofness, but the wariness in his eyes had noticeably faded. He placed his backpack in a corner, his gaze unconsciously drifting to the window. Outside, several Uchiha clan members were practicing fire release. The familiar clan crest and chakra fluctuations stirred a complex emotion deep within his eyes. As night fell, Izuna arrived at our wooden house carrying an oil lamp and a plate of steaming rice balls. The women of the clan made these. Give them a try, they're a Uchiha specialty. He handed me the rice balls, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Ryuka, we were so busy discussing the village's construction during the day that I never had a chance to properly thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have already died under Tobirama's Flying Thunder God / leaving only Madarani alone. I took the rice ball, warmth seeping from my fingertips into my heart. Izuna-sama, please don't be so polite. I only did what I had to. I took a bite of the rice ball. The fragrance of rice blended with a sweet taste spread through my mouth, reminding me of the rice balls Aunt Hinata used to make. To you it may be a small matter, but to Madarani and me it is a tremendous debt of gratitude. Izuna sat across from me, his gaze earnest. Our brothers have all left one by one. Now it's just Madarani and me clinging to each other. The clan is our responsibility and we are each other's only concern. If I were gone, Madarani would. He didn't finish, but I could feel the fear lingering in his words. Just then Uchiha Madara pushed open the door, holding a flask of sake in his hand. Seeing us talking, he walked straight over, his gaze falling on Sasuke-kun with undisguised curiosity. Sasuke, your eyes, they are special. Not an ordinary Sharingan nor a Mangekyo, yet they emanate a power that surpasses both. Sasuke lifted his head, meeting Madara's eyes. His scarlet Rinnegan rotated slightly. This is the Rinnegan, the final form of the Sharingan. The Rinnegan. Madara's eyes lit up instantly, a note of excitement in his voice. The legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. You were able to awaken such dojutsu. He leaned in closer, carefully examining Sasuke's eyes. Apart from the Uchiha's In release, your chakra contains a strange Yang release aura. This aura is somewhat similar to Hashirama's would release, yet distinctly different. It is the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Sasuke did not elaborate, his tone calm. Used to protect those I wish to protect. Madara gave him a long appraising look, a glint of approval flashing in his eyes. Excellent. Truly worthy of being an Uchiha. Protecting those you wish to protect, that is the true meaning of the Sharingan. He paused, then continued, you are exceptionally strong. When you have time we should spar. I want to see just how far an Uchiha wielding the Rinnegan can. Sasuke nodded without refusing. Looking at these two legends of the Uchiha, a strange emotion welled up in my heart. If history had not been changed, if Izuna had died in battle, would Madara not have such a peaceful gaze? Would he not have wholeheartedly agreed to build the village with the Senju? It dawned on me belatedly that my earlier moment of compassion had actually altered the course of history. Izuna, who should have died at Tobirama's hands, was now sitting alive before me, planning the future shoulder to shoulder with Madara. Could this sudden change trigger an unpredictable butterfly effect? The future of Konoha, the future of the shinobi world, might they become entirely different? Yet on second thought, the very appearance of the Otsutsuki had already shattered the balance of time and space. His arrival made the Senju and Uchiha witness firsthand a threat beyond their era, and made them realize that no single clan could face such a crisis alone. Perhaps precisely because of this common enemy, and with Izuna still alive, Madara would not become as extreme as in the original history. He would truly let go of his hatred for the Senju and join hands with Hashirama to establish Konoha. Thinking about it this way, it seems like a good thing after all. At least Madara no longer has to bear the pain of losing his brother alone, and won't spiral into extremism in isolation. With Izuna by his side, his heart would gain more warmth, more ties. Perhaps the tragedy of the future could thus be avoided. Izuna-sama. I looked at the young man before me, speaking earnestly. From now on you must take good care of yourself, and also take good care of Madara-sama. You are the most important people to each other. Never give up your lives lightly. Izuna was taken aback, then revealed a gentle smile. I understand. Before I always thought it was worth dying for the Uchiha. But after experiencing life and death this time, I finally understand that living is the best way to protect the clan and the people around you. Rest assured, I will live well. Together with Madarani, I will build a peaceful village where all shinobi can escape the chaos of war. Madara looked at Izuna, a rare hint of softness flickering in his eyes. He reached out and patted his brother's shoulder. Well said. We will achieve this together. Watching the two brothers exchange that smile, a wave of warmth surged through my heart. It was a pure, unreserved bond of brotherhood, something truly enviable. Yet at the same time I thought of everyone in Konoha. Kakashi Papa, always gentle to me, Naruto warm as the sun, Hinata with her exquisite cooking, and the mischievous adorable Boruto and Sarada. What were they doing now? Were they still worrying about me? Was Naruto still searching everywhere for me? Did Kakashi Papa still habitually buy a strawberry daifuku only to find no one to give it to? Was Boruto still nagging me to practice ninjutsu with him? Longing overwhelmed me like a tide, and my eyes instantly grew moist. I truly wanted to return to Konoha, to that home brimming with warmth and attachment, to be by Kakashi and the other side. Here, though cared for by Madara and Izuna, sheltered by Hashirama and Tobirama, this was not my era, not my home after all. Hotaru, what's wrong? Sasuke noticed my change in emotion and asked softly, his eyes full of concern. Nothing. I wiped the tears from the corners of my eyes and forced a faint smile. I just suddenly feel a little homesick. I miss everyone in Konoha. Sasuke was silent for a moment, then reached out and gently ruffled my hair, his tone tender. Don't worry. We will definitely find a way back. Once we deal with the Otsutsuki and Konoha settles down, I will take you home. Madara and Izuna looked at me, their eyes full of understanding. Madara spoke up, Ryuka, I can feel your attachment to that Konoha. After we establish our village, we will surely help you find a way back. You are our benefactors and our friends. We won't let you remain forever in this era that does not belong to you. Thank you both. I looked at them with gratitude, feeling somewhat comforted inside. The night grew deep. Madara and Izuna left the wooden house, leaving only Sasuke and me inside. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the corners of the room. Lying in bed, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. My mind was filled with memories of Konoha, every little detail. Sasuke also seemed unable to sleep. He sat by the window gazing at the starry sky outside, lost in thought. Perhaps he too was yearning for Konoha, for those important people. I knew the road back to Konoha was still long. We still had to face the threat of the Otsutsuki and wait for another opportunity to open a spacetime rift. But I would not give up because I believed in Sasuke and I believed that Madara and Hashirama would help us. One day I would return to Konoha, to Kakashi Papa and Narutonii, and tell them about my adventures in this era, about meeting the legendary Hashirama and Madara, and about the story of Konoha's birth. The moonlight gently enveloped the Uchiha compound and also enveloped my yearning for home. I closed my eyes and silently prayed, everyone in Konoha, please stay safe. Wait for me. I will surely return. At that moment in Konoha. The afternoons in Konoha were always bathed in mild sunlight. Inside the Hokage's office, Kakashi sat by the window holding a mission report, but his gaze drifted outside. The streets were bustling. Children chased and played at the edge of the training ground. The air carried the scent of rice balls and the chakra fluctuations of ninjutsu practice. Everything was as peaceful as usual, yet a nameless unease lingered in his heart. His fingers unconsciously traced the edge of the report. Unbidden, the image of that delicate little figure surfaced in his mind, Hotaru, his daughter, who had been away from Konoha for nearly half a year. That girl, why hasn't she come back yet? He murmured softly, his tone laden with undisguised worry. Since Hotaru left with Sasuke after the initial anxiety, he had forced himself to calm down. The brief messages from Sasuke always carried just the word safe, which was enough to set his mind at ease temporarily. But as days passed, from late spring to early autumn, leaves turned green then yellow, that reassurance was gradually replaced by an ever-deepening longing. He remembered the look on Hotaru's face before she left Reeded, saying she couldn't bear farewells. He remembered the farewell letter she had secretly hidden in a shadow clone. He remembered her stubborn little face when practicing ninjutsu and her persistent nagging when she wanted him to buy strawberry daifuku. He used to think the girl was clingy, chattering non-stop every day at his side. But now, with silence around him, he felt something was missing. On his desk lay an unopened strawberry daifuku bought out of habit when he passed the dessert shop that morning. In the past, whenever he brought one home, Hotaru would come bouncing over, snatch the daifuku, stuff it into her mouth, her lips smeared with pink cream, her eyes squinting into crescents as she laughed. But now the daifuku sat there quietly with no one eagerly unwrapping it. Kakashi-sensei, this document needs your signature. Shikamaru entered the office and, seeing Kakashi lost in thought, couldn't help but sigh. Thinking about Hotaru again. Kakashi snapped back to reality, took the document, his fingers a little stiff. Yes, almost 6 months, not a single concrete word. Sasuke has always been reliable in his work, and that girl Hotaru is tougher than we think. Nothing will happen to them. Shikamaru consoled him. And look, Sasuke-senpai occasionally sends messages that they're safe, which means they're fine. It's just that their journey isn't over yet. I know. Kakashi nodded, but the worry in his heart did not lessen. But being a father, I can't help but worry. She's only 5, traveling with Sasuke in the wilderness, training so hard. I wonder if she's eating well, if she's hurt, if she has enough chakra. Once the floodgates opened, the usually composed Kakashi became rambling. Shikamaru looked at him, feeling a twinge of emotion. Who would have thought that the once aloof copy ninja would become so sentimental over his daughter's absence? Just then Naruto burst in energetically, holding a scroll, his face alight with excitement. Kakashi-sensei. A message from Sasuke. And that girl Hotaru's handwriting. Kakashi stood up abruptly, walked over quickly, and took the scroll with trembling fingers. The scroll bore a brief note from Sasuke saying they were safe and tracking the Otsutsuki. Below the note was a line of childish, crooked but powerful characters. Dad, I'm fine. I've learned lots of jutsu. I'll perform them for you when I get back. Miss you and Narutonii and strawberry daifuku. Seeing that familiar handwriting, Kakashi's eyes instantly grew moist. Half a year of worry, anxiety and longing melted into a warm current of relief. He read that line over and over, the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifting, the earlier unease vanishing without trace. Great. Hotaru-kun is okay. Naruto also breathed a sigh of relief, his face breaking into a bright grin. See, I told you that girl was fine. When she comes back, I'm going to treat her to the most luxurious ramen with 10 times the chashu. She mentioned strawberry daifuku too. Kakashi said softly, his eyes full of tenderness. When she comes back, I'll buy them for her every day. Shikamaru watched the two of them and shook his head helplessly. Alright. Since you've received the message, don't worry anymore. That girl Hotaru is so talented, and with Sasuke looking after her, she'll return safely. Kakashi carefully put away the scroll, placing it in the drawer of his desk with the previous messages. There was already a thick stack, each one carrying his concern for his daughter. He looked out the window again. The sunlight was still warm, the streets still lively. But this time his heart held a new sense of certainty and anticipation. Girl, train well. Dad is waiting for you to come back. He said silently in his heart. When you return, well, watch the cherry blossoms together, eat strawberry daifuku together, train together. No matter how far you go, Konoha will always be your home and Dad will always be waiting for you. The air in the office grew warm and the unease that had lingered in Kakashi's heart was finally soothed by his daughter's message. He sat back at his desk, picked up the document, the usual composure returning to his eyes, but the faint smile on his lips lingered for a long time. The wind of Konoha carrying the fragrance of cherry blossoms seemed to convey longing. Far away, Hotaru, do you know that while you chase strength there is always a group of people in Konoha who worry about you and await your return? Tracking Otsutsuki's trail took a full 7 days. With the aid of Ban and Jujian we followed his residual spacetime energy to a volcanic ruin on the border of the Land of Fire. Here magma churned and the air was thick with the scorching smell of sulfur. The spacetime energy was unusually chaotic, the perfect hiding spot for him. I didn't expect you to find this place. Otsutsuki's figure emerged from a spacetime rift beside the magma, his body surging with gray-black chakra. The treasured tool, plow, glowed eerily in his hand. But it doesn't matter, this time I won't be restrained by you again. He had clearly prepared to escape long ago. The energy of the plow was rapidly converging and the surrounding space began to warp. Trying to run? Not so easy. Brother Sasuke's eyes sharpened, his Rinnegan flaring suddenly. Amenota Jikara. In an instant he swapped positions with Otsutsuki. I concentrated lightning chakra at my fingertips. The crackling sound of Chidori pierced the air, striking Otsutsuki's back with force. Otsutsuki grunted, the energy fluctuation of the plow becoming disordered. Now. I had already inscribed a Flying Thunder God mark on Otsutsuki's tool. Seeing this I instantly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting to his side. Reaching out I grabbed the edge of the plow and shouted to Sasuke, Brother Sasuke, hold on to me. Brother Sasuke immediately reached out and grabbed my wrist, channeling his chakra into me, and together we activated the power of the Flying Thunder God. Otsutsuki hadn't expected us to use his spacetime energy to travel in reverse and he roared in terror, are you mad? Forcibly crossing will tear you apart in the spacetime turbulence. But by now we had no retreat. The spacetime rift of the plow fully opened and a powerful suction dragged us in. I clutched Brother Sasuke's hand tightly, feeling the excruciating pain as spacetime energy tore at my body. Only one thought filled my mind, home, back to Konoha, back to Papa Kakashi. After an unknown length of time the blinding white light faded. Beneath my feet was no longer scorching magma but the familiar scent of grass. I snapped my eyes open. The first thing I saw was the tall ancient tree at the entrance of Konoha. In the distance the Hokage building glittered in the sunlight and the air was filled with the scents of cherry blossoms and ramen. It was Konoha. We're back. Ing, are you alright? Brother Sasuke released my hand, his tone laced with concern, his eyes filled with relief at surviving the ordeal. I shook my head but tears uncontrollably streamed down my face. Choking back sobs I said, Brother Sasuke, we really made it back. Brother Sasuke looked at my tear-streaked face, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. After a moment of silence he spoke. This experience has made me realize that Otsutsuki's methods are far more complex than we imagined. Spacetime travel, Keki Imora. I can't always be there to protect you. He paused, his tone turning serious. I'll take you back to Konoha. Leave the rest to me and the other shinobi. I understood his concerns and knew my current strength wasn't enough to handle all crises. I nodded. Brother Sasuke, please be careful too. Brother Sasuke said nothing more, simply reaching out to ruffle my hair. Then he activated the body flicker technique to escort me toward Konoha's gates. Meanwhile in the Hokage's office Kakashi was lost in thought over the ninjutsu notebook Ing had left behind. His fingertips traced the creases on the corners, his concern for her never waning. Suddenly a communications shinobi rushed in. Lord Kakashi. News from the village entrance, Miss Ing. Miss Ing is back. She's with Lord Sasuke. What? Kakashi shot to his feet, the notebook falling with a thud to the floor. He didn't even stop to pick it up, striding swiftly toward the door. His usual composed steps were now urgent, the hem of his coat flapping in the wind. All documents, meetings and work became irrelevant the moment he heard those 3 words, Ing is back. His only thought was to see the little girl he had worried about for half a year, to confirm she was safe and unharmed. At the same time Naruto was having ramen with Boruto and Sarada at Ichiraka Ramen. His phone suddenly rang. The instant he saw the message he slammed the table, causing the ramen bowls to shake. Great! Ing-chan is back. Without even wiping the broth from his lips he grabbed Boruto and shouted to Sarada, Sarada, hurry. Let's go welcome Ing-chan at the village entrance. Boruto jumped up excitedly. Big sis is back. Now I can finally get her to practice ninjutsu with me. The three of them dashed toward the village gates, their urgency and joy palpable to the villagers along the way. At Konoha's main gate, just as I reached the entrance, I saw two familiar figures sprinting toward me. Leading them was Papa Kakashi. His white hair was especially striking in the sunlight. His usually smiling face was now filled with anxiety and apprehension, his eyes locked onto me as if afraid I would vanish if he blinked. Papa. I couldn't hold back any longer and sprinted toward him. Kakashi pulled me into a tight embrace, his strength as if trying to meld me into his very being, his voice trembling slightly. Little girl, you've finally come back. Finally back. He looked me over carefully, his hands gently touching my cheeks and arms, afraid I might be injured. Are you hurt? Did you suffer? Did that Sasuke take good care of you? I'm fine, Papa, I'm perfectly well. I buried myself in his arms, feeling the familiar warmth and reassurance, tears streaming down like broken beads. I missed you so much, Papa. Papa missed you too, every single day. Kakashi's voice was also choked. He reached up to wipe away my tears, then dabbed at his own eyes but couldn't help the smile spreading across his lips. It's good that you're back, so good. Next time don't you dare leave without saying goodbye. Ing-chan. Naruto arrived with Boruto and Sarada, his cheerful voice brimming with joy. He came over and ruffled my hair vigorously. Welcome home, you little rascal, gone for half a year, you had us so worried. Big brother Naruto. I looked at his familiar smiling face, warmth filling my heart. Boruto immediately pounced and hugged my arm. Big sis. You're finally back. Tell me everything you experienced out there. Did you encounter any powerful enemies? Sarada also stepped forward with a gentle smile. Welcome back, big sis Ing. We all missed you. Brother Sasuke stood aside watching our reunion, a soft glint passing through his eyes. He walked over to Kakashi and gave a slight nod. Kakashi-sensei, I entrusting to you. The threat of Otsutsuki remains. I will continue the investigation. Thank you for your hard work, Sasuke. Kakashi patted his shoulder, his tone full of gratitude. Thank you for taking care of Ing. Sasuke said nothing more, turned and activated the body flicker technique to leave. His back remained proud but now carried a trace of relief. Holding Papa Kakashi's hand, I chattered excitedly about my experiences in the past era. Papa, I met the first Hokage and the second Hokage. Lord Hashirama's wood style is truly amazing. Lord Tobirama even taught me the key points of Flying Thunder God. I also met Uchiha Madara and Izuna, they were very kind. We joined forces to fight Otsutsuki. Kakashi listened patiently, nodding occasionally, his eyes full of pride and contentment. Naruto leaned in curiously. You really saw the first Hokage and Madara? Are they as powerful as in the legends? Ing-chan, did you spar with them? Big brother Naruto, Madara's Susanoo is incredibly powerful. I gestured excitedly. But together with brother Sasuke and lords Hashirama and Tobirama, we drove Otsutsuki away. The sun was setting, casting golden rays over Konoha street, stretching our shadows long. Kakashi held my hand and Naruto, Boruto and Sarada gathered around, their laughter and chatter echoing in the air. Come on, let's go home. Kakashi looked down at me, his eyes full of tenderness. Papa bought your favorite strawberry daifuku and Hinata prepared your favorite dishes. Okay. I nodded vigorously, my heart brimming with happiness. Half a year of time-space training, I had experienced war, danger, life and death, and had also gained bonds, growth and strength. But no matter how far I go, Konoha will always be my home. Papa Kakashi, big brother Naruto and everyone else will forever be the people I cherish most. Holding my father's warm hand, walking along the familiar streets, looking at the familiar smiling faces around me, I knew I had truly come home. And this time-traveling adventure will become the most precious memory of my life, inspiring me to grow stronger and protect this hard-won warmth and peace. On my first day back in Konoha, I barely touched the bed before falling asleep. The weary journey across time and space, the deadly battle with Kaguya and the constant vigilance in the era of war all exploded within me the moment I stepped through the door. Father Kakashi had prepared a clean and soft bed for me. I didn't even have time to wash up before I wrapped myself in the familiar blanket and sank into a deep slumber, dreaming only of Konoha's cherry blossoms and the sweet taste of strawberry daifuku. That sleep lasted a full 12 hours. If Father Kakashi hadn't gently patted my shoulder and called me to eat, I might have slept through the entire day. Hotaru, get up and eat something first before going back to sleep. Hinata made your favorite miso soup and strawberry daifuku. His voice was as soft as a feather, afraid to disturb my beautiful dream. I rubbed my sleepy eyes and sat up. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains and fell on the bedside. The aroma of food filled the air, familiar and reassuring. Dad. I yawned, my voice still hoarse from just waking up, but my heart felt warm. This was what home felt like, a warm bed, favorite food and loved ones waiting for me to wait. In the following days, life was fulfilling and pleasant. During the day I trained with Boruto and Sarada on the training grounds. Boruto was still the same, always challenging me to a ninjutsu duel only to end up admitting defeat after I teleported behind him and tapped his head. Sarada, more focused on honing her Sharingan, occasionally asked me for tips on controlling lightning release. When our Chidori clashed, the lightning crackled and illuminated half the training ground. But besides training, getting scolded was also an inevitable tradition. After all, I had left without a word to follow Sasuke, which scared everyone terribly. That day Naruto specially called me over to his house. Auntie Hinata brought out fruit, but instead of peeling an orange for me as usual, she looked at me with red-rimmed eyes, her voice full of concern. "Hotaru, you can't just leave without a word like that anymore. We were all so worried. Naruto kept saying he would go find you." Naruto also dropped his usual playful demeanor and was unusually serious. "Hotaru, I know you want to get stronger to protect yourself and those around you, but you have to tell us. You're only 5 years old. Following Sasuke alone to such a dangerous place, if something happened, how would we explain to Kakashi-sensei?" Father Kakashi sat to the side, not saying much, but the worry and reproach in his eyes weighed heavily on my heart. I lowered my head, twisting the hem of my shirt with my fingers, and obediently admitted my mistake. "I'm sorry Naruto Hinata Dad. I was too willful and didn't consider your feelings. I won't do it again." Seeing my sincere expression, Auntie Hinata's heart softened first. She patted my head and said, "As long as you know it's wrong. From now on, if you have any ideas, you must tell us." Naruto sighed and took out a stick of candied hawthorn from his pocket, handing it to me. All right. I know you're stubborn. From now on, when you train with Sasuke, be careful. If you have trouble, send a message. Konoha will always be your support." After being scolded, I also specially went to see Father Guy. During my time away, although I kept training without systematic guidance, my physical fitness and taijutsu had slackened somewhat. When Father Guy saw me, his eyes lit up like the sun. He hugged me tightly and shouted, "The flames of youth are burning again. Hotaru, your training journey must have been full of rewards." He made me run dozens of laps around the training ground and taught me several new taijutsu techniques. He was full of energy the whole time, shouting slogans of youth and passion. Although I was panting and drenched in sweat, seeing Father Guy's passionate demeanor made my blood boil, as well as if all fatigue had been swept away. As days passed and I adapted to the peaceful life in Konoha, Father Kakashi talked to me one evening. After dinner that day, he sat on the wooden porch in the yard looking at the stars and suddenly spoke. "Hotaru, how about going to the Ninja Academy?" I was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. "Ninja Academy?" Father Kakashi nodded, turned to look at me, his eyes gentle. "You've been training outside for half a year and missed a lot of the life that children your age should have. At the academy there are many kids your age. You can learn and play together without thinking about training and fighting every day." I lowered my head and fell silent. Admittedly, after this period of training, my strength had already far surpassed that of an average ninja my age. After integrating Hashirama's cells, my chakra reserves rivaled those of a Jonin. The Flying Thunder God technique, personally taught by Lord Tobarama, allowed me to perform short-range teleportation and tactical coordination with proficiency, plus the Chidori stream and Kirin taught by Sasuke and the newly awakened would release. Such power was far beyond what any ordinary academy student could match. Going to the academy to learn basic ninjutsu and practice shuriken with everyone else did indeed feel out of place. "Dad. My current strength might not need the academy, right?" I hesitated. "My ninjutsu and combat experience should be at Jonin level. Wouldn't the academy be a waste of time?" Father Kakashi smiled and reached out to ruffle my hair. "I know you're amazing now, even more talented than I was back then. But the academy isn't just about learning ninjutsu, it's also about experiencing childhood and making friends. I was a prodigy too, but I still finished the academy properly, didn't I?" He paused, his tone turning serious. "You've been training with Sasuke and fighting alongside us, growing up too fast. You should have a carefree childhood with friends to run wild with and days where you don't have to be constantly on edge. I don't want your childhood to have regrets. I don't want you to look back when you grow up and see nothing but training and battles without any joyful memories with people your own age." I looked into Father Kakashi's eyes, which were full of expectation and love. He was right. All these years I had been focused on getting stronger and protecting those around me, but I had indeed forgotten that I was still a child. I had never attended classes or played games with kids my age, never experienced a normal school life. That might truly be a regret. But I still hesitated. If I go to the academy, will I be out of place? Everyone is learning basic ninjutsu, but I already know would release and Flying Thunder God. So what? Father Kakashi smiled and said, "The teachers at the academy are very good. They will arrange suitable learning content based on your situation. Moreover, being with your classmates, you can teach them some tricks and also learn different things from them. Most importantly, you can experience true childhood happiness, which no amount of jutsu or power can replace." A gentle night breeze blew through the yard carrying the fragrance of lilies of the valley. I looked at the stars and then at Father Kakashi's tender gaze. The inner conflict gradually dissipated. Maybe going to the academy wasn't such a bad thing. I wouldn't have to think about the threat of Kaguya every day or keep my nerves constantly taut. Just as Dad said, experiencing a normal childhood, studying and playing with friends, might also be a form of growth. Okay. I nodded, a smile spreading across my face. Dad, I want to go to the Ninja Academy. A hint of relief flashed in Father Kakashi's eyes. He reached out and ruffled my hair. That's right. I'll go process your enrollment tomorrow. I hope you have a wonderful time at the academy. I leaned on Father Kakashi's shoulder, looking at the stars, my heart full of anticipation. Perhaps my academy life wouldn't be as peaceful as ordinary kids, but to experience such a childhood and feel the regrets in my heart, that would be enough. And the ninjutsu I learned and the growth I gained during my training would also become the foundation for me to protect this happiness. The night in Konoha was quiet and warm. I knew that starting tomorrow my life would usher in a new chapter, a chapter belonging to Hotaru, the academy student, full of joy and anticipation. The next morning Father Kakashi specially took leave to accompany me to the academy for enrollment. The early morning in Konoha carried a faint scent of dew. Cherry blossom petals drifted in the wind, landing on the streets, on rooftops, and on my hair. I wore a brand new academy uniform, a white top paired with a navy blue skirt with a small ninja tool pouch at my waist containing only a few kunai and a slip of paper marked with the Flying Thunder God seal, an emergency technique taught by Lord Tobarama. My heart was both nervous and a little expectant. Don't be too nervous. The academy teachers are very kind and the students are all good kids. Father Kakashi walked beside me carrying a gift for the principal and comforted me in a relaxed tone. When I first went to the academy I was even more reserved than you. I couldn't help but laugh. Dad, you were reserved? I thought you were a fearless prodigy since childhood. Even a prodigy gets nervous sometimes. He ruffled my hair, his eyes full of amusement. But you'll get used to it soon. Look at Boruto and Sarada, aren't they having a great time at the academy? As we spoke the academy gate came into view. The Vermilion Toria-style gate was especially striking, with many parents sending their children to school and kids hopping around. Boruto and Sarada were already waiting there. Boruto wore the same uniform as mine, holding a colorful pinwheel in his hand. When he saw us he immediately ran over. Hotaru-ni. You're finally here. From today on we're classmates. Sarada also walked over with a smile and helped me straighten my slightly messy collar. The principal has already arranged your class. You'll be in the same class as us. The homeroom teacher is Shino Sensei. He's very nice. Following them into the campus, sunlight filtered through the cherry blossom branches, casting dappled shadows on the ground. On the playground several kids were practicing shuriken throwing while others were chasing and playing with each other. The air was filled with laughter and joy. This was completely different from the war-torn era I had experienced. No bloodshed, no killing, only pure happiness and innocence. My nervousness gradually faded away. The staff member handling the enrollment was an old man with gray hair. When he saw me his eyes lit up. You must be Hatake Hotaru, right? Kakashi has mentioned you to me. I heard you're very talented. But at the academy the most important thing is learning to get along with your peers. I understand, sir. I nodded obediently, but my heart was a little uneasy, wondering if the other students would think I was strange when they learned about my abilities. The moment I walked into the classroom all eyes turned to me. The classroom was neat with desks and chairs. The walls were decorated with Konoha's emblem and basic ninjutsu diagrams. Over 20 kids sat in their seats looking at me curiously. Boruto and Sarada also looked at me, cheering me on. Hello everyone, I'm Hatake Hotaru. I'm officially joining your class from today. Please take care of me. Following what Father Kakashi taught me, I introduced myself at the podium. My voice was a little soft but clear enough. Wow. She's Lord Kakashi's daughter. I heard she went on a training journey with Lord Sasuke. So cool. Her eyes look just like Lord Kakashi's. The students whispered among themselves, their eyes full of curiosity and admiration. There was no rejection as I had feared, which made me breathe a sigh of relief. The homeroom teacher was a female instructor named Yamaguchi Mei with long black hair and a gentle smile. She clapped her hands to quiet the class. Hotaru is a new member of our class. Everyone should get along and help each other. Hotaru has just returned, so she might not be familiar with the academy curriculum. Boruto and Sarada, please take good care of her. Don't worry, sensei. Boruto immediately raised his hand, patting his chest to promise. Well, take great care of Hotaru-ni. The significance of the ninja school lies not in mastering powerful techniques but in experiencing childhood. During the break a few bold children proactively came over to talk to me. A little girl with twin braids handed me a candy. My name is Sato Nana. I heard you know the Flying Thunder God. Can you teach us? The Flying Thunder God is very difficult. You're still too young, I said with a smile as I took the candy. But I can teach you some tips for throwing shurikens so you'll be more accurate when you practice. The children immediately gathered around chattering incessantly with questions. I patiently explained the grip and power techniques for shuriken throwing and demonstrated several times. Of course I deliberately controlled my strength and precision, hitting only the center of the target without using any techniques beyond the basic range. Seeing their expressions of sudden understanding, a warmth filled my heart. This feeling of learning together with friends was truly wonderful. The afternoon practical class was physical training and basic ninjutsu practice. The teacher had us practice the clone technique, a fundamental course at the academy. Most children could only produce 1 or 2 blurry clones that didn't last long. When it was my turn I hesitated for a moment and only created 1 clone. If I had produced a dozen perfect clones it would probably have startled the teacher and classmates. Wow! Ying's clone is so clear. It looks more real than the teacher's clone. The classmates exclaimed in admiration. The teacher nodded approvingly and said, Ying's chakra control is very precise. Keep up the good work. Boruto sidled up to me and lowered his voice. Sister Ing, you're being way too modest. With your strength you could create 100 clones, couldn't you? Dad said I should be an ordinary academy student, I said with a smile. Besides, it's also fun to improve slowly together with everyone. When school ended the sunset had already dyed half the sky red. Papa Kakashi was already waiting at the school gate. Seeing me come out he immediately approached. How was your day? Are you getting used to it? Yes. I had a great time. I took his hand and babbled on about my experiences today. The classmates are all nice, the teacher is kind, and I even taught everyone shuriken techniques. Boruto and Sarada were following behind us. Boruto chimed in eagerly, Kakashi-sensei's sister Ing did an amazing job today. Her clone technique was better than anyone's and she even helped the teacher take care of other classmates. Papa Kakashi looked at my excited expression, his eyes filled with relief. That's good. I knew you would adapt. On the way home cherry blossom petals were still drifting down and the evening breeze carried a faint floral fragrance. I looked at Papa Kakashi beside me and at Boruto and Sarada walking side by side, my heart filled with happiness. Perhaps Papa Kakashi was right, the life at the academy though simple held a unique kind of joy. Here I didn't have to face the threat of the Otsutsuki, didn't have to keep my nerves taut at all times. I only needed to be an ordinary child learning, playing and growing together with my friends. Life at the Ninja Academy was even more delightful than I had imagined. Every day I attended classes and bantered with Borin and Zuliangna, making my days full and joyful. Until the 3rd week after enrollment I finally encountered that familiar figure on the cherry blossom path on campus, Wei Lai. He wore the light purple Ninja Academy uniform with his cuffs neatly rolled up to his forearms, revealing cleanly defined wrists. His shoulder-length light brown hair was soft and fluffy and the stray strands on his forehead swayed gently with the wind, accentuating the clarity and handsomeness of his brows and eyes. His eyes were a clear amber, his pupils like glass immersed in warm water. When he smiled faint dimples would appear at the corners of his eyes and his tone was perfectly gentle, neither overly enthusiastic nor distant. Compared to when he was young he had grown much taller with a straight yet not slender figure. His steps were steady and from afar he resembled the warm autumn sunshine, exuding a reassuring strength. Ing. Wei Lai spotted me first, his amber eyes instantly brightening. He strode toward me quickly, his voice clear and warm. You finally came to the Ninja Academy. I heard from Zuliangna that you were back. I've been wanting to find you but I was afraid of disturbing your rest. Wei Lai. I excitedly ran toward him, grabbing his arm. The faint scent of cedar from his clothes, the familiar and reassuring smell of his usual laundry detergent, lingered in my nose. I missed you too. After coming back I've been busy adapting to the Ninja Academy life and haven't had time to find you. We sat side by side on a bench under the cherry blossom tree, chattering away just like when we were kids. Wei Lai remained as considerate as ever. He would listen patiently to my amusing tales from my time-space training. When he heard about the dangers I faced he would furrow his brows slightly, his eyes full of concern, and earnestly caution me, you must protect yourself in the future. When he learned that I had mastered with style and Flying Thunder God he was genuinely happy for me, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he repeatedly praised my skill. You're still so amazing, Ing. Wei Lai smiled and raised his hand, hesitating for a moment before gently patting the top of my head. His fingertips were as soft as feathers. But don't go to such dangerous places alone in the future. Well, I'll worry about you. I know I'll definitely tell you next time. I nodded, feeling warmth in my heart. No matter how long we had been apart, Wei Lai could always accurately sense my emotions and care for me in the gentlest way. This bond transcending gender and distance had never faded in the slightest. We only reluctantly parted when the class bell rang, agreeing to go eat ramen together after school. Wile's class was right next to ours. During breaks he would always take a detour to come over, handing me a beautifully packaged fruit candy or lending me his neatly organized notes for reference. Boren would always tease us, calling us inseparable clingy kids, but each time Zuliangna would glare at him. Wei would then smile helplessly, pull Boren aside for a heart-to-heart, and when they came back Boren would obediently shut up and even proactively hand me a bottle of juice. This week's practical class was on summoning jutsu. Teacher Muyin stood on the training ground explaining the principles and hand seals of the technique. The key to the summoning jutsu is to establish a contract with a summoning beast using one's own chakra as a medium to summon them through hand seals. Don't be nervous. Even if you can't summon anything on the first try, it's okay. Just take it slowly. Boren was already eager to try and raised his hand to be the first. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands and shouted, "Summoning jutsu." After the smoke cleared, only a small toad appeared on the ground. Before he could feel happy, the toad croaked and hopped away, causing the whole class to burst into laughter. Zuliangna also tried. A pure white bird appeared in the smoke, landing on her shoulder and nuzzling her cheek gently, bringing a rare smile to her face. When it was my turn, I took a deep breath, recalling the sequence of hand seals for the summoning jutsu. To be honest, I had no idea what I would summon. This contract was formed by chance during my time-space training. I had found an ancient scroll glowing faintly in a forest. Out of curiosity, I dropped a drop of blood on it and the scroll dissolved into specks of light that merged into my body, leaving only a vague sentence, "Contract established." This feeling of the unknown was both tense and exciting, making my fingertips tingle. Summoning jutsu. With the infusion of chakra and completion of hand seals, a puff of white smoke burst in front of me, carrying a faint scent of grass and trees. After the smoke cleared, a round plump orange cat appeared before everyone. Its body was chubby like a fluffy orange. Its legs were short and its belly was so round it nearly touched the ground. It waddled as it walked like a rolling furball. Its eyes were a deep gold with slightly up-tilted corners that carried a hint of laziness and arrogance. A tuft of hair stood up on its head and a small bell hung from its neck, making a crisp, jingle-jingle sound as it moved. This cat is just too cute. Wow. Its eyes are so beautiful, like gems. I think it's a little ugly but so unique. The classmates immediately gathered around, curiously examining this unusual summoning beast. Even Teacher Muyin couldn't help stepping forward, his eyes full of surprise. Ying's summoning beast is truly rare. However, the orange cat scanned everyone with a disdainful look, yawned widely, scratched its belly with a paw and spoke in an old arrogant tone, "Humph, a bunch of brats whose hair hasn't even grown in. You're making too much noise for this old man." A talking summoning beast. Boren's eyes widened and he reached out to touch its head, but the orange cat swatted his hand away with a paw. "How dare you? Do you think this old man's head is something you can just touch?" The cat bared its teeth at Boren, showing sharp little fangs, but its round body lacked any intimidation and only made it more adorable. "Only the girl who formed the contract is somewhat pleasing to the eye, otherwise I wouldn't have bothered waking from my slumber to see you little ones." I was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help laughing. I crouched down, carefully reached out my hand and tentatively stroked its back. Its fur was as soft as a cloud and it began to purr contentedly. "Hello," I said softly. "My name is Ing. Please take care of me from now on." The orange cat squinted, its eyes rubbed against my palm and its tone softened a bit. "You're not bad, girl. Much more sensible than that brash yellow-haired kid. This old man is called Ban. Remember this name. From now on, with me protecting you, no one will dare bully you." "Ban. That's such a domineering name." Boren's eyes lit up as he leaned in and asked, "Hey old cat, what awesome ninjutsu can you do?" Ban shot him a sidelong glance, too lazy to respond. Instead it raised its paw, its tone tinged with boasting, "Ing girl, these little ones are too noisy. This old man will take you to sunbathe over there and see if you've prepared any dried fish for me." "But we're still in class." I looked at Teacher Muyin uncertainly. Teacher Muyin waved his hand with a smile. "It's fine. The core of the summoning jutsu is to build trust with your summoning beast. It's good that you can get along well." At that moment Wei also walked over. Unlike the others who crowded around, he took out a small, beautifully packaged bag of dried fish from his pocket and handed it to me. "This is a snack my mom prepared for me. Mr. Ban should like it." When Ban caught the scent of dried fish, its eyes instantly lit up. The earlier arrogance vanished and it trotted over, rubbing its head against Wile's hand, its voice turning ingratiating. "Ah, this little one is quite sensible. Much better than that rash yellow-haired kid." Wei gave a gentle smile, crouched down and carefully placed the dried fish in front of Ban. He didn't forget to caution me, "Don't let it eat too much or it'll get indigestion." Watching Ban wolf down the fish and Wile's gentle profile, my heart was filled with joy. I never expected my first summoned beast to be so amusing. Although its name was a bit peculiar, the Ninja Academy life had become even more wonderful with the company of my close friends and this arrogant yet adorable summoning beast. After school, Weilai Boran Zuliangna and I sat together under the cherry blossom tree. Ban curled up on my lap dozing while sunbathing, the bell occasionally letting out a soft ring. Weilai handed me a strawberry daifuku and said softly, with Ban by your side you won't be lonely at the Ninja Academy anymore. Yeah, I took a bite of the strawberry daifuku, the sweet taste spreading in my mouth just like my mood at that moment. With all of you and Ban I'm truly happy. After the summoning class ended, I carried the chubby Ban home. The sunset stretched our shadows long and thin. Ban lay in the crook of my arm, his belly round and full, still licking his paws from time to time. The bell around his neck jingled with each step, drawing frequent glances from passing villagers. But as I walked, a nagging doubt crept into my mind. Earlier at the Ninja Academy, Boruto's eyes had lit up when he heard the name Ban, murmuring that it was as domineering as Uchiha Ban's. At the time I hadn't thought much of it, but the more I considered it the more uneasy I felt. Uchiha Ban, a legendary figure who had once shaken the entire ninja world, a name that made even the allied shinobi forces tremble. Almost all of Konoha's elders had lived through those wars, yet the name left an indelible impression. If I ever mentioned in the village that my summon was named Ban, it would inevitably cause misunderstandings. What if Kakashi's colleagues overheard, or if Naruto's seniors who fought in the Fourth Great Ninja War saw me? They might think I deliberately chose that name for my summon, sparking unnecessary trouble. At that thought I couldn't help but stop and look down at the orange cat in my arms. Ban, disturbed by the sudden halt, narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Little girl, why did you stop? I was looking forward to going home and basking in the sun. Ban. I hesitated, gently scratching under his chin. I need to discuss something with you. What is it? Ban yawned lazily, raising his head, his golden eyes full of impatience. Don't waste my rest time. Well. I bit my lip, organizing my words. From now on could I not call you Ban? Huh? What nonsense are you spouting, little girl? Ban jerked his head up, his round body instantly tensing. His tone was full of disbelief. I've lived all these years with this name and you want to change it just like that? No. I quickly waved my hands, afraid of making him angry. It's not that I think the name is bad, it's the same as someone else's. Ban paused, tilting his head. Same name? Who would dare share a name with me? It's Uchiha Ban. I lowered my voice. The famous Uchiha Ban from Konoha, the one who helped establish the village with the first Hokage and later caused many wars. I carefully observed his expression and continued, everyone in Konoha has a deep impression of him, especially the elders. When they hear that name they become very serious. If I ever mention my summon is named Ban, people will misunderstand. They might think him joking or even deliberately provoking them. Ban was silent for a moment, digesting this information. He lowered his head and licked his paw, his tone softening. So it's that brat. I thought it was someone important. I've heard of him before, but I didn't expect he'd still be so famous after all these years. He looked up at me, his golden eyes carrying a hint of pride but no longer angry. Fine, since I'm magnanimous and don't bother with little ones like you, if it causes misunderstandings, changing the name is acceptable. My eyes immediately lit up. Really? Then what should I call you? Ban squinted, looking contemplative, his head swaying slightly, the tuft of hair on top bobbing. I am dignified, so the name must match my temperament. After pondering for a while, his eyes suddenly brightened. Got it. From now on you shall call me Master Cat. How about that? It reflects my wisdom and suits my appearance, perfectly fitting. Master Cat. I repeated, unable to suppress a laugh. The name was an ideal match for his proud and old-fashioned personality, both cute and carrying a strange sense of authority. Well, isn't it suitable? Ban raised his chin triumphantly, his tail gently tapping my arm. From now on outside call me Master Cat and no one will misunderstand. Yes. All right, Master Cat. I nodded firmly, hugged him and continued walking. My worries dissolved in an instant. The sunset's afterglow bathed us in warmth and the bell's chime became especially pleasant. Ban purred contentedly, nestling back into my arm, closing his eyes to doze off, muttering, that's more like it. Remember, from now on don't call me by the wrong name. And when we get home prepare some dried fish as compensation for the name change. Got it, Master Cat. I agreed with a smile, my steps lightening. With this new name there would be no more misunderstandings, whether at the academy or in the village. Besides, the name Master Cat sounded especially endearing. When I arrived home carrying Master Cat, Papa Kakashi had already finished work early. Cherry blossom petals lay scattered under the tree in the yard. He was sitting on the wooden porch reading a book, but when he saw me he immediately set it down and stood up, a gentle smile on his face. Hotaru, how was the summoning class at the academy today? Did you successfully summon your creature? Of course, Papa. I ran over quickly and held Master Cat up in front of him. Look, this is my summon. Master Cat, shaken awake, looked at Kakashi. First he narrowed his golden eyes warily, then proudly turned his head away, using his paw to smooth his fur, muttering, "Humph, so this is your ninja father. He seems a bit more composed than that yellow-haired brat. So it's a talking cat." Kakashi seemed surprised, reaching out to pet Master Cat's head, but the cat swiftly dodged. "How dare you? Do you think you can just touch my head?" Master Cat bared his teeth at Kakashi. His round form combined with a stern expression looked utterly comical. I couldn't help but laugh and quickly explained, "Papa, his name is Master Cat. His previous name caused some inconvenience, so we just agreed to change it. He's a bit proud, but he's very capable." Master Cat. Kakashi repeated, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. What an adorable name. It seems you two have already gotten along well. He turned and walked into the house. I saved some strawberry mochi and freshly cut fruit for you. Come in and have a snack. I carried Master Cat into the house and set him down on the tatami mat. He immediately looked around, curiously sniffing everywhere before heading straight for the dining table, fixing his gaze on the plate of dried fish. His tail wagged cheerfully and his earlier aloofness vanished completely. "Master Cat, this is the compensation for your name change." I smiled and pushed the dried fish toward him. He immediately devoured them, crunching loudly. Kakashi sat across from me watching Master Cat's antics and couldn't help but chuckle. "This summon is just like you, loving sweets and dried fish." He paused, his tone turning serious. "By the way, Hotaru, I have good news for you." "What good news?" I took a bite of the strawberry mochi, its sweet flavor filled my mouth. "Naruto is going to become the 7th Hokage." Kakashi's eyes were full of relief. "The village has set the date, early next month. There will be a grand inauguration ceremony." "Really?" I looked up in surprise, nearly dropping the mochi. "Brother Naruto is becoming Hokage. That's wonderful." Brother Naruto had dreamed of becoming Hokage since childhood, longing to be recognized by everyone. Now that he had finally realized his dream, I was genuinely happy for him. An image of Naruto in the Hokage's cloak immediately flashed in my mind. He would look incredibly cool. "Yes, it's true." Kakashi nodded with a smile. "He has given so much to Konoha over the years, protecting the village and maintaining peace in the ninja world. He has done an outstanding job. Now he is fully capable of taking on the role of Hokage." Master Cat finished the dried fish, looked up, licked his paw and said slowly, "Hokage. The leader of this village. Sounds like a decent position, though I wonder if that brat you mentioned can handle it." "Brother Naruto definitely can." I immediately defended Naruto. "He's incredibly strong and very responsible. He'll be an excellent Hokage." Kakashi watched my excitement with tenderness in his eyes. "Yes, he will. Well, go to the inauguration ceremony together and celebrate for him." "Great." I nodded eagerly, filled with anticipation. Next month Konoha would welcome a new Hokage. And I now had Master Cat's company. Life at the academy was becoming more exciting and the future brimmed with hope. Master Cat let out a big yawn, walked over to me, curled up on my lap, closed his eyes to doze and mumbled, "If the leader is being inaugurated, there should be plenty of good food, right? I can't miss that." I gently stroked his soft fur, warmth spreading through my heart. The night breeze of Konoha scattered the last traces of festivity, casting flickering halos from street lamps onto the stone pavement. Naruto slumped on a bench by the roadside, his sake gourd rolling at his feet, cheeks flushed with intoxication while his eyes still held a lingering warmth. The jests from Kakashi Sensei, the reminders from Sakura-ni, the painting gifted by Sai-san during the just concluded reunion of old shinobi friends, all converged into a current of both warmth and weight surging through his heart. He raised a hand to rub his throbbing temples, trying to stand, but his legs gave way and he nearly collapsed. "Naruto-ni, be careful." I quickly reached out to support his arm, my voice unconsciously softening. I wore a lavender dress, a tiny daisy pinned in my hair. I had come specifically to pick him up. During the day I had been organizing inauguration documents at the Hokage office. Hearing that Naruto-ni had been dragged off for drinks by his old friends, I waited nearby, afraid he might drink too much and get into trouble. Naruto-ni squinted, recognized me and grinned, his voice thick with alcoholing. "Sorry for making you wait." He tried to break free and walk on his own, but I firmly pressed his shoulder. "Don't be stubborn. How can you go home like this?" Hinata-ni took Himawari and Boruto back to rest first, and she specifically asked me to come get you. "Home?" Naruto-ni muttered, stumbling forward as I half supported him. "Actually, I'm a bit scared about becoming Hokage." The night wind lifted his cloak, revealing the faint scars on his back. When I was a kid I always thought that once I became Hokage everyone would acknowledge me. But now that it's actually here I realize there's so much to bear, the village, my family, the peace of the shinobi world. What if I mess up? I slowed my pace, looked at the confusion in his eyes and said softly, Naruto, you've always been working toward these things. From saving Suna, quelling the pain invasion, to forming the allied shinobi forces, you've never let anyone down. And you're not alone. Hinata ni Sasuke ni Kakashi sensei and all of us whom you've protected, will always be here to support you. Naruto paused, then broke into a relieved smile. Yeah, with you all here. Memories of his lonely childhood surfaced, his eyes growing moist. Thank you. You've always believed in me just like you supported Kakashi sensei. No, I should be the one thanking you. My cheeks flushed slightly. You taught me that true strength isn't about powerful jutsu but about protecting those you cherish. Even though I can't become Hokage like you, I'll protect Konoha in my own way and protect everything you hold dear. The two talked all the way, from childhood experiences to the changes in the shinobi world, from hopes for the future to reflections on the past. Naruto grew tipsy and talkative, imitating Kakashi sensei, hiding his face behind a book, then complaining about Sasuke always leaving without a word, drawing light laughter from me. Passing a small Oden stall, Naruto suddenly stopped, his eyes sparkling as he looked at me. I want some Oden. Will you have some with me? I shook my head helplessly and took his hand to move on. You've already drunk so much Oden would upset your stomach. Tomorrow is your inauguration as Hokage. We need to get home and rest, there can't be any slip-ups. When we arrived home, Hinata had already put Himawari and Boruto to bed. I gently guided Naruto to the study bed and tucked him in. Watching his sleeping face, my heart tightened. I remembered that in the original story Naruto had gotten extremely drunk that night, and the next morning Himawari accidentally hit his pressure point, making him miss the crucial moment of becoming Hokage. No, I couldn't let that happen. I pulled a chair to the bedside and sat quietly watching Naruto by the moonlight streaming through the window. His brow was slightly furrowed, as if in an uneasy dream, murmuring, Sasuke, Konoha, everyone. I reached out and gently smoothed the crease between his brows, silently praying, Naruto, you've given so much to Konoha, tomorrow must go perfectly, you must become Hokage without a hitch. In the middle of the night, soft footsteps came from the living room. I turned to see Himawari rubbing her eyes, a dazed look on her little face, clearly looking for her father. I quickly stood and went to her, lowering my voice, Himawari, Daddy drank a lot tonight and is already asleep. If you need something you can tell me and I'll pass it on, okay? Himawari blinked her wide watery eyes and asked softly, Yingni, is Daddy going to become Hokage tomorrow? Yes. I gently stroked her head. Tomorrow your father will put on the cool Hokage cloak, receive everyone's blessings and become Konoha's greatest Hokage. So we can't disturb Daddy now. He needs to rest well so he can face everyone in top form tomorrow, right? Himawari nodded with a half-understanding look, her face bright with expectation. I want Daddy to be the strongest Hokage. She took my hand, her voice soft, Yingni, I want to draw a picture for Daddy as a present. Okay. I smiled and nodded. I'll draw with you. When Daddy wakes up tomorrow it'll be a big surprise. We went to the living room where I got out paper and pens and drew with Himawari. Himawari drew Naruto in his Hokage cloak with Hinata ni Boruto and herself beside him, the Hokage office building with Konoha's flag waving in the background, childish strokes but full of love. I added a blooming daisy beside it, symbolizing Konoha's peace and hope and wishing Naruto a smooth journey as Hokage. The eve of inauguration, the unexpected guest. At dawn Naruto woke. His hangover headache had eased considerably. Seeing me asleep by the bed and the painting on the table, a warm relieved smile appeared on his face. He rose quietly, trying not to wake me, but accidentally knocked a paintbrush off the table. I startled awake and saw Naruto already up. I quickly stood. Naruto, you're awake. How do you feel? Any discomfort? Great, thanks. Naruto picked up the painting, examining it closely, his eyes full of joy. Did Himawari draw this? It's beautiful, just like my daughter. Yes. She came in the middle of the night to give you a present, so I drew with her. I smiled. It's getting late. You should wash up, change into your Hokage robes and prepare for the ceremony. Naruto nodded and headed toward the washroom. Just then steady knocks came from the front door along with the sound of orderly footsteps. Hinata quickly opened the door. Outside stood several people in formal attire led by a golden-haired blue-eyed man of elegant bearing, accompanied by guards holding katana. They appeared to be of high status. Excuse me, is this the home of Uzumaki Naruto? The blonde man asked, his voice gentle but carrying an undeniable authority. Naruto had just finished washing and came out. I heard the voice and looked up. When I saw the leading blonde man I paused. It was Otto, whom I had met on a previous commission. Otto saw both Narutonii and me, gave a slight smile to me, then turned to Naruto with a polite bow. Uzumaki Naruto-sama, I am Otto, envoy of the Fire Lord. By his lordship's command I come to congratulate you on your inauguration as Hokage today and to present you with his lordship's personal letter of congratulations and gifts. The moment Otto finished speaking, before Brother Mingren could respond, his gaze swept past the crowd and landed on me. Those familiar emerald eyes brightened slightly, shedding the formal detachment he had shown toward Brother Mingren, replaced by a genuine warmth. His tone carried a note of recognition and delight. Miss. Could you be Chimuing? I was taken aback for a moment, then realized, back when I escorted him I wore a tanuki mask and used the alias Luing. Yet he still recognized me. Perhaps my appearance hadn't changed much over the years, or maybe the bond forged through fighting side by side was so deep that my voice and silhouette had been etched into his memory. Mr. Otto, long time no see. I snapped back to reality, nodding with a smile, my eyes filled with surprise and emotion. I never expected to meet you here, let alone find you as the daimyo's envoy. Brother Mingren looked at us in confusion. You two know each other. We met years ago during a mission. I explained with a smile, turning to Otto. I escorted Otto on an important mission back then. We're old acquaintances who shared hardships. Otto's smile deepened and his gaze toward me held nostalgia, more than just acquaintances. If not for Sister Luing's rescue and protection along the way, I would never have fulfilled my mother's last. He paused, his voice softening. Sister said back then that when I grew up she would take me to my for strawberry daifuku and to see the cherry blossoms, and that she would witness my promise to become a great inventor. I've always remembered that. His words instantly brought back memories of that journey, fighting side by side in the mountains, standing guard late at night in inns, and the way he nodded firmly while clutching the flying thunder god kunai at our parting. Every scene was as clear as yesterday. Now, having shed his youthful rawness, dressed in formal attire and serving as the daimyo's capable envoy, he still remembered the promises of those days, filling my heart with warmth. Brother Mingren laughed heartily upon hearing this. So that's how it is. I didn't know you had such a past. He patted my shoulder and turned to Otto. Mr. Otto, since you're Ying's friend and the daimyo's envoy, you're an honored guest of mine. Otto bowed slightly, his tone sincere. I have come today first to present gifts and congratulations to Mr. Mingren, and second to fulfill the promise I made with Miss Ying long ago. I've been busy with affairs all these years and never managed to come. Now with this diplomatic mission I would like to trouble Miss Ying. If it's convenient, could you show me around my after Mr. Mingren assumes his office. I've always been curious about the village Sister described as full of warmth and the bustle of daily life. I want to see what it truly looks like. Seeing the genuine anticipation in his eyes, recalling the vow we made at our parting, and considering his current status as the daimyo's envoy, building a good relationship with him would not only honor that promise but also strengthen ties between the Hojigwa and Mai. There was no reason to refuse. I nodded earnestly and said with a smile, of course. I've never forgotten that promise. I just didn't expect our reunion to happen like this. Once Brother Mingren has settled the initial affairs of his office, I will definitely take you on a proper tour of Mai. I'll take you to eat the most authentic Yao ramen, to see the cherry blossom grove beneath the Huiying Rock, and to visit the ninja academy and training grounds. You'll witness Mui's daily life and vitality, and finally taste the strawberry daifuku you've been longing for. That would be wonderful. Otto's eyes sparkled with obvious delight. He bowed again in gratitude. Thank you, Miss Ying, for your kindness, and thank you, Mr. Mingren, for your permission. It is truly an honor to be hosted by both of you. Brother Mingren waved his hand, his tone hearty. No need to be so Ying's friends are my friends. The gates of Mai are always open to you. He took the congratulatory letter and the gifts Otto handed over, then opened the letter and read it carefully, his face solemn. The handwriting in the letter was neat and forceful, every line brimming with the daimyo's recognition and expectations for Brother Mingren, hoping that he would lead Mai toward a more prosperous future and maintain peace between the Hojigwa and the ninja world. The gifts were a chest of precious silk and medicinal herbs, specialty products of the Hojigwa, both practical and sincere. Please convey my gratitude to the daimyo for his generosity, Mr. Otto. Brother Mingren said with a solemn expression after reading the letter. I will surely live up to this trust, be a good Hokage, protect Mai and protect the Hojigwa. Mr. Mingren's resolve I will faithfully convey to the daimyo. Otto responded with a smile, his gaze falling on me again, carrying a hint of anticipation. Miss Ying, then it's settled. I'll contact you when it's convenient for you. All right. I nodded with a smile, my heart full of anticipation. The boy who once clutched my sleeve and guided me through danger had grown into a capable envoy, and the promise we had made across time was finally about to be fulfilled under the sunlight of Mai. Otto exchanged a few more pleasantries, then excused himself with the words, I won't disturb Mr. Mingren's preparations for the inauguration ceremony, and turned to leave with his guards. Watching his retreating figure, I recalled how he had clutched the flying thunder god kunai at our parting, and the firmness in his voice when he said, I will definitely become a great inventor. A smile tugged at the corners of my mouth. Brother Mingren put away the letter and gifts, patted my shoulder and said with a gratified tone, "You did well. Mr. Otto is an important envoy of the daimyo and a trusted old acquaintance of yours. Cherish this bond." I nodded firmly, my heart warm. The sun was rising, golden light spilling across the entire courtyard. Brother Mingren changed into his Hokage uniform and the 7th Hokage's cloak gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. Our group walked out of the house and headed toward the Hokage's office building. The streets were lined with cheering villagers. And in my heart, besides happiness for Brother Mingren, I secretly looked forward to my promised tour of Mai with Otto. Those memories of fighting side by side, those promises that span time would finally bloom with warm light on this protected land. The grandeur of the Hokage succession ceremony far exceeded imagination. The square before the Hokage office building was packed with villagers, banners fluttering and applause thundering. Brother Naruto, clad in the red Hokage Haori, stood upon the high platform accepting the Hokage hat passed to him by Father Kakashi. At that moment sunlight cascaded upon him as if gilding him in a layer of golden radiance. The confusion of the previous night had vanished from his eyes, replaced only by resolve and tenderness. He pronounced his oath to protect Konoha before all the villagers, his voice cutting through the crowd and echoing across the entire village. Standing among the crowd watching Brother Naruto surrounded by throngs of people, I felt a warmth prickling at my eyes. From the orphan ostracized by the entire village to the Hokage bearing the hopes of everyone, the path he had walked was strewn with thorns, yet he had always carried pure kindness and unwavering persistence. I recalled how he protected me when we were children, how he fought with all his might time and again to safeguard the village, and the unease he confessed while drunk last night. Now he had finally realized his lifelong dream, and I was fortunate enough to witness it all, to stand by his side as a junior. It felt truly wonderful. Otto stood beside me, his gaze warm as he looked up at Brother Naruto on the platform and murmured softly, "Miss Hotaru, Mr. Naruto is truly remarkable. To have earned the love and trust of the entire village, such a Hokage will surely lead Konoha toward a brighter future." I nodded and replied with a smile, "He has always been like this, treating everyone with sincerity." After the ceremony, Brother Naruto was swamped with administrative affairs and couldn't extricate himself for the time being. I turned to Otto, my eyes brimming with mirth. "Mr. Otto, how about I show you around Konoha now? It's the perfect chance to fulfill the promise from back then. Nothing would please me more." A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Otto's eyes. "Then ill trouble, Miss Hotaru. But from now on just call me Otto, no need for the honorific, it feels too distant." I hesitated for a second, then gave a slight nod. I led Otto through the streets of Konoha, enthusiastically introducing the scenery along the way. "This is Konoha's shopping district. There are many unique little shops here, their ninja tools and snacks are quite famous." I pointed at the bustling street ahead. "Not far ahead is Ichiraka Ramen. Brother Naruto's favorite ramen is there. The flavor is absolutely authentic. Well, go try it later." Otto listened attentively, nodding in response from time to time, occasionally asking a question, his eyes full of curiosity. "Back then you said Konoha was steeped in the warmth of everyday life. Now I see it lives up to its reputation." He watched children laughing and playing by the roadside, villagers exchanging greetings, and a gentle smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Such peace and warmth are precisely what shinobi strive to protect. I smiled and chimed in, "Indeed, the most precious thing about Konoha is the bond between people." Just then a clear young voice rang out from ahead, "Hotaru." I looked up and saw Mirai Sarutobi approaching us, briskly holding a small food box. He wore the uniform of Konoha's Ninja Academy with short neat hair and a bright cheerful smile, though a hint of barely concealed anticipation lurked in his eyes. "Hotaru, I knew I'd find you here." Mirai ran up to me, his gaze involuntarily falling on Otto, carrying a hint of the wariness and scrutiny typical of a teenager. "Who's this?" "Mirai, long time no see." I smiled and reached out to ruffle his hair. He had grown a bit taller since our last meeting. "This is Mr. Otto, an envoy from the Land of Fire's daimyo and an old acquaintance of mine. Otto, this is Mirai Sarutobi, son of Uncle Asuma and Aunt Kurenai. He's been close to me since childhood." Otto nodded politely. "Young Master Sarutobi, greetings." But Mirai only gave a faint nod without further pleasantries. Instead he thrust the food box toward me, his tone tinged with urgency. "Hotaru, I made matcha cookies with Mom's help specially for you. Try them and see if they're good." "Wow, thank you, Mirai." I took the box and opened it. The cookies, though not exquisitely shaped, were clearly made with care, and the faint aroma of matcha wafted up. "They look delicious, I'll definitely savor them later." A smug smile appeared on Mirai's face, but as he was about to say more I turned to Otto and said, "Mr. Otto, let's keep going ahead. Up next is the Hokage Rock, from there you can see the entire Konoha in full view." The smile on Mirai's face instantly faded, a flicker of disappointment passing through his eyes. "Hotaru, are you busy today?" I was hoping to take you to the training ground. I just mastered Father's wind release technique and wanted to spar with you. I felt a pang of reluctance in my heart. Mirai had always clung to me since he was little. Whether he learned a new technique or received some reward, he always wanted to share it with me first. But my promise to Otto came first, and as the daimyo's envoy, his time for this visit was probably limited, so it wasn't appropriate to change plans on a whim. Sorry, Mirai. I crouched down to meet his eyes, my tone gentle but firm. Mr. Otto and I had already arranged to tour Konoha, so I'm afraid I can't go to the training ground with you this time. Once I'm free, I'll definitely seek you out, okay? Mirai bit his lip, his fingers unconsciously clutching the hem of his clothes, and nodded reluctantly. Alright. Have fun with Mr. Otto. He cast another look at Otto, the wariness in his eyes even more pronounced, then turned and ran off quickly, his back slouched with sullenness. Watching him disappear in the distance, I felt a twinge of unease. Sensing the subtle tension, Otto said softly, Miss Hotaru, is it because of me that the young master's fun was spoiled? If it's convenient, we could accompany him for a while, or we can tour another day. No. I waved my hand hastily, forcing a smile. Mirai is just being a child, he'll get over it soon. He's always been clingy with me, he doesn't like seeing me close to others. He'll come around after a while. Despite my words, I was still preoccupied with him. But since the promise had been made, I had to stay with Otto for now, silently planning to visit Aunt Kurenai's house to apologize to Mirai after we finished at the Hokage Rock. Mirai walked all the way home carrying the empty food box. When he pushed open the door, the disappointment on his face could no longer be hidden. He hung his head, trudged to the living room, and sat on the sofa without a word. Kurenai was preparing lunch in the kitchen. Hearing his footsteps, she came out and saw her son in such a state, immediately sensing something was wrong. She sat down beside Mirai and gently stroked his short hair. Mirai, what's wrong? You were so excited to deliver cookies to Hotaru just now, why are you so down now? Mirai looked up, his eyes slightly red, his voice laced with grievance. Mom, I gave Hotaru the cookies, but there was a man named Otto beside her. She had to accompany him around Konoha and wouldn't watch me perform my ninjutsu. Kurenai looked at her son's aggrieved expression, understanding dawning in her heart. She had long noticed that Mirai's feelings for Hotaru were different from those of ordinary children. Other kids just saw her as an older sister, but Mirai was different. He always wanted to give her the best of everything, wanted her attention to be solely on him. This dependence harbored an affection beyond ordinary friendship. Kurenai gently pulled Mirai into her arms and comforted him softly. Silly child, Hotaru didn't mean to neglect you. Mr. Otto is an envoy from the daimyo and also an old acquaintance of hers. She has to both fulfill a promise from years ago and act as a gracious host to a guest. That's the courtesy expected of a Konoha shinobi, and also a way of keeping faith with a friend. But Mirai bit his lip again, his tone stubborn. I just don't like that Mr. Otto. He seems strange, and because of him Hotaru ignored me. Kurenai smiled, reaching up to wipe the moisture from the corner of his eye, her tone turning serious. Mirai, do you think Hotaru should only be good to you and you don't want her to have any other friends? Mirai was taken aback, his cheeks instantly flushing red. He lowered his head, his voice barely a whisper. I don't know. It's just that seeing her close to someone else makes me uncomfortable. I want her to focus only on me. Kurenai looked at her son gently, her tone calm but profound. Mom knows that Hotaru has been good to you since you were small. No matter what trouble you cause, she protects you, and no matter what wish you have, she does her best to fulfill it. You depend on her, trust her, that's completely normal. But you need to understand that Hotaru is her own person. She has her own friends, her own promises, and she can't always revolve around you. She paused, then continued, moreover, the care you feel for Hotaru is probably more than just friendship. Do you really like her? Do you hope she will always be good to you and always have you in her eyes? Mirai's cheeks grew even redder, his heartbeat quickening. He lifted his head abruptly, his eyes full of confusion. Mom, is this wrong? It's not wrong. Kurenai shook her head, patting his back lightly. Liking someone is a beautiful thing, no matter who it is. That feeling deserves respect. But you must learn to respect Hotaru's choices, and you must learn to grow up. True love is not about possession but about hoping the other person is happy and fulfilled. Hotaru has her own life and you have your own path to grow. You can't bind her because you like her, and you can't deny the bond between you just because of a momentary disappointment. Mirai nodded, half understanding, and leaned into his mother's embrace. The grievance in his heart gradually began to dissipate. He looked at the sunlight streaming through the window and thought silently, I really do like Hotaru. I want to be with her forever. Meanwhile, I was leading Otto to the foot of the Hokage rock. Gazing up at the massive rock carved with the faces of all the Hokage, Otto's eyes were filled with admiration. This must be the soul of Konoha, isn't it? Each Hokage has protected this land with their life. This legacy is truly moving. I nodded, my gaze falling on Naruto's statue, a gratified smile spreading across my face. Yes, brother Naruto has now become one of them. He will surely carry this legacy and protect every person in Konoha. Otto saw the determination and pride in my eyes and said with a smile, Hotaru, thank you for showing me so many places. Every scene in Konoha is filled with warmth and strength. No wonder you once said this is the place most worth protecting. I'm glad you feel that way. I replied with a smile, but in my heart I recalled Mirai's dejected figure again and couldn't help quickening my pace. Let's go eat ramen first. After that I'll take you to see the training grounds, maybe we'll run into Mirai. The twilight of my village was always exceptionally tender. If the setting sun cast long shadows of the Hokage rock and cherry blossom petals drifted with the wind carpeting the path we had walked together. I walked side by side with Otto toward the village entrance carrying a takeout box of Ichiraka ramen, a farewell gift I had deliberately prepared, wishing him to carry the taste of my as he departed. After a long silence, Otto abruptly stopped, his gaze falling upon villagers working in the distant fields. His voice carried a tinge of heaviness. Missing during this visit to my, besides fulfilling our promise, there is something I have long wanted to tell you. I turned to look at him and saw that the usual gentleness in his emerald eyes had faded, replaced by a complex shade of guilt. Do you know? On the surface the Fire Country appears prosperous and stable, but the remote villages beyond the village have long been in dire straits. The daimyo indulges in pleasure, officials embezzle public funds, and the heavy taxes leave farmers struggling even for food and warmth. Once while on an inspection mission I saw children too weak from hunger to get out of bed and elderly villagers selling their only farming tools just to exchange for a mouthful of food for their grandchildren. His voice gradually waned, his fingers trembling slightly as an envoy of the daimyo drawing a salary from the Fire Country. I witnessed all this happening and could do nothing. Every time I faced those hopeful eyes I felt utterly ashamed. I didn't even dare to tell them that I was a man close to the daimyo. The wind blew through the cherry trees and a petal landed on his shoulder, yet he remained oblivious, lowering his head in self-condemnation. I'm sorry. I know the Ma you protect is a place of peace and warmth, but the rest of the Fire Country has long fallen into disarray. I have done nothing, and even my apology feels hollow and powerless. As I looked at the pain and struggle in his eyes, a deep ache rose in my heart. I recalled the time I escorted him. He used to curl up behind me, yet in danger he could calmly point out the weakness of scientific ninja tools. I remembered the moment of parting when he clenched the flying thunder god kunai, his eyes firm with the determination to become a great inventor. The man before me was no longer the boy who needed protection. His heart carried the suffering of the people, and this kindness and sense of responsibility were far more precious than any title. I gently reached out and patted his shoulder, my voice tender yet resolute. Otto, you don't need to apologize. He looked up abruptly, astonishment flooding his eyes. That decay and suffering, they were not caused by you, I said, looking directly into his eyes, enunciating each word. You are merely an envoy, yet you feel pain for strangers and guilt over a situation you cannot change. That already makes you far better than those high and mighty nobles who turn a blind eye. I pulled from my pocket a small metal piece engraved with the flying thunder god mark, one I had carefully polished using lightning release chakra, set with a tiny blue gemstone that resembled the little blue flower he had once pointed out to me. Do you remember? When we parted I told you I hope to see you again as a true great inventor. I handed the metal piece to him, meeting his emerald eyes with a warm smile. In my heart, you have never been merely a messenger delivering orders. You are intelligent and kind, perceptive of people's hearts, and always considerate of others. You quickly discovered the weakness of scientific ninja tools from your mother's notes and maintained your composure in danger. That wisdom and courage are the most precious qualities of a great inventor. Don't punish yourself for the faults of others, I continued. You need not apologize for the daimyo's corruption nor blame yourself for the current suffering. The very fact that you see these problems and feel anguish is already the first step. Real change never happens overnight, it requires courage and even more perseverance. Otto clutched the metal piece tightly, his fingertips sensing a cool touch that seemed to spread a warm current through his heart. Seeing the unreserved trust and encouragement in my eyes, his own reddened slightly. You will always be my great inventor, I interrupted, my smile growing tender. No matter what you do or where you stand, I believe in you. I believe you will not forget the suffering you have witnessed today, and you will not betray the kindness in your heart. Cherry blossom petals fell upon our hair and the evening breeze gently caressed us, carrying a faint floral fragrance. Otto fell silent for a long while, then suddenly looked up, a newfound firmness flashing in his emerald eyes, a resolve that had shaken off confusion and guilt. He slowly clenched his fist, his nails digging deep into his palm, and spoke with a grave yet forceful tone. You're right. I can no longer wallow in guilt, nor can I let things continue as they are. He turned his gaze toward the capital of the Fire Country, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. I will show you a truly harmonious Fire Country, one without exploitation, without suffering, where all people can live in peace and prosperity. I was stunned, looking at the flame burning in his eyes, vaguely guessing what he meant. The daimyo's seat should not be occupied by those decayed and incompetent, Otto said with a determination that burned all bridges. I will ascend to that position and change everything in my own way. I will abolish harsh policies, punish corrupt officials, and ensure that resources truly benefit every citizen. I will use my knowledge to develop tools that help farmers till the land and defense facilities that protect villages, just as you said, become a true, great inventor, except my inventions will be for the peace and tranquility of the entire fire country. He turned to me, his emerald eyes brimming with anticipation and solemnity. Missing, wait for me. Wait until I have swept away the rot of the fire country and established true harmony. Then I will return to to find you. By then I will take you to see how those once suffering villages bloom with flowers of hope. I will show you that the great inventor you spoke of has not let you down. Looking at the unprecedented light in his eyes, I felt both moved and awed. The young man before me had shed all his naivety and confusion. He had found his direction and taken upon himself a heavy responsibility. I nodded firmly, my eyes stinging slightly. All right, I'll wait for you. I will use my flying thunder god to safeguard the peace of and always cheer for you, I said with a smile. No matter what difficulties you face, never forget that I am always your support, always your friend. Otto took a deep breath, carefully tucked the metal piece close to his chest, then bowed slightly to me in a solemn salute. Thank you, Ing. The carriage at the village entrance had been waiting for some time with guards standing respectfully beside it. Otto gave me one last look, his eyes filled with reluctance and resolve, then turned and stepped into the carriage. The carriage slowly started moving. Otto pushed aside the curtain and waved to me. Ing, take care. I'll be back. Bon voyage. I stood beneath the cherry blossom tree, waving vigorously, watching the carriage gradually fade away into the lingering glow of the sunset. The cherry blossom petals continued to fall, and the metal piece in my hand still seemed to retain Otto's warmth. I knew this farewell was not an end but a new beginning. Otto had left me with his vow, and I would stay here guarding our promise, guarding the peace of waiting for the day he fulfills his commitment, waiting to see a harmonious fire country, waiting to see the young man who will forever be my great inventor shine with his own radiance. The daimyo's mansion in the land of fire was never lacking in opulence, carved beams and painted rafters, silks and satins, feasts of rare delicacies. Yet none of this had anything to do with me, or at least in everyone's eyes I was unworthy of it. I had been frail since childhood, shorter than other children my age. Even a few steps of running or jumping left me breathless, let alone wielding swords or practicing ninjutsu like the other nobles' children. My mother said it was her weak constitution passed down to me, but in the daimyo's eyes that was merely a synonym for useless. He had over a dozen children, all healthy and clever. A son like me who looked gaunt even standing still naturally failed to catch his attention. My mother had not married the daimyo willingly. It was not until I grew older that I learned my grandfather, for the sake of family interests, had sent my highly educated mother into the palace in exchange for tax exemptions on their fief. The daimyo needed a learned woman to adorn his prestige, and my mother needed the family's protection. There was no affection between them, only a cold exchange of interests. Thus my mother was out of favor, and I, as her accidental son, became even more of a dispensable presence in the mansion. The servants, ever adept at reading the winds, fawned over the favored young masters and ladies, but always treated me perfunctorily. My meals were often cold, my clothes never fit properly, and some stewards would even secretly pocket the allowance my mother left for me. Countless times I hid behind the rockery in the garden, watching my siblings laugh and play in the sunlight, while I shrank in the shadows, hugging my knees, their laughter piercing my heart like needles. The daimyo almost never came to see me. On the rare occasions we met, he would only frown and toss out a curt, "Take good care of your health, don't bring shame to the mansion," before turning away. He never asked what I liked or wanted. In his eyes I was merely the least conspicuous and most worthless among his many children. In those dark sunless days the only thing that brought me joy was tinkering with various parts and tools. My mother was a woman of immense wisdom. She was proficient in mechanics and pharmacology. People in the palace called her eccentric, but she imparted all her knowledge to me without reservation. "Otto, look at this gear. Just turn it and it will drive the entire mechanism." My mother sat by the window, sunlight spilling through her hair. Her slender fingers deftly assembled a tiny mechanical bird. Everything has its laws. The meaning of invention is to discover those laws, then use them to create beauty. I leaned over the table wide-eyed, watching the mechanical bird come to life in her hands, flapping its wings and letting out a crisp chirp. In that moment it was as if I saw a light that belonged only to me. From then on I became obsessed with inventing. I saved up the allowance my mother gave me, secretly went to the market to buy discarded parts, metal sheets and tools, and hid in my simple room, trying, assembling and modifying over and over again. I made a self-watering flower pot, a lantern that glowed in the dark, and a whistle that mimicked birdsong. But these works, which I treasured beyond measure, were deemed worthless by others. My favored eldest brother saw the parts in my room and sneered, "Otto, you're such a freak. As the daimyo's son, instead of learning how to govern the domain, you fiddle with these scraps. You're a disgrace to our family." The stewards also whispered, "The second young master is truly hopeless, spending all his time on these useless things. No wonder the daimyo dislikes him." Once my brother deliberately smashed the mechanical clock I had spent half a month building. As the scattered pieces lay on the floor, he said contemptuously, "This kind of junk is worthy of your effort." I crouched down, picking up the broken fragments one by one, unable to hold back my tears. But at such times my mother would always come over, gently wipe my tears and say softly, "Otto, don't listen to them. Not everyone can appreciate your talent. You have inherited my wisdom. These inventions are your unique treasure. One day you will prove your worth with them and everyone will look at you with new eyes." Her words like a warm sunbeam dispelled the haze in my heart. She was the only one who believed in and encouraged me, the only force that kept me going. I engraved her words in my heart and became even more obsessed with inventing, wanting to create better works to make her proud. But the good times did not last. When I was 10, my mother, worn out by illness, left me forever. As she lay pale, she still held my hand and whispered, "Otto, in the wooden box in my study there are my research materials and unfinished blueprints. They are the fruits of my life's work. You must keep them safe and take them back to our hometown, to the elder there. Only he can understand the value of these materials. And never give up your inventions. You will become a remarkable person." Her words became the last wish she left me. In my grief, I secretly slipped into her study and found the small wooden box. Inside were thick research materials, mostly about methods to counter scientific ninja tools. She had long seen through the daimyo's ambition and foreseen the disaster they might bring, so she had devoted her efforts to this research. After my mother's death, the daimyo ignored me even more. The people in the mansion grew colder and some even tried to drive me out. I knew this place was no longer my home. I had to fulfill my mother's last wish and bring the wooden box back to our hometown. When I made my request to the daimyo, he waved his hand impatiently, casually assigned a few chunin as guards and sent me off. I knew he didn't care whether I arrived safely or about my mother's wish. He just wanted to get rid of this burden. Those guards obviously didn't take the escort seriously either. Along the way they were perfunctory, often slacking off, leaving me alone at the inn while they went off to drink and have fun. I didn't complain. I just clutched the wooden box tightly, carefully protecting my mother's life's work and the faint hope in my heart. I thought that if I reached the hometown safely I could fulfill her wish and escape the plight of the daimyo's mansion. But I never imagined danger was already waiting ahead. That day we arrived at the entrance of a remote mountain forest. The guards lagged lazily behind me, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Suddenly a group of bandits wielding long swords burst out. Their weapons shimmered with an eerie light, appearing exceptionally sharp. The guards, caught off guard, immediately drew their blades to fight back. But to my shock their ninjutsu proved utterly useless. The bandits' weapons seemed to counter ninjutsu, absorbing the guards' attacks like stones sinking into the sea. Before long several guards lay on the ground covered in wounds and incapacitated. I cowered in a corner, clutching the wooden box, trembling all over. The bandits advanced step by step, greedy smiles on their faces. Their target was clearly the box in my hands. In despair I thought, was I going to die here? Was my mother's last wish destined to fail? I hadn't yet become a remarkable inventor, hadn't proven my worth. Just then a flash of pale blue lightning streaked by so fast it left only an afterimage. I heard a thud and the bandit nearest to me collapsed. I looked up to see a girl wearing a black raccoon mask standing behind the bandit, lightning crackling at her fingertips, her gaze resolute. Her movements were swift and agile. With each flicker she felled another bandit. The paralysis effect of lightning release left them unable to resist, and within moments she had taken down over a dozen. She walked over to me and said softly, "It's all right, the bandits are dealt with." I looked up and saw the smile at the corner of her lips through the slit in her mask. That smile was warm and steady like a firefly's glow in the darkness, instantly illuminating my desperate heart. She brushed the dust off my clothes and told me her name was Lu Ying and that she was the assigned escort ninja. In that moment, seeing the kindness in her eyes and the way she fought to protect me, I suddenly felt that this lonely and dangerous journey might not be meaningless after all. I clung tightly to her sleeve as if clutching a lifeline. I didn't know why she had appeared here or why she was willing to protect an insignificant boy like me. But I knew it was she who gave me hope when I was most desperate. It was she who gave me the chance to fulfill my mother's last wish and to pursue my dream of invention. At that moment I silently vowed to myself, once I completed my mother's wish and became a remarkable inventor, I would repay her kindness. Little did I know that this chance encounter would become the most precious bond of my life, the greatest force that would sustain me through hardship and keep me moving forward. The journey out of the woods with Sister Ying was the most peaceful time I had ever known since childhood. She would slow her pace to match my short legs, slip orange candies into my hand, crouch down to brush the grass blades off my trousers, and listen attentively as I spoke of my mother's inventions. When I nervously pointed out the weaknesses of the bandits' weapons, the surprise and approval that flickered in her eyes surged through me like a warm current, filling my entire being. My mother was the first to recognize my talent for invention. Her encouragement was a faint light in my darkness. But Sister Ying was different, a stranger who came only to complete her mission, yet she was willing to listen to my thoughts and believe in the useless knowledge that everyone else mocked. When the inn was attacked, I lay under the bed watching her precisely destroy the scientific ninja tools, following my hints, seeing her stand before me even when her chakra was depleted. A feeling I had never known surged in my heart, the sensation of being valued, of being needed, a recognition so intense that even when my mother was alive I had never experienced it. Aotua, you're amazing. After the battle she ruffled my hair with a radiant smile. Did you figure out all this knowledge on your own? You truly have a gift for invention. One day you'll become a great inventor. Those words like a seed took root and sprouted in my heart. So my talent was not junk or worthless, but something that could protect others in critical moments. At that moment, seeing the gentle eyes beneath her mask and hearing her sincere praise, my cheeks flushed uncontrollably and my heartbeat raced. I dared not meet her gaze, lowering my head and clutching the candy she had given me. Yet quietly a tender seed was planted in my heart. I think I had fallen for Sister Ing. The feeling was strange yet unmistakably clear. I began to long for her attention, her praise, and even to stay by her side forever, even if it meant just silently watching her. But I couldn't help feeling inferior. I was merely an unloved, frail second son with neither great strength nor prominent status. She was a Konoha ninja, a strong, independent woman, a person as dazzling as firelight. Was I worthy of her? When parting, she pressed a kunai engraved with the flying thunder god mark into my hand and made me promise to find her in Konoha when I grew up. I clutched that kunai tightly, watching her figure fade into the distance, and silently swore I must become better, outstanding enough, worthy of Sister Ing. I would make everyone know that she had not misjudged me. I would not only become a great inventor but also someone who could protect her and stand shoulder to shoulder with her. With this obsession I successfully delivered my mother's documents to the elders of the clan, then returned to the Daming's mansion. This time I was no longer the frail boy who cowered in corners and endured bullying. Sister Ying's recognition gave me boundless courage. I began to actively use my intellect, no longer hiding my gift for invention. At that time the Daming was troubled by the transport of grain to the border. The mountain roads were rugged, convoys often encountered bandits, and grain losses were severe. The other young lords and ladies either had no solutions or offered only empty suggestions. Only I, recalling my mother's mechanical blueprints and combining them with my own research, designed a transport carriage with an automatic defense mechanism. The carriage had hidden rollers at the bottom to reduce resistance on mountain roads, and the outer sides were equipped with mechanisms that could automatically deploy spikes to defend against bandits. A gear-driven system could quickly close the carriage doors, protecting the grain. When I presented the design to the Daming, his initially perfunctory gaze gradually turned serious. He ordered craftsmen to build 3 prototypes according to my drawings and sent them to the border for trial. Within a month, word came from the border transport losses had been reduced by 70% and no convoy had been robbed by bandits. The Daming looked at me properly for the first time, his voice laced with incredulous surprise. Aotua, did you design this yourself? Yes, father. I straightened my back, no longer timid as before. I combined the mechanical knowledge my mother left behind and made some improvements. After that day the Daming's attitude toward me changed completely. He no longer regarded me as the useless second son, but often summoned me to the palace to ask my views on governance and people's welfare. I knew this was my chance to prove myself. I recounted the suffering I had seen in the villages outside the city and the petitions I had heard from commoners, and offered many practical proposals: improved farming tools to boost agricultural efficiency, simple water purification devices to solve drinking water problems in remote villages, and mechanical warning systems to guard against bandits. My suggestions were practical and low cost, and they were soon adopted by the Daming. After implementation, the people's livelihood in the Hua country improved to a certain extent, and the Daming's trust in me grew day by day. He began to involve me in important matters such as inspecting territories, receiving envoys, and even helping manage some of the mansion's industry. Those who once mocked me now treated me with respect, and even my elder brother, who had always bullied me, dared not look down on me casually anymore. I knew all this was thanks to Sister Ing. It was her recognition that gave me the courage to shine. It was the obsession with her that kept me pushing myself to become better. I kept the flying thunder god kunai close to my body. Whenever I faced difficulties or felt like giving up, I would touch that kunai, think of her smile and our promise, and be filled with renewed motivation. Days passed and my talent gradually gained fame in the Hua country. The Daming valued me more and more. Then came the news that Uzumaki Mingren of Konoha would become the next Hokage. According to custom, the Hua country needed to send an important envoy to offer congratulations and conduct a friendly visit to solidify bilateral relations. When I heard the news, my heart nearly leaped out of my chest. Konoha. Sister Ing was in Konoha. This was the closest opportunity one had to see her. I had to seize it. But I soon learned that the Daming originally intended to send my elder brother as the envoy. My elder brother was skilled in diplomatic rhetoric, and as the firstborn he was indeed the most suitable candidate. Unwilling to accept this, I pondered day and night how to take the mission for myself. I knew that although my brother appeared impressive, he was actually vainglorious and careless. So while he was preparing the mission materials, I casually revealed some of Konoha's recent diplomatic taboos and accidentally placed a wrong etiquette procedure on his desk. As expected, during a mock reception, my brother made serious etiquette mistakes and even misquoted Konoha's taboos, much to the Daiming's displeasure. Just as the Daiming was hesitating whether to replace the envoy, I stepped forward and presented my views on the mission. Father, with the new Hokage taking office, this mission is not only about congratulations but also about deepening cooperation between our countries. I believe that in addition to conventional gifts and pleasantries, we can bring the recent achievements in the Hua country's people's livelihood to demonstrate our sincerity while also learning from Konoha's advanced experience. I elaborated on my plan, bring samples of my improved farming tools and water purification devices to showcase the Hua country's development and show Konoha our potential for cooperation. Moreover, since I had interacted with Konoha ninjas referring to sistering, I had a better understanding of Konoha's ways and could better accomplish the mission. The Daiming nodded repeatedly after hearing my words and made an on-the-spot decision. Good. You shall be the envoy. I trust you will handle it well. My elder brother was resentful but had nothing to say, forced to watch as I took the envoy's token. I suppressed the exhilaration within me, maintaining a calm exterior though my palms were drenched in sweat. I knew that this time I would finally see sistering again. Before departure, I prepared meticulously for a long time. I put on the most formal attire, rehearsed the etiquette repeatedly, and specially brought a small mechanical bird I had modified myself, made according to my mother's blueprints and decorated in the blue flower pattern sistering liked, intending to give it to her as a gift. When the carriage arrived in Konoha and I saw that familiar figure standing beside Mingren-sama, my heartbeat skipped for a moment. She was more mature and more radiant than I remembered, wearing a light purple dress with a daisy tucked in her hair, her smile still gentle. At that moment all the waiting and all the effort became meaningful. I forced myself not to rush forward, immediately greeting Mingren-sama according to protocol, but my gaze kept falling on her again and again. When she recognized me and called my name with a smile, the whole world seemed to light up. So this is how beautiful a long-awaited reunion can be. This time I was no longer the frail boy who needed her protection. I came to her side with my achievements with full sincerity and with my obsession for her. I knew this was only the beginning. I would continue to strive, become a better person, and one day I would have the courage to tell her my feelings, using my own strength to protect her, protect the Konoha she cherished, and protect the peace we both yearned for. The sunlight in Konoha was just right and cherry blossom petals landed on his shoulders carrying a faint fragrance. I followed behind Hotaru, my gaze scarcely leaving her. She was standing on tiptoe pointing at the statue of Tsunade on the Hokage rock, her voice animated as she recounted the legendary tales of Granny Tsunade. The little daisy in her hair swayed gently with her movements, softening my heart. Otto, look at Tsunade's statue, doesn't it resemble you a bit in the eyes and brows? She turned to me with a smile, a hint of mischief glinting in her eyes. I paused, instinctively wanting to lower my head to hide my blushing cheeks, but she gently took my wrist. No need to be shy. Both of you have beautiful emerald eyes and you're both very clever. The warmth of her palm transmitted through her fingertips, hot and soft. I felt a warm current spread from my wrist through my entire body, even my breathing became rapid. In the past, in the daimyo's mansion, no one had ever held my hand so intimately, let alone praised me so directly. I quietly clenched my fist, feeling the touch of her fingertips, and silently thought to myself, as long as she is willing, I want to be held by her like this forever, walking through every corner of Konoha. We walked slowly along the commercial street and she enthusiastically introduced every little shop to me. When we passed a dessert shop, her eyes lit up and she pulled me inside. Their strawberry daifuku is super delicious. I used to come here often with Naruto when I was a kid. She expertly ordered 2 strawberry daifuku, and when she handed one to me she even carefully wiped the glutinous rice flour from the corner of my mouth. Eat slowly, no one's going to snatch it from you. I took a bite of the strawberry daifuku with the sweet strawberry jam dissolved in my mouth, but I felt that no sweetness could compare to her smile. She sat across from me taking small bites, occasionally looking up at me, her eyes full of anticipation. Is it good? I knew you'd like it. I nodded vigorously, unable to form coherent sentences. Good. So good. It's the best dessert I've ever had. Actually, I wanted to say it wasn't that the dessert was good, but because I was eating it with her it became exceptionally delicious. Passing by a ninja tool shop, I was drawn to a modified kunai in the window and couldn't help stopping. Hotaru noticed my gaze and leaned in to ask, are you interested in ninja tools too? I nodded and pointed at the kunai. The center of gravity design of this kunai isn't very reasonable. If we could adjust the angle a bit and add anti-slip grooves on the handle, it would be much easier to use. I thought she would think I was making a big deal like others did, but instead she immediately became serious, pulled me into the shop and asked the shopkeeper to hand me the kunai, then try it. Can you draw an improvement blueprint? I trust your judgment. Her trust was like a beam of light illuminating the darkest corner of my heart. I took the kunai, my fingertips tracing the cold metal surface, and instantly an improvement plan flashed through my mind. I picked up a pen and paper and quickly began to sketch. She stood beside me quietly watching without rushing, occasionally handing me a cup of water. When I finished the drawing I looked up and met her gaze. Her eyes were full of admiration. "Otto, you're truly amazing. With this modification the practicality of the kunai has indeed been greatly improved." Her approval made me happier than any wealth or honor. She was the second person to truly recognize my talent and the only one for whom I was willing to reveal myself completely without reservation. As we walked, a light rain suddenly began to fall. She reacted quickly, immediately taking an umbrella from her backpack and tilting it toward me. "Come closer, don't get wet." The umbrella was small, and to keep me from getting wet her entire shoulder was exposed. Rain soaked her dress, clinging to her body. My heart tightened and I quickly pushed the umbrella back toward her. "Don't let yourself get wet." "I'm fine." But she stubbornly pushed it back, her tone firm. "I'm a ninja, my physical condition is better than yours. A little rain won't hurt me." I looked at her wet hair, feeling both distressed and touched. After a moment's hesitation I gently reached out and pulled her close so the umbrella could fully cover both of us. She froze for a moment but didn't push me away. Her cheeks flushed slightly and she looked elsewhere. Raindrops pattered and the space under the umbrella was small but warm. I could smell the faint cherry blossom fragrance on her, feel the warmth of her shoulder, and my heart was racing. At that moment I suddenly wished this rain would never stop, that time would forever stay in this instant, just her and me nestled together beneath the tiny umbrella. Before I knew it I found that my dependence on her had become deeply ingrained. Everywhere we went I would instinctively look toward her, wanting to know her thoughts. Whenever I encountered something I didn't understand my first reaction was to ask her. Even while walking I unconsciously moved closer to her, wanting to be nearer. I used to be accustomed to going it alone, bearing everything myself, but now I craved her company, longed for her care, and wished to stay by her side forever, becoming the most reliable person for her. Looking at her profile in the rain I silently vowed, "Hotaru, thank you for appearing in my life, for recognizing me, for caring for me. For your sake I must become stronger, must ascend to the position of daimyo and build the land of fire into a place of harmony and beauty. By then I will have the courage to tell you my feelings, hoping to become the one who can always protect you and be someone you can rely on." The rain gradually stopped and the setting sun cast its light through the clouds, bathing Konoha in a warm golden glow. We walked side by side back to the village entrance, our steps slower than before. Neither of us spoke and a faint reluctance hung in the air. The carriage that would escort me was already waiting, the guard standing respectfully nearby, but all I wanted was to linger by Hotaru's side, even if just for one more minute. I clutched the mechanical bird I had prepared long ago in my pocket, crafted in the shape of the blue flower she loved, with tiny sapphires embedded in its wings that when moved gently produced a clear chirping sound. This was the gift I wanted to give her, but after rehearsing it countless times in my mind I still couldn't bring myself to speak when the moment came. "It's getting late, you should be going." Hotaru broke the silence first, her tone carrying a trace of barely perceptible wistfulness. "Take care on the road. The affairs of the Land of Fire are complex, remember to look after yourself." I nodded, my throat feeling as if it were blocked, unable to speak. I looked at the concern in her eyes, at the still damp droplets in her hair, and the sense of dependence inside me threatened to overflow. How I wanted to tell her that I didn't want to leave, that I wanted to stay by her side forever, how I wanted to tell her that this day of companionship was the most precious memory of my life, how I wanted to tell her that my feelings for her had long surpassed ordinary friendship. But when the words reached my lips I swallowed them back. I knew that I was not yet strong enough, not yet qualified to make promises. I could only hide this feeling deep in my heart, turning it into motivation to move forward. "Hotaru, this is for you." Finally gathering my courage I took out the mechanical bird from my pocket and carefully placed it in her hand. "I made it myself, imitating the blue flower you like. I hope you like it." Hotaru took the mechanical bird and gently moved its wings. The clear chirping sound echoed in the air. Her eyes brightened and a delighted smile spread across her face. "So cute." "Thank you, Otto. I really like it." She carefully put the mechanical bird into her backpack as if treasuring some rare gem. Seeing that she liked it I felt both happy and bittersweet. I took a deep breath, trying to keep my voice steady. "In the Land of Fire I will often think of you. Think of the strawberry daifuku you took me to eat, think of the Hokage rock you showed me, think of the words you said." I paused, gazing at her intently, speaking each word deliberately. "Hotaru, you said I will always be your friend. I also want to tell you, after I put the Land of Fire in order, after I become someone who can stand on my own, I will come back to find you. Then I still want you to take me through every corner of Konoha, to tell me more stories of Konoha." Hotaru's eyes turned slightly red. She nodded vigorously, her voice choked. "Okay, I'll wait for you. No matter how long, the gates of Konoha will always be open for you, and I'll be here waiting for your return." She took a bracelet from her wrist, a small bell strung on a red cord with a tiny flying thunder god mark hanging from it, woven by her own hands. She gently took my hand and fastened the bracelet around my wrist. "This is for you as our pact. Whenever you see it, think of me. No matter what difficulties you face, never give up." The feel of the bracelet was warm and the bell gave a crisp sound when moved. I clenched the bracelet on my wrist as if holding on to her promise, the bond between us. I will. I looked into her eyes and said solemnly, I will carry your promise and your trust and strive to make the land of fire better. When I return I will surely show you a harmonious and peaceful land of fire and make you see that you didn't misjudge me. The guards were already urging me, so I had to turn and step onto the carriage. I pulled aside the curtain and stared intently at Hotaru standing there. She looked back at me, waved her hand, a gentle smile on her face. The carriage slowly began to move and Hotaru's figure gradually grew smaller until it vanished at the end of sight. I still leaned against the carriage window looking in the direction of Konoha. My heart felt empty, as if a vital piece was missing. The bell on my wrist occasionally sounded, reminding me of our pact. The sweetness of the strawberry daifuku still lingered in my mouth. If the mechanical bird was just the way she liked it, and my mind was filled with her smile, her voice, her warmth. I knew this parting was not an end but a new beginning. The affection and dependence I felt for Hotaru had already taken deep root in my heart, becoming my most steadfast faith. I would carry this faith and forge ahead through the storms of the land of fire, for our pact to return to her side as soon as possible and to one day have the courage to tell her my feelings. Though the cherry blossoms may fall, our promise remains. Hotaru, wait for me. The meeting chamber of the 5 great shinobi villages was enveloped in a somber atmosphere. On the round table lay the symbolic insignias of each village, while outside the window windswept clouds cast shifting shadows across the floor. Naruto sat in the main seat, his Hokage cloak lending a touch of steadiness to his brow. Beside him Kakashi, still wearing his black mask, broke the silence by tapping lightly on the table. Today I've gathered you all to propose a special matter, to arrange a rank-skipping jonin exam for Hatake Hotaru of Konoha. As soon as the words fell, the Raikage Darui furrowed his brow sharply and slammed both hands heavily on the table, causing ripples in the tea within the cups. His tall frame, muscles taut beneath his shinobi garb and eyes sharp as lightning. A special exam. Kakashi, Naruto, are you taking this too lightly? Hatake Hotaru, a mere 10-year-old brat, Daru's voice carried an undeniable pressure. Jonin promotion should follow a gradual path, yet you want her to challenge any Kage. This is not only a desecration of cage-level power but also a disruption of the shinobi system. He paused, sweeping his gaze across the attendees, his tone growing more severe. I know your intentions. Konoha wants to nurture the next Hokage. I've inquired about the child's talent. Indeed, it's commendable, but age and experience are her fatal flaws. The position of Kage bears the lives of an entire village. It cannot be filled by mere momentary strength. Naruto did not immediately retort but calmly said, Raikage Hotaru's strength has long surpassed that of an average jonin. She is proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique, deeply accomplished in lightning release and wood release, and has displayed tactical acumen and sense of responsibility far beyond her peers in multiple missions. We are not elevating her without basis, we are proposing based on her actual abilities. Actual abilities? Darui let out a scoff, slamming his fist against the table edge, splitting the wooden surface with a deep crack. A cage-level duel tests not only ninjutsu strength but also the decisiveness in crisis and the wisdom to balance all sides. She hasn't even experienced genuine life-or-death battles more than a few times. How could she possibly understand these? Just then Gaara's voice slowly rose. He sat to one side, grains of sand gently floating around him, his gaze calm yet resolute. I don't think so. I trust Naruto and Kakashi's judgment. Gaara looked at the Raikage, his tone steady. Hotaru has crossed swords with members of the Otsutsuki clan and emerged unscathed, a courage and ability many jonin may not possess. He paused before continuing, age has never been the sole measure of ability. When Naruto became Hokage, some doubted his credentials, but he proved himself through action. For both of you to hold her in such high regard, she must have outstanding qualities. I believe this exam is worth a try, and it will let us see the true potential of this junior whom Konoha places great hope in. Kuratsuchi propped her chin with her hand, her fingers tracing the rim of the teacup, a playful smile curling at the corner of her lips. Interesting. A 16-year-old challenging the Kage level, that's an unprecedented novelty. Her eyes flickered with curiosity. I have some impression of that child. They say her Flying Thunder God is as agile as the 4th Hokage's. Since Konoha dares to gamble, I have no objection, just let's see how formidable Konoha's prodigy truly is. Inoki sat at the far end leaning on his staff, his aged face revealing little emotion. He coughed twice and said slowly, this old man has lived long enough to see many talented brats, but this is the first to be simultaneously championed by Naruto and Kakashi. He paused, his gaze clouded yet sharp. However, challenging a Kage is acceptable, but the rules must be clear, fight to a certain limit, no lethal harm. As for the outcome, this old man will wait and see. Terumi May, seated beside Chojuro, nodded in agreement. Inoki is right. This match does arouse curiosity. Our Kirigakure has no objections and respects Konoha's proposal. We also look forward to seeing Miss Hotaru's performance. Chojuro also gave a slight nod. The Raikage observed the attitudes of the others, his expression still grim, but knowing opposition was futile. He took a deep breath and said coldly, fine, I can agree to this exam. But I have one condition, her opponent must be a cage-level shinobi from my Kumogakure. I want her to understand that cage-level strength is not something a brat like her can easily touch. Darua's eyes held a hint of provocation. If she loses she must start over as a genin and accumulate experience properly, no more special treatment. Naruto nodded, agreed. As long as it's a fair duel each village may voluntarily send their opponent. Kakashi added, the exam will be held at Konoha's training ground 1 week from now. We will ensure safety measures are in place to guarantee a fair match. After the meeting concluded, the Raikage rose and left first, his footsteps heavy, clearly still dissatisfied. Gaara approached Naruto and said softly, prepare well. Don't let us down. Miss Hotaru. She shouldn't disappoint us. Naruto smiled, of course. She never lets those who trust her down. Back in Konoha, Hotaru was still practicing sealing techniques at the training ground. She was unaware that a cage-level trial affecting all 5 great shinobi villages had been officially set. Sunlight fell upon her, sweat dripping down her cheeks onto the ninjutsu scrolls on the ground, spreading into small ink stains. On them were the cage-level shinobi profiles she had compiled all night, a testament to her determination for this challenge. This familiar yet unfamiliar sensation. Is it Konoha? A low husky voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Uchiha Madara raised a hand and pressed it against his slightly tight chest, his crimson Sharingan spinning beneath his eyelids as he surveyed the village before him, so utterly different from what he remembered. The Konoha in his memories still bore the rustic simplicity of its founding, wooden houses scattered here and there, cooking smoke curling upward. But what met his eyes now were rows upon rows of multi-story buildings, bustling crowds, laughing children chasing one another, and the aroma of food drifting from street-side shops, a scene of thriving peace and prosperity. It seems. This is no longer the Konoha of Hashirama and me. He could not help coughing twice, a dull ache spreading through his chest. The struggle against the Otsutsuki was still vivid in his mind. That fellow's artifact possessed terrifying power, easily shattering even his prized Susanoo. Amid the dazzling radiance, he and Hashirama were forcibly separated into different times and spaces. Had it not been for the residual heat of battle still lingering in his chakra, he would have thought it all an altorial phantom dream. I never imagined the Susanoo could be broken so easily. Madara murmured under his breath, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the calluses on his palm, marks left by years of gripping a blade. The Otsutsuki's power far exceeded expectations. Where was Hashirama now? Was he safe? Anne. Could that girl Lu Ying also be in this time-space? As his thoughts drifted, he instinctively stepped into Konoha's barrier. No resistance met him. Though the villagers cast curious glances at his flamboyant long black hair and piercing aura, there was no hostility. Watching the peaceful smiles on people's faces, the pure joy in the children's eyes, Madara's tense jawline softened slightly. Wasn't this exactly the vision he and Hashirama had staked everything on when they founded Konoha? So their dream had truly taken root and blossomed in later generations, revealing such a beautiful form. Just as he stood there gazing, a female voice laced with surprise and wariness rang out from behind him, "You are Uchiha Madara." Madara turned around. A pink-haired woman stood not far away, the diamond-shaped mark on her forehead strikingly conspicuous, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Her chakra was steady and refined, clearly she was no weak ninja. A thought stirred in Madara's heart. When he had left Konoha, there seemed to be no such figure among the later generations. How could she recognize him at a glance? Could it be that Tobarama Senju after his death had fabricated some unfavorable rumors about him, causing future generations to regard him with fear? Before he could ponder further, Sakura strode forward, her voice urgent. "Why are you here? What do you want in Konoha?" "I simply wanted to see what Konoha of the future looks like." Madara replied calmly, his tone betraying no emotion. He was genuinely curious. What had become of this village he and Hashirama had laid the foundation for under the erosion of time? As for the wariness of the woman before him, though he found it puzzling, he paid it no mind. Uchiha Madara never needed to explain his actions to anyone. After a moment of silence, Madara decided to ask what weighed most on his heart. "Never mind, it's nothing important. I'm looking for someone in Konoha. Her name is Lu Ying. Do you know where she is?" "Lu Ying? Ing." Sakura's eyes flew wide open, her wariness instantly replaced by astonishment. "Lu Ying? Wasn't that Sasuke's apprentice, the elder sister dearest to her own daughter Sarada? That gentle girl whose chakra carried a special warmth, how could she be connected to the legendary Uchiha Madara?" Suppressing her confusion, she quickly said, "Wait. Let me ask around." With that, Sakura swiftly pulled out a communicator and dialed. "At that very moment you were lying on the soft couch by the window, sleeping soundly alongside the cat teacher. Recently you had been training and studying day and night for the ninja school advancement exam, utterly exhausted. The jarring ring of the telephone suddenly jolted you. Sleepily you answered, but when you heard Sakura utter the keywords, Uchiha Madara, and, looking for Luiying, all drowsiness vanished and your eyes snapped wide open. Big Brother Ban. You instantly activated the Flying Thunder God seal on your wrist. Chakra exploded forth and the next second you appeared beside Sakura. That familiar long black hair, that straight and tall figure, and that overwhelming aura you could feel even from a distance, who else could it be but Uchiha Madara? Big Brother Ban. You actually made it to Konoha. You walked over quickly, barely able to contain your excitement. Who would have thought that the promise made at parting would be fulfilled in such a time-spanning way? You still remembered that last night before you left the moon was bright and clear. To repay your earlier help on several occasions, Madara awkwardly offered to acknowledge you as his little sister, saying, "No one dares bully the little sister of Uchiha Madara." At the time you found it both amusing and delightful. Having Uchiha Madara as a brother was an unbeatable bargain and you agreed without a second thought. But you never expected that this farewell would span such a vast expanse of time. Meeting again, he was still the same imposing figure, but when his gaze fell on you it carried a hint of tenderness. Madara looked at you radiant and spirited, and the faintest curve lifted the corner of his mouth. The aloofness and weariness in his eyes mostly dissipated and his voice carried a note of gratification. "You seem even more spirited than before, my little sister. It has been a long time." A low resonant voice, softened almost imperceptibly, brushed against my ear and Sakura beside me instantly froze rigid as stone. Her pupils contracted sharply, even the cherry-pink strands of her hair seemed suspended midair, her mouth slightly agape, as if forgetting how to close it. Please, Sakura must be utterly overwhelmed inside right now. The man before us was none other than Uchiha Madara, the legendary demon of the shinobi world who once wielded the colossal Susanoo that cleaved the heavens and nearly plunged the entire world into eternal illusion with the infinite Tsukuyomi. Yet this fearsome figure gazed at me now without a trace of malice, only tenderness, almost indulgent. And most astonishing of all, he called me little sister. What surreal time-defying twist is this? I remained far calmer than Sakura. After all, memories of walking beside Madara were etched deep into my bones. I lifted my gaze to meet his, my tone effortless as though greeting an old friend. "Aniki Madara, how did you come here?" Madara gave a slight nod. A flicker of contemplation passed through his profound eyes and the invisible pressure radiating from him instinctively softened. "I see. So we still cannot afford to let our guard down." I murmured, understanding dawning. "Once again the Otsutsuki." He paused, his gaze drifting toward the distant horizon tinged with quiet inquiry. "I wonder where Hashirama has wandered off to." "We vanished together, most likely swept into the same temporal maelstrom." Hearing his concern for Hashirama, I couldn't help but inwardly muse. Truly their bond transcended life and death, defied time itself. Countless fanfictions depicting Madara and Hashirama flashed through my mind. If either had been born a woman, perhaps the millennium-long enmity between Indra and Azura would have found its resolution in another, gentler way. There would have been no subsequent turmoil. Shaking off those whimsical thoughts, I smiled and suggested, "In any case, Aniki Madara, shall we go get something to eat? This era offers many sweets, they should suit your taste." A faint softening touched Madara's sharp gaze. He reached out his calloused yet warm palm, gently ruffling my hair, the roughness of his knuckles grounding, reassuring, profoundly real. Then I'll leave it to your arrangement." I led Madara to my favorite confectionery shop and ordered classic dango and milk. Watching him lift a skewer of dango, savoring it slowly, his brow unconsciously relaxing into quiet satisfaction, I curved my lips. Indeed, the Uchiha are powerless against sweetness. Sasuke was the same, and so was Aniki Madara. I turned, and there stood Kakashi, Naruto and Sakura a short distance away. Their expressions diverged sharply. Naruto brimmed with curiosity. Kakashi rested one hand atop his forehead protector, his eyes narrowed with scrutiny and wariness. Sakura looked shaken, staring at Madara as if he were some monstrous apparition. My heart leapt into my throat. I stepped forward, instinctively shielding Madara with my body. To them, Madara was the villain who nearly destroyed the world. But the Madara standing here had not yet endured the betrayals that shattered him. He was simply family, the man who worried over Hashirama, who treated me with gentle care. I could not allow misunderstanding, and certainly not reckless action against him. The air thickened, freezing in place. The easy atmosphere dissolved, replaced by palpable tension. Even nearby patrons sensed the shift, glancing over curiously. Meeting Kakashi's and Naruto's gazes, heated, I held my ground, silent yet unyielding, my stance clear. Madara was my family and I would protect him. Kakashi halted at the confectionary's threshold, his hands slowly settling on the kunai at his hip, his fingertips widening. His ever-half-lit eyes snapped fully open. Beneath his black mask, the Sharingan whirled coldly, locking onto Madara like a hawk's gaze, instinctive vigilance toward a fated rival, duty-bound as Konoha's guardian. Uchiha Madara. His voice was low, gravelly, each word gritted between clenched teeth. "How did you appear here?" Naruto's curiosity vanished. His hands slipped into a subtle hand seal, golden chakra shimmering faintly in his palms. He stood beside Kakashi, expression grave, not acting rashly, trusting and yet acutely aware of the man's lethal power, the very force capable of shaking the shinobi world to its core. Madara lifted his eyes slightly, glancing over Kakashi and Naruto. The ambient pressure plummeted. Invisible chakra surged like a tide, wooden tables and chairs trembled and diners hastily rose, scattering in alarm. He offered no reply to Kakashi. Instead his gaze settled on me, calm yet commanding. Ing. Step aside. No. I straightened my spine, unwavering, shifting subtly to shield him more completely. Aniki Madara bears no ill intent, he arrived here only because he was drawn into a temporal vortex. No ill intent. Kakashi's voice rose, edged with disbelief. Ing, have you forgotten what he did? The infinite Tsukuyomi. His ambition to annihilate Konoha, these are wounds written in blood. His eyes locked onto mine, urgent, disappointed, almost paternal. You're too naive. He is Uchiha Madara, the man who nearly erased the world. I knew Kakashi meant well, for me, for Konoha, but I knew this Madara too. He had not yet known betrayal's crushing weight, his heart had not yet been consumed by hatred. He was simply Madara of the Uchiha, concerned for his dearest friend, softened by the sweetness of Dango. Kakashi-san, I bit my lip, voice steady, I know what he did before, but he is different now. My family. I won't let you harm him. Family. Kakashi scoffed, his breath ragged beneath his mask. Ing, you've been deceived. In Uchiha Madara's lexicon there is no such word as family, only power and annihilation. He advanced a step, his chakra flared razor sharp. Step aside, or I won't hold back. Madara's hand settled lightly on my shoulder, warmth seeped through my clothes, easing the tension coiled in my frame. He stepped forward, drawing me behind him. His long black hair stirred without wind, his crimson Sharingan blazed open, within its depths the spectral silhouette of Susanoo emerged. A descendant of Senju Tobirama, just as noisy as your ancestor. Madara's voice was glacial, killing intent, coalescing like frost. Do you truly believe the two of you can stand in my way? Aniki Madara. I grasped his sleeve, urgently pleading for restraint. The air crackled, tense as lit gunpowder needing only a spark to detonate. Frowning Naruto tried to ease the tension. Mr. Madara, we mean no harm. We only wish to understand your purpose here. If this truly is a temporal anomaly, Konoha may offer temporary sanctuary, but you must abide by our laws. Laws? Madara sneered, disdainful. I, Uchiha Madara, obey no rules set by others. Kakashi's chakra surged violently, crackling lightning filled the air. It seems we have no choice but to fight. Kakashi-san. I stepped once more between them, between the elder I revered and the family I vowed to protect. Tears welled, yet my jaw stayed clenched. I said, he will harm no one. If you insist on fighting, then you must first overcome me. Kakashi stared into my resolute eyes, his own filled with unbearable complexity. His hand trembled, yet he lowered it. A heavy sigh escaped him as the lightning dimmed. Ing, think carefully. What you shield now is a bomb waiting to detonate Konoha. Madara watched my stubborn silhouette. The fury in his eyes receded, replaced by something softer, almost tender. He gently patted my back, voice gentler now. Enough. Don't take children's words to heart. Turning to Kakashi and Naruto, his tone carried reluctant concession. I will abide by your rules, for now. But I demand one condition: help me find Hashirama. The window frames of the Hokage's office cast oblique afternoon sunlight across the tatami mats where a low table held freshly brewed matcha, its steam curling gently into the room's delicate atmosphere. Tsunade's fingers paused on her tea bowl as her gaze swept over Uchiha Madara seated opposite, the cold light glinting off the clan crest on his black robe. His fingertips traced the table's edge with a detached air, and though his chakra was restrained, Shikamaru beside him involuntarily frowned and tapped his fingers on the desk. So you called me here just to confirm the Otsutsuki's movements. Madara's voice was low, carrying its usual arrogance. Such a trivial matter, yet Konoha's top brass felt the need to meet me away from the other Kage. Kakashi leaned against the windowsill, his mask hiding a calm expression. Mr. Madara has a unique status. If the sand or rock villages caught wind of this, it would only breed unnecessary distrust. After all, your name in the ninja world. Madara sneered, a flicker of crimson chakra gathering at his fingertips before dissipating. Nothing but short-sighted fools. Naruto sat beside Kakashi, leaning forward with his hands on the table. Uncle Madara. No matter what others think, we believe you're genuinely helping Konoha this time. And with your strength, well, take down those villains in no time. His energetic voice broke through the tension, causing Shikamaru to secretly sigh in relief. This kind of standoff was always the most troublesome. Shikamaru slumped back in his chair, hands behind his head, his usual lazy demeanor on display, yet his tone carried an unmistakable logic. Mr. Madara, we're not here just to ask for information. He glanced at the lingering battle aura about Madara. You fought the Otsutsuki. Did you notice the peculiar nature of their chakra? A power that can tear through spacetime. If we don't figure out its pattern in advance, the trouble later will be immense. He paused, unable to resist complaining, dealing with these matters already drives me crazy. If the 5 great nations grow suspicious, the coordination work afterward will be a nightmare. Madara raised his eyes to Shikamaru, a hint of appraisal in his gaze. This kid looked carefree but spoke with precision, somewhat reminiscent of Senju Tobirama in his younger days, though less rigid. Just then the paper sliding door of the office creaked open a sliver and a fluffy orange ball leisurely slipped inside. The cat teacher swished its bushy tail, tiptoeing across the tatami, its round golden eyes scanning the room before settling on Madara. It had originally sneaked into the Hokage's building out of boredom while the guards weren't looking, but now it halted, ears pricking up. Madara, the cat teacher muttered under its breath, narrowing its eyes. So this scary-looking human shares my name. It padded over to Naruto's feet, rubbing its head against his pant leg. Naruto instinctively picked it up. Hey cat teacher, what are you doing here? Madara's gaze fell on the orange feline, his brow arching. This cat is called Madara. Yeah. Naruto laughed, scratching under the cat teacher's chin. It's really amazing. It's helped us out plenty of times before. The cat teacher squirmed free from Naruto's hands, leaped onto the low table and arched its back at Madara as if proclaiming dominance. Humph, even though we share a name, I'm way more popular than you. It reached out a paw, patting the matcha bowl and splashing a few drops of green tea, startling Shikamaru into grabbing it. Shikamaru sighed at the chaotic scene, rubbing his temples. What a pain. The conversation was already tricky enough, and now this troublemaker shows up. Yet his eyes held no blame, only a hint of amused indulgence. Kakashi shook his head helplessly, a faint smile hidden beneath his mask. It seems today's meeting has gained an extra special participant. Madara stared at the cocky cat on the table, then after a moment of silence a rare faint smile tugged at his lips. Interesting. He reached out a finger to touch the cat teacher's head, but it dodged nimbly and even scratched the back of his hand. Don't touch me. The cat teacher fluffed up and jumped onto the windowsill, looking down at everyone. You keep talking, I'll just listen in. The heavy atmosphere in the room was lightened by this unexpected interlude. Tsunade looked at the cat on the windowsill and sighed helplessly, what an uninvited guest. But her tone held no reproach. Shikamaru brushed the stray hair from his forehead, observing the curious standoff between the man and the cat. A barely noticeable smile tugged at his lips. Still, this is better than the tension. He turned back to Madara, his tone regaining seriousness. Let's get back to business, Mr. Madara. Regarding the Otsutsuki spacetime ninjutsu, can you provide more specific sensory details? Preparing a countermeasure ahead of time is better than scrambling later. Cherry blossoms outside the Hokage building were swept by the wind past vermilion pillars, landing on my shoulder with a faint chill. I leaned against a wooden pillar under the eaves, fingers repeatedly tracing the patterns on my Flying Thunder God bracelet, my gaze fixed on the closed doors, my heart filled with heavy remorse. It wasn't that I couldn't enter, the Flying Thunder God marks were already engraved among the beams of the Hokage building, allowing me to teleport into the office in an instant. But this time I chose to wait outside. Brother Madara's identity was already sensitive. Kakashi, Dad, Naruto and the others had legitimate concerns. Earlier, driven by a protective impulse, I had stood before Brother Madara and clashed with them. That was truly thoughtless of me. Letting them have a calm conversation with Brother Madara while I waited here seemed like a small way to make amends. In the distance came the lively sounds of Konoha's market, children's laughter mingling with merchants' shouts, making the area before the Hokage building seem especially quiet. I looked down at my own shadow, muttering inwardly, when I go and I should apologize to Kakashi, Dad, first. After all, they all acted for the sake of Konoha and for my own good. I shouldn't have let my selfishness get in the way. Just then a brisk, hearty footsteps approached from afar, accompanied by a familiar loud laugh piercing the breeze. Ha ha ha. Konoha's little ones, Tsunade, have arrived. I looked up sharply and saw a dust cloud at the end of the street, a brilliant golden figure racing forward on chakra. The iconic long golden hair gleamed in the sunlight, a green coat outlined a tall sharp silhouette, and a sake gourd swayed at her waist. It was Tsunade-senpai returning. Her speed was astonishing, and within moments she reached the Hokage building. When she spotted me leaning against the pillar, her steps abruptly halted. Those emerald green eyes first showed a flash of surprise, then softened with an indescribable tenderness, as if seeing a long-lost acquaintance. Are you Hotaru? Tsunade came up to me, her tone devoid of any formality, carrying a natural warmth as her gaze inspected my face as if confirming something. I quickly straightened and bowed slightly. Tsunade-senpai, hello. Heat crept into my cheeks, and no doubt she had already heard about Brother Madara and my impulsive behavior. But Tsunade didn't bring up the office matters. Instead, she leaned sideways against the pillar beside me, arms crossed, her emerald eyes full of curiosity. I heard you got into a conflict with Kakashi and Naruto over that stubborn old man Uchiha Madara. I opened my mouth, guilt surging. I was too impulsive, senpai. I know Brother Madara's identity causes concern, but he really means no harm now. He was just swept here by a spacetime distortion. Silly girl, Tsunade interrupted me, reaching out to pat my shoulder gently. The warmth of her palms seeped through my clothes, bringing an inexplicable comfort. I'm not blaming you. She fixed her eyes on mine, her voice suddenly softening. Strangely enough, though, this is the first time I've met you, I feel an unusual closeness. She brushed the stray hair from my forehead, her fingers warm and tender. It's like seeing a younger version of myself, just as stubborn, just as protective. I blinked and looked up at her. Tsunade's smile was bright and sunny, the warmth in her eyes genuine. It felt odd, as if we had known each other for years with no distance between us, like true family. Senpai, this. I was puzzled yet felt a warmth in my heart. Tsunade shook her head with a smile, a hint of emotion in her tone. Maybe it's fate. She turned to glance at the Hokage building's door, arching an eyebrow. But that Uchiha Madara, when he founded Konoha with my grandfather, he was stubborn as a mule, and it seems his temper hasn't changed. She abruptly changed the subject, took my hand and pulled me toward the entrance, her palm warm and firm, carrying an unrefusable authority. Come on, let's go in and see. With me here, let's see that old fool dare put on airs. Pulled along by her, much of the guilt and unease in my heart dissipated. Tsunade-senpai's warmth was like a beam of sunlight, dispelling the shadows in my heart. The guard, seeing Tsunade, quickly opened the doors respectfully. The murmur of conversation drifted from the office. They were probably still discussing the Otsutsuki's chakra properties. Tsunade glanced back at me, her smile radiant. Don't be afraid, I've got your back. A girl who can earn Uchiha Madara's respect and also be valued by Kakashi and Naruto, you must be something special. I watched the golden strands of her hair dancing in the sunlight, and a surge of confidence welled up inside me. Perhaps this inexplicable closeness was truly a bond of fate. Following Tsunade-senpai inside this encounter across time and space might bring less tension and more turning points. When the wooden door of the meeting room was gently pushed open, it carried the faint scent of cherry blossoms from the leaf garden. Tsunade, clad in a green cloak with her golden hair casually tied back, wore her usual hearty smile. Sorry to keep you all waiting. I just finished handling the border supplies, hope I didn't hold up anything important. She reached out to pat Kakashi on the shoulder, her gaze sweeping across the core members present before finally settling on the figure in the corner with an entirely different aura, Uchiha Madara, dressed in a dark clan robe, his jet black hair falling to his shoulders. Though his crimson Sharingan was not fully opened, it still exuded an oppressive pressure that made it hard to look directly at him. Tsunade paused for a moment, the cheerful smile of her grandfather Senju Hashirama overlapping in her memory with this familiar yet colder countenance, stirring a complex swirl of emotions within her. She chose her words carefully, a hint of tentativeness in her tone. Lord Madara, it's been a long time. If I may ask, how is my grandfather Hashirama faring these days? Uchiha Madara, who had been tapping his fingertips on the table, frowned slightly at her words. The atmosphere around him instantly grew heavier, clearly unwilling to entertain such an irrelevant question. Yet when his crimson eyes caught the genuine concern in Tsunade's gaze, memories of the days he fought alongside Hashirama, the friend who always smiled and said, "Well, build the best village together," softened him just a little. Still the same as ever, Madara said, his voice low and hoarse with a hint of impatience, though he ultimately did not refuse to answer. Holding on to his patch of forest, content with himself. Tsunade let out a relieved breath, a relaxed smile spreading across her face as she turned toward the conference table. That's good to hear. Kakashi pushed up his forehead protector and slid the organized documents to the center of the table. The current defense deployment of Konoha has been updated. Given Lord Madara's unique status, we've initially considered the Uchiha clan compound for his accommodation. The environment is familiar and convenient for the clan members to look after him. The moment he finished speaking, I stood up immediately, my gaze earnest as I looked at everyone. I believe this is not a good idea. All eyes turned to me and I continued, though Lord Madara is a member of the Uchiha clan, after all these years the clan compound is no longer what it used to be. It would only feel unfamiliar and lonely to him. Moreover, I have already accepted him as my elder brother. My house has a spacious and comfortable guest room with plenty of space. It would be better for him to stay with me first. Kakashi frowned, about to retort. After all, Madara's power was unfathomable and placing him in a private residence seemed less conducive to surveillance. But as the words were about to leave his lips, he paused and thought it over carefully. If Madara stayed at the Hatake residence, for one thing, the sibling bond between me and Madara could reduce his resistance. For another, close contact would allow more direct observation of his words and actions, enabling an immediate response to any abnormality. Indeed, it was more stable than leaving him alone in the Uchiha compound. After a moment's deliberation he looked at Madara. Lord Madara, what do you think? Uchiha Madara lifted his gaze, sweeping it over me and then across the others in the room. His face remained expressionless, but he uttered two indifferent words, I have no objections. Tsunade smiled and made the final decision, then it's settled. Well, arrange for the ANBU to keep a discreet watch nearby, neither disturbing Lord Madara's life nor compromising Konoha's security. The atmosphere in the conference room lightened slightly as everyone began discussing the subsequent details. Watching Madara's calm profile, I breathed a quiet sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't have to face those unfamiliar gazes alone. After the meeting ended, the others dispersed one by one. I followed Madara out of the Hokage building. Cherry blossom petals fell upon his jet black hair, softening the cold outline of his face. The ANBU had already taken positions nearby as Tsunade had instructed, maintaining an appropriate distance, neither intrusive nor negligent. Where is your house? Madara spoke first, his tone still flat, revealing little emotion. I quickly stepped forward to lead the way, unconsciously gripping the hem of my clothes. It's in the residential area behind the shopping street. About a 10-minute walk from here. Along the way many villagers cast curious glances at Madara's figure. His signature black clan robe and overwhelming aura were far too conspicuous. Yet no one approached to disturb him. Presumably the ANBU had given prior notice. Madara paid no attention, walking straight ahead with steady strides as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. When we reached my house I pushed open the wooden gate. The courtyard was planted with a few daisy bushes, my favorite flowers. Brother Madara, please come in. The guest room is very clean. It's on the east side and gets plenty of sunlight. Madara stepped into the courtyard, his gaze sweeping around before finally stopping at the training log in the corner. A flicker of barely perceptible emotion passed through his eyes. Without a word he followed me into the guest room, spacious and bright with clean tatami mats, a low table by the window and a cabinet reserved for clothes in the corner. Is it to your liking? I asked nervously. After all, Brother Madara had once been the head of the Uchiha clan, accustomed to grand residences. I wasn't sure if he would find this place too humble. Madara gave a faint nod as acknowledgement. He set down his short sword, turned to look at me, his crimson Sharingan glinting in the sunlight. You said earlier that you've accepted me as your elder brother. I was taken aback for a moment, then felt my cheeks flush. I nodded. You agreed before you left. Since we're siblings, staying here isn't too much of a bother. Madara paused, his tone still carrying a hint of pride. But I, Uchiha Madara, never owe anyone a favor. While I'm living here, I'll teach you ninjutsu as repayment. My eyes widened in disbelief as I stared at him. Brother Madara, you're going to teach me ninjutsu? What, you don't want it? Madara raised an eyebrow, his tone holding a subtle trace of testing. No. I quickly waved my hands, a surge of uncontrollable joy welling up inside me. I really want. It's just. I bit my lip, feeling a little embarrassed to continue. I'm about to take the Jonin exam and my opponent is a cage-level ninja. I've been worried about how to improve my strength. Madara's eyes instantly sharpened. Cage level. He mused for a moment, then a faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. In that case you'll have to take this favor after all. He walked over to the training log in the yard and raised his hand, condensing a trace of crimson chakra. With a swipe of his fingertip a deep gash instantly appeared on the wood. Your flying thunder god and lightning release have a decent foundation, but you lack the ruthlessness in combat and the strategy to handle a cage-level opponent. Starting tomorrow I'll teach you the Uchiha close combat techniques, the basics of high-level fire release and insight skills. Huh? I blurted out in surprise. Those were the Uchiha's most secret techniques. Even Sasuke had needed a long time to master them fully. No need to be surprised, Madara said calmly. With your chakra reserves and talent you're more than capable of mastering most of them. The Jonin exam is not like a regular mission. Your opponent won't hold back. What you need is not just the power of ninjutsu but the determination to strike decisively and win in one blow. His words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing my restlessness and instantly sobering me up. I knew Brother Madara's training would be harsh, but this was also my best chance to improve. I bowed to him solemnly. Thank you, Brother Madara. I will study hard and won't let you down. Madara looked at my determined eyes, a hint of approval flickering in his gaze, but he still kept up his tough front. Just don't waste my time. He turned and walked toward the guest room, leaving behind a final remark. Meet here tomorrow morning. If you're even 1 second late your training will be doubled. Watching his retreating figure I couldn't help but laugh. This proud and tsundere elder brother, clearly wanting to help me yet insisting on using the excuse of repaying a favor. I clenched my fists, my heart brimming with motivation. with Brother Madara's guidance and my own efforts I would definitely pass the Jonin exam, living up to everyone's expectations and Brother Madara's goodwill. The ANBU outside the courtyard watched this scene and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. They had thought that accommodating Uchiha Madara would be fraught with uncertainty, yet unexpectedly the legendary shinobi of the Six Paths had become the personal tutor of a girl preparing for her exam. All because of a stubborn pride that refused to owe anyone a favor. The dim soft light in the corridor failed to dispel the heavy gloom weighing on my heart. After returning home my feet seemed tethered by invisible threads, repeatedly halting before my father's door, yet that wooden door felt as heavy as 1,000 mountains to me. My fingertips hovered before the door panel. Several times I wanted to knock, but each attempt dissolved into silent retreat. The surging guilt in my chest nearly overwhelmed me. I felt like a child who had committed an unforgivable transgression, utterly bereft of the courage to face my parents, and indeed that was the truth, wasn't it? From my father's perspective I must have been nothing but a willful and awful child. Uchiha Madara, the one who nearly ruined my father's life and even shook the foundations of Konoha, yet I, driven by my own selfishness, insisted on dragging him back into our lives, forcing my father to compromise and concede. All the difficulties I had deliberately ignored on my father's part, the unspoken pressures he bore, now transformed into sharp thorns piercing densely into my heart. I was far too immature, fixated solely on my own obsession, forgetting that on my father's shoulders lay the safety of the entire village and the responsibility of being the Sixth Hokage. Just as I was suffocating under the weight of guilt, my nose tingling, a soft click sounded and the door slid open from the inside. Father stood there in loose light-colored pajamas, his bangs slightly tousled. In his eyes, usually brimming with cheerfulness, lurked a trace of barely perceptible weariness. He looked down at me standing at the door at a loss and let out a gentle sigh. His voice, hoarse from just waking, was exceptionally warm. "Come in." He turned and walked back into the room, sitting on the edge of the bed. His gaze fell on me, no reproach, only calm waiting. After a moment he rose and moved to a small stool nearby, then patted the spot he had just vacated. His tone carried that reassuring warmth. "Come sit here." As if a switch had been pressed, I mechanically shuffled over and sat down gently. The bedsheet still held the faint clean scent of soap from my father, along with a lingering warmth that spread through my skin. So he had deliberately saved the warm spot for me. That was just like my father, always so considerate even when I had done things that troubled him. The sting in my nose could no longer be held back, my eyes instantly reddened. Clutching the hem of my clothes, I summoned every ounce of strength to finally utter the words I had rehearsed countless times in my heart. My voice choked with sobs. "Father, I'm sorry." The moment the words left my lips, a warm hand gently touched my head, stroking softly through my hair. It was my father's hand, familiar warmth that dispelled some of my unease. "You really don't need to apologize." Kakashi's voice sounded above me, gentle yet firm. "Without you the conflict between us and Madara would have been endless, with no room for reconciliation." He paused, his fingertips brushing lightly against the top of my head. His tone softened. "So Hotaru, you did nothing wrong. But father, you don't like Madara, right?" I lifted my head, looking at him through tear-filled eyes, my voice carrying a hint of cautious probing. I knew his compromise was for me, yet I also understood that in his heart Madara would always remain the one who had brought so much pain. Kakashi looked at my reddened eyes, a flicker of complex emotion passed through his gaze, then returned to calm. He nodded candidly, not denying it. "Indeed I don't." Then he added, his tone carrying the clarity of one who had weathered many storms, "But that's all in the past. Dwelling on past grievances is less important than the present. As the Sixth Hokage, it's my duty to protect the people of Konoha. But as your father, I also want you to be happy. As long as there is no more war, no more innocent people getting hurt, that is already very good. Father." Seeing the deep fatigue and tolerance in his eyes, I could no longer hold back. I threw myself into his arms, hugging him tightly around the waist. Tears streamed down, soaking his pajamas. So father understood everything. He knew my obsession, accepted my willfulness, and silently bore all the pressure for my choices. Tears fell like broken beads, unstoppable. I buried my face in father's chest, feeling his warm body and steady heartbeat. Guilt and heartache intertwined, choking me into silence. Father said nothing, only gently patted my back. His movements were tender, as if soothing a wronged little animal. His palms were broad and warm, calloused from years of wielding kunai, yet they always perfectly smoothed away all my unease. After crying for a long while, I gradually calmed down. I lifted my head, wiped my face roughly with my sleeve, and my nose was red like a rabbit's. Father's pajamas were soaked in a large patch, but he didn't mind at all. He only used his thumb to gently wipe away the remaining tear stains from the corners of my eyes, his gaze full of affection. "Father," I sniffled, my voice still hoarse, "I know you've been under so much pressure for Konoha and for me." Looking at the lingering fatigue behind his eyes, a pang of sorrow twisted in my heart. Father always shouldered all the burdens alone, never easily showing it. But I knew he too got tired and encountered difficulties. Dealing with Brother Madara must have made things awkward for you in front of the other Kage, right? And the villagers of Konoha, they might be whispering behind your back. I bit my lip and continued, it's all because I was too willful, only thinking about my own wishes without considering your situation. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, as if he hadn't expected me to say that. He paused, then chuckled softly, reaching out to ruffle my hair. Silly girl, what are you thinking? No, I'm not overthinking. I shook my head, looking at him earnestly. You are the greatest Hokage and the best father. You always give me the best and shield me from all storms. But now that I've grown up, I also want to be your support. I don't want you to struggle alone anymore. I reached out, gently wrapped my arms around his and leaned my head on his shoulder. My voice, though soft, carried determination. From now on, no matter what happens, you can tell me and I'll face it with you. I'll keep an eye on Brother Madara too, so he won't cause trouble for Konoha. Then I paused, the corner of my mouth lifting into a faint smile. And Father, you've already done a great job. In your own way, you protect Konoha and protect all of us. Everyone sees it and remembers it. Those criticisms and doubts mean nothing. I lifted my head, looked into his eyes and said word by word in my heart, you will always be the best Hokage and the father I'm most proud of. So don't put too much pressure on yourself and don't feel troubled. No matter what happens, I'll stand by you, support you and be with you. Kakashi looked at my earnest expression, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. He was silent for a moment, then let out a soft sigh, pulled me into his arms and hugged me tightly. Okay, I understand. His voice carried a barely detectable tremor, his warm breath brushing the top of my head. With those words from you, I feel all the hardship has been worth it. I leaned against his chest, feeling his steady heartbeat, warmth spreading through me. So this was what it felt like to comfort my father, both bittersweet and satisfying. I silently resolved to be more mature and work even harder to pass the Jonin exam as soon as possible and become a truly powerful ninja, so I could truly become my father's support and protect everything we cherish together. The lamp in the room still cast a dim soft glow, but it no longer felt oppressive. Father and daughter nestled tightly together, the air filled with warmth. The past grievances and present pressures seemed to vanish in that moment, leaving only deep care and love between them. The next morning, as consciousness returned, the first thing I noticed was the unfamiliar scent lingering around my nose, not the familiar smell of laundry detergent on my own pillow, but a faint woody fragrance, warm and cozy, enveloping me. I rubbed my sleepy eyes, and as my vision gradually cleared, what came into view was the familiar beige bed curtain in Dad's bedroom, and underneath me was the soft and thick silk quilt. It turned out that somehow last night I had ended up sleeping in Dad's bed. Beside me, Dad was still sleeping, his breathing steady and long. It was rather strange. Ever since I could remember, Dad always wore that dark cotton mask while sleeping, covering most of his face, revealing only his sharply defined jawline and a pair of fish eyes. I lay on the pillow staring at his quiet profile, and the worm of curiosity began to stir in my heart again. I remembered that in the original story Kakashi was a handsome guy, but I had grown up so big without ever seeing his bare face. The more I thought, the stronger my anticipation grew, like a little paw gently scratching inside. I held my breath, cautiously reached out my hand. My fingertips just touched the edge of the mask, then paused. After confirming that Dad showed no signs of waking, I slowly pulled the mask down a little. First, a section of a high straight nose bridge was revealed. The line of the nose was smooth, the tip slightly reddened, carrying a hint of delicate elegance. This little exposure made my curiosity spiral completely out of control. My fingers couldn't help but want to explore further down to see what the eyes and brows beneath that nose bridge truly looked like. Just as my fingertips were about to touch the lower part of the mask, a voice, husky from just waking up yet still gentle, suddenly rang out beside my ear. Oh my, our little lazy piggy, what mischief are you up to so early in the morning? I was so startled that I withdrew my hand, my cheeks instantly burning hot. I turned around and threw myself into Dad's arms, burying my face in his warm chest, and rebutted stubbornly, it's not mischief at all. My arms tightly circled his waist and I gently rubbed my head against his chest, acting coquettish. Dad, I looked up, blinking, my moist eyes tugging at his clothes, my voice full of grievance and curiosity. I have never seen what you look like since I was born. I just wanted to sneak a peek. It's really just curiosity. As I spoke, I deliberately pouted slightly, imitating my previous coquettish gestures to maximize my cuteness. Dad chuckled lowly, the vibrations of his chest transmitted through our touching skin carrying a reassuring strength, yet he didn't say much, just raised his hand and gently patted my back. Seeing that he didn't give in, I simply pushed my luck and burrowed deeper into his arms, my cheek pressed against his warm neck, scraping my mind for every soft word I could think of. Dad, you're the best, just let me see just one glance, then it'll be good. I won't sneak and cause trouble anymore, okay? As soon as I finished speaking, I felt Dad's body stiffen slightly, then he gently pushed me away a bit. I was puzzled but caught a glimpse of the root of his ear exposed outside the mask, turning deeply red, even his jawline tinged with a faint blush. All right, he sighed helplessly, his tone full of indulgent compromise. I give in to you. Before I could react to his sudden compromise, I saw Dad raise his hand and slowly take off the mask from his face. Stunning, these two words instantly occupied my entire mind. Sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, falling on his face, outlining his clear brows and eyes. His eyebrows were thick and well-shaped, the corners of his eyes slightly upward with a gentle curve, not a single fine line under his eyes, a high nose bridge, full lips, healthy honey-toned skin, and a beauty mole beside his mouth. It was hard to imagine that such a handsome face belonged to a 40-year-old father. Time seemed to have been especially kind to him, leaving few marks on his face, instead brewing a charm of mature stability. I was somewhat lost in gazing until Dad's voice sounded again, snapping me back to reality. His tone carried a note of earnest advice and his eyes turned serious. You are a grown-up girl now. When interacting with others in the future, you must learn to keep proper boundaries. Also, about physical development, Dad should talk to you about it. I didn't expect you to reach this age so soon. If in the future, for example, you find bleeding on your body when you wake up in the morning, don't be afraid. Be sure to tell Dad immediately, okay? It was only then that I belatedly realized why Dad had blushed and pushed me away just now. It turned out that I had pressed too close and the developing traces on my chest had accidentally bumped into him. Thinking of this, my cheeks also burned. From what I know, Dad had at most kissed someone in this lifetime. He had never experienced any other matters between men and women. It was only natural that he would be shy and at a loss when encountering this situation. But understanding was one thing, yet I couldn't help a small mischievous thought rising in my heart. A dad who blushes so easily seems quite fun to tease. I suppressed the little schemes in my heart, obediently nodded and said in a soft voice, Dad, I know. I'll take care of myself and won't let you worry. Dad trusts you. He raised his hand and gently ruffled my hair. I took the opportunity to lean closer to him, pulled his hand and shook it, my tone carrying a little plea. Dad, I haven't hugged you properly like this for a long time. I want to hug you a little longer, just a little while, okay? Dad's movements halted, a flicker of hesitation passed through his eyes, but in the end he gently shook his head, his tone carrying a mix of helpless and indulgent concession. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. As soon as the words fell, a knock 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 sound suddenly came from the door, breaking the tender atmosphere in the room. Immediately after, Madara's low and steady voice came in, carrying a hardly noticeable sense of rhythm. Time to get up, breakfast is ready. Dad and I both froze, exchanged a glance and saw surprise in each other's eyes. I was the first to react and couldn't help mumbling, Brother Madara actually knows how to make breakfast. In my impression, Brother Madara had always been the lofty Uchiha clan leader. Not to mention cooking, he probably rarely even entered the kitchen. Dad also put away his gentle expression just now, put back the mask that was by the pillow, straightened his pajamas and said softly to me, get up first, don't make him wait long. His tone carried an indescribable complexity, probably because he never expected that the legendary Shura of the ninja world would have such a domestic side after moving in. I nodded and followed Dad out of bed. As I walked to the door, I couldn't help looking back at the bed. The morning light had already spread over most of the bed and my heart felt warm. Opening the door, I saw Madara wearing a simple plain casual clothes, his jet black hair casually tied back, losing some of his usual sharpness and gaining more of a homely peace. He was also holding a tray with 2 bowls of warm miso soup and several rice balls, the aroma wafting gently with the steam. So slow, Madara said, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly when he saw us, but his tone carried no hint of reproach. Breakfast will be cold and not tasty. He stepped aside to make way, gesturing for us to go out. When his eyes swept over Dad, there was a faint scrutiny, but he didn't say much else. I leaned over the tray and sniffed. The aroma was even stronger. I couldn't help my eyes lighting up. Wow, Brother Madara, I didn't expect your cooking to be so good. Dad followed behind me, watching this scene. A trace of relief flashed in his eyes. He gently patted my shoulder. Let's go eat first. After eating we still have training. Sunlight streamed in from the corridor window, falling on the 3 of us. The tense anticipation that had been expected did not appear, instead there was a rare peace. I walked in the middle with gentle Dad on one side and Brother Madara awkwardly expressing care on the other. Suddenly I felt that a morning like this was not so bad. The setting sun stained the training grounds, rocks a dark crimson echoing the color at the base of the Uchiha clan emblem. Madara stood with his hands behind his back in the center of the open ground, his long black hair stirring slightly in the evening breeze. His gaze fell upon Ing before him, carrying an unquestionable authority. The essence of fire style is the condensation and explosion of chakra, but without sufficient physical foundation even the most exquisite ninjutsu is merely an empty shell. From today onward, fire style training will proceed alongside Uchiha Taijutsu. I do not raise the weak. Ing clenched her fists, the reflection of lingering fire scars on a nearby rock wall shimmering in her eyes, and nodded firmly. First, practice the basic footwork. Before his words had faded, Madara's form had already closed in abruptly. The moment his toes lightly touched the ground, a faint crimson ripple of chakra radiated around him. He did not throw a punch, instead the edge of his palm precisely grazed Ying's shoulder, the force not heavy yet carrying an oppressive pressure that brooked no resistance. Uchiha Taijutsu emphasizes instant and precision. Your feet must be steady, your gaze sharp. You must be able to close in on the enemy swiftly while also evading attacks in the gaps between ninjutsu executions. Watch closely. As the words fell, Madara's figure darted rapidly across the training ground, his steps shifting without any hesitation. Each landing occurred precisely on the stress points of the rocks. Even when he kicked up scattered gravel, his posture remained as steady as a boulder. Occasionally he would halt, abruptly striking backward with an elbow or launching a sudden kick with the ball of his foot, movements crisp and clean, devoid of any superfluous flourish, yet radiating a ruthlessness aimed at vital points. Ing held her breath and focused, attempting to imitate him. At first her steps were unsteady, often unable to keep pace, and she nearly stumbled over the scattered stones several times. Madara observed this but said nothing. However, when she made her third mistake, a wooden branch precisely tapped her ankle. Lower your center of gravity. Feel the force beneath your feet. Uchiha footwork is not about running, it's about turning every step into a foundation for attack or defense. The sharp pain on her ankle jolted Ing awake. She took a deep breath, slowed down, deliberately lowered her center of gravity, and poured a bit of chakra into the soles of her feet. Gradually her steps ceased to be frantic. Though still far from Madara's fluidity, she could barely keep up with the basic rhythm. Half an hour later, fine beads of sweat emerged on Ying's forehead, her breathing grew rapid and her legs ached unbearably. Stop. Madara's voice rang out at the right moment. Now combine fire style with the footwork and release the great fireball technique. Remember, taijutsu is for you to find the optimal moment to strike in combat, not to compensate for deficiencies in fire style. Your fire style foundation is solid enough, what you lack is the transition of striking while in motion. Ing straightened up as instructed, her footwork unceasing as she rapidly formed hand seals, fire style great fireball technique. As chakra flowed smoothly through her meridians and erupted from her throat, she adjusted her stance with a subtle shift of her foot, directing the orange-red fireball straight toward the rock wall. With a thunderous explosion, the fireball burst open, instantly scorching a deep charred crater into the rock wall. A wave of searing heat swept toward them. The fire style itself is fine. Madara's tone remained flat, revealing neither praise nor displeasure. But your footwork lagged half a beat while forming seals. If you were facing a cage-level opponent who can close in quickly, that half a beat would be enough to make your fire style miss. As he spoke, he blurred and appeared before Ing, again pressing a hand on her shoulder, his voice stern. Try again. This time I want to see your footwork and seal formation perfectly synchronized. The moment you release fire style, you must already anticipate the direction of your next movement, achieve a unity of offense and defense. Ing gritted her teeth, wiped the sweat from her brow, and this time did not hesitate. Her footwork instantly accelerated as she nimbly weaved among the scattered stones while her hands formed seals with blinding speed. Almost the moment her footing stabilized, she unleashed the great fireball technique once more. The orange-red flames roared forth, wrapped in a powerful gust of air. The fireball was larger than before, its temperature even fiercer. As it struck the rock wall, sparks flew, heating the surrounding debris until it glowed. Not bad. Madara finally gave a slight nod, offering a modicum of approval. From now on I will attack you with taijutsu, and you must find opportunities to release fire style while evading. Remember, in real combat no one waits for you to be ready. Ninjutsu and taijutsu must merge into one. As his words fell, Madara moved once more. This time his attacks were no longer demonstration, they carried genuine oppressive force. His palms, elbows and feet struck alternately, each aimed directly at Ying's vital points. Ying's heart tightened as she hurriedly employed the footwork she had just practiced to dodge. Initially she could only defend passively, in a sorry state, nearly struck several times, forced to sidestep or retreat on instinct. What are you panicking for? Madara's voice carried a sharp edge. Keep your eyes on my movements, predict my attack direction, and use footwork to create distance while already beginning to form your seals. Ing took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She stared intently at Madara's movements, predicting his attack trajectories from the rotation of his shoulders and the shift of his feet. Her footwork became unpredictable, she dodged swiftly while completing hand seals mid-motion. Finally, after evading one of his sweeping kicks, she seized a fleeting opening. Twisting her body and sidestepping, she unleashed the chakra she had gathered with full force, fire-style great fireball technique. A scorching orange-red fireball surged straight toward Madara, carrying a roaring blast of air. A faint purple core flickered at the edge of the flames, indicating she had pushed the temperature to its extreme. A trace of barely perceptible surprise flashed in Madara's eyes. Then, like a specter, he sidestepped the fireball, grazing his clothes before smashing into the rock wall behind him with a thunderous explosion, igniting a blazing inferno that painted the entire cliff red. Your reflexes and fire-style power are both decent. Madara ceased his attack, looking at Ing, panting heavily, her clothes soaked with sweat, and his tone carried a hint of acknowledgement, but your taijutsu transition is still not smooth enough. Against a cage-level opponent such a flaw could prove fatal. From tomorrow add an extra hour of taijutsu in the morning drills focusing on honing the rhythm of striking while in motion and conduct combat simulations in the afternoon. Ing nodded. Though her physical reserves were heavily depleted, the recognition in Madara's words stirred a surge of motivation within her. She wiped the sweat from her face, looked at the burning flames on the rock wall, her gaze resolute. Once she polished the integration of taijutsu and fire style, she would be confident in facing the cage-level opponent at the Jonin exam. The wind at the training ground carried the lingering warmth of the sun brushing against my cheeks and allowing me to feel the residual chakra fluctuations. Under the guidance of Brother Obito, these past few days my progress could only be described as leaps and bounds. My control over fire release has become increasingly precise, enabling me to condense flames in an instant while moving at high speed, and even fuse lightning release with fire release to unleash a composite ninjutsu that combines explosive power with penetration. Surprisingly, the usually aloof Uchiha Obito even displayed a rare expression of acknowledgement, stating that my innate affinity for the violent chakra of fire and lightning release makes me a promising candidate. This praise from a legendary powerhouse flowed into my heart like a warm stream, further solidifying my confidence for the Jonin exam. Even more unexpectedly was the breakthrough in my wood release abilities. Although Brother Obito is not a native user of wood release, his years of combat experience against Hashirama have made him well versed in its principles and applications. He tirelessly deconstructed the chakra operation logic of wood release for me, explaining every detail from the basics of the wood domain to the advanced wood dragon technique with clarity and thoroughness. Now my chakra reserves are more than sufficient to support the consumption of high-level wood release techniques, and I have become increasingly adept at using the wood dragon technique. I still remember the first time I successfully summoned a complete wood dragon. Its verdant body spiraled into the sky, exuding a powerful life force and an overwhelming presence, attracting even Tsunade, who was far away in the Hokage office. She stood at the edge of the training ground watching as I maneuvered the wood dragon in a graceful spiral through the air, her golden hair fluttering in the wind, with her turquoise eyes swirling with complex emotions, surprise, relief, and a hint of unspoken hesitation, as if harboring some unspeakable secret. I felt an inexplicable closeness and reliance on Tsunade akin to a fledgling bird's affection for its parent, yet this sentiment did not cause me to lose my composure. I respectfully halted my technique and stepped forward to bow. Tsunade merely patted my shoulder and vaguely praised me with a few words of young talent before hastily diverting her gaze. Her demeanor, filled with unspoken words, planted a small seed of doubt in my heart, yet I did not inquire further. "Sister Hikari!" A clear and vibrant shout broke the tranquility of the training ground. I turned to see Boruto holding hands with Himawari, followed closely by Sarada, who wore a serious expression, while Naruto with a smile walked briskly behind the three children toward me. Sunlight bathed them, outlining their warm silhouettes. Looking at these youthful faces brimming with vitality instantly filled my heart with warmth, dissipating much of the fatigue from the days of training. Himawari was the first to rush to my side, tightly clutching the hem of my clothes, looking up with her round little face and sparkling eyes. "Sister Hikari, your wood dragon just now was amazing." Boruto and Sarada also gathered around the former, filled with admiration, while the latter regarded me with curiosity, carefully observing the remnants of wood release chakra that had not yet fully dissipated behind me. Naruto stepped forward, ruffling Himawari's hair, then turned to me with a straightforward and earnest tone. "Hikari, I want to ask you something. Are you interested in learning the Rasengan technique?" Rasengan. The moment those three syllables echoed in my mind, I instantly realized, it's the ninjutsu invented by the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Characterized by its attributeless nature, it can unleash incredible power solely through the rapid rotation of chakra, and it has a high ceiling allowing for subsequent variations like the Rasen Shuriken and the Nine-Tails Rasengan. I had attempted to gather the Rasengan during training before, but due to insufficient chakra at the time I could only barely form a rough shape and had temporarily shelved the idea, planning to delve deeper once my body developed further and my chakra became more abundant. Now my chakra reserves are a far cry from what they used to be, and under Brother Obito's guidance I have sharpened my chakra control, making this an ideal time to learn the Rasengan. With that thought, a strong desire flashed in my eyes as I leaned forward slightly, my tone filled with uncontainable anticipation and sincerity. "I want to learn. Please, Naruto." Seeing my eager attitude, Naruto's eyes glimmered with appreciation as he laughed heartily, patting my shoulder with a steady and reassuring grip. "Leave it to me. Starting tomorrow I'll teach you how to gather and control the Rasengan, and I'll make sure you grasp the core principles in no time." The next morning I arrived punctually at the training ground, waiting for Naruto. He was still his cheerful self, diving straight into the topic upon our meeting, condensing a light blue Rasengan in his palm. The airflow generated by the rapid rotation of chakra caused the nearby fallen leaves to tremble slightly. The core of the Rasengan lies in the high-density compression and rapid rotation of chakra. First, try to gather chakra in your palm and mimic this rotational trajectory. I followed his instructions but encountered difficulties the moment I attempted to gather chakra in my palm. My chakra inherently carried the violent attributes of fire and lightning. While this intensity was advantageous when controlling fire and lightning release, it became a hindrance with the Rasengan. When the chakra began to rotate, it went berserk, either exploding uncontrollably, causing my palm to go numb, or losing its rotational strength entirely and failing to form. "No, you need to contain the chakra. Naruto frowned, stepping forward to help me adjust the flow of chakra in my palm, saying, imagine you have an invisible container in your palm keeping the chakra rotating inside, not letting it collide freely. I gritted my teeth and tried repeatedly, but no matter how hard I tried, the chakra could not stabilize its rotation. Half an hour passed and I could not even manage to form a stable rotating core, let alone a complete Rasengan. Naruto watched my anxious expression and felt somewhat helpless. His innate talent for the Rasengan was exceptional, and after perfecting it with the Nine Tails chakra, he had long become accustomed to instinctively controlling chakra. For a moment he couldn't think of more detailed guiding methods and could only repeatedly say, try again and focus your mind. However, these words were difficult for me to translate into practical control techniques. The children surrounding us, including Boruto, gradually ceased their playful banter and looked at me with concern. Just as we were stuck in a stalemate, a familiar voice rang out, Naruto, Hikari, are you practicing the Rasengan? Turning to the source, I saw Konohamaru passing by the training ground with several lower-ranked shinobi students. Upon noticing our situation, he walked over with a smile. Now a capable jonin, he bore a more composed demeanor while still radiating warmth with his smile. Naruto seemed to have grasped a lifeline, waving eagerly, Konohamaru, you're just in time. Hikari wants to learn the Rasengan, but my method isn't quite suitable for her. Can you lend a hand? Konohamaru immediately became serious, stepping to my side and carefully observing my attempts to gather chakra, patiently inquiring about my feelings during the process. I understand now. Konohamaru nodded thoughtfully, turning to me and saying, Hikari, your chakra's attributes are quite violent and Naruto-sensei's teaching is too general. His 3 simple phrases, contain the chakra, focus your mind, try again, are hardly effective for precise control. How about trying my method? First outline a spiral trajectory with chakra threads in your palm, then let the chakra flow and rotate along the path, ensuring stability in the form before gradually increasing the intensity. As he spoke, Konohamaru extended his palm, releasing fine chakra threads that quickly wove a clear miniature spiral pattern in his palm. He slowed his movements considerably, ensuring I could see clearly. First step, outline the trajectory, making the invisible chakra visible as a track. Second step, split the chakra into thin streams that flow along this pattern like a vehicle traveling along the track, making it less prone to deviation. Third step, once both the trajectory and rotation are stable, gradually increase chakra output. With each step, he explained, he demonstrated the corresponding actions, breaking down the complex control process into clear steps, making it much easier to understand than Naruto's simple reminders, perfectly aligning with my need for precise chakra constraint. My eyes lit up as I instantly grasped the key. Previously, with Naruto only instructing me to contain the chakra based on feeling, I had no direction. However, since Konohamaru had broken down the steps so thoroughly, clarifying even how to split the chakra and how to follow the trajectory, I immediately attempted it according to his method. At first the outline of the chakra threads was still somewhat clumsy, often dissipating as soon as it formed, but with Konohamaru continuously demonstrating and correcting me, I gradually managed to stabilize the spiral trajectory in my palm. I cautiously allowed the chakra to flow along the trajectory. This time the violent chakra seemed to be fitted with reins, no longer exploding uncontrollably but forming a weak yet stable rotating core in my palm. Yes. Just like that. Maintain the trajectory and slowly increase the chakra output. Konohamaru provided real-time guidance from the side, reminding me promptly when my rhythm faltered, far more detailed than Naruto's hands-off teaching. Taking a deep breath, I steadily increased the chakra amount according to his rhythm, and the rotating core in my palm became increasingly clear, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. Finally, a light blue chakra spiral formed in my palm. Although it was small in size, it was stable and full of power. The Rasengan was complete. That's amazing, Hikari. Konohamaru clapped his hands joyfully, and Naruto also wore a smile of appreciation mixed with a hint of embarrassment as he stepped forward to pat my shoulder, just as I expected from you. It seems that Konohamaru's method suits you much better. My teaching was indeed too simplistic and didn't provide much substantial help. Looking at the Rasengan in my palm, my heart swelled with joy, and I deeply bowed to Konohamaru. Thank you, brother Konohamaru. You broke down the steps so clearly that I understood immediately. Without you, I would surely still be stuck in place. Konohamaru scratched his head, smiling shyly. No need for thanks. I'm just glad to help. In fact, when I learned the Rasengan, I struggled as well. Took me a long time to summarize this detailed step-by-step approach, knowing what beginners need in terms of guidance. As the sunlight once again flooded the training ground, the fatigue and anxiety from training dissipated without a trace, leaving only the joy of mastering a new technique and the warmth of companionship. Looking at the cheerful Naruto beside me and the patient Konohamaru, I silently felt fortunate. Having 2 seniors willing to share their knowledge with me was truly a stroke of luck. The morning mist had yet to fully disperse, and the entrance to the death forest outside Moku no Sato was already bustling with voices. Today marked the decisive day of the Jonin exam, with tall viewing platforms erected at the entrance packed with high-ranking officials and watching ninjas from various villages. I adjusted my Chunin uniform, my fingertips lightly brushing against the Flying Thunder God bracelet on my wrist. My gaze swept over the other candidates beside me, there was a puppeteer from Sunigakure, a user of earth release from Iwagakure, and a boy skilled in lightning release from Kimogakure. Each of them wore a tense and serious expression, while I on the other hand concealed a barely perceptible smile at the corner of my mouth. This Jonin exam had long transcended the boundaries of a mere promotion assessment. To avoid wasting resources, the 5 great nations had convened and allowed excellent chunin from the other villages to compete as well, transforming it into a showcase of strength for the younger generation of ninjas. On the viewing platform, the leaders of each village sat in a row. Tsunade, with her striking golden hair, was particularly prominent. When she saw me, she gave a slight nod, her eyes filled with anticipation, and meanwhile Obito, hidden among the platform's shadows, leaned back in his chair, his long black hair casually draped over his shoulders, eyes closed, exuding a lazy aura that seemed to say, "Stranger, do not approach." To Obito, this exam was indeed laughably boring. The strength of the chunin below was in his eyes no different than that of children playing house, not even sparking his interest enough to open his eyes. Leaning back in his chair, the image of Hashirama Senju inexplicably surfaced in his mind. Ever since the last time they encountered the time-space turbulence, that guy had vanished without a trace. He and the ninjas of Konoha had quietly searched every village and found no sign of that familiar figure, wondering where he had wandered off to this time. My fingertips unconsciously tapped against the armrest, and a subtle fluctuation of chakra spread out, prompting several of the leaders to instinctively take notice, especially Anoki, who felt a familiar aura. On the other side of the platform, the atmosphere was entirely different. Boruto, Himawari and Sarada were squeezed into the front row, holding up a sign that read "Go Sister Q," and bouncing up and down as they waved at me. Himawari was cradling a ball of orange fur, none other than the cat teacher forcibly brought along as a cheerleading prop. The cat teacher's round face was slightly deformed as Himawari hugged it, its golden eyes half-closed, wearing an expression of life is unbearable. Yet due to the enthusiasm of the 2 little girls, it could only obediently serve as a pillow, occasionally flicking its tail in protest, looking both reluctant and compliant, which made the surrounding ninjas unable to hold back their laughter. I waved back at them, warmth flooding my heart, and my previously calm state of mind became even more serene. While everyone else was nervously preparing, my mind kept replaying the big act I had conceived last night. Since this was a competition between ninja villages, it had to bring something different to the table. At that moment, the Konoha Jonin hosting the exam stepped onto the high platform, cleared his throat, and his voice, amplified by chakra, rang out across the venue. "Attention all candidates. The rules for the first phase of this Jonin exam, capture battle, are as follows. The examiners, led by the leaders of each village, will transform into shadowy figures and enter the Death Forest. Candidates must endure for 1 hour without being captured. During this time they may actively counterattack the examiners and each other, but lethal force is prohibited. Should all candidates be captured, the exam will end early. Examiners must treat all candidates equally, and favoritism is strictly prohibited." The rules were clear and concise. As his words fell, a faint blue glow emanated from the barrier at the entrance of the Death Forest. The leaders and jonin of each village flickered into motion, transforming into shadowy figures clad in black cloaks and masks, vanishing into the depths of the forest, leaving behind a heavy sense of chakra pressure. The exam begins. With the command given, all candidates shot into the forest like arrows from a bow, some immediately using ninjutsu to conceal their forms, while others grouped together in small teams. Only I remained in place, leisurely forming a hand seal. Transformation Jutsu. As chakra surged, my form rapidly changed, light yellow short hair neatly arranged, wearing the cloak of the 4th Hokage fluttering in the wind, the fiery emblem on the collar particularly prominent. Even the expression between my brows was imitated to perfection. A vibrant Minato Namikaze instantly made his grand entrance. The candidates who had just dashed into the forest felt the chakra fluctuation behind them, turned around and were astonished to halt in their tracks. Is that the 4th Hokage? What's going on? Didn't the 4th Hokage disappear long ago? Murmurs arose, and even in the depths of the forest the shadowy examiners paused, clearly taken aback by the sudden appearance of the 4th Hokage. I flexed my wrist, adopting the tone of my senior Minato, revealing a bright smile. Then I exerted force with my feet, my form darting into the forest like a ghost. Since I was disguised as the 4th Hokage, I naturally had to match the corresponding speed. If this capture battle could not betray this identity. The 4th Hokage's cloak rustled in the wind as I dashed into the depths of the Death Forest, just avoiding a concealed trap set by one of the candidates, when a sound of rushing wind came from behind. An examiner from Kimogakure, his shadow wrapped in a black cloak and accompanied by purple lightning, clearly drawn to the attention of this sudden appearance of the 4th Hokage. "Stop. You are not the 4th Hokage." The opponent's voice was laced with caution as lightning chakra gathered in their palm, forming a sharp lightning spear aimed at my back. I did not halt my steps, my body suddenly spinning sideways to narrowly evade the lightning spear, while turning back to reveal a bright smile mimicking Minato's unique gentleness and confidence. "Oh, have I been discovered? However, even if it's an imitation, my speed won't falter." As my words fell, a faint blue chakra glimmered at my fingertips, the spiral sphere I had just mastered. Spiral sphere. With a clear shout, I raised my hand and hurled the spinning chakra ball at the opponent, the airflow swirling up fallen leaves around us, showcasing tremendous power. The Kumogakure Jonin's pupils narrowed in shock, hastily forming Seal's lightning release lightning wall. A purple lightning wall erupted from the ground, but it was shattered by the spiral sphere, the shockwave forcing him to retreat repeatedly. How do you find this move's power? Are you satisfied? I stepped forward with a smile, and the Flying Thunder God bracelet on my wrist suddenly lit up. Before facing the examiner, I had already marked various trees and rocks in the forest with the Flying Thunder God seal, and it was just in time to come into play. Next it's my turn to take the initiative. Flying Thunder God technique. As chakra surged, my form transformed into a golden afterimage, disappearing from the spot, reappearing behind the examiner. The opponent sensed something amiss and was about to turn around to counterattack when I raised my hand and gently tapped the designated elimination point at the back of their neck, my tone casual. Sorry, you've been eliminated. Having dispatched the first examiner, the sound of threads from puppets could be heard not far away. The Sunigakure Jonin examiner was manipulating 3 puppets, the threads spreading out like a spider's web, completely sealing off my retreat ahead. 2 other Iwagakure Jonin were also flanking me, clearly planning to team up and surround me. 3 against 1. Quite a bold maneuver. Instead of retreating, I advanced, the Flying Thunder God seals lighting up one after another beneath my feet, my figure skillfully weaving between the blades of the puppets and the earth release attacks from Iwagakure, the blue cloak tracing clean arcs in the air. As I maneuvered, I called out, as examiners, it's not very honorable to gang up on a single candidate. How about we compete to see who is faster? As my words fell, I channeled all my chakra into my legs, pushing the Flying Thunder God speed to its utmost, my figure transforming into a series of continuous afterimages in the forest. Did you see that? Flying Thunder God technique. As I weaved through, I precisely searched for flaws in the gaps between the puppet threads, and moments later my form abruptly stopped behind the Sunigakure puppeteer, the spiral sphere gathering once more. It's over. The puppeteer gasped in surprise, hastily controlling the puppets to defend, but it was too late. The spiral sphere in my hand brushed past their cloak while I shouted, Flying Thunder God second stage. My form instantly shifted again, dodging the Iwagakure Jonin's earth release bullet attack, and I swiftly tapped their shoulders. 3 shadowy figures froze in succession, then reluctantly removed their masks, their eyes filled with awe as they looked at me. As expected of a ninja who can imitate the 4th Hokage. The Sunigakure Jonin said with a wry smile. I waved my hand and responded gently in Minato's tone, no need to call me sir, I'm just a passing ninja. Rest well, there's still work to be done in the upcoming exams. Just as I finished speaking, a surge of chakra far surpassing what had come before emanated from deep within the forest. An elite examiner was coming. My gaze sharpened, fists clenched, the Hokage cloak standing straight in the wind. It seems the real battle is about to begin. I murmured softly, a hint of excitement in my tone. I can't let down the 4th Hokage identity. From afar on the viewing platform, Obito, who had originally been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and his Sharingan flashed with a hint of interest. Oh. This girl's Flying Thunder God has quite a bit of that guy's shadow. Beside him, Boruto, Himawari and Sarada had already jumped up in excitement, waving their signs and shouting, Go sister. The cat teacher, who had been used as a pillow, rolled its eyes but couldn't help but glance towards the depths of the forest, curiosity flashing in its golden eyes. The wind in the forest suddenly halted, and the rich chakra surged like a tide over the treetops, bearing the unique pressure of the village, making the surrounding air heavy. I paused my steps, instinctively tensing my nerves, and looked up. On the branches of the old locust tree not far away, a familiar figure in a black trench coat stood quietly. Brother Naruto had already shed the black cloak of the examiner. His dazzling golden short hair stood out particularly in the dappled light of the forest. In his clear blue eyes there was an evident hint of helplessness, yet it couldn't hide the composure and sharpness of a top-tier powerhouse. Alone, without the presence of other examiners around him, he had clearly chosen to avoid his companions. As the 7th Hokage, he could not lead the way in breaking the rule of examiner must treat all equally. However, facing me, his beloved younger sister whom he had watched grow up, he truly couldn't bear to use his full strength. This inner conflict was clearly written in his eyes. Haim, I didn't expect to encounter you here first. Naruto lightly leaped, his toes barely touching the leaves, silently landing. His tone was complex as he said, Give it up. Your progress is indeed remarkable, but to escape from my hands is still not enough. I was like a mirror in my heart. In a direct confrontation I had no chance of winning. The Nine Tails chakra within Naruto was boundless, and the power of the Raisin Shuriken could devastate the world. If it came to a head-to-head fight, I would undoubtedly lose without suspense. I dispelled my transformation technique, and in a fleeting moment a bold idea suddenly emerged. I clenched my fist, took a step forward and called out to him, Brother Naruto, let's make a bet. Naruto raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. A bet? That's right. I stepped forward with determination in my eyes and a resolute tone, I'll only use one move. If this move can injure you, then I win and you let me continue deeper into the forest. If it doesn't hurt you, I will voluntarily admit defeat and leave without a word. How about it? This bet not only gave me a glimmer of hope but also perfectly resolved Naruto's dilemma. He was always worried about accidentally hurting me during the battle. This way, regardless of the outcome, it wouldn't be too awkward, nor would it violate his principles as Hokage. Sure enough, a flicker of loosening flashed in Naruto's eyes, clearly swayed by this proposal. After pondering for a moment, he solemnly nodded. "All right, I agree." As his voice fell, he deliberately restrained the pressure of his chakra, slightly parting his feet and assuming a defensive stance, yet he showed no intention of attacking, clearly planning to fully take my move. The audience on the platform held their breath in unison, as if the air had solidified. Boruto was anxious, stomping his feet and leaning over the edge of the platform, shouting, "Dad, how could you agree to such a bet? That's too unfair." Sarada adjusted her glasses, her gaze focused on the scene below as she analyzed seriously. "Sister Haim wouldn't attempt something without confidence. Since she dares to propose it, she must have a countermeasure." Obito remained leaned back in his chair, his crimson Sharingan slightly narrowed, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. "Oh. What trick does this girl plan to use? Is it her proficient flying thunder god technique, or that wood dragon technique?" Even the cat teacher, tightly held as a pillow by Himawari and Sarada, couldn't help but sit up, its golden eyes fixed on the two figures in the forest, its fluffy tail swaying unconsciously. All eyes were on me, speculating which trump card I would play. However, my next move plunged the entire arena into an eerie silence. I quickly formed a series of simple yet unexpected hand seals. A sly and mischievous smile crept onto my lips as my clear voice erupted in the forest ninjutsu. Seduction technique. As chakra surged, my form suddenly transformed. A light purple off-shoulder long dress outlined a slender and graceful figure, and my long black hair cascaded like a waterfall over my shoulders, the ends curling naturally, swaying gently in the breeze. My brows and eyes lost their usual heroism, adding a touch of Sasuke's unique coolness and gentleness, with the corners of my eyes slightly upturned, exuding a hint of charm. Indeed, it was the female version of Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto. I deliberately mimicked Sasuke's cool yet subtly soft tone, gazing lovingly at Naruto, my voice as soft as a feather brushing over the heart, carrying a penetrating power that struck directly. Boom. Naruto was frozen on the spot, his pupils suddenly dilating, his cheeks turning red at a visible speed as if they were about to bleed. The next moment, two streams of bright red blood shot out without warning, splattering onto the grass in front of him, blooming into a small patch of red. His eyes were unfocused, his whole being lost its center, murmuring to himself, his voice slurred yet audible, "SAS. Sasuke. It's actually Sasuke." Without waiting for me and the audience in the forest to react, Naruto fell flat backward with a thud onto the grass. In the last moment before hitting the ground, he managed to squeeze out a sentence with all his might, his tone filled with disbelief and defeat. "I didn't expect I would actually lose to this technique." The forest fell into dead silence, and the platform was equally quiet, everyone stunned into speechlessness by this sudden turn of events. After several seconds, Boruto's exclamation broke the silence. "Dad. How could you be so useless? To be defeated by such a technique. That's too much of a loss." Sarada sighed helplessly, pushing her glasses up, her tone revealing a clear understanding. "As expected, the 7th Hokage's fatal weakness is still Dad." The seats of the Konoha 12 were in an uproar due to Naruto's unexpected defeat, leaving his childhood friends both shocked and amused. Sakura was first stunned, then helplessly held her forehead, her tone filled with a mix of laughter and tears. "As expected. Naruto, no matter how much time passes, his Achilles heel is still Sasuke. Haim is too clever, she actually managed to pinpoint this." Shikamaru, chewing on a blade of grass, shook his head lightly, yet a smile couldn't be concealed. "What an unexpected tactic. It seems frivolous, but in reality it is the most precise heart attack tactic. This girl thinks fast." Sai set down his brush, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes, a very creative transformation, direction more targeted than mere beauty seduction. Ino rested her chin on her hands, nodding with a smile. "Heimkan really knows how to handle things. This trick might not work on others, but it's a lethal move against Naruto." Meanwhile, Kakashi sat not far away, gently tapping the armrest with his fingertips, the corner of his mouth slightly rising beneath his mask, his tone carrying a hint of understanding and satisfaction. "To accurately find the opponent's core weakness and dare to implement it boldly. Haim's on-the-spot adaptability is maturing. However, Naruto's reaction truly hasn't changed at all." His companion Choji murmured while chewing on chips. "Haha, Naruto is just too funny. Haim is so amazing." The other young ninjas chimed in, their tones filled with admiration for Haim and a playful ridicule of Naruto's classic weakness. The ninjas of Konoha were also buzzing with chatter, some unable to hold back laughter while others wore expressions of helplessness. As expected of Naruto, even after becoming Hokage, he still can't escape Sasuke-senpai's related attacks. "Miss Haim is so smart. To think of using this trick against Naruto-senpai, others wouldn't have thought of it. By the way, the female version of Sasuke that Haim imitated does have a certain charm." Obito leaned back in his chair, chuckling softly after hearing these discussions, his laughter full of amusement. "Interesting, truly an interesting technique. This girl understands better than I expected how to seize the opponent's weakness. She's a clever little one." Tsunade, sitting nearby, was first stunned, then burst into laughter, her golden hair shaking with her mirth. "Ha ha ha. That brat Naruto. Sure enough, he still fell for matters related to Sasuke. This girl has won my heart. Even the cat teacher tightly held by Himawari and Sarada as a pillow couldn't help but sit up shaking its fluffy tail and rolling its big eyes, yet it couldn't help but murmur, this technique is indeed sly. It strikes quite accurately. I suppressed my laughter as I dispelled the transformation technique. Looking at my unconscious brother Naruto on the ground, I finally couldn't help but let out a chuckle. I stepped forward, gently kicking his arm, my tone filled with pride. Brother Naruto, thank you. Naruto covered his nose slowly, sitting up. The redness on his face still hadn't faded, and he looked at me with a hint of helplessness yet also a touch of fondness. You little brat. Actually used this trick to get me. That's too sneaky. That said, he still waved his hand helplessly, his tone softening. Alright, a bet is a bet, you won. Hurry up and go, there are other Kage grade examiners from different villages behind, be careful. I saluted him with a proper ninja bow, my eyes sparkling with joy. Thank you, brother Naruto. I will be careful. With that, I turned and ran towards the depths of the forest, swiftly drawing a joyful arc in the wind behind me. I could still hear Naruto sighing while covering his nose. In my heart I secretly rejoiced, glad I thought of this trick. After all, when dealing with brother Naruto, nothing is more effective than the seduction technique of female Sasuke. The wind through the forest suddenly turned, biting, carrying the unique numbing sensation of lightning release chakra as it grazed the skin with a fine sharp sting. Just as I skirted a dense thicket, a towering figure loomed ahead, deep blue hair beneath sharp falcon-like eyes and pale purple lightning flickering around his form. It was Darui the Rakage. I halted, a trace of helplessness rising in my heart. No sooner had I dealt with Narutonii than I encountered another Kage-level opponent. It felt as though they were deliberately taking turns to drain my chakra. Fortunately, Narutonii had been easily subdued by my sexy technique, costing me little chakra. My current state should still be enough to endure a tough battle. Darui crossed his arms, looking down at me with a hint of contempt and condescension. Little girl, I know you've got some skill. Escaping from Naruto is no small feat. But I won't go easy on you like he did. Listen to my advice, go back to the Ninja Academy and stay there. His gaze swept over me with a touch of levity. You're pretty enough to do anything you want later. There's no need to go through the hardship of being a ninja. A surrender offer. I raised an eyebrow, a cold sneer bubbling up inside. I admit that truly powerful female ninjas in the shinobi world are few and far between. But how lucky I was, born beside Kakashi, Papa trained under a powerhouse like Madaranii and inheriting the rare bloodline limit of wood style. With such unparalleled advantages, it would be a true waste not to charge toward the pinnacle of ninjahood with all my might. Moreover, the moment I chose to become a ninja, I had already resolved to face danger and shoulder responsibility. How could a few frivolous words make me back down? Sorry, but I don't think you've already won. I lifted my chin, my gaze unwavering as I met his eyes, my tone brimming with undisguised battle spirit. In terms of strength, you're far behind Narutonii. I am indeed no match for Naruto, Darui admitted frankly, yet his voice remained arrogant. But it seems you haven't taken my advice to heart at all. In that case, forgive me. The lightning around him surged violently, crackling arcs weaving into a net in the air. If you get hurt, don't come crying. Ha! A cold laugh escaped my throat, the anger in my heart fully ignited. This condescending attitude made it seem as if my resolve was nothing but childish stubbornness to him. He probably never knew that I was no longer the mere teenage girl on the surface. Between my past life and this one, I had lived more than 30 years, weathering storms and setbacks far beyond his imagination. Since he wanted to underestimate me, I would use my strength to make him understand that my will of fire could not be easily shaken. Ninja art. Wood style, wood clone technique. I swiftly formed hand seals, chakra surging like a tide into the ground. 3 massive wooden bodies rose instantly, lifelike wooden clones standing before me. Without waiting for Darui to react, I and the 3 clones simultaneously formed seals and chanted in unison transformation technique. As chakra roiled, the 4 figures transformed. One in a red battle armor, gentle yet imposing, was Hashirama Senju the first Hokage. One in deep blue with piercing eyes was Tobirama Senju the second. One draped in the brown Hokage cloak, aged and dignified, was Hiruzen Sarutobi the third, and that familiar 4th Hokage cloak with a bright smile was Minato Namikaze the 4th. The Hashirama Senju I had transformed into stepped forward, dense wood-style chakra swirling around him, the green light pushing back the surrounding shadows. Darui's expression finally changed. His pupils contracted and his voice was filled with disbelief. Hashirama Senju. And the 2nd, 3rd, 4th. How is this possible? Let's go, Hokages. I barked, my voice carrying the unique steadiness and authority of the 1st Hokage. No sooner had the words left my mouth than the 4 figures moved in perfect sync. This was the combined attack I had long devised, one that required no reliance on the 1,000-armed cannon that even Hashirama himself had to fully unleash. The coordinated power of 4 Hokages was enough to crush my opponent. The first to strike was the Hashirama I embodied. As he formed hand seals, several thick wooden vines burst from the ground, writhing like agile pythons, tightly binding Darui's limbs and locking him in place. Darui's pupils shrank, lightning surged around him as he roared in an attempt to break free. Lightning release, lightning plum dance. A massive lightning blade materialized in his hand, trying to sever the vines, but Hashirama's wood style was far tougher than he expected. The blade only left shallow marks, unable to break free. As Darui struggled, Tobarama's form appeared behind him like a phantom, pale blue chakra coalescing into a sharp flying thunder god slash in his palm. Without hesitation he struck Darui's back, not fatal but with a powerful impact that instantly dispersed the lightning release chakra around him. Simultaneously Hiruzen Sarutobi, wielding his adamantine staff, leaped high and delivered a heavy sweeping blow to Darui's shoulder. The combined attack sent Darui, still bound, flying violently. Darui grunted, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his body uncontrollably soaring into the sky. Before he could adjust his posture, Minato's figure teleported above him using the flying thunder god technique. His white cloak fluttered in the wind. He reached out, precisely grabbed Darui's collar, like picking up a chick, and continued ascending, his tone light and teasing. No matter how fast you are, being bound leaves you helpless. The spectators in the distant stands were stunned by the seamless coordination, rising to their feet, eyes fixed on the figures high in the air. Now, as Hashirama shouted, commanding the wooden clone I had summoned earlier to leap upward. Its enormous wooden palm opened like a sky-covering net. Minato chose the right moment and released his grip. Darui's body began to fall freely and the wooden giant's palm came crashing down with earth-shattering force, slamming into him. Boom, a deafening impact. The giant palm struck Darui, sending him smashing into the ground, kicking up clouds of dust and rubble. As the dust settled, Darui lay face down, covered in wounds, unable to move, his eyes filled with despair and shock. He finally understood that the little girl he had underestimated possessed not only a powerful bloodline limit but also tactical acumen and coordination far beyond her years. As the dust gradually settled, I dispersed the wooden clone I had been controlling and the chakra around me receded. No sooner had I completed the combined attack technique than a wave of exhaustion swept over me, my limbs feeling heavy. To quickly end the battle, earlier I had been unrestrained in my chakra usage and that foreshadow combined attack had drained most of my reserves. Now even maintaining the transformation jutsu was becoming difficult. With a surge of chakra I released the transformation into the first Hokage Hashirama, reverting to my original appearance. I leaned against a nearby tree trunk, breathing heavily, and pressed my fingertips against my temples to ease the dizziness. Fortunately, during the remaining time of the exam I did not encounter any other cage-level examiners aside from Brother Mingren and Reikage Delui. When the supervising Jonin announced the end of the pursuit battle, this tense and thrilling test finally concluded safely. Dragging my exhausted body out of the forest of death, I saw my father waiting for me at the entrance. He still wore his familiar mask, standing tall at the edge of the crowd. His gaze pierced through the clamor of examinees and landed precisely on me, filled with obvious concern. "Ing," he said, stepping forward quickly and gently patting my back. His tone was warm. "You must be exhausted." "I'm okay, Dad." I rubbed against his arm and the tension in my nerves instantly relaxed, the fatigue seeming to lessen. Just then a plaintive voice cut in. "Ing. You're finally out." I turned to see Brother Mingren standing a short distance away, arms crossed, his face still flushed with red, his eyes filled with grievance like a wronged child. "That move of yours was too much. Using that technique on me in front of so many people, making me look foolish on the spot. Now the entire ninja world knows I fell for a female Sasuke." He grew more mournful, his tone full of accusation. "You've ruined my reputation as Hokage." I couldn't help but laugh. I stepped forward and patted his arm, a hint of slyness in my voice. "Come on, Brother Mingren, I had no choice. I can't beat you in a direct confrontation, so I had to resort to that. Besides, it shows how close you and Brother Sasuke are. Everyone will just envy you, they won't make fun of you." Exactly. Boruto popped out from behind Mingren and made a face at him. "Dad, the way you were defeated was funny, but Sister Ying's tactics were awesome." Zyangruki nodded too, tugging at her father's sleeve. "Dad, Sister Ying is really strong." Mingren was rendered speechless. Finally he sighed helplessly and ruffled my hair. Fine. I admit defeat to you, little girl. But don't you dare use that move on me again." Dad watched our banter from the side, a gentle smile in his eyes. He said softly, "Let's go back and rest first. Tomorrow's next exam requires you to be well rested." We were about to leave when a calm voice came from behind. "Young lady, hold on a moment." I turned to see Delui walking slowly toward us. The arrogance from before had vanished from his face, replaced by a serious look of recognition. He stopped in front of me, his gaze fixed on me, and spoke solemnly. "In the forest earlier, I admit I underestimated you. Your tactical acumen, chakra control, and the courage you showed in the face of a stronger opponent all befit a ninja." I paused for a moment, then straightened my back and gave a slight bow. "Thank you for your recognition, Raikage-sama. Deluyi gave a slight nod, a faint smile forming at the corner of his mouth. No need for, Sama. Do your best in tomorrow's exam. I look forward to seeing what you can do. With that he turned and left. The lightning chakra around him had subsided considerably, losing its oppressive feel and becoming more open and honest. Watching his retreating figure, Brother Mingren raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of pride. Not batting. Getting recognition from Deluyi means your performance was truly impressive. Dad also nodded, his voice full of approval. Well done. The rays of the setting sun spilled over us, stretching our shadows long. I clenched my fist, my heart brimming with drive. With Dad and Brother Mingren's support and the Raikage's acknowledgement, I would surely perform even better in tomorrow's exam. We had barely taken a few steps when we saw a golden figure approaching. It was Tsunade-senpai. She still wore her signature green coat, her golden hair shimmering with a warm glow in the sunset. The usual sternness from the observation deck was gone, replaced by a soft concern. Come here a moment. She beckoned to me, her tone much gentler than usual. I hesitated for a second, then quickly walked over. Dad and Brother Mingren also stopped and waited nearby. Tsunade-senpai looked me over, her eyes lingering on my trembling arms and pale cheeks, and frowned slightly. The battle earlier took a lot out of you, didn't it? Overdrawing chakra is no small matter. Remember to take a good hot bath when you get back and drink a nutrient supplement to regain your strength. Her words carried an unquestionable warmth. She then pulled a small bottle of pale green liquid from her ninja tool pouch and handed it to me. This is a special chakra recovery potion I made. Drink it before bed, it will help you recover your energy faster. Tomorrow's exam is important, but your health is the foundation. Don't push yourself too hard. I took the potion and my fingertips touched the cool glass, but a warmth surged in my heart. Tsunade-senpai might seem carefree, but she always notices these subtle details. The way she had held back when she saw me use would release earlier, and now this meticulous care for my well-being, this warm concern made me think of the maternal love I had never known. I clenched the potion bottle in my hand, looked up into Tsunade-senpai's tender eyes, hesitated for a few seconds, then summoned the courage to whisper, Tsunade-senpai, you are so kind to me. My voice trembled slightly, carrying both hope and anxiety. Can I call you mother? As the words left my mouth, I watched her reaction, nervously, barely daring to breathe. Dad and Brother Mingren, standing not far away, also froze, looking over at us. Tsunade-senpai was clearly caught off guard by my sudden request. Her pupils dilated slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing her face, soon replaced by a tangle of emotions, surprise, emotion, and an almost imperceptible tenderness. She was silent for a few seconds, then slowly raised her hand and gently stroked my hair, her fingertips warm. Silly child. Her voice was as soft as a breeze in the sunset, a hint of a sob in it. If you want to, of course you can. Upon hearing that, my eyes grew hot and I couldn't help but throw myself into Tsunade-senpai's arms, hugging her tightly around the waist. The faint scent of medicinal herbs clung to her, and her embrace was warm and solid, a taste of maternal love I had never experienced. Mother. I choked out, releasing all the suppressed grievance and longing in my heart. Tsunade-senpai's body stiffened slightly, then she gently patted my back, soothing me with tenderness. Not far away, Dad watched the scene, a pleased smile in his eyes. Brother Mingren also grinned and gave me a thumbs up. The afterglow of the setting sun enveloped our embracing figures, warm and dazzling. As night deepened, the streets of my village shed the clamor of the day, illuminated only by the scattered warm yellow glow of street lamps. I had just finished the chakra restoration potion given to me by Tsunade and was about to rest when a familiar wave of chakra resonated from outside the window. It's Banj. I gently pushed open the door and indeed saw Banj leaning against the old locust tree in the courtyard, his jet black hair cascading down like a waterfall in the night, the crimson Sharingan flickering with a faint light in the darkness, and his aura still carried a hint of aloof coldness, though it lacked the usual sharpness. Banj. I stepped forward, my tone laced with excitement. Gaining his acknowledgement for my performance in the Death Forest earlier was what I looked forward to the most at this moment. Banj raised his eyes to look at me, a barely perceptible smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, though his tone remained somewhat stern. Your performance during the day was quite good. You accurately grasped that Naruto Kid's weaknesses, and the foreshadow attack strategy showed some intelligence. But your control over chakra was abysmally poor. You maintained your transformation technique for too long, and some unnecessary movements wasted chakra. If you hadn't encountered any other shadow-level examiners at the end, you wouldn't have even made it to the end of the exam. I lowered my head, somewhat embarrassed, scratching it. I understand, Banj. I will pay attention to conserving chakra next time. Banj snorted lightly, his gaze settling on me, his tone softening a bit. Your wood-release technique is indeed becoming more proficient. As he spoke these words, there was a hint of complexity in his voice, even a trace of jealousy, probably feeling that I had been too focused on wood-release lately and had neglected the Uchiha techniques he taught me. I instantly caught the oddity in his tone, and a sly smile crept into my heart. I lifted my head looking at him with determination. Banj, for tomorrow's match I plan to use the Uchiha techniques you taught me and will no longer rely on wood release. Banja's figure visibly paused, his crimson Sharingan slightly narrowing as he stared at me for a few seconds, seemingly trying to confirm the authenticity of my words. After a moment he pulled out 2 items from his ninja tool pouch, an ancient-looking Uchiha fan, the clan emblem on the fan glimmering dully in the moonlight, and a set of black Uchiha clan attire with delicate red flame patterns embroidered on the collar and sleeves, the fabric soft yet resilient. This is... I exclaimed in surprise, widening my eyes. Something custom made out of a sudden whim for you. Banj handed the items to me, his tone carrying a hint of forced awkwardness as his gaze drifted into the distance, his voice low. After coming to this world I realized that the Uchiha clan has long disappeared from the annals of history. Since you are learning Uchiha techniques under me, you should have an appropriate outfit. I have always wanted to do something to let this world know that the Uchiha have not yet ended. The moonlight spilled on his face, outlining his sharply defined profile. At this moment he exuded less of the tyrannical aura of a demon of the ninja world, replaced instead by a sense of obsession and nostalgia for his clan. I extended my hands and solemnly accepted the fan and clan attire, my fingertips brushing against the cold edge of the fan, yet a warm surge flowed through my heart. I held tightly to the clan attire, looking up at Banj with determination in my eyes, and spoke each word with conviction. Banj, I promise you for tomorrow's match I will give it my all and will not tarnish the Uchiha name. Banj looked at my resolute demeanor, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes before he regained his usual proud demeanor, lightly replying, remember what you said and don't bring shame to the Uchiha. I will. Our conversation was interrupted by footsteps from nearby. We turned to see my father Kakashi standing on the porch holding 2 cups of warm tea. He looked at the fan and clan attire in our hands, a hint of emotion flickering in his eyes and a faint smile curved his lips. It seems tomorrow's exam will be quite the spectacle. Banj shot him a glance but did not speak, nor did he dismiss him. I accepted the tea my father offered, the warmth sliding down my throat and spreading throughout my body. In the courtyard under the night sky the 3 of us stood quietly, the moonlight gentle and the air filled with a faint aroma of tea and unspoken understanding. I looked down at the Uchiha clan attire in my hands, my heart brimming with motivation. Tomorrow not only would I win the match, but I would also let everyone see that the glory of the Uchiha has never faded. The next morning the exam arena for the Chunin selection was bustling with noise as candidates and spectators from various ninja villages had already gathered. As the barrier of the entrance passage slowly opened, a figure dressed in deep blue stepped out with steady strides, instantly capturing everyone's attention. It was me, now clad in the Uchiha clan attire. The deep blue attire fit my form perfectly, the red flame patterns on the collar and sleeves shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight, while the ancient Uchiha fan was slung diagonally across my back, the clan emblem prominent and dignified. I transformed my long hair to a deep black, tied it into a high ponytail exposing my smooth forehead, and though my eyes lacked the Sharingan, the chakra surrounding me exuded the unique pressure of the Uchiha as I stepped confidently toward the center of the arena. Is that the Uchiha clan attire? And the Uchiha fan? What's going on here? The discussions in the stands erupted, everyone's gaze fixated on me, filled with surprise, curiosity and a hint of reverence. Tsunade sat at the judging panel looking utterly confused. Naruto smiled and nodded, his eyes full of anticipation, while Banj leaned against the corner of the stands, a barely noticeable smile on his lips, a hint of approval flashing in his crimson Sharingan. I stood in the center of the arena, halted my steps, slowly lifted my head and swept my gaze across the crowd, my voice resonating through the chakra amplifier, clear and resolute. Today I stand here in the name of the Uchiha, ready for battle. As my words fell, my chakra suddenly surged, the black chakra swirling around me, contrasting vividly with the flame patterns of my attire, exuding an imposing aura. The entire arena fell silent in an instant as everyone understood that this match was destined to be extraordinary. In the center of the arena, Shikamaru, dressed in a referee uniform and holding a scroll, walked to the front with a serious expression. He cleared his throat and his voice resonated throughout the venue via the chakra amplifier, suppressing the surrounding noise. Dear candidates and esteemed spectators, I will now announce the rules for the final stage of this Jonin exam. The venue fell silent instantly, all eyes focused on Shikamaru. This competition will follow a unknown elimination system with opponents determined by random drawing. Shikamaru unfurled the scroll, reading aloud word for word. The top 4 candidates will be directly promoted to Jonin, and the first place of this competition will earn a precious opportunity to challenge any village leader level expert. As his words fell, an uproar erupted in the stands. The candidates' eyes were ignited with fierce battle intent. This was not only about the Jonin title but also a rare chance to challenge a leader-level expert. Having finished reading, Shikamaru rolled up the scroll and signaled the staff to set up the drawing device. The rules have been announced and we will now begin the first round of drawing. The candidates stepped forward one by one to draw lots while I stood still, my black Uchiha clan attire fluttering gently in the breeze, the fan on my back remaining perfectly still. As the surrounding candidates passed by me, they instinctively quickened their pace, their eyes filled with obvious apprehension, each distancing themselves from me. After all, the scene of my battle against Naruto and Darui, 2 leader-level experts in the Death Forest yesterday, had been broadcasted to everyone, and no one wanted to run into me, this tough opponent, in the first round. I was indifferent to this, maintaining the unique proud demeanor of the Uchiha clan, thin lips pressed tightly together, silent, my dark eyes half squinting, surveying the crowd with an air of aloofness that radiated a sense of keep your distance. This was a deliberate imitation echoing the legacy of Brother Madara while minimizing unnecessary entanglements. At the judges' table, Tsunade looked at my drastically different appearance, her brows slightly furrowing. She turned to Kakashi beside her with a hint of confusion in her tone. Kakashi, this girl was fine yesterday, why has she suddenly changed like this today? Did something happen between you yesterday? Kakashi, hearing this, curled the corner of his mouth into a knowing smile, not directly answering but subtly nodding his chin towards the center of the arena. Let's just watch the match for now, Tsunade Sensei. Hana has her own thoughts. Tsunade rolled her eyes helplessly, her gaze returning to me, her eyes inadvertently taking on a hint of indulgence. No matter how much time passes, the Senju and Uchiha will always intertwine in various ways. Her voice was soft, laced with nostalgia, just enough for those beside her to overhear, revealing knowing expressions. The drawing process was quick, and before long the electronic screen displayed the matchups for the first round. When my name appeared alongside my opponent, I raised an eyebrow and softly uttered the name Xin. I looked up at the avatar on the screen, a young boy clad in a black Suna uniform surrounded by a faint aura of magnetic chakra, his face expressionless, his gaze sharp as a blade. This name and appearance were too familiar, I instantly realized. Wasn't this the opponent from Boruto's final battle? In the scattered clips of Naruto I had watched in my past life, there happened to be a segment about him. His entirely black attire and unique magnetic abilities left a deep impression on me. Quickly, information about Xin flashed through my mind, the adopted son of the 5th Kazekage Gaara, possessing the bloodline limit of magnet release and proficient in puppet manipulation. He could perfectly combine magnet release with puppet techniques, making him a formidable opponent. I clenched my fist, secretly contemplating. Since I had promised Brother Madara to face this battle using Uchiha techniques I could not rely on would release, I must approach this fight with caution. At that moment a cold gaze locked onto me. I looked over in the direction of the voice and saw Xin standing quietly in a corner, his eyes fixed directly on me with no hint of avoidance. There was no hint of fear in his gaze, instead it was filled with intense anticipation, as if battling me was something he had long awaited. Looks like I'm not late. A hoarse and cold voice suddenly rang out near the judges' table, instantly capturing Naruto and the other leaders' attention. Everyone turned their heads to see Orochimaru dressed in his iconic white robe appearing strangely at the edge of the stands, his golden vertical pupils sweeping over the arena, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Naruto immediately stood up, his eyes wary as he looked at him. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? After all, Orochimaru's past was too complicated and no one could be certain of his intentions. Don't worry, I mean no harm. Orochimaru gently shook his head, his tone laced with a hint of laziness. I just wanted to see if the fruits I planted back then have borne satisfactory flowers now. His words were cryptic, almost like a riddle. After finishing he said no more and found a corner to sit down, his gaze accurately landing on me. Naruto and the other leaders exchanged glances. Although still wary, they did not rush to drive him away. After all, in a public setting Orochimaru should not act recklessly. The first round of matches quickly commenced with the initial groups of candidates taking to the stage. However, their battles were utterly lackluster, with simplistic techniques and sluggish pacing, lacking both intricate tactical cooperation and powerful jutsu clashes, leaving the audience drowsy. I stood in the waiting area losing interest after a few glances. There was nothing worth learning from such battles. So I simply closed my eyes, began to rest while mentally reviewing the Uchiha techniques Brother Madara had taught me, strategizing against the magnet release and puppet techniques. Though my eyes were closed, I relied on the sharp chakra sensing developed through years of training to clearly capture the chakra fluctuations around me, ensuring I wouldn't miss my match. I didn't know how long it had been when Shikamaru's voice rang in my ears. Hana, it's your turn to go on stage. I slowly opened my eyes, a sharp glint flashing across my dark gaze, and the aura of cold pride around me surged. I straightened my back and took steady steps, making my way to the center of the arena. Opposite me Xin approached simultaneously, and our gazes met in midair as if an invisible smoke had already begun to permeate the atmosphere. A battle between Uchiha techniques and Suna's magnet release was about to unfold. The match begins. As Shikamaru's voice fell, the air currents at both ends of the arena seemed to tense suddenly. Without hesitation Xin launched the first attack, his hand seals moving with the speed of an afterimage, the magnetic chakra surging in his palms, carrying a chilling metallic quality as he shouted, "Magnet release, sand iron rain." As his words fell, a massive amount of pitch-black sand iron erupted from his sleeves, instantly condensing in the air into a dense rain of needles, each sand iron needle accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing air precisely locked onto me as they descended like a torrential storm. My dark eyes sharpened like a blade, relying on the keen chakra sensing honed from years of training. I instantly tracked the trajectory of the sand iron needles, my feet remaining steady as my hands quickly formed seals, chakra rapidly gathering in my chest as I murmured, "Fire release, great fire annihilation." Scorching flames erupted from my mouth, forming a wall of intense fire several meters wide, meeting the sand iron rain. Uchiha's fire release is known for its high temperature and rapid speed. As soon as this technique was unleashed, it abruptly raised the arena's temperature, and at the moment of collision with the sand iron rain, the piercing sound of evaporating steam reverberated throughout the venue. Under the intense heat of the fire wall, the sand iron rain instantly turned a bright red, its kinetic energy rapidly diminishing, ultimately falling like molten iron, creating numerous small craters on the arena floor and raising clouds of black dust. Seeing this, Xian's eyes expression remained unchanged. He slightly flicked his fingers and the puppet hidden behind him suddenly moved. This was a puppet made entirely of pitch-black alloy with fine sand iron wires wrapped around its joints. Its hands transformed into gleaming alloy blades, and embedded with several menacing sand iron cannon mouths, it pounced forward like a leopard. At the same time, the sand iron on the ground that had not yet cooled began to writhe again, swiftly forming several slender chains that silently coiled towards my limbs, clearly aiming to first bind my movements and then allow the puppet to deliver a lethal blow. A trivial trick. I snorted coldly, suddenly retreating while simultaneously drawing the Uchiha fan from behind it. As the fan opened, chakra surged rapidly towards the handle. This fan was a gift from Brother Madara. It not only amplified wind release techniques but also precisely guided chakra flow, serving as a symbolic weapon of the Uchiha clan. Wind release pressure damage. As I swung the fan, I shouted softly, and a powerful gale erupted from the fan's surface, forming an invisible wall of wind. The fierce wind not only distorted and scattered the encroaching sand iron chains, causing them to fall to the ground, but it also forcibly pushed back the advancing puppet, making it stagger back several steps before stabilizing, its joints trembling slightly from the impact of the wind. This was a technique taught by Brother Madara, utilizing the Uchiha fan to connect with ninjutsu, allowing ordinary wind release to unleash power far beyond its own level. Xian's eyes narrowed. He did not panic at having his attack thwarted, but instead commanded the puppet to stomp its foot. The sand iron cannon on the puppet's chest suddenly glowed ominously. Magnet release sand iron cannon. Several black sand iron projectiles shot towards me with a dull roar while he quickly formed seals. Magnet release sand iron realm technique. Suddenly the arena floor shook violently and a large amount of sand iron erupted from the ground, rapidly shaping into a circular wall of sand iron, trapping both me and him within, cutting off my retreat, clearly intending to engage in a war of attrition. Seeing this, I remained unperturbed, suddenly exerting force with my feet, leaping into the air to easily dodge the sand iron projectiles while my fan swung once more, chakra being compressed at the edge of the fan surface. Wind release wind blade. Thin as a cicada's wing, several razor-sharp wind blades shot from the fan's surface, moving with lightning speed, directly slicing towards the sand iron wires controlling the puppet. Sizzle. Several crisp sounds rang out as multiple sand iron wires were expertly severed, causing the puppet to lose some control, its movements becoming sluggish, and the previously fierce assault came to a sudden halt. Seizing this opportunity, I did not allow Xian any time to readjust. My hands quickly formed seals, chakra gathering at my fingertips into powerful flames. Fire release phoenix fire tech. Dozens of small fireballs shot towards Xian like meteors, both restraining his subsequent hand seals and forcing him to divert attention to control the sand iron defense. Xian's eyes brow furrowed slightly as he manipulated the remaining sand iron to coalesce into a thick shield in front of him, blocking the phoenix fire while rapidly adjusting the control rhythm of the puppet, attempting to regain control of the battlefield. It's my turn to attack now. My gaze turned cold as I landed abruptly, my feet stepping into the Uchiha's swift footwork taught by Brother Madara, each step precisely landing in the gaps of the flowing sand iron, my figure closing in on Xian like a specter. Seeing this, Xian immediately commanded the sand iron on the ground to surge towards my feet, trying to restrict my movement. Having anticipated this, I horizontally swept my fan, the gusts blowing away the sand iron beneath my feet while I formed seals once more. Fire release great fireball technique. A giant fireball surged towards Xian, carrying a wave of scorching heat, forcing him to again manipulate the sand iron shield for defense. At the moment the sand iron shield collided with the fireball, generating a cloud of smoke, I swiftly shifted my body sideways, evading the puppet's final ambush while my hands formed the advanced seals of Uchiha. Fire release chakra gathering flames in my right palm. Fire release dragon flame song technique. This was a high-level Uchiha ninjutsu taught by Brother Madara, with a temperature far exceeding that of ordinary fire release, capable of freely changing form with chakra control. I leaped into the air, right hand ablaze with fire release, striking directly at the core of the puppet. This was the key to puppet control. Once destroyed, the puppet would become completely inoperative. Not good. Xian's eyes expression changed slightly. He hurriedly commanded the puppet to retreat while simultaneously directing a large amount of sand iron towards my right hand, trying to extinguish the fire release flames. But the flames I had exerted great effort to unleash would not be easily extinguished if the fire instantly incinerated the approaching sand iron, continuing its path towards the puppet's core. Bang! A loud crash echoed as the puppet's core was struck by the flame dragon, instantly rendered inoperative, the puppet losing all power, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Without the puppet, Xian did not concede. His hands quickly formed seals and the magnetic chakra around him surged the sand iron on the arena floor, boiling again. Magnet release sand iron spear. Several thick sand iron spears shot up from the ground with a whistling sound, piercing towards me. My dark eyes remained calm as I raised the Uchiha fan once more, pointing the fan towards the incoming sand iron spears. Uchiha secret technique fan rebound. This was the core ability of the Uchiha fan, capable of absorbing the opponent's jutsu chakra and rebounding it back with doubled power. As soon as the sand iron spear touched the fan surface, it was instantly absorbed, then rebounded back with greater force towards Xin. Xin's eyes pupils constricted, clearly not expecting me to rebound his magnet release technique. In a panic, he could only condense the remaining sand iron into a defensive barrier. Boom! The sand iron barrier was shattered by the rebounding sand iron spear, and Xin she was forced back by the shockwave, a trickle of blood spilling from his lips, evidently sustaining light injuries. He steadied himself, looking at the Uchiha fan in my hand and the still burning fire release, a hint of wariness finally appearing in his eyes, but he still showed no intention of conceding, quickly starting to form seals again as his chakra surged ever more violently. At the moment of tense standoff, a harsh tearing sound, like a rip, suddenly resounded through the heavens and earth. Everyone instinctively looked up to see the sky above the arena being torn open like a piece of cloth by a sharp blade, revealing a massive pitch-black rift. Wild spatial turbulence roiled and surged within the rift, and a suffocating pressure descended like a dark cloud, instantly enveloping the entire arena and causing the very air to feel frozen. The next second, a figure in red armor plummeted from the rift, crashing heavily into the open space at the center of the arena with a thunderous boom, stirring up a billowing cloud of dust. As the dust settled, everyone was startled to see the figure. It was none other than Qianshou Zhujian. His red armor was covered in scars with gruesome wounds on his shoulders and abdomen. Blood had soaked through the fabric, staining large areas. His face was as pale as paper, and he was gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently as he supported himself on the ground, clearly having just endured a brutal and deadly battle. Zhujian. From a corner of the stands, Ban suddenly rose to his feet, his previously languid demeanor vanishing instantly. His crimson Xiaolunian locked onto the direction of the rift, and his chakula erupted like a volcanic explosion, surging wildly. The skeletal framework of his Shuzhua Nenghu materialized behind him, his fists clenched tightly and his eyes blazed with overwhelming fury. Before anyone could react, another figure stepped slowly out of the rift. His golden eyes were cold as ice, and a faint purple chakula swirled around him. It was none other than Daitongmu Taoshi. Behind him followed a tall figure wielding a golden longsword whose aura was equally icy and piercing. It was Daitongmu Jinshi. Qianshou Zhujian. I didn't expect you to last this long. Taoshi's voice carried a hint of mockery as he swept his gaze over the crowd below, finally settling on Mingren. The Ninetales Renzali and this pure Uchiha aura. How interesting. Taoshi. Mingren instantly activated his Ninetales mode, golden chakra surging and coalescing around him. In a flash he placed himself in front of Zhujian, his eyes sharp and alert like a hawk. How did you appear here? How dare you harm my sworn friend? You're asking for death. Ban's roar was deafening. The Shuzhua Nenghu behind him had fully materialized into a complete form over 10 stories tall, wielding a massive samurai sword. With an aura of world-shattering might, it charged at Taoshi with heavy steps, the colossal blade descending with a piercing sound as it sliced through the air. Seeing this, my heart tightened. I instantly abandoned my attack on Xinshi and turned to shout at Luan, who was not far away. Uncle Luan. Evacuate the crowd immediately. The Daitongmu's target is Chakura, it's too dangerous here. As the words left my mouth, I quickly formed hand seals, no longer suppressing my Chakura, which surged wildly into the ground. Wood release, wood golem technique. A colossal wooden body rose from the earth, towering dozens of meters high, its muscles bulging with a vibrant life force. I leaped onto the golem's shoulder and directed it to charge toward the heart of the battlefield. Mingren also instantly activated the Jamala link, and his golden chakra formed a massive Ninetales phantom which fought alongside Ban's Shuzhua Nenghu. He shouted to me, "Ing. Keep Jinshi occupied. Ban and I will deal with Taoshi." Understood. I had barely replied when Jinshi turned into a golden blur and lunged at my wooden golem, his golden longsword poised to strike. Clang! The golden blade met the golem's fist in a deafening clash. The golem was forced back several steps, and even from its shoulder I felt the intense vibrations. My eyes narrowed. I directed the golem to cross its arms in defense while simultaneously summoning several thick wooden vines from the ground which slithered like agile giant pythons coiling around Jinshi's limbs. With a cold snort, Jinshi spun his body, and the golden longsword traced a brilliant arc, slicing through the encroaching vines with a series of sharp rips. Then he leaped again, his blade aimed directly at the golem's head, where I was positioned. I had anticipated this. I made the golem duck its head while forming hand seals, launching several sharp wooden spikes from its shoulder. Would release, would stab technique. The spikes shot toward Jinshi with a whistling sound, forcing him to sidestep and momentarily halt his advance. On the other side, Ban's complete Shuzhua Nenghu swung its massive samurai sword, each strike carrying the force to shatter the world. The blades wind carved deep gouges into the arena floor. Mingren controlling the Ninetales continuously fired tailed beast balls while also being careful not to harm the civilians. The golden Chakra cannon collided with Tauscher's pale purple energy bullets and the resulting shockwaves made the protective barrier around the arena hum with a deep resonance, leaving the ground pockmarked and cratered. Zhujian, despite his injuries, forced himself to form hand seals would release birth of the forest. Countless massive trees burst forth from the ground, their branches and vines twisting toward Tauscher, attempting to bind his movements and create an opening for Ban and Mingren. Tauscher's expression darkened. He formed hand seals and his pale purple Chakra condensed into a giant palm that slapped the oncoming trees to pieces while simultaneously dodging the Shuzhua Nenghu's sword slash and the Ninetales' tailed beast ball. But Ban and Mingren worked in good coordination, and with Zhujian's interference Tauscher gradually fell into a disadvantage. His pale purple Chakra began to waver. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw that Jinshi was completely tied up by Ying's wooden golem, unable to provide support. His face grew even more grim. It seems today is not a good day to linger. With a cold snort, Tauscher had obviously decided to retreat. He suddenly burst his Chakra, releasing a pale purple energy wave that sent Ban, Mingren and Zhujian staggering back several steps. Then he turned and flew toward the rift in the sky. Jinshi, let's go. You think you can leave? Not so fast. Mingren roared, directing the Ninetales to leap into the air in pursuit. Ban too sent his Shuzhua Nenghu charging after him, the massive sword slashing again. Seeing this, I immediately ordered my wooden golem to launch a fierce assault on Jinshi, striking with both fists and forcing him to focus entirely on defense, unable to follow Tauscher in time. Tauscher fired back while fleeing, sending pale purple energy bullets at the pursuing Ban and Mingren. Ban's Shuzhua Nenghu took several hits hidden, but the samurai sword still struck Tauscher's back. Tauscher grunted and spat out a mouthful of blood, yet his speed did not falter as he continued toward the rift. The tailed beast ball launched by Mingren also hit Tauscher's leg, making him stumble, but he eventually dove into the rift. Damn it! Mingren clenched his fists in fury as the rift closed. Back in the arena, Jinshi, seeing that Tauscher had escaped and being firmly suppressed by my wooden golem, showed a hint of panic. He tried to break free, but the golem only tightened its grip. With Ban and Mingren returning to the arena, Jinshi was completely cornered. In the end, Ban's Shuzhua Nenghu slammed him to the ground with a single punch and he lost all ability to resist. After being struck by the giant fist of Susanoo, Jinshi's body crashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and the golden long blade in his hand flew out, embedding itself into the ground not far away. He struggled a few times but was firmly bound by the chakra released by Obito, unable to move any longer, his eyes filled with unwillingness and coldness. The crowd around the arena had not completely dispersed, and faint sounds of exclamations and discussions could still be heard from a distance. At that moment, a purple streak of light pierced the sky, instantly landing at the edge of the arena, the cloak fluttering. It was Sasuke who had arrived. He had just finished his patrol outside, still carrying the dust of travel, and his Sharingan quickly scanned the scene. When his gaze fell upon Obito and Hashirama, his pupils suddenly constricted, clearly startled for a moment. But he soon noticed Jinshi, who was trapped, and the chaotic space remnants remaining in the sky, instantly piecing together the cause and effect. His brows furrowed slightly as he said in a deep voice, "Is this the work of Otsutsuki?" Seeing this, Naruto quickly walked to his side and nodded to explain. Yes. Jinshi and Tauscher suddenly appeared from a space rift and Hashirama-senpai was injured. Sasuke's gaze swept over the wounds on Hashirama's body. Seeing that his breath, though weak, was not life-threatening, he finally let out a small sigh of relief, then walked to Jinshi's side, releasing a faint pressure from his Sharingan to prevent this Otsutsuki from playing tricks. Tsunade had already rushed to Hashirama's side, crouching down to check his injuries. Her brows tightly knitted. The wound is deep and he has lost quite a bit of blood, but fortunately it hasn't harmed any vital areas. As she spoke, she took out a healing potion, her hands quickly gathering a rich green healing chakra, accurately covering Hashirama's wound. Hashirama looked at the unfamiliar blonde woman before him, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes, but he did not struggle, merely asking softly, "Little girl, who are you?" Tsunade did not stop her movements but looked up at him, her lips curling into a smile that was both exasperated and affectionate. "I'm not just any little girl, grandfather, I am your granddaughter, Tsunade." "My granddaughter?" Hashirama was taken aback, carefully scrutinizing Tsunade's features. Observing the contours that resembled his own, especially the signature chakra, his initial confusion gradually dissipated and he believed it to a large extent. "No wonder you look somewhat familiar. You are indeed my descendant. Your medical skills are quite impressive." Tsunade smiled and accelerated the output of her healing chakra. "Don't worry, with me here you will recover soon." Tsunade's medical ninjutsu was already at its peak, and coupled with Hashirama's Senju clan's inherent strong recovery ability, the wound healed at a visibly rapid pace. Gnarled gashes quickly scabbed over and his pale complexion gradually returned to a healthy hue. In no time he was able to move freely, standing up and stretching his limbs, a bright smile reappearing on his face. "Thank you, Tsunade." Hashirama expressed his gratitude to Tsunade and his gaze then fell upon me, filled with curiosity. Seeing this, Tsunade pulled me closer and introduced me to Hashirama. "Grandfather, this is my child." Your child. Hashirama's eyes widened in surprise, his gaze shifting back and forth between me and Tsunade. Remembering my earlier use of wood release, he suddenly realized, his tone filled with excitement. I see. No wonder this child can use wood release, she truly has a connection to our Senju clan. Just as I was about to explain, a hoarse voice suddenly came from the side. He Lord Hashirama, you guessed correctly. Everyone turned their gaze towards the voice, and it was Orochimaru who was sitting in the corner. He slowly walked over, his golden slit pupils glinting with a hint of amusement. This child's bloodline indeed comes from the Senju. She is Tsunade's biological daughter and has also inherited the excellent genes of the Hatake clan, making for a perfect bloodline fusion. Orochimaru's words directly confirmed the truth, and the surprise on Hashirama's face deepened. He took a few steps closer to me, examining me closely, his eyes filled with appreciation and pride. Good. I didn't expect that Senju Hashirama would have such an impressive great-granddaughter. Looking at Hashirama's genuine smile, warmth filled my heart, and I gently called out, great-grandfather. Upon hearing this, Hashirama laughed even more heartily, nodding vigorously. After confirming our familial relationship, he turned to Obito, his tone carrying a hint of defiance. Obito, see, my Senju descendants are so outstanding. If it weren't for me exhausting my energy battling Tao Shi earlier, I could have easily taken him down myself without needing your help. Obito snorted coldly, retracting his Susanoo, yet his gaze was much gentler than before, disdainfully curling his lips. If it weren't for my timely assistance, you would have already become his chakra container, and you'd still have time to argue with me and recognize kin. As the two began exchanging barbs, their old rivalry quickly resurfaced, causing those around them to chuckle involuntarily, and the tense atmosphere of the arena dissipated considerably. Amid their banter, Hashirama's gaze inadvertently swept past to the distant Hidden Leaf village, its tall buildings arranged harmoniously, the streets bustling with activity, and the sounds of children laughing and playing carried on the wind, filling his eyes with curiosity. He hurriedly walked to my side, his tone filled with genuine anticipation. Is this the current Hidden Leaf? It's even more prosperous than I imagined in my time. Could you please take me and Obito to explore the village? We will use transformation jutsu to conceal our appearances and won't cause a commotion. Of course. I immediately nodded in agreement. Although Obito didn't speak, he also acquiesced to the suggestion. Subsequently, I helped them choose suitable transformation forms. Hashirama transformed into a graceful middle-aged gentleman, shedding the authority of the first Hokage for a more approachable demeanor, while Obito turned into a cold-looking young man, his aura significantly subdued, resembling an ordinary Hidden Leaf ninja. I strolled down the streets of the Hidden Leaf with the transformed duo, introducing them one by one. This is the Hidden Leaf Ninja Academy, where the village's children learn ninjutsu and theoretical knowledge. Up ahead is the shopping street full of delicious food and interesting ninja tools. Further along is Hokage Rock with statues of the Hokage from past generations, including you and Tobirama-senpai. Hashirama listened with great interest, occasionally stopping to observe the children playing at the roadside and the busy villagers, his eyes filled with contentment and yearning, a smile never leaving his lip. Arriving at Hokage Rock, Hashirama gazed up at his own statue, then looked around at the thriving scene, softly remarking, so this is how much Hidden Leaf has thrived over so many generations. It's truly wonderful. His tone was filled with appreciation for this prosperity. Obito stood beside him, remaining silent for a moment before reaching out to pat his shoulder, his tone surprisingly gentle. Don't be sentimental. As long as we brothers work together, the rebuilt Hidden Leaf will definitely be even more prosperous than now. Looking at the hope in their eyes for the future, I couldn't help but nod vigorously. Yes. With you, Obito, and Hashirama-senpai here, it will definitely be possible. But just as I finished speaking, the harrowing scenes I had witnessed in my past life surged uncontrollably into my mind. During the third Hokage's time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's indecisiveness and Shimura Danzo's treachery had nearly destroyed the foundation that Hashirama and Tobirama had built for the Hidden Leaf. The gradual disappearance of the Senju clan, the Uchiha massacre, and my grandfather the White Fang of the Leaf's wrongful death, each of these events had plunged the Hidden Leaf into prolonged turmoil, almost leading to its destruction on several occasions. At this point my mood instantly grew heavy. After hesitating for a moment, I mustered my courage to pull on Hashirama's sleeve, seriously stating, great-grandfather, there is something I must remind you of. Hashirama turned to look at me, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Oh. What is it? I took a deep breath and said each word clearly. Please pay more attention to Tobirama-senpai's disciples in the future, especially Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. They will become core figures in Hidden Leaf in the future, but if not guided properly they may go astray and bring catastrophic disasters to Hidden Leaf. The decline of the Senju clan, the tragedy of the Uchiha, and my grandfather's death are all closely related to them. Hashirama's smile instantly froze and his expression turned extremely serious, clearly not expecting me to say such things. Obito also turned to look at me abruptly, his crimson Sharingan slightly narrowing, scrutinizing me as if to confirm the truth of my words. The morning sunlight filtered through the window, casting mottled shadows on the tatami. I leaned over the table, my fingertips gliding over the scroll marked with dates. Suddenly it struck me. I slapped the table, realizing today is New Year's Day. In my previous world this was a day when every household was decorated with lights and families gathered for a reunion dinner. Yet looking around Konoha, the streets were still filled with the hurried figures of ninjas and the shops were open as usual, clearly lacking the customs of celebrating New Year's. A breeze wafted in through the open window carrying a hint of winter's chill, but an idea popped into my mind: even without customs we should celebrate a bit noisily. With this thought in mind I first sought out my father Kakashi, who was sunning books in the yard. "Dad, let's have a barbecue party today." I moved closer to him and nudged his sleeve. Kakashi, upon hearing this, slowly took off his eye mask, revealing his smiling black eyes with a half-read novel still pinched between his fingers. "Oh. A barbecue. Great idea. Now that I am retired I have plenty of time and skewers are quite to my taste." With his support I excitedly ran to the Hokage's office to find my brother Naruto, who was worrying over a pile of documents. Upon hearing my suggestion his eyes lit up and scratching his head he smiled. "It's been a while since I took Hinata, Boruto and Himawari out to have fun. This is a perfect opportunity to relax." Finally, when I found my brother Sasuke, he had just finished training Sarada with a sword. After listening to my suggestion he paused for a few seconds, looked at Sarada and Sakura's eager expressions and nodded slightly. "All right, I'll accompany them for a walk." The gathering place was set in Kakashi's yard, where a few tall cherry blossom trees stood. Although they were not yet in bloom, the branches spread wide enough to provide ample space. In the afternoon everyone started to arrive. Naruto carried a large box of ingredients, Hinata held Boruto's hand while also carrying a basket of washed fruits, Sasuke followed behind, and Sarada, with a small ninja tool pouch on her back, hopped ahead. It had already set up small tables and chairs, placing the charcoal grill in the center of the yard. Naruto and Kakashi took it upon themselves to handle the skewering. Kakashi pulled out a special barbecue sauce from his ninja tool pouch while Naruto skillfully threaded pork belly, chicken wings and vegetables onto skewers. The blue smoke rising from the charcoal carried a faint aroma of meat slowly wafting through the yard. As they turned the skewers they chatted casually, sharing amusing stories about Boruto's mischief and reminiscing about past missions. Hinata sat on a nearby bench gently watching Boruto and Sarada chase and play, occasionally handing over a piece of fruit, her face filled with smiles. Sasuke was called over to accompany Sakura, making up for the time they had spent apart. Meanwhile I busied myself at the small table preparing to make the must-eat tengyuan for New Year's. I had soaked the glutinous rice flour for 3 hours, piling it into a porcelain bowl. I gradually added warm water, mixing with my hands until the flour turned fluffy, and then repeatedly kneaded it into a smooth dough. After covering the dough with a damp cloth to rest for 10 minutes I pinched off pieces the size of my thumb, rolled them into balls in my palms and gently pressed a small dent in the center with my thumb, filling it with sweet red bean paste. This was specially prepared according to the taste of my hometown. After filling the dough I slowly pinched the edges of the dent closed, then gently rolled them into spheres in my palms, ensuring the filling wouldn't leak out. Before long, plump round tengyuan were neatly arranged on the plate, their surfaces smooth enough to reflect faint shadows, and the air was filled with the unique fragrance of glutinous rice. "Sistering, the dumplings you made are so cute." Sarada ran over, squatting beside the small table, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the tengyuan on the plate. Hinata also approached, gently observing my handiwork, softly praising Ying's technique is quite skilled. "The dumplings are round and neat, they look really delicious." Although I wanted to correct her, there's no term for tengyuan in Konoha, so I guess it's best to go along with local customs. What matters most is that everyone is together. As dusk fell the sunset painted the sky a bright orange and the lanterns in the yard were lit, casting a warm yellow glow over the entire courtyard. I took out the fireworks I had bought earlier from the commercial street from my ninja tool pouch, both large and small, placing them on the empty ground at the edge of the yard. The charcoal fire that Kakashi had kindled felt even warmer, the aroma of the skewers grew richer, and the chicken wings were grilled to a golden brown sizzling as they cooked. After sprinkling some cumin powder the fragrance instantly wafted far away. I placed the pot next to the charcoal fire, poured in hot water, and once it boiled I carefully put the tengyuan into the pot, gently pushing them with a spoon to prevent them from sticking to the bottom. Before long the tengyuan began to float up, becoming even plumper. I hurriedly scooped them out into bowls, thoughtfully adding a spoonful of honey to each bowl. "Fireworks are here." I wiped my hands and picked up a match to light the fuse of the fireworks. With a crisp whoosh the first firework shot up into the night sky, exploding into a brilliant red flower against the dark backdrop. Shortly after more fireworks rose in succession, pink, yellow and purple, each one blooming in the night sky, illuminating the smiling faces of everyone. Everyone sat around the charcoal fire holding steaming skewers in their hands while sweet tengyuan filled their mouths. Boruto took a bite of the tengyuan, his eyes instantly brightened as he mumbled, "Wow. This dumpling is so delicious. Soft and chewy, the filling is sweet but not greasy." Naruto also tasted one, nodding in praise. "Indeed, it's quite good, the texture is very delicate, far better than any snack I've ever had." Sasuke chewed slowly on the tengyuan, saying little, but the softness in his gaze as he looked at me conveyed his approval with a gentle hum. Leaning against the cherry blossom tree, Kakashi munched on tengyuan while also nibbling on grilled mushrooms, smiling as he said, "Ying's skills are truly impressive. If these tengyuan paired with skewers are simply an excellent match." Boruto and Sarada waved their small sparklers, the sparks tracing beautiful arcs in the night. Naruto offered Hinata a piece of grilled chicken wing, then handed her a bowl of tang yuan, while Sasuke quietly helped Sarada and Sakura peel oranges. The entire yard was filled with laughter and joy, the warmth dispelling the chill of winter. Looking at the lively and warm scene before me, I took a bite of the soft tang yuan, the sweet red bean filling melting in my mouth, yet my eyes brimmed with warmth. Amidst the fireworks I couldn't help but think of my family from another world, reminiscing about the time spent with my sister making tang yuan and watching fireworks. Looking up at the brilliant night sky, I silently whispered in my heart, "Sister, Happy New Year." Even though we are in different worlds, this warm memory will never fade. At this moment, Konoha may not have the customs of my hometown's New Year, but it is blessed with equally precious companionship. This is my first warm and lively New Year memory in Konoha. In another underground laboratory, a chilling and damp atmosphere lingered year-round, mixed with faint scents of potions and metallic rust. The cold fluorescent lights on the stone walls emitted a ghastly pale glow, casting human shadows that stretched and shrank. Kakashi stepped into this area after a long absence, the hem of his black trench coat brushing against the dust-covered ground, producing a soft rustling sound. Orochimaru was already seated at the stone table in the center of the laboratory, his signature white robe draping down to the floor, and the golden vertical pupils shimmered with a strange luster under the cold light. It seemed he had long anticipated Kakashi's arrival. A delicate tea set was laid out on the stone table, and a pot of steaming dark tea was slowly releasing white mist. Seeing Kakashi enter, a faint ambiguous smile crept onto Orochimaru's lips as he poured a cup of deep brown tea and gently pushed it across the table, saying, "Kakashi, long time no see. This is a strong tea I specially prepared for you, invigorating and refreshing, very much to your taste." Kakashi did not engage in much small talk and walked straight to the stone table to sit down, his fingertips clasping the warm teacup as he took a few sips. The tea was rich and thick, with a hint of bitter sweetness truly matching his accustomed palate. However, he was not in the mood to savor it at this moment. As he set down the teacup, his fingers tightened slightly, his tone heavy as if echoing the air in the laboratory. "Where did you get the genes of the other mother of Ing?" As his voice fell, his gaze fixed sharply on Orochimaru. The Sharingan had already vanished, yet it conveyed an undeniable sharpness and pressure. "It seems you have already found out." Orochimaru leisurely poured himself a cup of tea, his tone as calm as if discussing trivial matters. "After all, you and she were comrades who shared life and death. This bond is not easily erased. Answer my question." Kakashi's voice turned colder, clearly questioning him, his fingertips instinctively pressing against the pouch of ninja tools at his waist. He had never truly trusted Orochimaru, especially regarding Ying's origins. "Don't worry, I'm not that insane." Orochimaru chuckled lightly, his tongue lightly licking his lips. "I admit, I did have the idea of collecting excellent bloodlines for research, and the genes of Noera Rin were originally part of my plan. However, someone got ahead of me." "Could it be?" Kakashi's pupils suddenly constricted, a familiar yet distant name surfaced in his mind, and a wave of tumultuous emotions surged within him, soon overshadowed by a heavy understanding. He should have thought of it. With that person's obsession with Rin, he would never let her body remain in Konoha, nor would he allow her to completely fade away. "Yes, it is Uchiha Obito," Orochimaru stated the name with precision, a hint of amusement in his tone. "He never intended to leave Noera Rin's body in Konoha's cemetery. He found an extremely secretive place and used special techniques to preserve Rin's body, keeping it as if she had merely fallen into a deep sleep. If it weren't for the clue I accidentally obtained back then and the considerable effort I expended to track it down, I would not have been able to find that place." "Obito. You really are." Kakashi murmured softly, his tone filled with complexity, a mix of emotion, helplessness, and a touch of unexplainable bitterness. He recalled the days when the three of them stood side by side in their youth, remembered Rin's appearance at the end of her life and the despair when Obito fell into the abyss. That once sunny and cheerful boy had ultimately been trapped by his obsession for a lifetime. "To be honest, I've always been curious." Orochimaru set down his teacup, leaning slightly forward, a glint of inquiry flashing in his golden vertical pupils. "What kind of special charm does a girl have to make Uchiha Obito love her to the extent of destroying the entire ninja world?" But the results of my research surprised me. Noera Rin is essentially just an ordinary medical ninja with no special talents in her bloodline, gentle in nature and perhaps overly kind. He paused for a moment before continuing. "When I reached this conclusion and wanted to give up on this experiment, I thought of you, Kakashi." "Me?" Kakashi frowned tightly, a look of confusion on his face. "We have no connection, Orochimaru. There's no need for you to do this for me. Between me and Orochimaru there has only ever been opposition and mutual vigilance, no friendship to speak of. Not just for you." Orochimaru shook his head, his tone unusually serious. "Also for your father, Hatake Sakumo, Konoha's White Fang. When I was young he took great care of me. I remember he often spoke of you during mission breaks, saying you had outstanding talent yet were too stubborn, and he lamented that because of his constant missions he missed many opportunities to celebrate your birthday and couldn't accompany you in growing up, which was truly regrettable." Orochimaru's words left Kakashi stunned. He never expected that his father had such connections with Orochimaru. Those unspoken regrets of his father were surprisingly remembered by Orochimaru. As a way of honoring that old friendship, I decided to help your Hatake family with a favor. Orochimaru's voice pulled Kakashi back to reality, so I used your and Rin's genes to cultivate a child, allowing the Hatake bloodline to continue. So that's how it is. Kakashi responded softly, his initial shock gradually settling into an indescribable complex emotion. He had never thought he could have a child related to Rin. However, things did not go smoothly, Orochimaru added. At that time it was merely a combination of your genes and Rin's which could not stabilize at all. A child cultivated that way would be frail and sickly at birth with disrupted meridians and would not live past 20 years. That was not the result I wanted. So I turned to Tsunade, of the Senju clan. Her bloodline possesses strong vitality and recovery ability just right to neutralize the instability in both your genes, allowing this child to grow up healthy and happy. Kakashi fully understood now. The birth of Ing entangled so many pasts. Tsunade's bloodline not only saved Ing but also allowed his bond with Rin to continue. Kakashi, do you have any questions? Orochimaru asked. Just one more. Kakashi raised his head, his expression still serious. When Ing was just born I felt her chakra up close. That chakra subtly hinted at a cold aura. Why is that? Well. Orochimaru dragged out the syllable. A glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. I think it must be because of Obito. In order to keep Rin's body from decaying for a long time, he implanted some of his own Hashirama cells into her body. And his Hashirama cells, after merging and transforming with the Uchiha bloodline, inherently carry a hint of coldness. So it can also be said, Hatake Ing is actually a continuation of your Minato's team. The continuation of Minato's team. This phrase flowed through Kakashi's heart like a warm current. All doubts, vigilance and heaviness transformed into an indescribable joy and appreciation at this moment. His comrades himself, their lives were all gathered in Ing in such a wondrous way. Kakashi pushed open the heavy stone door of the laboratory and the crisp cool air rushed in, finally dispelling the oppressive medicinal odor that had lingered within. No sooner had he steadied himself than he caught sight of a familiar figure standing by a pillar not far away. Tsunade, clad in her signature green Haori, arms crossed, her golden hair swaying gently in the breeze. Her calm gaze rested on him as if she had been waiting here for some time. It seems I don't need to repeat myself. That guy Orochimaru must have told you everything, right? Tsunade spoke first, her tone flat but carrying an air of certainty, as if she had anticipated this all along. She knew Orochimaru's nature all too well. Since Kakashi had come to her of his own accord, the snake-like man would have inevitably laid bare the whole truth. Kakashi sighed softly at this, raising a hand to rub his brow, his voice tinged with complexity. Honestly, even now I don't know what to say. Shock, confusion, and yet, ultimately I'm still very happy. He confessed his emotions truthfully, from the shock of learning Hotaru's origins to the bewilderment of connecting the dots and finally settling into an indescribable joy. The bond with his comrade had somehow been perpetuated in this wondrous way. I see. Tsunade nodded slightly, her eyes softening. She shifted the topic and posed the crucial question, speaking of which, since we two are for better or worse Hotaru's parents, when do you plan to tell her the truth? I don't think Hotaru is a child anymore. She has the right to know her own origins. Kakashi pondered a moment, then said earnestly, let's find a suitable opportunity later and tell her together. This matter concerned Hotaru's entire life. He didn't want to decide alone, and he hoped to reveal the truth to her solemnly alongside Tsunade. That's fine. Tsunade agreed, then a playful smirk curled at the corner of her lips. She teased, who would have thought I'd ever have a chance to have a daughter with you, Hatake Kakashi. If this gets out, the whole of Konoha will be stunned. Tsunade-sama. Kakashi instantly stiffened, a cold sweat nearly trickling down his neck. He quickly waved his hands. Let's just keep our relationship as it is, please. Tsunade was his elder, and the woman Jiraiya had pined for his entire life. Without this accidental experiment, such entanglement would never have existed between them. The very thought of Jiraiya made Kakashi's scalp tingle, and he hastily changed the subject to escape his embarrassment. Enough, I'll stop teasing you. Seeing his flustered state, Tsunade couldn't help but laugh, the mirth in her eyes lightening some of the past burdens. Hotaru is probably done showing my granduncle around the village by now. If we head over now, we can meet up with them in time. Kakashi exhaled in relief and quickened his pace to follow Tsunade. After a few steps he paused hesitantly and asked, by the way, may I ask a question? Go ahead. What do you want to know? Tsunade turned her head to look at him, her expression much warmer. Why did you agree to Orochimaru's experiment and willingly give him your blood sample? This was one of the few remaining puzzles in Kakashi's mind. Tsunade had always loathed Orochimaru's experiments and would never easily cooperate. He couldn't fathom why she would make such a concession for a child she didn't even know. Ah, that. Tsunade's steps slowed, her gaze drifting into the distance as she sank into recollection. Her voice softened when I first saw that child I couldn't refuse. She slowly recounted the past back then Orochimaru suddenly summoned me to his laboratory. You know how much I detest those cold oppressive places. I was planning to turn him down outright. But he said there was a newborn baby waiting for me to save its life. I may be short-tempered but I'm not heartless. In the end I steeled myself and went. The moment I entered the lab I saw a tiny infant immersed in a nutrient tank. Tsunade's eyes gradually softened as if she were seeing that fragile little life again. As a top-tier medical ninja I could tell at a glance how weak that child was, chaotic meridian's chakra so faint it was almost imperceptible like a flickering candle in the wind on the verge of being extinguished at any moment. Later Orochimaru proposed that he needed my blood sample, using the Senju clan's bloodline to neutralize the unstable factors in the genes so that the child could survive. Tsunade gave a soft sigh. My first instinct was to refuse after all this was Orochimaru's experiment. Who knew what ulterior motives he might have? But when I looked at that tiny figure in the nutrient tank, so small its eyes not even open having never seen the sunlight outside never felt warmth, about to leave this world, it was just too pitiful. In the end half-willingly I became that child's mother. Tsunade withdrew her gaze her tone carrying a hint of relief. Looking back now I'm glad I agreed back then. Otherwise there would be no such lively Hotaru today. So that's how it was. Kakashi finished listening his doubts completely dispelled replaced by profound gratitude. He stopped and bowed solemnly to Tsunade. Thank you Tsunade-sama. If it weren't for you Hotaru might have. Enough no need for that. Tsunade waved her hand cutting him off her eyes sparkling with mirth. What we should do now is go find those three. We don't want Granduncle and Madara causing any trouble in the village. Kakashi straightened up nodded and a rare relaxed smile appeared on his face. Without another word the two fell into step and walked side by side into Konoha village. The sunlight was just right filtering through the leaves and casting warm patches upon them. Before long at a street corner in the shopping district they spotted the familiar figure. Hotaru holding the hand of Hashirama transformed into a middle-aged man was patiently introducing him to various street snacks. Madara stood nearby his expression still cool yet showing no sign of impatience. From time to time his gaze would fall upon Hotaru carrying a trace of rare gentleness. Hotaru. A familiar voice rang out from behind carrying a hint of warmth. I turned around and there stood Kakashi father at the nearby alley entrance gently beckoning me with a wave. His black trench coat swayed softly in the breeze. I immediately smiled in response and was about to step forward when Tsunade mother quickly approached opened her arms and embraced me gently. The sudden hug caught me off guard. The faint scent of medicinal herbs and warmth surrounded me her embrace both tender and firm brimming with deep care and affection as if it could dissolve all my unease. Snapping back to reality I returned the hug gently savoring this long-lost genuine maternal love. Hotaru let's head home first, Kakashi father suggested softly as he came closer. Though filled with curiosity about why we had to rush home I nodded obediently seeing the earnest expressions on their faces. Hashirama uncle and Madama brother beside me asked no further questions and silently followed our steps, since moving in their trust in me had been deeply rooted. After returning home Hashirama uncle was once again troubled by the matter of titles. He furrowed his brow leaned toward me and said with a aggrieved tone, Hotarukan why do you call Madara brother but call me uncle? He and I are almost the same age. I blinked and explained earnestly, in my understanding a man with a child should be called uncle. Madama brother isn't married yet. That single sentence seemed to drain all strength from Hashirama uncle. He appeared surrounded by grey mushrooms crouching in the corner drawing circles utterly dejected. Madama brother initially kept his arms crossed a smirk tugging at his lips, clearly satisfied with the title, but seeing Hashirama's pathetic state he sighed helplessly walked over patted his shoulder and offered clumsy consolation. Watching these two lively figures I couldn't help laughing out loud. This was probably the deepest bond in Konoha even amid bickering they always softened for each other. After Hashirama uncle and Madama brother retreated to their room I turned and headed for the living room. The moment I pushed the door open I froze. The living room was packed. Not only were Kakashi father and Tsunade mother there but also Naruto brother Sasuke brother Hinata sister Sakura sister and even Orochimaru Karen Suigetsu and their company. Guy father in his signature green tracksuit stood energetically in the center. The already cramped living room now felt even more crowded yet it radiated a warm lively atmosphere. I say I only called Orochimaru originally. I didn't ask all of you to come, Kakashi father said holding his forehead in exasperation. What are you saying Kakashi-sensei? Naruto retorted immediately his tone serious. Hotaru has been under my care since she was little. If you're about to tell her something so important Hinata and I can comfort her right away if she can't accept it. Hinata nodded gently beside him her eyes full of concern. Exactly Kakashi. Guy father declared his youthful voice echoing through the room. Hotaru is practically half my daughter. How could I miss such an important moment? Sasuke gave a slight nod, his voice calm yet resolute. Hotaru is also my disciple. Matters concerning her should naturally involve me. Sakura added beside him, we're worried about Hotaru too. We want to be here for her. Apologies Kakashi, Orochimaru said, spreading his hands, a trace of helplessness flickering in his golden vertical pupils. I ran into Naruto on the way and mentioned I was coming here. Somehow it led to all these people tagging along. Never mind, Tsunade mother said, stepping forward and patting Kakashi father's shoulder with a hearty tone. Everyone will find out sooner or later anyway. Cheer up. Don't look so worried. Her slap was so forceful that it nearly sent Kakashi father stumbling, drawing laughter from everyone. The tension in the living room dissipated significantly. What exactly is the matter, father? I walked up to Kakashi father, looked up at him and asked with pure curiosity. For so many important people to gather, it must be something enormous. Kakashi father took a deep breath, his eyes turning deeply serious. He led me to sit on the sofa while Tsunade mother sat on my other side. He slowly began to speak, meticulously recounting my origins from beginning to end, from Orochimaru's experiments to my being the product of his and Lin mother's genetic combination to Tsunade mother's sacrifice of her own blood sample to stabilize the unstable genes and the influence of Obito uncle's Hashirama cells. Every detail was laid out clearly before me. I listened quietly, countless images flashing through my mind. The details that had once puzzled me now all made sense. After fully grasping my own origin, I suddenly recalled the yellowed photograph in Kakashi father's room, the picture of a woman with gentle features and a radiant smile. It struck me that I bore a striking resemblance to Lin mother in that photograph, at least 70% alike. You really do look like your Lin mother, especially when you smile, Kakashi father's voice interjected, tinged with tender nostalgia. As you grew up I became more aware of it. But I never told you, first because you are a unique Hotaru, my daughter, not a substitute for anyone. Second, Lin passed away many years ago. Telling you when you were young would only bring you unnecessary sorrow. Now that you've grown up and have the courage to face all this, I believe it's time to reveal the truth. Hotaru. Tsunade mother gently took my hand. Her palm was warm and strong, her eyes full of hope and tenderness. Though Lin is gone, I am also your mother. In the days ahead I will love you with Lin's love as well. Are you willing to be my true daughter? My eyes instantly welled up with tears, a surge of warmth filling my heart. For a long time I had longed for such complete maternal love, longed to truly call her mother. I nodded vigorously, my voice choked but resolute. I am willing. I have been willing for a long time. As my words fell, Tsunade mother embraced me tightly once more. This time I returned the hug without a moment's hesitation. The people in the living room watched this scene, their faces bright with gratified smiles. Sunlight streamed through the window, spilling over everyone, warm and comforting, turning all the past and regrets into the most precious bond at this moment. With the remarkable achievement of assisting in defeating Otsutsuki Kinshiki and restraining formidable enemies, Hatake Hinata effortlessly earned the title of Jonin. It should have been a cause for celebration, yet the benefits of this honor came in the form of mandatory 2-day home rest for everyone. Naruto placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder, his tone brooking no argument. Hinata, you fought intensely for too long. If you don't rest now, you'll exhaust yourself. You must stay home for these 2 days. Kakashi-sensei even took away my ninja tool pouch, leaving me with only daily essentials. Just rest easy, you don't need to worry about missions. Even Obito, who usually advocates for constant improvement, rarely stood on their side, crossing his arms and calmly stating, the body is the foundation of combat. It's never too late to practice after restoring your spirit. Uncle Hashirama went so far as to fill the kitchen with ingredients, declaring his intention to nourish my body. With no way to resist, I had no choice but to stay home obediently. At first I could pass the time by flipping through ninja scrolls, but within half a day boredom washed over me like a tide. The house was quiet. Kakashi had been dragged away early by Guy, who said they were going to engage in youthful morning exercises. Uncle Hashirama and Obito were practicing ninjutsu in the yard, leaving me alone in the vast house. Feeling utterly restless, I decided to do a thorough cleaning. Normally my dad and I took turns handling the household chores, but now I had to do it myself. I rolled up my sleeves and started in the living room, wiping tables, sweeping the floor and organizing clutter, making progress step by step. Before long the first floor was spotless. My gaze drifted upward, finally landing on the door to my father's study. This was the only forbidden zone in the house. My father always said a man must have his privacy and never allowed me to enter his study casually. But I had noticed that it hadn't been cleaned for at least a month. A thin layer of dust coated the doorknob, suggesting the dust inside would be far greater. After hesitating for a few seconds, I couldn't help but push the door open. Just a quick sweep and wipe, surely that wouldn't cross my father's line. The furnishings in the study were quite simple: a dark wooden desk, a towering bookshelf and a comfortable armchair. Sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting mottled shadows on the floor, and a faint scent of ink and old books lingered in the air, surprisingly bringing a sense of comfort. I glanced around but didn't find anything particularly special. Just as I was about to grab the broom to start cleaning, my attention was drawn to a corner on the bottom shelf of the bookshelf. There lay a flashy book with a red cover adorned with several embossed golden characters, Paradise of Intimacy. I had no interest in such oddly titled books, yet for some reason my feet moved on their own toward it and I reached out to pull it out. The book felt solid in my hands and the cover had a slightly rough texture. Standing there with the book cradled in my hands, I was torn internally. My father must have hidden this book so carefully because he didn't want me to see it, but that only made me more curious. After much internal conflict, curiosity ultimately triumphed over reason. I quickly glanced at the door to confirm no one was coming and then cautiously opened the book's pages. After reading just a few lines, my cheeks flushed instantly and my heart inexplicably raced. The pages were filled with intimate descriptions between men and women, along with several scenes so explicit they made my face turn red. I instinctively wanted to close the book, but my gaze couldn't help but be captivated by those strange descriptions of actions. Having never experienced love in either my past or present life, let alone intimate contact, this content was entirely a new realm for me. A series of questions flooded my mind. Can girls really perform such difficult actions? Does that incredibly pleasurable feeling described really exist? My fingertips unconsciously brushed over the pages as I stared at the words, my cheeks hot enough to fry an egg. In my past life I was a boy and I had never considered such questions, but now I am Hatake Hinata, a genuine girl. This realization made me even more curious, and a daring thought unexpectedly surfaced in my mind. Since there's no one home right now, why not give it a try? I quickly closed the book, clutched it and hid in the corner of the study's armchair, which conveniently blocked the view of the door, adding a layer of security. Taking a few deep breaths to calm my racing heart, I reopened the book, found the passage I had just seen and examined it word by word, mentally simulating the trajectory of the actions. I first tried mimicking the simplest seated twist. Sitting up straight in the chair, I placed my hands on the chair's surface, gently engaged my core and slowly twisted to the left. Initially it went smoothly, but when I reached a certain angle I felt a slight aching sensation in my side muscles, completely different from the ease and stretch described in the book. Frowning, I adjusted my posture and tried again, slowing my pace to feel the muscle engagement. This time it was indeed a bit smoother, but I still couldn't grasp the so-called comfort. Reluctantly I flipped to the next page, which illustrated a movement requiring bending down. I stood up, walked to the desk, spread my feet shoulder-width apart and slowly bent forward. Due to years of training in ninjutsu, my flexibility was quite good. I encountered no significant obstacles while bending down, easily reaching the ground with my fingertips. However, after maintaining this position for a few seconds, my waist began to feel heavy and beads of sweat formed on my forehead. There was no trace of comfort to be found. I straightened up and rubbed my waist, filled with confusion. Was it my posture that was wrong? Or did these actions require two people to experience a different sensation? Just as I was about to flip through the book in search of other simple movements, the sound of a key turning in the lock outside suddenly caught my attention. It was Kakashi returning. Startled, I froze, hastily closed Paradise of Intimacy, shoved it into the crevice of the armchair and covered it with a cushion, then patted my flushed cheeks, pretending to be calm as I picked up the broom and feigned cleaning. The sound of footsteps drew nearer, soon arriving at the study door. Kakashi's father pushed the door open and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing me inside, furrowing his brow and saying, "Ing. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you that you can't just enter the study?" His gaze swept across the room, finally landing on my slightly stiff hand tightly gripping the broom, his eyes reflecting a hint of scrutiny. I thought it was too dirty here, so I wanted to come in and help you clean." I lowered my head, my voice trembling slightly, not daring to meet his eyes, my heart racing in my chest, terrified he would discover the book hidden in the armchair's crevice. Kakashi's father remained silent and stepped inside slowly. His gaze skimmed over the desk and bookshelf, finally settling on the corner armchair, where I had hastily stuffed the book. The cushion had risen slightly, revealing a corner of the book's spine. My heart leaped into my throat, my palms were cold with sweat and my mind raced, pondering how to cover up my actions. What's going on here? Sure enough, he noticed the oddity of the armchair and began to walk over. In a moment of desperation, I abruptly raised the broom to block his path and shouted, "Dad! Look at the top shelf of the bookshelf. It's covered in dust and I can't reach it. You need to help me." As I spoke, I gestured forcefully toward the top shelf, trying to divert his attention. Kakashi's father's footsteps paused for a moment. He glanced in the direction I pointed, then turned to look at my tense face, suspicion flickering in his eyes, but he still followed my lead and walked over, saying, "You just love to." He tiptoed and brushed the top shelf. His fingertips collected some dust. "Indeed, it needs cleaning, but you don't have to touch it. I'll do it myself." I sighed with relief, thinking I had temporarily dodged a bullet, but the next moment I heard him leisurely ask, "What were you doing next to that armchair just now? Why is the cushion askew?" My heart sank again. I forced myself to walk over, adjusted the cushion, pressing down hard to cover the book's spine. I wasn't doing anything. I might have accidentally bumped it while cleaning. "Dad, I've already tidied up the study. Let's go out. I'll get you a glass of water," I said, trying to pull him out. But Kakashi's father didn't move it, instead he bent down and reached to lift the cushion. I was so frightened that I quickly lunged forward, hugging his arm, resting my head on his shoulder, deploying my cute tactic. Dad, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have sneaked into your study. Please don't be angry, okay? I'll go out right now and never sneak in again, I said while keeping a close eye on the armchair from the corner of my eye, praying he wouldn't pursue the matter further. Kakashi's father was momentarily stunned by my sudden display of cuteness, his body stiffening slightly. He looked down at me and sighed helplessly. All right, I'm not angry, just let go of me for now. I hesitated for a moment, seeing his tone soften before slowly releasing my grip, yet I still closely monitored his actions, ready to intervene again. But he still bent down and gently lifted the cushion. The book Paradise Lost was instantly revealed, its red cover strikingly eye-catching. My face went pale in an instant, standing frozen in place, my mind racing. This is it, I can't hide it anymore. Kakashi's father picked up the book, and upon seeing the cover his ears flushed slightly. He turned to me with a complex expression, surprise, embarrassment and a hint of helplessness, saying, "Did you see what was inside?" I bit my lip, not daring to nod or shake my head, finally steeling myself to say I just saw it by accident. I thought it was some ninja technique manual and only found out it wasn't when I opened it. I put it back right away. To make my words more believable, I even furrowed my brow, pretending to be very disappointed. The contents are so strange and not useful at all, they aren't even as interesting as the ninja scrolls. Kakashi's father was taken aback for a moment, seemingly not expecting me to say that. He looked at my feigned calmness, then glanced at the book in his hand, finally sighing in resignation. He put the book back deep in the shelf and added a small seal. "You are not allowed to read this kind of book again, nor are you allowed to sneak into my study again, understand?" "Understood." I nodded quickly, feeling like I had been granted a pardon, and turned to run outside. "Wait," Kakashi's father called out, pulling a candy from his pocket and handing it to me. "Let's pretend today's incident never happened. You've worked hard cleaning, have a candy and go rest." I took the candy, momentarily stunned, then broke into a smile. "Thank you, Dad." With that I dashed out of the study. It wasn't until I returned to my room that my racing heart gradually calmed down. I touched the candy in my pocket, recalling the thrilling moment earlier, unable to resist sticking out my tongue. Thankfully Dad wasn't angry. I wouldn't dare take such risks again next time. However, this resolve of never daring again crumbled in less than 2 hours. After dinner, Kakashi's father was in the living room reading a ninja scroll, while Uncle Hashirama and Brother Madara chatted in the courtyard, and the house returned to its usual quietness. I lay on my bed, but my mind couldn't help but conjure images from Paradise Lost. Those strange actions and explicit descriptions hooked my curiosity like little hooks, keeping me tossing and turning. Just one more look, just a small segment. I'll put it back right away, and I definitely won't be caught. I repeatedly convinced myself in my mind, but in the end I couldn't resist the temptation, quietly slipping out of bed and tiptoeing to the study door. Fortunately Dad wasn't inside. The small seal he added wasn't difficult for me. I gathered a bit of chakra at my fingertip, gently lifted it, and it was undone, allowing me to successfully retrieve Paradise Lost from the deepest part of the bookshelf. This time I didn't dare linger in the study. I hugged the book and quickly ran back to my room, locked the door and drew the curtains. After doing all this I sighed in relief, sitting at my desk and cautiously opening the book. Having learned from the afternoon's experience, I was no longer panicked like before. Instead I focused intently on the descriptive actions, taking out paper and pencil to sketch simple action diagrams, planning to find a more comfortable position to try again. I chose the side-leaning stretch action described in the book, lying on the soft bed and adjusting my body angles according to the text's guidance. Just as I found the point of exertion and was about to sense if there was a different feeling, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Are you asleep? I made you some late-night snacks, come eat a bit." I was so startled that my hand shook, causing the book to fall with a loud thud on the floor, the red cover particularly conspicuous. I didn't even have time to hide the book before Tsunade gently pushed the door open. She probably thought something was wrong since I hadn't responded. Seeing me hurriedly scramble up from the bed and catching sight of Paradise Lost on the floor, Tsunade was momentarily stunned, then her gaze fell on the book's cover, her eyebrows raising slightly, her tone playful. "Owing, what good thing are you looking at?" My face instantly turned beet red like a cooked shrimp, and I stood there flustered. I wanted to pick up the book and hide it, but that would only make it more awkward, so I stammered I was just looking randomly, it wasn't intentional. Tsunade walked over, bent down, picked up the book and flipped through a couple of pages before understanding, unable to suppress a laugh. "I didn't expect that guy Kakashi would hide this kind of book and get caught by his own daughter. But you young lady shouldn't be looking at this kind of thing at such a young age," she said as she closed the book and placed it in a corner of the desk, handing me a bowl of late-night snack. "Have some late-night snack. It's a bowl of white fungus soup specially made for you to nourish your body." I took the bowl, my head down, sipping small mouthfuls, my cheeks still burning. I thought Tsunade would scold me, but to my surprise she just gently patted my shoulder, her tone much softer. "Curiosity is normal, but most of the content in this kind of book is exaggerated and not real. When you grow up and meet someone you truly like, you'll naturally understand these things. For now it's most important to rest well and recharge your energy. I nodded vigorously, finishing the white fungus soup in the bowl. Tsunade picked up Paradise Lost, laughing as she said, "I'll return this book to Kakashi for you and give him a good teasing while I'm at it. Get to bed early and no more overthinking." With that she turned and left the room, even kindly helping me close the door. I lay on my bed touching my still slightly warm cheeks, but my heart felt much lighter. Although I was caught red-handed again, Tsunade's gentle guidance made me less anxious. I closed my eyes, pushing those jumbled thoughts aside. Some things indeed should wait until I grow up to understand slowly. For now I should just enjoy my vacation. Rest days were naturally dull, but after being completely banned from touching Hatake Paradise by Father Kakashi, that curiosity grew like a flame doused with oil, burning even fiercer. I pondered, if I couldn't find it here with Father, maybe someone else had a copy. The first person that popped into my mind was Brother Naruto. He and Father were so close, perhaps he also had such books hidden away. The next morning I hurried to Naruto's house with a little scheme in mind. Sister Hinata opened the door, welcomed me in with a gentle smile, and even brought out some fruit. Brother Naruto was handling the remaining documents in the living room. Seeing me arrive, he put down his pen and asked, "Hotaru, what brings you here today?" I scratched my head, too embarrassed to ask directly. Just then I spotted Boruto running out of his room, followed by Sarada, who had come to play with him. An idea struck me instantly. I sidled over, grabbed both their arms and whispered, "Boruto, Sarada, how about we play hide and seek in the yard? When you get tired I'll treat you to 3 colored dumplings." The two youngsters lit up at the promise of treats and immediately agreed. I deliberately set the hide and seek boundaries quite wide, subtly steering them toward Brother Naruto's study. "I'll count to 100 before I come find you." I turned around, counting while keeping an ear on their movements, and sure enough I heard the soft creak of the study door being pushed open. After finishing the count I dashed straight to the study. There, as expected, were Boruto and Sarada crouching in front of the bookshelf, curiously eyeing a book whose cover was even flashier than Father's. "What's this? Looks really special." Boruto reached out to touch it, but I quickly grabbed his hand. I leaned in for a closer look. The red cover bore the words, Hatake Paradise Collector's Edition, in bold letters, and my eyes instantly lit up. "I'd found it after all. This book seems really interesting, let's take a look together." I whispered the suggestion. Both Boruto and Sarada were already curious and immediately nodded in agreement. The three of us squeezed together on the carpet in the corner of the study. Carefully I opened the book. The descriptions inside were even more detailed than Father's copy, with exquisite illustrations to boot. We all held our breath, not daring to blink. "What do you think you're doing?" A familiar roar sounded from the doorway, making all three of us freeze stiff. The book slapped onto the floor with a loud thud. Brother Naruto stood at the door, his face dark as he glared at us. Behind him were Sister Hinata and Brother Sasuke, who had rushed over at the commotion. "And Naruto. Brother." I stammered, unable to form words. Boruto was so frightened he hid behind me, while Sarada dropped her head, her small hands clutching the hem of her clothes tightly. Brother Sasuke walked over, frowning as he glanced at the book on the floor, then at Sarada. His tone was stern. "Sarada, come home with me." Brother Naruto picked up the book, his expression grim as he looked at me. "Hotaru, how could you drag Boruto and Sarada into reading this kind of book? Is this what I've taught you? And you, Boruto? No more following her around causing trouble." He tucked the book into his robe, then turned back to me. "I'm going to have to tell Kakashi about this, so he'll straighten you out properly." The outcome was predictable. Not only did Father Kakashi give me a severe scolding, but Brother Naruto also put me on his study blacklist. Brother Sasuke forbade Sarada from any more fooling around with me, and Boruto was made by Sister Hinata to copy the family rules 10 times as punishment. From then on, whether at Father Kakashi's place or Brother Naruto's, I never came across Hatake Paradise again, completely cut off from that book I'd been so curious about. Though a little reluctant after being scolded, I gradually understood that some books really weren't suitable for my age. During my free time I began learning medical ninjutsu from Mother Tsunade, or seeking advice on ninjutsu from Brother Madara and Uncle Hashirama. The vacation became unexpectedly fulfilling. Turns out without those improper books life could still be quite enjoyable. The days have been particularly leisurely lately, yet there lurks a tension beneath the surface. Every morning I train alongside Ban and Kai at the training ground. It's quite peculiar how these two seemingly at odds possess vastly different insights into physical techniques. Kai advocates for extreme youthful fervor, his strikes fierce and powerful, each blow imbued with the tenacity of a last stand, while Ban emphasizes the fusion of technique and chakra, his movements precise and ruthless, embodying the decisive lethality unique to the Uchiha clan. Yet despite their stark differences they always find resonance in their clashes, discussing the fusion of their techniques, and I naturally become their exclusive test subject for new moves. Uncle Hashirama sits on the stone steps beside the training ground leaning against a tree trunk and laughing heartily, holding a bottle of juice and occasionally applauding, haha, keep it upping. This fusion is quite good, ban, don't hold back. Seeing his gleeful expression, I can only inwardly curse these wretched adults while concentrating on fending off the relentless attacks from both of them. After all, a moment's distraction could leave me vulnerable to Kai's leaf whirlwind or immobilized by Ban's physical techniques. As for the captured Kinshiki from a few days ago, we didn't exert much effort in interrogating him. First, his unwavering loyalty to the Otsutsuki clan is etched into his very bones, impervious to pressure. Second, his formidable defense makes ordinary ninjutsu and torture utterly ineffective against him, let alone pry open his mouth. In the end, it was Sasuke who took action, employing his Rinnegan to forcibly read his consciousness, thereby unraveling the operational patterns of the Otsutsuki clan and subsequently sealing Kinshiki within a specially crafted barrier. Thanks to this intelligence, we were able to set up defenses in advance, and the leaders of the various villages quickly reached a consensus, mobilizing troops and preparing for a possible assault from the Otsutsuki. Dad and Tsunade have also returned to their roles as ninjas, frequently venturing out together on reconnaissance missions to track the Otsutsuki's movements and ensure the border defenses remain secure. Meanwhile, I, along with Kai Ban and Uncle Hashirama, stayed behind in Konoha to guard against enemy raids. Kinshiki seems to have sensed our vigilance, as these days have been unusually quiet with no signs of activity. Yet this tranquility only heightens my unease. I worry that he isn't retreating but rather going back to fetch reinforcements. After all, in the original story there exists another formidable Otsutsuki, Ishiki, and if Kinshiki and Ishiki were to join forces, the situation would become even more perilous. Because of this, I dare not slack off for a moment each day. Aside from training with Kai and Ban, I delve into ninjutsu research, pushing myself to the limit to become stronger, hoping to bolster my confidence when the crisis strikes. Ing. A clear, soothing voice suddenly interrupted my thoughts from behind. I turned to see Sarutobi Mirai. He seemed much steadier now than in my memories, shedding the naivete of youth, radiating a reliable aura forged through years of challenging missions. I suppose he has undertaken numerous perilous tasks over the years, cultivating this demeanor. Looking at his features, I couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Though it might seem disrespectful to Uncle Asuma, Mirai's appearance is strikingly reminiscent of Uchiha Shursue, the warmth and sharpness in his eyes echoing that legendary ninja known as Shunshin Shursue from my memories. Ing, I need to ask you for something. Mirai's expression was unusually serious, his eyes filled with an undeniable determination. I instinctively glanced back at the others by the training ground. Uncle Hashirama had put away his smile. Ban nodded slightly and Kai gestured to me to go ahead without. Seeing this, I nodded and followed Mirai, leaving the training ground and heading toward the woodland path of Konoha. Upon reaching a stone bench beneath the shade of trees, we each opened a bottle of soda. With 2 soft pops, the refreshing bubbles erupted at the opening. Mirai silently took a sip of soda, absent-mindedly rubbing the bottle with his fingertips, his expression somewhat downcast. Ing, I want to become stronger, I'm too weak. He spoke slowly, his voice filled with a barely concealed sense of helplessness and self-mockery. Do you know? Last time when you and the 7th fought against the Otsutsuki, I was watching from the spectator area. I watched you fight desperately on the battlefield, witnessing my comrades in peril, yet I could do nothing but stand there, lacking even the qualification to step forward and help. Mirai, actually you're already quite impressive. I was about to offer him words of comfort to tell him that we all recognized his growth, but he gently interrupted me. Ing. Mirai reached out, lightly resting his hand on my shoulder, the warmth of his palm carrying a sense of resolve. He gazed into my eyes, his own filled with reluctance and determination. I know I'm currently a failure, unable to even protect myself, let alone the people I want to protect. But the only person I can trust to help me become stronger is you. My mom wants me to live a peaceful and safe life, not wanting me to walk the perilous path of a ninja, but I know this life is not what I desire. I understood in my heart, instantly grasping the conflict within Mirai and the concerns of Aunt Red. Aunt Red had endured the pain of losing Uncle Asuma and has long seen through the harshness of the ninja world. She simply wishes for her only son to stay away from strife and live a tranquil life, a sentiment I completely understand. Yet Mirai has grown up possessing his own thoughts and aspirations. He doesn't want to live forever in the shadow of protection, but instead wishes to stand firm on his own strength and become a ninja capable of safeguarding others. I remained silent for a moment, seriously contemplating feasible solutions, then raised my gaze to Mirai, slowly speaking. I can help you, but I must ask you this. Are you willing to endure unimaginable pain, even if it means becoming entirely different from your former self? Without the slightest hesitation, Mirai nodded slowly, the confusion in his eyes completely replaced by unwavering determination. I am willing. All right. I nodded as well, having made my decision. Follow me. Then I led Mirai straight to Orochimaru's secret laboratory. What I sought was precisely Hashirama's cells. While obtaining Hashirama's cells is as easy as pie for me and Uncle Hashirama, the power of those cells is overwhelmingly dominant. A direct injection could easily backfire, potentially leading to a loss of self. However, Orochimaru has long researched the fields of genetics and cells, so he must possess relatively safe methods of injection and compatibility. Only by utilizing his technology can we minimize risks and help Mirai realize his desire to become stronger. After hearing our request, Orochimaru leaned against the experimental table, a hint of amusement flashing in his golden slit pupils, then smiled knowingly. I see now. He turned to the reagent shelf, picked up a bottle emitting a faint green glow, and spoke in a calm tone. I do indeed have the method you wish for. However, I must warn you, Sarutobi Mirai, despite my optimization of the injection method, there are still risks associated with the compatibility of Hashirama's cells. A slight misstep could lead to cellular backlash, resulting in paralysis or even loss of consciousness. Mirai clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, his gaze growing ever more resolute. Without a hint of retreat, his voice filled with long-restrained determination. I've made my decision. I no longer want to be protected by others, nor do I want to be the man who can only hide behind the girl he likes helpless. I want to become stronger, to be a ninja capable of standing on my own and protecting everyone. No matter the risk, I can bear it. I stood by, and upon hearing these words my heart skipped a beat, a faint blush creeping onto my cheeks as I instinctively turned my face away, my fingers unconsciously tightening around the hem of my clothes. It turns out that the care shown during our joint missions, the instinctual gestures of shielding me in danger, and the occasional evasive glances he cast my way concealed such feelings. I quietly glanced up at him, seeing him tense his jaw, his gaze fixed intently on the reagent in Orochimaru's hand, completely unaware of my unusual reaction, which eased my heart slightly, yet a complex warmth surged within me, both a flutter at being cherished and a twinge of concern for his determination, coupled with a silent vow to help him successfully navigate the compatibility process and fulfill his wish. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, the interest in his eyes deepening, placing the reagent on the experimental table. Interesting. Since you are resolute, we can begin preparation. However, before that, brace yourself psychologically. The process of compatibility can be quite painful. Mirai nodded heavily without a trace of doubt, his eyes filled only with a desire and resolve to become stronger. At the very least, such actions should be taken with your mother's knowledge. A calm and gentle voice suddenly echoed from the doorway of the laboratory. It was Kakashi's father. He stepped inside, followed closely by Aunt Hong. Her eyes were red, tears glistening on her eyelashes, and her hands tightly clutched the edge of her clothing. Clearly she had rushed over, feeling both heartbroken by her son's decision and burdened with unspeakable worries. Upon hearing the voice, the future turned around, and upon seeing Aunt Hong his gaze trembled slightly, yet his tone remained resolute without an ounce of retreat. I'm sorry, Mom. But I am ready. I want to grow stronger to protect you all, and I don't want anyone to worry about me anymore. Aunt Hong could no longer hold back, stepping forward to embrace her son tightly, tears finally falling and soaking the fabric of his clothes. She did not scold him, only concern filled her heart. Her voice choked with emotion. Silly child, it's not that I oppose your desire to become stronger, but I fear for your safety. After holding the future for a long time, she gradually calmed down under Kakashi's gentle reassurances and was helped to sit down on a chair nearby. Kakashi's father also gave me a meaningful glance, indicating for me to sit down as well. Thankfully, the fusion process of the Hashirama cells went more smoothly than expected. In the laboratory, the future curled up inside the incubation chamber, surrounded by a soft green chakra. Cold sweat covered his forehead, and he gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain brought on by the cell adaptation without uttering a single groan, his fists clenched tightly as he persevered with sheer grit. Aunt Hong stood outside the chamber, her eyes fixed on her son, hands clasped in silent prayer. When the door of the incubation chamber slowly opened and the future weakly yet clearly opened his eyes, she finally released all her tension, letting out a long sigh of relief. She turned to look at me, her gaze complex yet tender, filled with gratitude and a mother's considerations. Once the future had rested for a while, Aunt Hong sat beside him, gently stroking his hair. She then raised her eyes to me, her tone calm yet unambiguously serious. He likes you, Ing. I understand. I replied softly, my fingers unconsciously fiddling with the edge of my clothing, a wave of bittersweet emotions rising within. I remembered the memories of my past life as a boy too clearly. I understood well the hidden affection and excitement in those eyes. The future's gaze towards me held cautious tenderness and an unspoken concern, and I kept these in mind. But I truly dared not respond. I had not fully adapted to my identity as a girl, nor was I ready to devote my heart and love to a boy. Moreover, Otto's figure lingered in my mind, and that bond across time made it even harder for me to easily accept someone else's feelings. Aunt Hong noticed the hesitation in my eyes and sighed gently, her tone soft yet earnest. You have been someone I have watched grow since childhood, steady in nature and kind-hearted. It is only natural for the future to like you. Aunt Hong did not wish to force me and understood that feelings cannot be coerced. But she hoped I could give the future a chance, an opportunity for both of us to understand each other. Even if you genuinely try and still don't feel anything for him, you can refuse him calmly then. Aunt Hong will have no complaints, only respect for your choice. Aunt. Kakashi sat nearby, watching his peers set aside their concerns to quietly plead for their son's feelings, his heart full of complexity. He understood Aunt Hong's feelings and felt pity for my dilemma, yet he knew that matters of the heart must be decided by us alone. He could not interfere too much, so he lightly patted Aunt Hong's shoulder, offering silent comfort. I looked into Aunt Hong's expectant eyes, then at the future, who though weak gazed at me earnestly. After a moment of silence I slowly nodded, my tone serious. I promise you, Aunt Hong. But I need time. The crisis posed by the Otsutsuki has not yet been resolved and we are all in danger. I cannot afford to be distracted by feelings. At the very least I must wait until this crisis is completely over and the world returns to peace before I can settle down and seriously consider matters between the future and myself. Upon hearing this, Aunt Hong's eyes instantly brightened with warmth, revealing a relieved smile as she gently nodded. All right, thank you, Ing. Aunt will wait for you and will tell the future to be patient. The future also let out a sigh of relief. The apprehension in his eyes faded away, replaced by gentle anticipation. He was willing to wait as long as there was still hope, to wait for the crisis to pass and for me to be ready. Just as the atmosphere in the laboratory settled in relief and anticipation, a light and cheerful sound of footsteps approached from outside, accompanied by familiar laughter. Haha, I heard the future is here, so I came to check it out. Before he finished speaking, Naruto entered wearing his signature Hokage cloak, holding a carved wooden box with a serious expression, followed closely by a cool-looking Sasuke who was surrounded by a faint aura of chakra clearly accompanying him. Seventh Hokage. The future instinctively attempted to prop himself up, but his body, still weak from just fusing with the Hashirama cells, frowned at the slightest movement. Naruto quickly stepped forward to press down on his shoulder, applying gentle yet firm pressure. Don't move, just lie back and rest. He leaned down to examine the future before turning to Orochimaru, his tone filled with concern as he asked, was the fusion of the Hashirama cells successful? Upon receiving Orochimaru's response that the compatibility exceeded expectations, he breathed a sigh of relief, smiling as he presented the wooden box to everyone. That's good. It seems my gift is right on time. Aunt Hong looked at the wooden box with confusion and Kakashi slightly raised an eyebrow, signaling Naruto to explain. Naruto slowly opened the wooden box, revealing a striking item highlighted against deep blue velvet. A kaleidoscope Sharingan shimmering with a faint purple aura lay quietly inside. The eye pattern pulsed with mysterious yet powerful chakra, and its unique design belonged exclusively to Uchiha Shisui. This is Uchiha Shizui's kaleidoscope Sharingan, which carries his most powerful illusion technique, Koto Amatsukami. Naruto's smile gradually faded, his tone becoming exceptionally serious. His gaze swept over everyone before finally landing on the future. Shisui Senpai willingly sacrificed this power to protect Konoha and prevent internal strife. His dying wish was for this eye to be used to safeguard Konoha. As the threat from the Otsutsuki continues to tighten, and with the possibility that Kinshiki is plotting in the shadows, Konoha needs every bit of strength it can muster. After contemplating, I believe this eye is most suited for the future. Sasuke leaned against the doorway of the laboratory, arms crossed, adding the future is agile and skilled in body flicker technique. His combat style is already similar to that of Shisui. Moreover, with the recent fusion of the Hashirama cells, he can stabilize the chakra consumption of the Sharingan, preventing backlash. Koto Amatsukami can guide others will without detection, which can both restrain strong enemies on the battlefield and defuse internal strife in times of crisis. It is a power that combines both offensive, defensive and strategic significance. He paused, looking at the future with expectations and admonishments in his eyes. But you must remember, the power of Koto Amatsukami is never meant for killing or control. Shizui's will is to protect. If you inherit this eye, you must uphold this original intention. The future stared blankly at the Sharingan in the box, instinctively raising his hand to touch his own eyes, a tumult of complex emotions swirling within him, respect for this powerful ability, admiration for Shisui Senpai, and a heavy sense of responsibility for this inheritance. He looked up at Naruto, his voice tinged with undeniable excitement and apprehension. Hokage-sama, do I really qualify to inherit Shisui Senpai's power? Of course. Naruto nodded, smiling as he gently pushed the wooden box in front of the future. This is not a reward but a responsibility. I believe in you, believe that you can use this power to protect those around you just as Shisui Senpai did and safeguard Konoha. Furthermore, you are so similar to Shisui Senpai, perhaps this is the bond of destiny allowing his will to continue through you. Turning to Aunt Hong, I spoke sincerely. Aunt Hong, I know you are worried about the future, but this is a special time. Only by allowing the young to grow quickly can we truly resist the threat of the Otsutsuki. I promise you I will help the future master this power and will never let him repeat the same mistakes. Aunt Hong looked at the eye swirling in the box, then at the newfound determination and light in her son's eyes, gently sighing, her tone soft yet firm. I understand, Hokage-sama. Future mom supports you, but you must remember, no matter how strong the power is, you must not lose yourself. You must uphold the bottom line of being a ninja. I walked over to the future, looking at the light in his eyes, feeling a surge of emotion within me. I reached out and gently patted his arm, smiling as I said, Future, the Hashirama cells will help you perfectly adapt to the Sharingan. From now on I will practice with you to master this power. We will grow stronger together and stand side by side against the Otsutsuki. The future clenched his fists, gazing fervently at the kaleidoscope Sharingan, then looked at the people beside him, nodding heavily, his tone filled with unprecedented seriousness. I will not let everyone down, nor will I disappoint Shisui Senpai's will. I will use this power to safeguard Konoha and protect everyone I wish to safeguard. Kakashi watched the scene before him, his heart filled with comfort, softly murmuring, Shursue, if you have knowledge in the afterlife, seeing this I find a suitable home must bring you peace. The atmosphere in the laboratory was filled with both anticipation for the powerful ability and the emotion of carrying on the will of predecessors. This power infused with trust and determination added a solid foundation for the impending Great War. While the others were still fixated on the Mangekyo Sharingan in Mirai's hand, Kakashi suddenly turned to Orochimaru, his voice calm yet carrying an unwavering resolve that spoke of burning bridges. Orochimaru, prepare a Hashirama cell injection plan for me as well. The moment those words left his lips, the laboratory fell into an abrupt silence. Aunt Kurenai was the first to frown and admonish him. Kakashi, what nonsense are you spouting? You've long been burdened by carrying the Sharingan and the load is already immense. Hashirama cells are notoriously overbearing if the risk of merging them is even greater than it was for Mirai. One misstep and you'll be utterly ruined. Naruto stepped forward, his tone earnest. Kakashi-sensei, your strength is already among the finest in Konoha. There's no need to take such a risk. Kakashi gave a faint shake of his head, his fingers unconsciously brushing over his left eye, a memento of Obito's gift and a long-standing obsession in his heart. In betting on a possibility, he said in a low voice, his eyes reflecting memories of the past and considerations for the future. After Obito sacrificed himself, the power of the Kamui Sharingan vanished with him. Now with the Otsutsuki looming over us, if Momoshiki and Ishiki join forces, we need a power that can turn the tide. Hashirama cells can stabilize the burden of the Sharingan. Perhaps they can bring back the Kamui or even elevate it further. A gleam of excitement flickered in Orochimaru's eyes, his golden slit pupils shining as he circled around Kakashi. An intriguing gamble. Your long-term adaptation to the Sharingan gives you a tolerance to foreign chakra far beyond an ordinary person's. The odds of success are indeed higher than with Mirai, but there's still the risk of your consciousness sinking into darkness and being devoured by the cells. I'm aware. Kakashi nodded, his voice unwavering. Proceed. Dad. I tugged at Kakashi's sleeve. It's fine, Kakashi patted me. Naruto wanted to argue further, but the resolute look in Kakashi's eyes stopped him. Orochimaru moved swiftly, preparing an optimized solution of Hashirama cells. The pale green liquid flowed through the catheter and into Kakashi's body. Instantly the crimson chakra of the Sharingan clashed and intertwined with the emerald chakra of the Hashirama cells on his body surface. Intense pain racked Kakashi, his muscles tensing as cold sweat beaded on his brow. He clenched his teeth and finally his eyes closed, his consciousness plunging into darkness. Orochimaru promptly placed him into a cultivation chamber. Kakashi's consciousness found itself in a familiar training ground, the same place where Rin and Obito had trained together in their youth. The wind carried the scent of Konoha's trees and sunlight cast dappled shadows through the leaves. Not far away, two figures stood side by side. Rin in her lavender ninja outfit wore a gentle smile. Obito bore a faint scar on his face, but his eyes held no resentment anymore, only a sense of release. Kakashi. Rin turned around, her voice soft as the breeze. Obito stepped forward, clapping him on the shoulder. His tone was playful but carried a serious undertone. You're still such a gambler. He gazed into the distance, his eyes seeming to pierce through the illusion and fall upon me. We've seen it all. That child carries the will of our Minato squad and a determination to grow stronger. From now on, our daughter is in your hands. Don't let her walk the same path we did, and don't let him leave behind too many regrets like we did. Rin slowly approached, her fingertips brushing lightly across Kakashi's cheek. Her voice was gentle yet firm. Kakashi, we've always been here. You want to revive the Kamui not for power but to protect those around you, isn't that right? Don't worry. Well, as her words faded, Obito suddenly raised his hand, his left eye glowing with a dense aura of Kamui. Temporal spatial chakra surged forth, the power of his dojutsu condensing into form within the illusion. Your left eye was once my gift. Now I'll help you awaken it fully. Obito's dojutsu flowed through his fingertips into Kakashi's body, resonating and intertwining with Kakashi's latent Sharingan power and the newly infused Hashirama cells. Kakashi felt an unbearable heat in his eyes as two streams of Kamui power surged wildly within his pupils. The old dojutsu in his left eye was fully activated, while his right eye, nourished by the Hashirama cells and aided by Obito's power, slowly awakened its own Mangekyo Sharingan. Both eyes now swirled with the unique temporal spatial patterns of Kamui, and a wave of spacetime rippled through the entire illusion. Go, Kakashi. Rin's figure gradually turned translucent, but her smile remained vivid. Protect Konoha, protecting and protect the dreams we never fulfilled. Obito waved with a laugh, his eyes full of relief. Don't let us down, old friend. Their two forms dissolved into the light and the illusion faded away. Meanwhile on the other side of the laboratory Sasuke and Guy had also arrived and were undergoing limb restoration under Orochimaru's care. Sasuke's right arm had long been lost to past battles. Orochimaru attached a prosthetic limb fused with Hashirama cells and Uchiha genes. A faint green chakra flowed slowly seamlessly integrating the new arm with his body. Sasuke flexed the arm gathering chakra at his fingertips and a hint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Guy's left leg had been sacrificed in sealing Kaguya. Now he received a specially crafted ninja prosthetic balancing strength and agility. He stomped lightly and the familiar blazing aura of youthful passion flared around him. He could already feel the confidence to unleash his taijutsu as before. In the cultivation chamber Kakashi slowly opened his eyes. A pair of crimson Mangekyo Sharingan emerged clearly, both pupils steeped in dense temporal spatial chakra. The swirling vortex patterns of Kamui turned within his gaze and a powerful aura emanated, causing the chakra throughout the laboratory to tremble faintly. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow and smiled. Success. The dual Kamui Sharingan after so many years has reappeared in the world. The chamber door slid open slowly and Kakashi stepped out, his posture still straight with an added calm and resolve in his eyes after the ordeal in the illusion. He raised a hand in a hand seal. A Kamui vortex instantly materialized before his left eye, effortlessly distorting the air around it. He drew a falling reagent vial into the other dimension, then released it from another point, confirming the full revival of the dual Kamui. Kakashi sensei. Dad. Naruto and I rushed forward excitedly while Sasuke and Guy also approached. Their new limbs gave them a far more commanding presence. Guy clenched his new prosthetic, radiating a dazzling youthful brilliance. Kakashi. Wonderful. Now we can fight side by side again, igniting the flames of youth once more. Sasuke nodded slightly, his gaze towards Kakashi carrying a measure of recognition. The return of dual Kamui Kakashi undeniably added the most elite combat power against the Otsutsuki. Gazing at the scene before me, at the Kamui glow swirling in Kakashidad's eyes, at Sasuke and Guy's renewed appearances, and at Mirai beside me clenching Shizui's Sharingan with unwavering determination, my heart surged with emotion. Past regrets were being mended one by one, the will of predecessors was being inherited, and the comrades around me had all gathered their utmost strength. Kakashi swept his gaze across everyone, finally settling on me and Mirai. His voice was solemn, as if answering Rin and Obito in the illusion. Rest assured. I will protect everyone and guide Mirai so that he can carry on this will of protection. The crimson light of the dual Kamui, the glint of Sasuke's Sharingan, and the dojutsu power of Shursui in Mirai's hand interweaved brilliantly. Every ounce of power in the laboratory was forged from bonds and resolve. Konoha's mightiest fighting force had assembled. They awaited only the ultimate onslaught of the Otsutsuki to stand together and defend the hard-won peace. The crimson gaze of the dual Kamui burst forth in the laboratory as Sasuke's Rinnegan and Shizui's eye power shimmered in harmony. Kai's new prosthetic radiated youth while Sasuke's new arms smoothly gathered chakra. Kakashi stepped out of the cultivation pod surrounded by spatial chakra that swirled like a thin mist. In his eyes was a sense of relief after experiencing the illusions, as well as a firm resolve to protect Konoha. Are you ready? Naruto placed his hand on Kakashi's shoulder, sage chakra subtly flowing, while behind him Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya and others were already prepared for battle, their soul steel bodies carrying the will of their ancestors radiating powerful chakra. At that moment dark clouds suddenly gathered over Konoha, the piercing sound of space tearing echoed through the heavens. The figure of Otsutsuki Momoshiki enveloped in the sinister chakra of Kaguya appeared as countless white zetsu swarmed into the ninja world. The ground trembled violently and the flames of war were ignited once more. Everyone hold the ninja world and protect all that we cherish. Minato was the first to teleport out golden flying thunder god chakra slicing through the sky, instantly pulling several white zetsu into another space. Kushina followed closely, her crimson chakra forming a barrier to protect the fleeing villagers behind her. Kakashi moved, activating both Kamui simultaneously. The spatial whirlpools of his left and right eyes intertwined into a net. Kamui intangibility diverted the incoming chakra completely, while Kamui Raikiri surged forward wrapped in lightning chakra and spatial power, charging directly at Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Momoshiki raised his hand to condense a black rod, but its trajectory was warped by Kakashi's spacetime ninjutsu. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke unleashed Amaterasu black flames engulfing Momoshiki's chakra barrier, while Kai leaped into the air, his new prosthetic bursting forth with incredible power, sweeping away a swath of white zetsu with leaf whirlwind. His youthful shout resonated across the battlefield. Future tightly gripped Shizui's Mangekyo Sharingan. Under the influence of Oto's soul steel technology, the illusion of Koto Amatsukami quietly unfolded, precisely controlling several Otsutsuki subordinates to create an opening for the allied forces. Rin moved through the battlefield, her medical chakra nourishing the wounded ninjas like spring rain. Shikumo wielded a short blade, effortlessly cutting down several white zetsu as the fierceness and composure of the Hatake clan were vividly displayed. Jiraiya summoned Gamabunta, intertwining sage chakra with toad oil fireballs to form a fiery web that scorched the invading enemies. Seeing this, Momoshiki furiously activated his wedge form. A massive chakra shockwave surged towards them, causing Naruto to immediately enter his Nine Tails mode, joining forces with Sasuke to unleash Susanoo. The golden tail beast chakra fused with Susanoo's armor, barely blocking the impact. Hyuga, restrain his movements. Naruto shouted, sage chakra gathering in his palm. I nodded in understanding. Fully activating would release large trees, temporarily binding Momoshiki. Now's the time. Sasuke's Susanoo wielded a long sword, piercing through Momoshiki's chakra barrier, followed closely by Naruto, whose Rasen Shuriken, infused with the power of the Six Paths, struck hard at Momoshiki's core. Momoshiki, unwilling to admit defeat, attempted to absorb chakra from the ninja world to counterattack, but was restrained by Obito's Susanoo and Hashirama's True Thousand Hands. Shikumo's short blade severed his chakra veins, while Minato's Flying Thunder God accurately teleported behind him, delivering a Rasengan directly to his vital points. Seizing the opportunity, Future activated Koto Amatsukami, completely dismantling his will to resist. Seeing this, Kakashi concentrated both Kamui into a massive spatial vortex, pulling Momoshiki, his followers, and the remaining white Zetsu into another space, promptly closing the portal, effectively severing the Otsutsuki invasion. As the flames of war gradually subsided, the dark clouds dispersed and sunlight once again bathed the ninja world. On the scarred land, the surviving ninjas embraced each other in tears, cheers and applause echoing through the heavens. Kakashi retracted both Kamui, his Sharingan slowly fading from crimson to its normal state, exhaustion evident in his eyes, yet a smile of relief shone through. Hyuga quickly ran up, tightly hugging Kakashi's arm, tears soaking his sleeve. Dad, we won. Kakashi gently ruffled her hair, nodding tenderly, yes, we won, and there will be no more wars. In the days after the battle, the ninja world welcomed true peace. Each village set aside past grievances, forming alliances to jointly heal the wounds of war. Kakashi laid down the burdens of a ninja, no longer participating in any conflict, spending his days with Hyuga, Rin and Shikumo, living a leisurely life in a wooden house in the forest. He would take Hyuga fishing at the Managawa in the mornings, accompany Rin to tend the garden in the afternoons, and in the evenings sit across from Shikumo, drinking and reminiscing about the past and the tranquility of the present. The relationship between Hyuga and Future gradually warmed during these peaceful years. Together they taught new students at the Ninja Academy, passing on the bonds of the ninja world and the will to protect to the next generation. Otto continued to research soul steel technology, providing technical support for the peace of the ninja world. As for Obito, he voluntarily became a member of the Umbu to guard Konoha in atonement for his sins. Minato and Kushina, along with Jiraiya, also lived happily with Naruto's family. On a certain evening, as the sun set, Kakashi sat by the riverside of Managawa, watching Hyuga and Future dream about the future, with Rin by his side and Shikumo fishing nearby, a gentle smile gracing his lip. The sunset cast long shadows of everyone as the evening breeze rippled the river's surface, creating sparkling reflections, and the air was filled with warmth and tranquility. Kakashi gazed at everything before him, his eyes filled with relief. Those youthful regrets, the pains of war, had ultimately been soothed by time. He finally lived the life he had always dreamed of, surrounded by family and safeguarded by peace, which was the most fulfilling destination of this life. Volume 2 Epilogue. This place is. I stood amidst a desolate forest with cracked earth beneath my feet, the air filled with a faint scent of gunpowder and the fluctuations of chakra. Having traversed countless worlds, sudden time-space jumps were no longer a novelty, yet the scene before me was so unfamiliar that I struggled to comprehend it, neither the Konoha I knew nor any other time-space I had visited. Since I couldn't ascertain my location, the most prudent course of action was to head towards Konoha. I activated my chakra to sense the surroundings, and just a few steps out, several distinctly powerful auras invaded my perception. Among them two were heavy and familiar, as steady as mountains, undoubtedly Uncle Hashirama and Uncle Tobirama. The other two were relatively weaker. One was sharp as a cold blade, emanating the unique crimson chakra of the Uchiha that was brother Sasuke. The other was feminine and enigmatic, entwined with a faint scent of medicine, unmistakably Orochimaru. Wait a minute, such a configuration. I felt a jolt in my heart as a terrifying suspicion surged in my mind. With Hashirama and Tobirama together alongside Sasuke and Orochimaru, could this be during the Fourth Great Ninja War when the Edo Tensei army was unleashed? I couldn't help but sigh and press my forehead. I truly had a knack for timing, landing right in the most perilous battlefield upon my arrival. Since I am here, I shall make the best of it. Since I unexpectedly returned to this juncture, I could not allow those regrets to replay. Brother Niji, this time you cannot leave Tenten behind again. Imadara and Obito, the lives you're trapped in by your obsessions I might be able to rewrite, and Kurizetsu, the puppeteer behind all this time, he must pay for all the suffering. Countless thoughts flashed through my mind, and my gaze gradually grew resolute as I swiftly moved towards the source of the auras. The endpoint of the aura led to a hidden entrance of an underground laboratory, and as I approached I heard Uncle Hashirama's authoritative shout, "Tobirama, lower your finger." I quietly peeked out and witnessed a classic scene. Uncle Tobirama had gathered faint blue chakra at his fingertips, clearly intending to strike at brother Sasuke beside him, but was being intensely scrutinized by Hashirama, whose overwhelming presence forced him to retract his hand reluctantly. Seeing Uncle Tobirama's expression of unwillingness yet forced compliance made me unable to hold back, and I chuckled softly. No matter how much time passes, Uncle Tobirama will always heed Uncle Hashirama's words, even if he never admits it verbally. His actions reflect his submission. Who is there? Tobirama's senses were remarkably sharp. As soon as my laughter faded, he instantly turned his keen gaze piercing towards my hiding spot, chakra flaring at his fingertips, defensive and alert. Brother Sasuke immediately tightened the blade at his waist, while Orochimaru raised an eyebrow with interest, curiosity gleaming in his golden vertical pupils. I knew I couldn't hide any longer, so I slowly stepped out of the shadows and stood calmly before everyone. Hashirama and Tobirama looked at me, their faces showing no significant change. Perhaps the Edo Tensei state made them less sensitive to unfamiliar auras. However, standing beside them, Master Minato's eyes widened in shock, his form trembling slightly, his tone filled with disbelief. Lin. Is that you, Lin? My heart warmed, tinged with a hint of bitterness. Indeed, because I bore a striking resemblance to my mother Lin, especially in expression. Master Minato recognized me at first glance. I gently shook my head, my tone soft yet firm. Master Minato, you have mistaken me for someone else. My mother is indeed Noera Rin, but she passed away many years ago during a mission. Master Minato's ecstatic expression instantly faded, replaced by profound disappointment and melancholy. He stared blankly at me, his gaze falling upon my hair before suddenly snapping back to reality, his tone urgent. Are you really Rin's child? But your hair color. Could it be that your father is? His words trailed off, his eyes flickering as if realizing something. I met the gazes of everyone, especially Tobirama's scrutinizing eyes and Sasuke's slightly surprised expression, and spoke calmly about my lineage. My father is Hatake Kakashi, and I have come from the future to this time-space. As my words fell, the laboratory fell into a sudden silence. Only the faint sound of airflow from the ventilation echoed. Master Minato stood frozen, his azure eyes widening dramatically, reflecting shock and disbelief at my presence. He instinctively staggered forward half a step, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists, knuckles turning pale to near transparency, even beads of cold sweat seeping between his fingers. He had never imagined that Rin, whom he regarded as his own child, and Kakashi would leave behind such a time-crossing bond. The joy that had ignited from the mistaken identity moments ago now completely faded, replaced by deep melancholy, his eyes glistening with a hint of moisture, his throat bobbing as if 1,000 words were stuck in his heart, and after a long moment he hoarsely murmured with unmistakable choked emotion, Kakashi. Rin. So that's how it is. He slowly raised his hand, wanting to touch my cheek, but halted midair, his fingertips trembling slightly. In that motion lay a longing for Rin, a heartache for Kakashi, and a cherished regard for me, his belated junior. The past flashed through his mind. Rin smiling as she handed him medical ninja tools, Kakashi silently protecting his comrades, and the despair when Obito fell into the abyss. Complex emotions intertwined in his gaze, mixed with comfort, regret, and a sense of helplessness for the lost time. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging emotions, yet he couldn't hide the hoarseness in his voice, looking at me with a gentle yet heavy gaze. Child, these years. You and Kakashi have had a hard time. Uncle Hashirama was the first to break the silence, laughing as he patted his thigh, his steady aura instantly softening as he took a few steps towards me, scrutinizing my features with a tone full of emotion. So that's how it is. He then turned to Tobirama, his tone laced with a hint of pride. Look, our Konoha's juniors are becoming more and more outstanding. Tobirama's brow remained tightly furrowed, his sharp gaze sweeping over me repeatedly, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the cuff of his sleeve, a faint chakra swirling around him. He was meticulously sensing my bloodline fluctuations. After a moment the scrutiny in his eyes lessened slightly, but caution remained, his tone cool. The bloodline of Hatake Kakashi, the mingling of Senju and Uchiha. That appears to be true. However, the claim of coming from the future is too absurd. He was always practical and cautious, inherently skeptical of phenomena like time travel, and even with bloodline compatibility he was reluctant to easily believe. Orochimaru leaned against the corner, his white robe trailing on the ground, excitement flickering in his golden vertical pupils, his tongue lightly licking his lips as he stepped closer to me, his voice silky with curiosity. A person from the future. The blood of Hatake and Uchiha mixed with the essence of Senju. Truly a perfect collectible. He reached out his fingertip to touch my hair, but was instantly blocked by brother Sasuke, who drew his blade, the blade grazing his fingertip, igniting a spark. Brother Sasuke gripped his long knife tightly, his crimson Sharingan swirling slightly, his gaze towards me complex and indecipherable. There was a connection to Kakashi, a sense of loss for Uchiha, and confusion about my existence spanning time. He stood protectively in front of me, speaking sternly to Orochimaru, "Don't touch her." Then he turned to me, his voice low, "You say you come from the future, what evidence do you have?" He never easily trusted others, and even though I was Kakashi's daughter, solid proof was still required. At that moment two figures silently emerged from the shadows on the other side of the laboratory, Karen and Suigetsu, who accompanied Sasuke. Karen crossed her arms, her crimson eyes filled with curiosity as she stared at me for a long time, murmuring softly, "The chakra fluctuations are quite special, combining Uchiha's chill with Sanja's vitality plus the steadiness of the Hatake clan. It's such a strange combination." Suigetsu nonchalantly toyed with the water-style ninja tools in his hands, his tone indifferent, a person from the future. "That sounds more interesting than the blade of Zabuza. If you're deceiving us, don't blame me for being rude." I faced the varied gazes of everyone, Master Minato's relief and melancholy, Tobirama's vigilance and skepticism, Orochimaru's greed and curiosity, Sasuke's scrutiny and defense, and Karen and Suigetsu's curious observations. Without any hint of retreat, I slowly raised my hand, gathering a trace of chakra at my fingertip. The light green would release chakra intertwined with the pale purple Uchiha chakra mixed with the unique essence of the Hatake clan, forming a small orb of light at my fingertip. "This is the first piece of evidence I can provide to prove myself." My tone was calm yet resolute. Wood release can only be used by the Senju clan or those who have integrated Hashirama's cells, and brother Sasuke should be able to discern the authenticity of the Uchiha chakra. Moreover, I also know everything that is about to happen, the secret of Edo Tensei, the truth behind Madara being manipulated by Kurizetsu, the source of Obito's obsession, and the countless lives that will be lost in the Great Ninja War. Master Minato's expression instantly shifted from gentle melancholy to extreme seriousness, the chakra around him tightening, his once soft gaze now filled with urgency and anxiety. He stepped forward, gently placing his hands on my shoulders, the force restrained yet unmistakably tense, his tone filled with worry. "Are you telling the truth? Obito? What is the source of his obsession? And the lives that will be lost in the war, are there many familiar faces among them?" Mentioning Obito, a hint of unnoticeable guilt crept into his voice, the regret of not being able to protect his disciple resurfacing at this moment. Seeing me nod, his anxiety deepened, yet he forcibly steadied himself, adding, "Regardless of whether what you say is true or false, as long as it can protect everyone and amend those regrets, I am willing to believe you. Obito, Kakashi, Rin. And everyone in Konoha, I do not wish to lose them again." Uncle Hashirama also retracted his smile, his gaze towards me growing more serious, clearly realizing I was not speaking lightly. Tobirama's brow furrowed even tighter, yet he did not rebut, he simply stared at me silently, waiting for me to continue. After all, for him anything concerning Konoha's safety, even the absurd, future matters, was worth listening to. I laid out the core nodes of the Fourth Shinobi World War one by one, from Madara Uchiha's movements after being revived by the impure world reincarnation to every step Black Zetsu manipulated in the shadows, then how Obito was induced to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi, and finally the key scene of Niji's sacrifice. Niji will die protecting Naruto and Tenten under the Ten-Tails wooden spikes technique. Before the words faded, Minato's face had turned pale and Hashirama clenched his fists, the wood release chakra around him stirring faintly. "No time to waste. We'll split into two groups." Tobirama, the first to calm down, swiftly deployed the plan. "Brother, you come with me to the Allied forces frontline to stabilize the battlefield and prevent the Ten-Tails from rampaging too early. Minato, you go find Obito and try to awaken him through the bond of master and disciple. It's more effective than forceful suppression. Sasuke, you restrain Orochimaru to stop him from causing chaos, and as for you," he turned to me, his tone softening slightly, "you know the future nodes. Go protect those two children and prevent the tragedy." Everyone moved immediately. I raced toward the location I remembered, with the Allied shinobi forces locked in bloody battle against the White Zetsu along the way. Blood stained the earth and the cries of battle were deafening. I channeled my chakra, causing wood release vines to surge from the ground and rescue several Konoha shinobi surrounded by White Zetsu. At the same time I shouted, "Everyone fall back to the western line. The Ten-Tails is about to unleash its wooden spikes technique, evade now." Though the Allied shinobi were puzzled seeing my decisive and precise strikes, they instinctively followed the order. Just as I reached the area where Naruto and Tenten were, I saw the colossal silhouette of the Ten-Tails blotting out the sky. Its black wooden spikes rained down toward Naruto like a storm. Niji had already assumed his rotation stance, his gaze firm as he stood in front of Naruto. "Niji, no!" I screamed as I charged forward, my hands forming seals with extreme speed. Would release wall. A thick wooden barrier instantly appeared in front of Niji, steadfastly receiving the Ten-Tails' wooden spikes. The wall was pierced with countless holes, but it ultimately protected those behind it. Niji froze, turning to look at me with confusion in his eyes. "You are... I'm Hatake Kakashi's daughter." While maintaining the wooden wall, I urged urgently, "The Ten-Tails' attack won't stop at one wave. Retreat with Tenten and Naruto quickly and use Gentle Fist in coordination with my wood-release defense." Tenten also snapped into action, swinging her chain to pull Naruto to a safe area while nodding at Niji. The three fought side by side. Niji's Gentle Fist precisely struck the chakra points of approaching White Zetsu. Tenten's chain restrained the enemies, and my wood-release built layer upon layer of defense. The originally doomed situation gradually stabilized. On the other side, Hashirama and Tobirama had already reached the main battlefield. Hashirama clapped his hands together. Wood-release deep forest emergence swept across the entire field, with enormous trees entangling the Ten-Tails' limbs attempting to bind its movements. Tobirama teleported above the Ten-Tails with the Flying Thunder God technique, combining it with water release water severing wave. The sharp water blade slashed toward the Ten-Tails' eye sockets, forcing it to let out a pained roar. Minato had also found Obito. His golden Flying Thunder God chakra clashed with Obito's spacetime chakra. As he evaded, he yelled, "Obito! Wake up! Do you remember Rin's wish? She didn't want you to destroy the world, she wanted you to protect Konoha." Obito's movements noticeably paused, and behind his mask his eyes showed signs of inner conflict. Black Zetsu lurked in the shadows. Sensing the shift in the situation, he quietly gathered chakra, intending to take the chance to manipulate Obito. I keenly detected that sinister aura and immediately shouted to Minato, "Minato-sama, beware of Black Zetsu. He's controlling Obito." Minato understood instantly. Using Flying Thunder God, he teleported behind Obito, striking his back with a palm and injecting his own chakra to temporarily suppress Black Zetsu's control. The standoff between Sasuke and Orochimaru had also reached a fever pitch. Orochimaru tried to seize the Ten-Tails chakra but was tightly restrained by Sasuke's Susanoo. The black flames of Amaterasu sealed off Orochimaru's escape routes. Sasuke said coldly, "Don't even think of pulling any tricks or I won't hesitate to finish you off completely." Karen, sensing chakra from the side, quickly warned Sasuke, "There's a wave of white Zetsu coming from the left, watch out for a sneak attack." Suigetsu swung his executioner's blade, cutting down the closing white Zetsu one by one. "This kind of scene is truly thrilling," he declared boastfully. The Ten-Tails, enraged by Hashirama's binding, burst free from the deep forest emergence. A massive tailed beast ball formed and hurtled toward the allied forces line. "Everyone scatter!" Hashirama shouted as he formed hand seals. Would release would golem technique. Huge wooden hands rose from the ground, barely catching the tailed beast ball. The violent explosion shattered the wooden hands, but Hashirama gritted his teeth and persisted despite the dire situation. "Tobirama now!" Tobirama teleported to the tip of the Ten-Tails' tail. Gathering the strongest water release chakra in his fingertips, he used mutually multiplying explosive tags. The explosion blasted through the Ten-Tails' tailbone, causing it to flinch in pain and interrupting the formation of the tailed beast ball. I took the opportunity to manipulate wood release vines, tightly binding the tip of the Ten-Tails' tail. Niji and Tenten coordinated their attacks. Niji's gentle fist precisely struck the Ten-Tails' chakra nodes, while Tenten hurled special ninja tools into its eyes. Temporarily blinded, the Ten-Tails fell into complete chaos. Under Minato's awakening, Obito's mask gradually shattered, revealing his scarred face. He looked at the devastation of the battlefield, then recalled Rin's smile. The confusion in his eyes slowly faded, replaced by guilt and resolve. "Did I make a mistake?" Just then his gaze accidentally swept over me not far away. His body stiffened abruptly, his pupils violently contracted. The guilt on his face instantly gave way to extreme shock, and he even forgot to breathe. He staggered half a step forward, his voice trembling uncontrollably as he roared in disbelief, "Rin! No, that's not right, you are." Before I could explain, a familiar lightning release chakra rushed over. Kakashi had arrived on the battlefield at some point. His hand holding the Chidori tightened slightly, his silver-gray hair stained with blood and his eyes filled with bewilderment. He first looked at Obito, who had broken free from control, then turned his gaze to me. His eyes darted back and forth between me and Obito, finally settling on my features. His Adam's apple bobbed and his voice was hoarse. "How are you here, and you, Obito?" He clearly hadn't expected to encounter both his time-traveling daughter and his resurrected best friend on this same battlefield. Obito snapped his head toward Kakashi. The shock in his eyes faded, replaced by a surge of complex emotions, resentment, reluctance, and above all the obsession and regret for Rin. He strode up to Kakashi, seized his collar with a force that nearly tore it, and roared in accusation, "Kakashi! What the hell is going on? Who is she? Why does she look so much like Rin?" His voice carried years of suppressed anguish. "Tell me, did Rin leave any unfinished wishes? Have you been hiding something from me all along?" Kakashi, though grabbed by the collar, didn't resist. His bewilderment deepened as he looked at me, then back at Obito, his tone full of helplessness. "She's my daughter, Hatake. Her mother is Rin." Those words struck Obito like a thunderbolt. His grip on Kakashi's collar loosened instantly, and he staggered back 2 steps, his eyes filled with stunned melancholy as he murmured, "Rin, your daughter." Minato quickly stepped between them, gently soothing Obito. "Obito, calm down. In came from the future. She knows everything, including Rin's true feelings." I also walked up quickly, looking at Obito's pale face, my tone soft but firm. "Uncle Obito, Auntie Rin's wish was never destruction, nor was it for you to live in hatred. She wanted you and Dad to live well and protect Konoha." Black Zetsu lurked in the shadows. Seeing Obito's emotional turmoil, he intended to seize the chance to manipulate him again, but didn't expect Madara to have already broken free from the impure world reincarnation and appear silently behind him. Madara's chakra was as sharp as a blade, clearly he hadn't been controlled by Black Zetsu as in the original story. Hashirama's earlier words on the battlefield had ultimately shaken the mind that had been manipulated. You little brat hiding in the shadows and manipulating me for so long, it's time you paid the price. Madara's Susanoo instantly materialized, its sharp blade gleaming coldly as it slashed toward Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu with no escape left could only appear and beg for mercy, but Madara killed him without hesitation. With Black Zetsu's demise, the Ten-Tails chakra gradually became disordered. Hashirama took the chance to use wood release to bind the Ten-Tails again, while Tobirama set up a sealing technique to gradually weaken its power. Niji looked at Tenten, who was safe and sound beside him, then turned to me with a relieved smile. Thank you, Ing. The sun set in the west as the smoke of battle slowly dissipated. Minato patted Obito's shoulder, his eyes full of relief. Hashirama and Madara stood side by side watching the battlefield gradually return to order for once without bickering. Sasuke dismissed his Susanoo while Orochimaru was watched over by Karen and Suigetsu, his eyes still carrying resentment. I stood beside Niji and Tenten, looking at everything before me, my heart filled with gratitude. This time those regrets had finally been rewritten. Dai-Tu stood frozen, his fingertips curling unconsciously, all color drained from his face. He stared at the contours of my features that resembled Lin's, then at the deep-seated guilt hidden in Kakashi's eyes. Years of resentment, obsession and unwillingness collapsed in an instant, leaving only a torrent of regret. I actually... His voice choked as he raised a hand to cover his face, tears seeping through the gaps between his fingers. For the sake of so-called revenge, I destroyed everything Lin wanted to protect and nearly brought Konoha to the brink of annihilation. I'm such a fool. Kakashi watched Dai-Tu's breakdown, his silver-gray eyes filled with complexity. He slowly stepped forward, silent, and gently patted Dai-Tu's shoulder, a gesture that carried too many unspoken words, the bonds of youth, the pain of losing Lin, and the regret and reluctance for a dear friend who had strayed. Dai-Tu, he said in a hoarse voice, each word heavy with burden, I bear some responsibility for what happened back then. If I had been a little faster. Before he could finish, Dai-Tu fiercely interrupted. No, it's all my fault. Dai-Tu lowered his hands, his face streaked with tears, but a resolute light burned in his eyes. I was blinded by hatred, forgetting Lin's wishes and our promise. Now it's time to atone. He turned his gaze to the chaotic battlefield. Although the Ten-Tails was temporarily restrained, it still struggled wildly, and the White Zetsu army had yet to be completely eradicated. Sealing the Ten-Tails requires power. I possess Hashirama cells and time-space chakra. I'll help you. With that, Dai-Tu turned to charge at the Ten-Tails, but Kakashi reached out and grabbed his arm, reluctance deepening in his eyes. Dai-Tu, your body has already been damaged by Hashirama cells and time-space abilities. Forcing your chakra will completely drain your life force. He knew Dai-Tu's nature all too well. Once he set his mind on atonement, he would spare no expense. This resolve to do the impossible made Kakashi's heart tighten. He had already lost Lin, he could not bear to lose this friend again. Dai-Tu turned and gave Kakashi a relieved smile, a smile that carried apologies for the past and acceptance of fate. Kakashi, this is my debt to Lin, to Konoha, and to you. Being able to do something for everyone in the end is the only compensation I can offer. He gently freed himself from Kakashi's hand, his tone firm. Don't worry. I won't be reckless like before. I quickly stepped forward and grabbed Dai-Tu's other hand, passing warmth through my palm. Uncle Dai-Tu, I said softly yet with indisputable strength, atonement doesn't mean sacrificing yourself. Mom Lin wouldn't be happy if she saw you like this. She wants you to live, to see Konoha restored to peace, to see everyone live well. I turned to look at Kakashi, then back at Dai-Tu. Let's work together, okay? Dad's lightning blade, Uncle's time-space ninjutsu, and my wood release, will fight side by side. We can seal the Ten-Tails completely without anyone having to bear it alone. Dai-Tu looked into my clear eyes as if seeing Lin's gentle gaze reflected within. He paused briefly, then slowly nodded. The determination in his eyes softened, gaining warmth. All right, he said softly yet with a weighty promise. Together. Kakashi watched our joined hands, his reluctance gradually turning into resolve. He gripped his kunai tightly and looked at the battlefield. Then together let's fulfill Lin's wish and protect our Konoha. The three stood shoulder to shoulder, their chakras intertwining. The bonds of youth and the redemption of this moment radiated a warm, unwavering light across the smoke-filled battlefield. We coordinated seamlessly. Kakashi's lightning blade precisely cleaved through approaching White Zetsu. Dai-Tu's time-space ninjutsu teleported him around the Ten-Tails to set up a restraining barrier, and my wood release coiled around the Ten-Tails' limbs, forming a double bind with Uncle Zhu Jian's woodland creation. Uncle Fei Jian seized the opportunity to activate the sealing technique while Shui Men and Zuo Zhu stood guard on the periphery. The battlefield situation grew increasingly clear. When the last wisp of Black Zetsu's residual chakra was slain by Ban and the Ten-Tails was fully sealed within the barrier, the heavens and earth finally regained long-lost tranquility. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a faint temporal glow began to radiate around me. I knew that having changed the critical tragedy, the timeline had been restored. It was time for me to return to my own future. The glow intensified, gradually enveloping my form. I turned to Kakashi and Dai-2, my eyes filled with reluctance. Dad, Uncle Dai-2, I have to go. Kakashi's pupils contracted sharply. He rushed forward trying to grasp my hand, but his fingertips only passed through the glow. His silver-gray eyes instantly reddened, his voice urgent and unwilling. Can't you stay a little longer? He had so many words left unsaid, so much time he wanted to make up for, yet never expected the farewell to come so soon. Dai-2 also stood frozen, then quickly stepped forward, looking at me wrapped in the glow. Guilt and tenderness interwove in his eyes. Child, thank you, he said hoarsely. You helped me see my true heart and stopped me from making an irreparable mistake. Dad, take good care of yourself and stay with Uncle Dai-2, I said, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Uncle Dai-2, you must live well. Protect Konoha with Dad and see the peaceful world for Mom Lin. I'll be waiting for you in the future, for a Konoha without regrets. The glow thickened, gradually drowning my voice. I took one last look at the two men bound by Lin and who held Lin in their hearts, then my figure fully dissolved into the crevice of time. After Ing vanished, the battlefield was left with only a cool breeze and lingering smoke. Kakashi stood still, his outstretched hands still hanging in the air, his fingertips seemingly retaining the warmth of his daughter. The reluctance in his eyes transformed into deep relief. He turned to Dai-2, his voice gentle yet firm, we must not letting down nor Lin. Dai-2 gazed at the spot where the temporal glow had dissipated, a tender smile spreading across his face. The scars in his eyes seemed to have been smoothed somewhat. He patted Kakashi's shoulder, his tone full of solemnity. Yes. Let's return to Konoha together, live well, protect this hard-won peace, and I will atone for my sins. Though Hashirama cells in his body still threatened backlash with Kakashi's companionship and his resolve to make amends, he wanted only to strive to live, fulfilling his promises to Ing and Lin. The two walked side by side toward Konoha, the setting sun casting long shadows behind them. Years of estrangement and resentment had vanished, leaving only bonds that transcended life and death and hopes for the future. Kakashi raised a hand and lightly touched his left eye, the eye that carried Dai-2's gift and held their shared memories. Dai-2 looked at his friend beside him, a long-lost pure smile curving his lips, just like the days of youth when the three of them ran together on the training ground, his eyes full of light. They both knew Ing was waiting for them in the future and Lin was watching from above. In the days to come they would protect Konoha, heal the wounds of war, and spend the rest of their lives making up for past regrets, living as Lin and Ing would have wished. This bond that spanned time would in the years of peace grow ever stronger and more enduring. The afternoon sun in Konoha was just right, yet a deadly aura lingered over the training grounds lawn. An 80-year-old Kiki Hikari wrapped in a stolen old cloak of Kakashi, the hem dragging on the ground covered in grass clippings. With one hand on her hip and the other holding a black-painted stick as a dark staff, her silver-gray hair obscured one eye as she solemnly stared at her three little companions. Boruto, with a blade of grass in his mouth and hands in his pockets, looked at her with a helpless expression. Hikaru, didn't we agree to practice ninjutsu? What are you up to now? Sarada stood by with her arms crossed, a hint of disdain hidden in her cool Uchiha features, yet she endured and didn't leave. The youngest Himawari with her twin tails clutched half a leftover dorayaki, her big eyes curiously gazing at Hikari, her little face full of admiration. Hikari cleared her throat, deliberately lowering her voice filled with a sense of Chinibu authority. Ignorant mortals, this place is now shrouded in the power of me, Empress of Shadows Hikari. You shall either submit or fall into eternal darkness. As she spoke she waved her dark staff, sweeping the branch across the lawn and startling a few ants. Boruto couldn't help but laugh. What Empress of Shadows? That sounds so silly. If we're going to compete, let's do so with ninjutsu. I want submit. He raised his hand, gathering pale blue chakra ready to take action. Hikari's expression instantly turned cold, slowly shaking her head, her tone filled with pity. Foolish brawler, you only expose your shallowness. She sidestepped Boruto's tentative chakra blast, her cloak billowing as she gracefully landed on a rock. Relying on brute force in battle is so laughable. Sarada finally couldn't hold back, drawing her practice blade and quickly charging at Hikari. Stop pretending, Hikaru. Take this. Her movements were nimble, yet she deliberately held back, just wanting to shatter Hikari's Chinibu fantasy. Hikari however remained calm, blocking the practice blade with her dark staff, her disdainful gaze sweeping over Sarada. Suddenly she switched to a tone of tragic pity, murmuring to the air as if speaking to an absent brother, how sad it is, brother, that you are ultimately blinded by the power of the mundane and have become a slave to brute force. Sarada was taken aback, then furrowed her brow. Who is your brother? I'm not. She retracted her practice blade, watching Hikari immersed in her own world, both angry and amused. Boruto seized the opportunity to sneak behind Hikari, trying to pull off her cloak, but Hikari suddenly turned around and glared at him. You insolent. Hikari raised her dark staff toward Boruto. Dare to offend the authority of this empress and you shall be punished to become my shadow servant guarding this territory. Boruto exaggeratedly groaned, collapsing onto the lawn. Woe is me, I admit defeat. Please spare me, Empress of Shadows. This comical display made Himawari burst into giggles. She trotted over to Hikari, handing her the dorayaki. Hikari, eat the dorayaki. Himawari is willing to be your servant. Hikari looked at Himawari's innocent eyes, her Chinibu aura instantly reduced by half, yet she still feigned calm, accepting the dorayaki, taking a gentle bite, her tone softening. Since you are so devoted, this empress allows you to stay by my side, granting you the title of Lady of Light. Sarada sighed helplessly but didn't intervene, leaning against a tree watching the three engage in their antics. Boruto got up and approached Sarada, whispering, look at Hikari, she's getting more Chinibu by the day. Doesn't Kakashi sensei intervene? Sarada shot him a glance. Even if he does, it doesn't help, she's been like this for almost a month. At that moment Hikari suddenly raised her dark staff towards the sky, her tone impassioned. Today I hereby declare the Empire of Shadows is officially established. You must remember, follow me and you will be free from ignorance and shallowness. Boruto's eyes lit up instantly, tossing aside his nonchalant demeanor. He exaggeratedly formed the hand seal, swaying as if gathering chakra, and shouted at the top of his lungs, long live the Emperor. I am willing to be the Empire's vanguard, code name Thunderbolt. Boruto clearing all opposing forces. He even mimicked a ninjutsu stance, his Chinibu aura rivaling Hikari's. Himawari, inspired by the two, also raised her little fist, clapping and cheering, long live the Emperor. Lady of Light at your command. On the training grounds lawn the cheerful laughter of the boys and girls filled the air. Only Sarada stood aside, facepalming and sighing while secretly curling the corners of her lips, a hint of helpless amusement in her eyes. What are these two kids acting out now? A cheerful voice rang out as Naruto held hands with Hinata. Sasuke accompanied Sakura and the four came to pick up the kids. From a distance Naruto spotted Boruto raising his fist and shouting slogans, helplessly facepalming, while Hinata smiled gently, her gaze landing on Himawari full of affection. Sasuke, with his hands in his pockets, watched the rowdy children in the field, his cool features showing no emotion, yet his lips subtly moved when he caught a glimpse of Sarada's small actions. Sakura walked up with a smile, her eyes playful, calling out to Sarada, Sarada, do you want me to help you end their Chinibu empire? Sarada straightened up immediately, shaking her head, no thanks mom. Let them have their fun. But Hikari and Boruto interrupted, turned to see the four parents, and instead of calming down they became even more energized. Hikari, hands on her hips, declared loudly to the four mortals, how dare you invade my Empire of Shadows? You shall either submit or let my Thunderbolt vanguard take you down. Boruto immediately stepped forward, striking a battle pose, adding with feigned authority, that's right. You better surrender quickly or don't blame me for my thunder technique being merciless. Seeing this, Naruto exaggeratedly took a step back, raising his hands in a surrender gesture. Oh dear, I admit defeat. I wish to submit to the Empress of Shadows. Might I ask if Her Majesty can spare me this time? Hinata also followed Naruto's lead, gently bending down. I am willing to follow your Majesty. This display made the kids burst into laughter. Hikari's cheeks turned slightly red, but she still feigned calm, waving her hand. Since you are wise, this Empress will spare you. Sasuke stepped forward, lightly flicking Sarada's forehead, then looked at Boruto and Hikari, his tone flat yet carrying a hint of warning, don't get too carried away, be careful not to fall. Boruto stuck out his tongue but still toned down his actions a bit. Sakura smiled, ruffling Hikari's hair, her fingers brushing over the grass-stained cloak. Hikari, you stole this cloak from Kakashi, didn't you? Be careful he doesn't come back to punish you. Hikari instantly deflated, instinctively covering the hem of the cloak and muttering quietly, I want. Seeing this, Boruto quickly stepped in to smooth things over, launching into his Chinibu mode. Fear not, your Majesty. With me here I can surely fend off Kakashi sensei's punishment. Hikari immediately regained her composure, nodding, you recognize your place, so I shall reward you with a piece of dorayaki. As she said this, she broke the dorayaki given by Himawari in half and handed it over. The two huddled together, whispering about the great plans of the Empire, while Sarada listened nearby, feeling a headache, yet she remained where she was. Naruto, holding Hinata's shoulder, looked at Boruto's antics with a mix of helplessness and amusement. This kid, just like I was at his age, loves to cause trouble. I wonder where he gets this Chinibu spirit from. Sasuke glanced at him, replying blandly, from you clearly. Always wanting to show off. Sakura couldn't help but chuckle. Sasuke's right. Naruto, you were no more obedient than they are when you were young. The four of them sat on the stone steps watching the children frolic, basking in the warm sunlight, filled with a sense of warmth. Before long Kakashi also came to pick up Hikari, spotting his daughter wrapped in the cloak conspiring with Boruto, while Sarada looked helpless and Himawari clapped in agreement. The four parents sat on the stone steps watching the scene. He chuckled helplessly, walking up to gently tap Hikari on the head. Hikari, it's time to go home for dinner. Your Empire of Shadows can rule together with Boruto again tomorrow. Hikari's aura instantly deflated, feeling wronged as she rubbed her head, but she still shouted to Boruto, Boruto, I shall temporarily retreat from court, the Empire will be entrusted to your care. Boruto immediately stood straight, solemnly clasping his hands. I shall obey. I will defend the empire until your majesty returns. Naruto laughed as he stood up, ruffling Boruto's hair. All right Boruto, enough acting. We should head home now. Hinata gently took Himawari's hand, giving her a new piece of dorayaki. Himawari, have something to eat. Sakura helped Sarada adjust her collar, reminding her next time don't stay too long playing with them, to pay attention to safety. Sasuke nodded slightly to Sarada as the four prepared to leave with the children. Just before they left, Boruto waved to Hikari. Your majesty, remember to ascend the throne on time tomorrow. I have prepared the thunder equipment. Hikari also waved her branch. Understood Boruto, do not slack off. Kakashi shook his head helplessly, taking Hikari's hand as they turned to leave, the cloak dragging on the ground, leaving a trail of small footprints behind, accompanied by the laughter of the parents and the children's chattering, making Konoha's afternoon even warmer. Hikari's aura instantly deflated, feeling wronged as she rubbed her head, but she still shouted to Boruto and the others, I shall temporarily retreat from court, you must hold your posts. Having said that, she obediently took Kakashi's hand to leave, the cloak still dragging on the ground, leaving a trail of small footprints along with the suppressed laughter of the three behind her. In the dim laboratory, 6 wooden coffins inscribed with cursed seals stood in neat rows, their surfaces exuding a cold hard luster. The air was thick with a strange aura of chakra mixed with earth. Orochimaru stood before the coffins, his white robe trailing on the floor, his golden vertical pupils faintly glowing in the gloom. His tone carried a rare note of persuasion. Hotaru, are you sure about this? If Kakashi finds out you used the impure world reincarnation on your own to summon these people, he will be furious. I clenched the hem of my clothes, my fingertips turning white. The certainty I had felt earlier was now tinged with hesitation, and my voice carried an almost imperceptible tremor. It's okay. Dad can't bear to hit me. He probably won't be too angry. My voice grew weaker by the end, even I lacked conviction. After all, impure world reincarnation was a forbidden technique, especially summoning those deeply connected to Konoha and my father. I simply couldn't predict how he would react once he found out. Otto walked slowly to my side, his slender fingers gently resting on my shoulder. The warmth of his palms seeped through my clothes, carrying a calming power. His voice was gentle yet resolute, his eyes filled with certainty. Trust me, Hotaru. I have no reason to deceive you. This is the only way to make up for regrets and to gain strength against the Otsutsuki. I looked up at him, seeing no trace of falsehood in his gaze, and my unease gradually dissipated. I took a deep breath, nodded solemnly to Otto, and my voice regained firmness. I trust you, Otto. Then I turned to Orochimaru, bowed slightly, and said earnestly, I leave this to you, Orochimaru. Orochimaru shook his head with a wry smile and snapped his fingers. 6 white Zetsu emerged slowly from the shadows. Their bodies were stooped, their skin a sickly pale, their eye sockets sunken, and weak murky chakra swirled around them. These are my last reserves, Orochimaru said, tapping the top of a white Zetsu's head. His tone carried a hint of regret but also anticipation. Still, witnessing the revival of these people makes it worthwhile. He stepped back to the center of the coffins, his hands forming seals rapidly. Dark chakra gathered at his fingertips, and cursed sea-like patterns spread across the ground, entwining the 6 coffins and the white Zetsu before them. Very well, impure world reincarnation. Low incantations echoed through the laboratory. The ground shook violently, black chakra surged like tidal waves, and the sky seemed obscured by an unseen force. A chill, grim death aura suddenly filled the air. Then a colossal shadow emerged from the chakra, and the outline of the death god gradually became clear. It wore a pitch-black robe, its faceless shadow beneath the hood exuded bone-chilling coldness, its bony hand gripped a scythe that gleamed with an eerie light, and its deathly aura nearly froze the air. The death god slowly swung its scythe, a cold arc of light flashed, and the souls of the sacrificial white Zetsu were instantly extracted. Their bodies withered and dissipated at a visible rate, finally turning into black smoke devoured by the death god. At the same time, the lids of the 6 wooden coffins exploded open. Black chakra-like cocoons enveloped 6 silhouettes, slowly coalescing and taking shape beside the coffins. The first figure gradually became clear. Uchiha Obito wore the black cloak of the Akatsuki, an orange mask covering half his face, revealing only a single eye with a crimson Sharingan. A lingering ferocity remained in his gaze. Space-time chakra rippled around his tall form. Though summoned by impure world reincarnation, he still exuded a rebellious and unyielding air. The figure beside him was tender and beautiful. Noera Rin wore a light purple Konoha ninja uniform, her black hair falling to her shoulders with slightly curled ends. Her eyes were curved in a gentle smile, and a soft aura of medical chakra surrounded her. Even after going through life and death, her purity and warmth had not faded, as if she had never left. The third figure was steady and imposing. Hatake Hotaru wore a dark ninja robe, his silver-gray hair tied back. His face was stern, bearing a 7-part resemblance to Kakashi but sharper. At his waist hung the legendary white light chakra saber, its blade gleaming coldly. His chakra was dense and heavy, radiating the unique presence of Konoha's white fang. Not far away, Minato Namikaze's figure gradually coalesced. He wore a cloak with yellow lightning bolt patterns, his golden hair dazzling, his clear blue eyes resolute, his features handsome. Golden flying thunder god chakra swirled around him. Even in his impure world state he exuded the calm strength of the fourth Hokage, as if he would instantly teleport to protect those behind him. Beside him Kushina Uzumaki radiated vivid energy, her crimson red hair fell like a waterfall, her eyes also a clear crimson. She wore a red-patterned ninja uniform, her chakra carrying the distinctive Uzumaki clan aura. She had both feminine brilliance and unyielding tenacity, her eyes hiding deep affection for Minato and concern for Naruto. The final figure was carefree and unrestrained. Jiraiya wore his iconic white coat, his off-white hair draped over his shoulders, a signature smile on his face, his eyes full of unruliness. A gourd of sake hung at his waist and his chakra was deep and warm, bearing the presence of one of the Sannin. Even through life and death his passion for Konoha and his expectations for his disciples remained unchanged. The six figures fully manifested their chakras intertwining. They carried both the steadfastness of Konoha ninja and the poignancy of crossing the boundary of life and death. I stared at the familiar yet unfamiliar figures before me, my eyes instantly reddening. My heart was filled with excitement and trepidation. This reunion across life and death had finally come true. The six figures stood quietly within the chakra cocoons. Though revived through impure world reincarnation, their forms were somewhat translucent and the deathly aura around them indicated they were not truly alive. Otto stepped forward, flipping his palm upward. Six bodies with a silvery white metallic luster emerged from spatial rifts around him, floating in midair. These were the soul steel bodies he had spent considerable time developing. Their lines followed the contours of the human form with faint blue energy patterns flowing across the surface. The material was resilient and perfectly capable of bearing souls and chakra, emitting a gentle yet powerful energy fluctuation. These are soul steel bodies specifically designed to house your souls. Otto spoke calmly, gathering faint blue energy threads at his fingertips. The bodies of impure world reincarnation are ultimately limited by the technique. Only true vessels can free you from those shackles and grant you freedom. As his words fell, he waved his hand. 6 energy threads precisely wrapped around Obito and the other 5 gently but firmly guiding their souls to slowly detach from their impure world bodies. Obito and the others stiffened instinctively, wanting to resist, but found the energy threads carried no malice, only a guiding force. As the souls gradually left their impure world bodies, the deathly aura faded, replaced by the gentle energy emanating from the soul steel bodies. The impure world bodies formed by black chakra dissolved like broken ice after the souls were extracted, leaving only 6 ethereal white soul orbs. Under Otto's guidance they slowly flowed into the corresponding soul steel bodies. The fusion process was calm and smooth. The energy patterns on the soul steel bodies suddenly lit up, wrapping the bodies in a faint blue glow as they adjusted the compatibility between soul and vessel. Obito was the first to open his eyes, flexing his fingers. The silver-white soul steel body perfectly replicated his original form, even the mask's patterns were clearly visible. He gathered spacetime chakra in his palm, feeling none of the sluggishness of the impure world state. The ferocity in his gaze had softened, replaced by disbelief. Rin also slowly opened her eyes, raising a hand to touch her cheek. The soul steel body had a warm sensation, nothing like the coldness of the impure world body. She tried to channel medical chakra and pale green chakra flowed smoothly at her fingertips. The joy in her eyes grew more genuine. This is a real body. Hatake Sakumo gripped the white light chakra saber at his waist, feeling the power coursing through his body, even greater than in life. The soul steel material made his chakra circulation more refined. He looked up at Otto, his eyes carrying both scrutiny and gratitude. The Hatake clan will remember this debt. Minato gently raised his hand. Golden flying thunder god chakra danced at his fingertips. He teleported several meters in an instant, then returned, a relieved smile on his face, free from the technique's constraints. This power can truly be used for protection. Kushina reached out and took Minato's arm, her crimson eyes full of delight. Her fingers traced the sleeve of the soul steel body, her voice lively. Great Minato. Now we can truly stand side by side. Jiraiya laughed, patting his soul steel body. The gourd of sake at his waist was still heavy. He took a drink, his carefree grin unchanged. Interesting little gift. This is far more satisfying than impure world reincarnation. From now on Konoha's peace has even more backing. As the 6 were still adjusting to their new bodies, their gazes simultaneously fell on me. The faint laboratory light fell on me, catching the silver-gray strands of my hair. I still wore the lingering warmth of Kakashi's old cloak, standing there with clenched hands torn between anticipation and anxiety, my fingertips unconsciously tightening. Noera Rin was the first to react. The tenderness in her eyes instantly blended with curiosity and softness. She stepped forward lightly, her steps carrying the unique lightness of the soul steel body. When she reached me, she carefully raised her hand but paused just before touching my cheek, as if afraid to disturb the scene. She looked at my features, especially my silver-gray eyes that were exactly like Kakashi's. The answer dawned on her and her voice was as soft as a feather. You are Kakashi's child, right? Your name is Hotaru, isn't it? She had once heard Kakashi mention wanting a stable home. Now seeing this little face so reminiscent of her dear friend, her eyes were full of relief and affection. In her heart she thought, Kakashi, you finally got your wish. Rin's fingertips finally landed on my cheek. The tenderness in her eyes deepened. This scene also made the others' gazes grow more intense. They all shared the same doubt. Besides Kakashi's coolness, Hotaru's features largely overlapped with Rin's, the soft contours, the clarity in the eyes reminiscent of Rin in her youth. Uchiha Obito's body stiffened abruptly. The Sharingan beneath his orange mask constricted sharply and his spacetime chakra nearly went out of control. He stared intently at the scene of me and Rin touching his throat, bobbing uncontrollably. A storm raged in his mind. How could this be? This girl looked so much like Rin. Was it coincidence or? He dared not think further, yet couldn't help but fix his gaze on me, a complex mixture of emotions swirling in his eyes. Shock, tenderness and a hint of unrecognized affection flickered in his mind as fragments of the past with Lin flashed by, gradually overlapping with the figure before him. Kakashi's father frowned, the silver-gray eyes shifting between me and Lin, his resolute face revealing a rare moment of contemplation. He was well aware of Kakashi's past and understood Lin's significance in his son's heart. Seeing me embody traits of both, he had his suspicions but refrained from jumping to conclusions. He murmured softly, in your brows and eyes. There are indeed striking similarities. This kid Kakashi. His tone carried a mix of understanding and a twinge of pain for his son's feelings as he gently caressed the white-toothed short knife at his waist, reflecting on the marvels of fate. Minato and Kushina exchanged glances, both seeing surprise and understanding in each other's eyes. Kushina's crimson eyes sparkled slightly as she gently shook Minato's arm, her voice lowered but brimming with curiosity. Minato, don't you think Hikari looks just like Lin did when she was a child? Aside from the resemblance in eyes to Kakashi, her face shape and smile were almost identical. Minato nodded slowly, his azure eyes filled with gentle inquiry. He mused inwardly, Kakashi must have hidden all his affections for Lin in this child's name and appearance if this bond has continued in this manner. Jiraiya raised his cup, taking a long sip, his gaze lingering on me for a while. The carefree smile on his face took on a deeper meaning as he patted the wine gourd at his waist, teasingly asserting, haha, so that's how it is. That kid Kakashi truly left all his tenderness for everything related to Lin. This girl's appearance clearly harbored his thoughts for Lin. He saw through the emotions involved but chose not to expose them, instead keeping that understanding hidden in his eyes, gazing at me with increasing tenderness and affection. Lin seemed to sense the gazes and speculations surrounding her. She gently ruffled my hair, turned to smile at everyone, her eyes devoid of any reservations, filled only with pure contentment. Does everyone think Hikari resembles me very much? Seeing everyone nodding, she looked back at me, speaking softly, it's wonderful to accompany Kakashi and Hikari in this way. I was enveloped in the warmth of Lin's palm, gazing into her eyes filled with unconditional gentleness. I recalled how my father always revealed his affection for Lin along with countless moments of longing for maternal love. My emotions became uncontrollable. With a pang in my nose, my voice carried a hint of choked emotion as I softly called out the name I had rehearsed countless times in my heart, Mom. Mother. As soon as the words left my lips, I felt an overwhelming embarrassment and lowered my head, instantly gripping Lin's sleeve tightly, my heart racing, fearful of offending Lin yet filled with an indescribable anticipation. Lin's body stiffened momentarily, her eyes reddening. She pulled me tightly into her embrace, her gentle hold radiating the unique warmth of her soul-steel body. Her voice, though choked, was filled with joy as she softly repeated, oh. My dear child, I am here. Holding me, she seemed to grasp a fulfillment that transcended time, her heart brimming with relief. This sudden bond between mother and daughter was far more touching than mere blood ties. Kakashi's father watched the two embrace, his silver-gray eyes swirling with complex emotions, gratitude, guilt and long-suppressed concern. He looked at my brows and eyes that resembled Kakashi, then at Lin's gentle demeanor. Remembering the regret of not being able to accompany Kakashi during his growth, he reflected on this long-awaited familial bond. His throat involuntarily tightened as he stepped forward, his rough palm gently resting on my head, his voice trembling with unhidden affection as he slowly called out, Hikari. Grandpa. This utterance of Grandpa brought tears to Kakashi's father's eyes. He had never been able to give Kakashi complete paternal love, and this regret had become a lifelong obsession. Now addressing his granddaughter, he finally transformed the concern in his heart into a tangible title. I looked up, gazing at Kakashi's father's reddening eyes and the softness on his resolute face. Tears streamed down my cheeks as I lunged into his embrace, choking out, Grandpa. Obito stood in place, the breath behind his orange mask slightly quickened, the crimson Sharingan losing much of its hostility, leaving only emotion and gentleness. He observed the warm scene before him, memories flashing of the time spent with Kakashi and Lin in their youth. He thought to himself, this is the peace Kakashi desires, how wonderful. He did not step forward to interrupt but silently adjusted his chakra, hiding his resolve to protect deep in his eyes, vowing to safeguard this hard-earned fulfillment. Minato and Kushina exchanged glances again, both seeing emotion and comfort reflected in each other's eyes. Kushina wiped her tear-stained corners of her eyes, her crimson gaze filled with softness as she gently spoke to Minato. Minato, look, this child finally has a complete attachment and Senior Kakashi's father has fulfilled his wish. Minato nodded slowly, his azure eyes filled with warmth, responding softly, the bond that transcends life and death ultimately fills every void. This is the best ending. Jiraiya lifted his cup and drained the remaining wine, suppressing the emotion in his eyes, revealing a carefree smile, yet his voice carried a hint of hoarseness. Haha, that kid Kakashi has indeed resolved all his regrets through this girl. From now on, with Lin accompanying and Senior Kakashi's father protecting, this girl is undoubtedly the happiest person. He patted the wine gourd at his waist, gazing at the scene before him filled with emotion. Orochimaru leaned against the lab table, a rare softness flashing in his golden slit pupils. His fingertips unconsciously tapped the surface, remaining silent yet not breaking the warmth of the moment. The eerie atmosphere in the laboratory had long been dispelled by the warmth of familial love, and the fluctuations of chakra had turned gentle. I was sheltered in the embrace of Lin and Kakashi's father, feeling the love from my mother and grandfather. Looking at the gentle faces around me, my heart was filled with security. This reunion that transcended life and death ultimately provided a home for all regrets. A warm atmosphere spread throughout the laboratory as Otto slowly stepped out of the shadows, his step steady, the pale blue energy pattern subtly visible resonating with the luster of the soul steel body. He approached me, naturally lifting a hand to brush away the tears from my cheeks, his movements tender and intimate. Then he turned to the six of them, nodding slightly, his posture appropriate yet filled with undeniable affection, introducing himself. Esteemed seniors, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Otto and I am Hikari's fiancé. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole room fell silent for a moment, everyone's gaze focusing on Otto and me, expressions varying. I was taken aback by this sudden declaration, my cheeks flushing as I instinctively clung to Otto's sleeve, feeling both shy and sweet. Though we had long known each other's feelings, we had never mentioned it so openly in front of our elders. My ears burned with embarrassment and I buried my head deeper into Lin's embrace, too shy to raise it. Lin was the first to react, her gentle gaze gaining a hint of teasing and satisfaction as she gently patted my back. Looking at Otto, her eyes were filled with scrutiny yet devoid of malice, and she softly asked, so you're Otto? Thank you for always being there for Hikari and for preparing such a wonderful body for us. She was happy to have found support for Hikari but couldn't help but evaluate this person who was protecting her daughter from a mother's perspective, confirming whether he could provide Hikari with safety and happiness. Kakashi's father's expression suddenly turned serious, his silver-gray eyes locking onto Otto, the chakra around him subtly condensing, carrying the unique intimidation of Konoha's white fang. He stepped forward, his gaze sharp yet not harsh, and said solemnly, do you understand the immense responsibility that comes with becoming a member of the Hatake family? Hikari is Kakashi's Achilles heel and she is our treasure. We will not allow anyone to let her down. His tone was filled with a protective spirit for his granddaughter, quietly assessing Otto's strength and character, for after all this is the person who would accompany Hikari for a lifetime. Obito slightly straightened his posture, a glimmer of scrutiny flashing in his Sharingan behind the orange mask, and the chakra around him fluctuated subtly. Though he acknowledged Otto's contributions in reshaping their bodies, he remained vigilant towards this suddenly appeared fiancé, thinking to himself, can this kid truly protect Hikari? If he makes even the slightest mistake, even invoking divine power will not spare him. He said little but conveyed his resolve to protect through his aura. Minato and Kushina exchanged glances, seeing surprise and warmth reflected in each other's eyes. Kushina's crimson eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gently laughed, holding Minato's arm. I never expected Hikari to have a fiancé at such a young age. If this child is indeed fortunate. Minato nodded slowly, his azure eyes filled with paternal love, looking at Otto with approval. I can see how much you cherish Hikari. From now on, let's protect her together. The future of Konoha also requires you young people to support each other. Jiraiya lifted his cup, finishing the wine inside, wiping his mouth, his face showing a carefree smile as he stepped forward to pat Otto's shoulder, teasingly saying, haha, young man has good taste. Hikari is indeed a treasure, you must treat her well. If you dare to bully her, not only will Kakashi not spare you, but I will personally step in to teach you a lesson. His tone was light but concealed expectations and warnings for the younger generation. Orochimaru leaned against the lab table, a rare hint of amusement flashing in his golden slit pupils. His fingertips lightly tapped the surface, intrigued as he assessed Otto. I didn't expect you to be skilled at creating soul steel bodies and so attentive to Hikari. Quite interesting, with you around, Hikari's safety has gained an extra layer of assurance. Though his demeanor was indifferent, he acknowledged Otto's identity. Otto faced the gazes of everyone, his demeanor calm and unflustered. He gently held my hand, the warmth from his palm providing me with reassurance, firmly looking at everyone. Esteemed seniors, my one and only obsession in this life is to protect Hikari. No matter how great the dangers ahead, whether from the Otsutsuki threat or other obstacles, I will do everything in my power to keep her safe, never letting her down nor betraying your trust. His words were firm and resonant, the energy patterns around him glowing brighter with his unwavering determination. I looked up at Otto, my eyes filled with reliance and joy, gripping his hand tightly. Lin gently wrapped her arm around my shoulder while Kakashi's father gradually retracted his intimidating aura, his expression softening. The atmosphere in the laboratory returned to warmth once more, filled with expectations for the future of the two, intertwining the familial love that transcended life and death with the steadfast love turning all regrets into fulfillment. I rested my head on Lin's shoulder, gazing at the crowd gathered before me. The warmth from Otto's palm lingered on my fingertips, my cheeks flushed as I broke the silence with a hint of shy excitement. Actually, reviving everyone apart from wanting to stand together against Otsutsuki, there's a small thought behind it. In 3 days it will be Dad's birthday and I want to give him a big surprise. This statement felt like a ray of warm sunshine, instantly filling the laboratory with a cozy atmosphere. Everyone was taken aback momentarily, but soon their eyes sparkled with gentle smiles. The earlier scrutiny of Otto and reflections on our reunion transformed into deep appreciation for this act of filial piety. Lin gently ruffled my hair, her eyes filled with affection, her voice so tender it could melt. So that's it, Arying is truly thoughtful. If Kakashi were to see us all here and witness the surprise, he'd undoubtedly be so happy that he wouldn't know what to say. She recalled how Kakashi had always been quiet and reserved due to his father and past never having celebrated a birthday properly. Now with Ying's heartfelt intention, this regret could finally be mended, filling her with anticipation. Kakashi's father Hatake Hotaru softened completely, lifting a hand to gently pat the top of my head. The warmth of his rough fingertips conveyed undeniable comfort and a hint of choked emotion. Good child, that's very thoughtful. I believe this will be the best birthday gift Kakashi has received in his life, as well as my overdue companionship as a father. He had never celebrated a birthday with Kakashi, and this regret spanning half a lifetime could now be fulfilled through his grandchild's intention, gradually alleviating the guilt that had built up over the years. Uchiha Obito stood to the side, his breathing beneath the orange mask steadily calming. The last traces of hostility faded from his crimson Sharingan, leaving only gentleness and relief. He looked at me, memories of training alongside Kakashi and fighting over 3-color dango flashing through his mind, silently concluding that guy with his cold demeanor must have a lot of softness hidden inside. He silently clenched his fist, silently resolving to cooperate well and prepare a special gift for Kakashi in his own way, making up for past regrets. Kushina immediately became excited. Her crimson eyes sparkled as she gently shook Minato's arm, her tone filled with eagerness. That's we must plan this well. It needs to be cozy, and we need to prepare Kakashi's favorite 3-color dango and miso soup, and let's not forget grilled fish and a beautiful cake. She had always been enthusiastic about these lively matters, and at this moment she was already calculating the details of the birthday celebration, her eyes filled with anticipation. Minato nodded with a smile, his azure eyes full of warmth, softly agreeing, well, do as you say. Kakashi has borne too much alone over the years. With us accompanying him on his birthday, he will surely be very touched. He looked at me, his gaze filled with the affection of an elder. Thank you for giving us this opportunity and for bringing Kakashi a sense of completeness. Jiraiya laughed, clapping Otto's shoulder, his tone carefree yet slightly teasing. Haha, this is interesting. That kid Kakashi has always played it cool since he was young. This time with all of us surrounding him for his birthday, let's see if he can still keep it together. He'll go back and prepare some drinks and compose a special birthday song for him, guaranteed to leave a deep impression. He shook the gourd of alcohol at his waist, his eyes filled with expectation. Orochimaru leaned against the lab table, a glint of amusement flashing in his golden vertical pupils. He absently tapped the surface, casually saying, a birthday, huh? That's an interesting ritual. I can prepare some special glowing decorations for you which will enhance the atmosphere while concealing our presence, preventing Kakashi from noticing beforehand. Though he wasn't good at expressing warmth, he was still willing to lend his support, helping to fulfill this rare sense of completeness. Otto gently held my hand, the warmth of his palm giving me a sense of security. His eyes brimmed with affection and support. I will check the venue in advance, set up protective barriers and prepare gifts according to Kakashi-sensei's preferences, ensuring the birthday banquet runs smoothly and giving Kakashi-sensei a perfect surprise. He had already figured out Kakashi's preferences, planning everything from the gifts to the venue, solely wishing to fulfill Ying's heartfelt intention. I looked at the crowd before me, all working together to prepare a birthday celebration for Dad, my eyes slightly moist, my heart full of warmth. Lin linked arms with me and together with Kushina finalized the decoration plan. Tsukumo and Minato discussed the venue and security. Obito secretly hid to the side, sketching the outline of gifts with chakra. Jiraiya hummed an off-key birthday song while planning the celebration process, and Orochimaru adjusted the energy parameters of the decorations. The laughter and joy within the laboratory dispelled all darkness. This warmth gathered for Kakashi became the most precious gift, transcending life and death. When Dad pushes open the door and sees everyone here, he will definitely be very surprised, I whispered, my eyes filled with longing. Otto gently ruffled my hair, softly replying, he certainly will. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the laboratory, casting warm light upon everyone, making this bond and warmth appear even more vivid. In the following 3 days everyone fulfilled their roles quietly preparing this birthday banquet that transcended life and death. Otto chose Kakashi's favorite cabin in the woods, set up a chakra-concealing barrier and customized a cake. Lin and Kushina traversed the Konoha market purchasing ingredients for Kakashi's favorite 3-color dango fish and miso soup and adorned the cabin with light blue satin ribbons to make it cozy and elegant. Tsukumo took Minato to inspect the surroundings of the cabin, preventing unexpected disturbances while using chakra to tidy up the courtyard. Obito used spacetime ninjutsu to secretly retrieve a ninjutsu notebook that Kakashi had lost in his youth as a special gift. Jiraiya squatted in the courtyard with a gourd of alcohol, repeatedly humming the birthday song, occasionally teased by Lin for being off-key, and Orochimaru embedded special glowing decorations into the cabin's beams which would emit a soft silver blue glow at night, romantic yet not. On the evening of the birthday I used the excuse of wanting to spend some time alone with Dad, pulling Kakashi towards the cabin in the woods. Kakashi wore his usual dark ninja outfit, his silver gray hair swaying in the evening breeze, his eyes showing a hint of confusion, yet he still stepped forward following my pull. You're being so mysterious. Where exactly are you taking me? I held his hand deliberately, teasing, you'll know when we get there, it's a super big surprise. Otto had already concealed his presence near the cabin. Seeing us approach he quietly signaled everyone inside to get ready, and the glowing decorations dimmed instantly, leaving only the flickering candlelight on the cake. As the door opened the cheerful chorus of "Happy Birthday Kakashi" rang out simultaneously. The long table in the center of the cabin was filled with food, the 3-color dango exuding a faint sweet aroma, steam rising from the miso soup, a cake inscribed with "Happy Birthday Kakashi" and freshly grilled fish, the candlelight reflecting the smiling faces of everyone. Lin stood by the table holding a bowl of freshly served miso soup. Tsukumo held the cake, looking at him with a gentle expression. Obito leaned against the corner, smiles hidden beneath his orange mask, clutching the ninjutsu notebook. Minato and Kushina stood side by side, their eyes full of blessings. Jiraiya held the gourd of alcohol, preparing to sing the song he had practiced for a long time, and Orochimaru leaned by the window, a hint of amusement in his golden vertical pupils, yet he also accepted this lively gathering. Kakashi was completely stunned, his footsteps frozen in place, his silver gray eyes slightly widening, swirling with shock, emotion and disbelief. His gaze swept over each familiar face, from Lin's tender smile to Tsukumo's resolute features and then to Obito's familiar silhouette. His fingertips trembled unconsciously, and after a long pause he finally managed to choke out a hoarse question, "You all? How could you be here?" The taboo of Edo Tensei and the miracle of the soul steel body coalesced into the tears welling in his eyes, and all the concerns and regrets transcending life and death found their home in this moment. It was Ying's heartfelt intention. Lin stepped forward, handing him the bowl of miso soup with a gentle tone. "She said she wanted to give you a birthday surprise, so we accompanied her back to celebrate your birthday." Tsukumo took a step forward, lightly patting Kakashi's shoulder, his voice tinged with half a lifetime of guilt and relief. "Kakashi, Dad has come to celebrate your birthday." This belated companionship made Kakashi's eyes instantly redden. Emotions that had been suppressed for years could no longer be held back. Obito tossed the ninjutsu notebook over his, tone carrying a hint of awkward tenderness. "Hey Kakashi, this is what I retrieved for you. It's the one you lost when you were a kid. Don't look like you're about to cry, it's embarrassing." Kakashi caught the notebook, his fingertips brushing over the yellowed pages, reminiscing about his youth. A smile involuntarily rose on his lips, tears slipping down his cheeks, yet he smiled with great relief. Minato raised his hand with a smile, golden flying thunder god chakra dancing at his fingertips, instantly filling the cups on the table. "Alright, today is a happy day, let's celebrate Kakashi properly." Jiraiya was the first to sing the birthday song, his melody still somewhat off-key but full of sincerity. Kushina pulled Lin to help cut the cake for everyone. Otto quietly approached me, holding my hand, his eyes filled with affection as he watched Kakashi surrounded by everyone, softly saying, "Look, he's very happy." I nodded vigorously, gazing at the lively and warm scene before me, my heart filled with reassurance. Dad had finally reunited with those he cared about. This birthday banquet, transcending life and death, had ultimately fulfilled all regrets. Kakashi held the bowl of miso soup, feeling the warmth in his fingertips as he looked at the joyous crowd around him, his silver gray eyes filled with tenderness. He lowered his head and took a sip of the miso soup. It tasted just like he remembered, just like the people around him, never having left. Obito leaned in, snatching a 3-color dango from his hand, his tone still brash. "Hey Kakashi, let me have a taste first." Kakashi shook his head helplessly but did not stop him. Just like so many times in his youth, his eyes filled with indulgence. As night deepened, Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura arrived just a bit late. The glowing decorations outside the cabin illuminated softly, blending with the laughter and aroma of alcohol. And this belated birthday banquet was not only a surprise from Ing to Kakashi but also a bond transcending life and death, a fulfillment of regrets and a continuation of love. Kakashi looked at the people before him silently, thinking this is probably the best birthday gift he has ever received in his life. The clamor of the birthday banquet gradually faded and everyone tactfully left a space for Ing and Ao Tua to be alone. I held Ao Tua's hand, strolling along the banks of the Nanhi River. The evening breeze brushed the surface of the water, stirring up rippling glimmers of light. The reeds by the shore swayed gently in the wind, blending the warmth of the day into the cool embrace of the night. The glow from the wooden cottage echoed the distant lights of Konoha. The air still lingered with the sweet scent of three-colored dumplings and the aroma of sake filling my heart with a profound sense of peace. Walking on the soft riverbank, I couldn't help but stop lifting my head to gaze at Ao Tua beside me. My voice carried a hint of hesitation and curiosity. Ao Tua, I've always wanted to ask you. You are the daimyo of the Land of Fire with a prestigious status and power. You could have any partner you desire. Why did you choose me? As the words left my lips, my fingers tightened slightly. Even though I knew our feelings for each other, I still longed to hear his truest answer. Ao Tua looked down at me, the moonlight reflected in his eyes gentle enough to drown a soul. He did not answer immediately. Instead, he gently raised his hand to brush away the reed fluff clinging to my hair, then let out a low soft laugh, clear and tender, carrying a sense of release and cherishment. Why you? The answer is actually quite simple. He spoke slowly, his gaze drifting into the distance as if sinking into memories. When I was at my most wretched and in desperate need of help, a girl reached out to me without hesitation. She ignored her own safety and protected me with clumsy yet fervent resolve. From that moment on, the boy named Ao Tua had already found his lifelong redemption. My heart trembled as fragmented childhood images flashed through my mind, back when I got lost in the woods and stumbled upon a young boy surrounded by assassins, wounded and bleeding. With sheer tenacity, I stood before him using the crude ninjutsu I had just learned to cover his escape. So that was it. From then on, fate had already intertwined us. I blinked and pressed softly, but at that time I was so young and plain looking. You probably couldn't even tell whether I was a boy or a girl, could you? Ao Tua slowly shook his head, then bent down to gently hold my hands. The warmth of his palms dispelled the evening's chill, and his gaze was firm and fervent as he spoke each word deliberately. Gender has never mattered to me. What matters to me is never your appearance or your status, only you as a person. The one who would reach out without regard for danger. The one whose eyes hide purity and tenderness. The one who can make me lay down all my defenses. Chimuing. He raised his arms and pulled me into his embrace, his chin lightly resting on the top of my head, his voice low and solemn. For you I can stand firm against all opposition, reject every proposal of political marriage. In this life you are my only partner. Fame, status, the gaze of the world, before you they are all worthless. As long as you are by my side, that is the most perfect happiness I could ever have in this world. The evening breeze carried his confession across the Nanhi River and into the softest corner of my heart. I held him tightly in return, burying my face against his shoulder. The crisp scent of him filled my nostrils as tears silently soaked his collar, yet I smiled with profound reassurance. So this love was never a fleeting impulse, it was a redemption and steadfast devotion that spanned time. Later, under the blessings of everyone, Ao Tua and I held our wedding. Lin personally combed my hair for the ceremony. Father Kakashi, with tears in his eyes, placed my hand into Ao Tua's. Though Dai too grumbled, troublesome, under his breath he secretly used his spacetime ninjutsu to prepare a unique wedding venue for us. Shui Men and Jiu Exine Nai offered their sincerest blessings, and Zi Lai Yi even composed a celebratory song for our union. Our married life was tranquil and warm. Ao Tua fulfilled his promise, devoting all his tenderness to me. Before long we welcomed a lovely daughter. She had the same silver-gray disheveled hair as I did, but with Ao Tua's gentle eyes. When she smiled, her brows arched softly just like mine. Ao Tua and I exchanged a knowing glance and named her Chimu Delisha, a name that carried both the bonds of the Chimu family and our lifelong promise to be together. One afternoon by the Nanhi River, Delisha chased after a butterfly while clutching three-colored dumplings. Ao Tua held my hand, his gaze tenderly fixed on our daughter. The evening breeze remained and time stood still in quiet serenity. The regrets that transcended life and death, the deep love that endured through twists and turns, all had transformed into this mortal world before my eyes, becoming the most precious fulfillment of this life. The threat of Otsutsuki has completely dissipated and the ninja world has entered an unprecedented era of prolonged peace. With the smoke of battle cleared, villages no longer require large numbers of ninjas to rush to the battlefield. The once tense strings of war have finally relaxed. As I watched the children laughing and playing in the streets of Konoha and the villagers strolling leisurely, a sense of tranquility grew in my heart. I proactively submitted my application to step back from the front line and turn to enter the ninja school, becoming a teacher to guide the new students. When the news reached the future, he almost immediately submitted his application as well, choosing to stay at the school with me. I once sought him out after class, gazing at this boy who had shed his youthful naivety and whose eyes were becoming increasingly steady. I gently advised, "Future, the era of peace is your time to shine. You need not give up your pursuits for my sake. Just do what you truly wish to do." Future stood under the phoenix tree, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting a warm glow upon his shoulders, reflecting the tenderness in his gaze. He shook his head gently, his tone serious and earnest, without a trace of hesitation. "I want to take a break during this peaceful time. I want to spend more time with my mother, Anne. I want to know you a bit more." My heart trembled instinctively, avoiding his gaze. The promise made in front of Aunt Red has always lingered in my heart, but faced with future's feelings I remained at a loss. The intertwining of past life memories and present identity made me hesitant to confront this emotion, causing me to consciously avoid it time and again, silently suppressing that flutter within. Days of such pull and tug passed until that evening. I finished my class and walked out of the ninja school, catching sight of a familiar figure leaning against a tree from It was my father, Hatake Kakashi. He was not dressed in his usual attire, instead wearing loose light gray casual clothes. The silver-gray hair was tinted warm orange by the setting sun, and he had surprisingly taken off the black mask he usually wore, revealing his complete face. "Dad." I hurried over, confusion filling my eyes. "What are you doing here?" Kakashi stood up, a gentle smile gracing his lips, which appeared especially sincere under the glow of the sunset. He reached out and softly took my little hand, an act of affection we rarely shared since growing up. "I came to pick you up after class." His voice was warm as he led me step by step along the path illuminated by the setting sun. The sunset spread across the sky like molten gold, stretching the shadows of the two of us long and far. The evening breeze was cool, carrying the fragrance of grass and trees. I turned to look at my father beside me, clearly noticing the faint lines that had spread around his eyes and the few strands of silver hidden at his temples. Indeed, I was already 16 years old, shedding the childishness of youth and growing into a graceful young woman. Meanwhile, my father was now fortitudo, no longer the vibrant copy ninja of his youth. Time had left gentle traces on his face. His features remained handsome and his smile was still warm, but within that warmth lay a calmness and depth that only time could bestow. We walked in silence, yet it was filled with a profound sense of peace. Upon returning home, the dining table was filled with the dishes that both my father and I loved. After dinner, Kakashi suddenly spoke up, his tone gentle in "Come with me to the yard to see the moon." As the night deepened, a full moon hung in the sky, its clear light spreading across the courtyard, illuminating the stone path brightly. The evening breeze was slightly chilly, carrying the moisture of the night dew. Kakashi took my hand and led me to sit beside the stone bench in the center of the courtyard, gazing at the full moon with a soft expression. "My life cannot be considered complete." He spoke slowly, his voice softened by the moonlight. "In my youth I was obsessed with power and left behind too many regrets. I never had a wife to accompany me throughout my life. My days have been plain and monotonous. In truth, I am quite an uninteresting person." He paused, turned to look at me, his eyes filled with unyielding affection, raising his hand to trace a small arc in the air, his fingertips still carrying warmth. "But the most correct and fortunate thing I have ever done is to become your father. When you were just born, you were this small, swaddled in blankets, eyes closed and making tiny sounds so soft that I didn't dare touch you too firmly." Memories of the past surged to the forefront of my mind, those days filled with my father's gentle care, his tolerance of my little tempers, and his solid support during difficulties. Tears instantly blurred my vision. I nodded vigorously, choking on my words. I remember everything. It was Dad who gave me a home, who provided me with the best love in the world." Kakashi sighed gently, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness and relief. "But as you grow up, I also clearly feel that I am not as capable as before. I am slower to react, my chakra is not as abundant as it once was. Although I always want to protect you and be your eternal support." He paused before uttering those heart-wrenching words, "To say something that might hurt, I might leave this world before you." "No." I suddenly lunged forward, covering his mouth tightly with my hand. Tears fell uncontrollably, staining his sleeve and creating a small damp spot. "Dad won't. You have to stay with me." Kakashi did not push my hand away, but gently placed his palm over the back of my hand, softly patting it. Once my emotions had calmed slightly, he gently removed my hand and pulled me into his embrace. His arms were not very wide but felt exceptionally secure, carrying the familiar and reassuring scent that I knew. "I know you've been troubled by thoughts of the future these past few days." His voice reached my ear, gentle yet powerful. "I have little emotional experience in this life, and I cannot give you comprehensive advice or teach you how to choose." He gently patted my back, comforting me as he did when I was a child and felt wronged. Each word was serious, but one thing I am certain of. Whether you choose to accept or choose to wait, you must follow your heart. Do not force yourself and do not leave any regrets. Just follow your truest thoughts. Under the moonlight, my father's embrace was warm and firm, his words carved into my heart like a guiding principle. Buried in his embrace, my tears gradually ceased, and the confusion and entanglement in my heart seemed to find direction in this gentle moonlight and paternal love. The evening breeze carried the fragrance of osmanthus sweeping through the courtyard, while the moonlight fell upon my father's shoulders, tinting the tips of his silver-gray hair with a soft pale silver, smoothing out the fine lines at the corners of his eyes. Leaning against his steady embrace, the confusion swirling in my mind gradually settled. My father's words, "Follow your true heart," penetrated through layers of doubt like moonlight, illuminating the most obscure corners of my heart. The moments I had deliberately avoided, the fluster when facing the gentle gaze toward the future, and the entanglement when recalling promises, now all had answers. I remembered the earnest expression beneath the phoenix tree in the future, recalled his firm decision to give up his career to support me in retreating to the sidelines, remembered the sincerity in his eyes when he said I want to understand you better, and thought of his gentle waiting despite my evasion. Indeed, that feeling had long taken root in my heart, only wrapped in layers of timidity and hesitation. The ties from my past life and the concerns of this life seemed insignificant in the face of my father's gentle expectations and the pure intentions for the future. My father said not to leave regrets, and what I feared most was to let down this precious companionship that transcended time. I softly sniffed, wiped away the remnants of tears from the corners of my eyes, lifted my head from my father's embrace, and the confusion in my gaze dissipated, replaced by clarity, resolve, and warmth. The moonlight grew ever brighter, outlining the soft silhouettes of the plants in the courtyard, while the distant chirping of insects added a touch of tranquility. I gazed into my father's gentle eyes, nodded softly, my voice slightly hoarse from crying yet unmistakably clear. Father, I understand. I understand that I must let go of my worries, face the feelings deep inside, give the future a chance, and offer each other the possibility of completeness. My father looked at the relief in my eyes, his smile growing ever gentler. He raised his hand to gently ruffle my hair, his fingertips still radiating a reassuring warmth. Good father believes in you. I stood up and walked to the edge of the courtyard, gazing at the distant lights of my village as the evening breeze tousled my long hair, carrying the gentleness of the night. Images of the future floated in my mind, and my heart was no longer in a state of panic but instead filled with a faint warmth. I thought, tomorrow morning I will walk towards him with a smile, telling him that I am willing to give him a chance, willing to slowly understand each other in this stable time and gradually walk towards a farther future together. The moonlight poured down, casting my shadow softly, merging with the plants in the courtyard and the full moon in the sky. The knot in my heart completely untangled, leaving only a heart full of clarity and anticipation as the evening breeze swept through, carrying the gentleness of youth and love, quietly solidifying into the most touching form beneath this beautiful moonlight. The next morning the dawn pierced through the clouds, dyeing the streets of Mai in warm golden hues. The leaves of the phoenix trees at the ninja school still hung with morning dew, and with a gust of wind delicate specks of light fell like scattered jewels precisely where I had conversed with the future yesterday. I arrived at school early, my fingertips gripping a freshly fallen phoenix leaf. The leaf's texture pressed against my palm just enough to ease some of the anxiety in my heart. After a night of settling, the resolve to face my feelings had long overshadowed any shyness. As the sound of footsteps approached, I raised my head and saw the future walking towards me in a light blue ninja teacher's uniform, greeted by the dawn. His hair shimmered with a faint glow and his eyes still held the freshness of morning. At the sight of me a flicker of surprise flashed in his gaze, quickly replaced by a gentle smile as he approached briskly. You are here quite early today. In the past I would instinctively avoid his gaze at this moment, but today I took a deep breath, stood firm against his eyes, and gently handed him the phoenix leaf I had been clutching. The morning breeze stirred my long hair, brushing against my cheeks, carrying the crisp scent of the plants. I gazed into his clear eyes, my voice soft yet exceptionally clear. Future, I would like to say something to you. The future's gaze fell on the phoenix leaf I offered, then lifted to meet the determination in my eyes. He paused slightly, his tone carrying a hint of anticipation in listening. I had always deliberately avoided you because I was afraid of letting down my promises and afraid of confronting my own feelings. I gently bit my lip, my fingertips tightening slightly, yet I continued to look into his eyes, expressing the thoughts from my heart. It wasn't until yesterday when my father told me to follow my true heart and not leave regrets. I finally understood that the feelings I buried in my heart, all the warmth that arose when I thought of you, were not mere illusions. Morning light filtered through the branches and leaves of the phoenix tree, casting mottled shadows between us, landing in the slightly widened eyes of the future, reflecting scattered rays of light. His aura softened instantly, and the gaze that had once held a hint of testing was now filled with incredulous surprise. I mustered my courage, stepping closer, my voice imbued with youthful sincerity and tenderness. Future, I am willing to give you a chance, and I am also willing to give myself a chance. I want to be with you, slowly understanding each other in these stable days, slowly moving forward. After speaking I instinctively lowered my head, my cheeks flushed from the dawn's glow, but I did not shy away, quietly waiting for his response. In the air only the gentle sounds of wind rustling through the leaves and our breaths remained. In the next moment a warm hand gently rested on my head, the gesture as tender as one would treat a fragile treasure. I looked up to see warmth glowing in the depths of his eyes, his lips curving into a radiant smile, a smile more brilliant than the dawn and more vibrant than the phoenix leaves. All right. He nodded firmly, his tone carrying an undeniable excitement and seriousness. Thank you. I will wait for you to be willing to tell me more, and I will accompany you as we slowly walk to a farther place. He took the phoenix leaf from my hand, carefully gripping it in his palm while his other hand gently held mine. His palm was warm and strong, radiating a reassuring warmth. Morning dew dripped, light and shadow flowed, and the wind beneath the phoenix tree wrapped around the gentle emotion, solidifying the intertwined figures of the two of us in the hopeful morning light, becoming the most touching scenery in the peaceful years.